Chapter 29, 1. Ronyu was so hungry that she didn't care what clothes she was wearing. Fortunately, Jiyu Fusion didn't say any spoilers like "don't eat, let them prepare it at home." She unilaterally announced that the snacks in the night market will always be the soul of Chinese cuisine. Even if the chef at home learns from the recipes, the delicacies they make do not have the unique feeling of the snack street, and they cannot learn their essence. When she was a freshman, after class with Lu Ming, she and Lu Ming would abandon the cafeteria and go straight to the snack street outside the campus. They would arrive after 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and the place would always be full of people without exception. The snack street is opposite the university, about 20 meters long, and it is considered a very famous gourmet night market nearby. Some vendors set up 2 wooden tables in the back. You can buy them and take them back to the dormitory to eat, or you can just eat here. Ronyu fastened the belt on her coat, took off the black leather gloves on her hands, and asked the driver behind to deliver another set of haute couture that she wore when going to and from the show. The high-heeled shoes on the feet were replaced by warm and beautiful boots, and a long black coat that reached to the calf. Ronyu put on the scarf and did not wear a wide-brimmed hat. Wearing a wide-brimmed hat here is too exaggerated and high-profile. Wearing a black leather beret adds a touch of cool to the elegant dress. After making sure that she wrapped herself tightly, Jiyu Fuchen got out of the car with her. Songwen looked for a place to park. He originally wanted to stop the car and go to buy roadside stalls for Miss Ron and Boss Momo, but Jiyu Fuchen and Ronyu refused at the same time. Before leaving, Jiyu Fuchen did not forget to threaten, "Don't come down." The attitude is fierce, more serious than usual when encountering difficult problems at work. Songwen looked hesitant to speak. It's more comfortable for him to play with his mobile phone and turn on the air conditioner in the car in the winter. Now, apart from Boss Momo, who would take going out to eat at a roadside stall and enjoy the cold wind as a proud thing. "Mr. Jiyu, what are you guarding against me?" Song gradually collapsed by the boss, when Vuyu choked. "It's not even the end of November, and it's already warm enough to wear a coat." At night, the snacks and street lights are dimly lit. Each small vendor hung a rechargeable light on the stall car. The white light was dazzling, and the street was bright and dark. Ronyu and Jiyu Fusion walked to the intersection, and the roadside stalls selling chicken wings with rice and fried cold noodles were crowded with people. This baked cold noodle is super delicious, but there are many people who buy it. Lu Ming and I don't like to queue up. We only buy it when there are few people when the opportunity is good. You can add chicken tenderloin and ham sausage to the grilled cold noodles for 8 yuan. The soft and glutinous fried cold noodles are wrapped in sauce and served with the boss's secret sauce. It is sour and spicy after one bite. Sweet taste. Jiyu Fusion, where is the queue to buy this? The stall was crowded with people. Ronyu smiled, "I won't eat this today. It hurts to eat spicy food on an empty stomach, so you should have a warm bowl of duck blood vermicelli in winter." While the two were talking, a steady stream of students came and went. The bosses of chicken wings, wrapped rice and grilled cold noodles occupy the golden positions on the left and right sides of the street. There are many customers in the 2 houses, and the walking space in the middle is also occupied by college students queuing up. The college students are almost crowded back to back, leaving only one narrow gaps. You have to squeeze in sideways. Jiyu Fuchen observed quietly. Ronyu is ready to squeeze out a way for her brother Jiyu Fusion, and she and Lu Ming did this kind of thing a lot when they were freshmen. This is very common in crowded streets, but Jiyu Fusion must have never encountered such a situation. She put her hands in her coat pockets, her almond eyes slightly raised. "Let's go, let's eat egg waffles and duck blood vermicelli, and follow me later." From her experience, the roadside stalls at the entrance are very crowded, so you have to walk a little behind. Jiyu Fusion came back to his senses, and said solemnly, "This is not what you should do." Ronyu really wanted to give her brother a supercilious look. Talking as if this is what he should do. Jiyu, the Bojan president with trillions of assets, the noble and noble boss with outstanding temperament, and even aloof Fuchen. After layer upon layer of buffs, he is even more unworthy to do this, my precious brother. If Lu Ming knew that one of his idols, the noble son Jiyu Fusion, was not only brought by her to eat at a roadside stall, but also squeezed into the crowd to make way for her, he would probably scold her severely. Ah, let me, boss, eat with you at a roadside stall, warn you, how dare you? It would be treacherous enough not to buy duck blood vermicelli and egg waffles in front of him, and to wipe the table clean and shiny, but now you still ask him to open the way for you and wrinkle my idol's haute couture suit. In this regard, Ronyu has already thought about the answer. I won't wear it for the second time. It doesn't matter if it gets wrinkled. Jiyu Fusion didn't know what his sister was thinking, so he walked straight to the intersection. The combination of the two's good looks and high aura invisibly attracted many college students to watch secretly. Fuck, this coat is haute couture. My idol just wore it in a fashion show. It turns out that there are really people who wear haute couture to eat at roadside stalls. The girl next to her is so temperamental. Help, where is the noble lady from? When college students pass by, their eyes will always stay on the two of them for a while. When Jiyu Fusion entered the snack street, he found no one around. Looking back, he saw Ronyu still standing there in a daze with his head down, his face wrapped under the scarf, only revealing a pair of crystal-clear almond eyes. Ron. He paused, then said, "Sister, come here." The voice was neither high nor low, and it sounded very charming, completely in line with everyone present's imagination of Overlord. Following his voice and sight, everyone turned their attention to Ronyu. Brothers and sisters, they are brothers and sisters. Why does my brother only order me to buy things for him? The country owes me such a bossy brother. Even the boss who made the cold noodles, Humkai, also stopped what he was doing for a while under the gossip of his wife, and looked back tactically at Ronyu. Ronyu slowed down, and noticed that everyone's eyes were focused on her head. Her face was flushed under the scarf, and she ran behind Jiyu Fusion in a panic. Satisfied, Jiyu Fusion politely said to the college students crowded at the intersection, "Please let me go. Just now the others passed by in this way, so let's say a word, wait for them to barely get out of the half-length path, and take the younger sister in sideways." When Ronyu walked through the crowd, she heard a few discussions in a daze. The sound was very small, but she still heard it. "Her brother is so gentle. That's right, I can't help being gentle, woo woo woo. Brother and sister must have a very good relationship." Gentle. Ronyu stared at the back of Brother BA in a daze, until Jiyu Fusion and her walked inside, and the crowd gradually decreased. "Where are the duck blood vermicelli and egg waffles?" "Ah." Ronyu didn't realize it for a moment. Her head paused, and after regaining her senses, she quickly looked back and forth, pointing to the red cloth in front. "Over there, the place with the small tent is duck blood fans." It was a bit cold in the early winter night, but the female boss who sold duck blood vermicelli was very considerate. She set up a red tent apron, which could just accommodate 2 small tables. The 4 black characters of duck blood vermicelli were printed on the apron. There were more people in front of her stall. Jiyu Fuchen nodded. "Where is the egg waffle?" Ronyu thought for a while. It should be at the end of this path. She hasn't been here for a long time and is not impressed. "Jiyu Fusion, you wait for me at the duck blood fans. I'll go buy egg waffles. There is a tent cloth over there, so it won't be too cold." Ronyu said dryly. She paid the money, put her hands in her pockets and shrank her head, waiting for the female boss to bring the duck blood fans over. She stared blankly at the busy back of the female boss, feeling unreal. The villain in the novel, the President Jiyu Fusion, who was portrayed by the author as fierce and fearsome, was her biological brother. Now, he bought her egg waffles at a food court he had never been to. Even if he doesn't even know the exact location, he can only know a vague direction. He did it anyway. Ronyu shrank into the scarf again, and the soft knitting brushed her cheeks, making it very warm. If her elder brother was like this in the first family, then her plush doll would not be snatched away by the neighbor elder brother. After many years, when Ronyu thinks of plush dolls, she still feels slightly sour and wronged in her heart. Xingbi has so many plush dolls, and the whole family dotes on her. She can do whatever she wants, and she has everything, so why come to her? It was her first birthday present, and it took a long time for her adoptive parents to buy it for her. Things were snatched away. They didn't dare to scold Xingbi and her brother, they just scolded her wholeheartedly. In the depths of winter, Xingyu pushed her into the snow, snatched the doll from the rabbit, and rushed into the courtyard braggingly shouting, brother has snatched it. Everyone in the yard rushed out and pretended to scold Xingyu, but they didn't expect to pull her up from the ground, and didn't return the doll to her. Ronyu took a long breath. Her childhood memories are not deep, and the rabbit plush doll is one of the few impressive memories for her. After being sent back to the orphanage by her first adoptive parents, she began to wait for a long time, waiting for the next kind person to take her away. All the aunts in the orphanage prayed. The second family does come, and the results are hilarious. Your 2 bowls of duck blood vermicelli soup. The boss brought over the hot vermicelli, and Ronyu regained consciousness. Thank you. The female boss saw that she didn't look like someone who ate at a roadside stall, but when ordering, she knew that she could get more soup and more fans for free, so she couldn't help asking, "Have you eaten our duck blood vermicelli soup?" Ronyu, "I have." The boss wanted to ask more questions, but there were still many customers waiting in front of the stall, so he just smiled and said, "If you want to add soup, call me, I will go to work first." Aha. After the boss left, Jiyu Fusion's figure appeared in the field of vision, holding a freshly baked egg waffle in his hand, which didn't match his temperament. He sat across from Ronyu. The egg waffle was very hot, so he didn't hand it over immediately. "You eat the vermicelli first." Ronyu smelled the aroma of milk floating in the air. It was different from the egg waffles made with saccharine and other seasonings in the mall. It had a more pure aroma. She picked up the chopsticks to eat vermicelli, but her eyes wandered on the egg waffles in the plastic bag. Ron ate from the bowl and looked at the pot. You wanted to eat, but she didn't say anything. It's still hot. Jiyu Fusion couldn't help but make a sound. The packaging of the roadside stall is simple, only a small plastic bag is given. Ronyu didn't want to expose her impatient side. She is not a snack food person. She also has the elegance and stability of a young lady. Focus on self-affirmation. GIF. I didn't say I wanted to eat. Ronyu muttered softly. After a few seconds, still can't hold back. She took a mouthful of fans and said unintentionally, "Everyone says that freshly baked egg waffles are delicious. They are crispy on the outside and soft on the inside, and soft in the mouth. Tilda." After finishing speaking, he pretended to look at him. "Are you right, Tilda?" Jiyu Fu Chen chuckled, took out a square scarf of a certain brand from the inside pocket, and handed it over with egg waffles. "Eat it, it's not hot anymore." Ronyu took it with a smirk. Her eyebrows and eyes were curved, and the apple muscles were red and plump when she smiled, making people want to poke them. A simple egg waffle can satisfy her. Jiyu Fusion stared at the egg waffles and duck blood fans, thoughtful. Ronyu was in a good mood. She ate egg waffles and duck blood vermicelli soup at the same time. She took a bite of the vermicelli as a snack. It was a bit hot but very appetizing. She was full of happiness after eating in early winter, and she squinted her eyes in satisfaction. Still the taste in memory. She has been here for a year. Although many shops around have changed hands in the past 3 years, she still has a natural sense of familiarity with this place. To Jiyu Fusion, she is like the host here. When people go to familiar places, they will talk more. She took a bite of the egg waffle, and said in a low voice, "When I started my freshman year, Lu Ming and I ate in the cafeteria for more than a month, and I almost vomited afterwards." Ronyu thought of something and smiled slightly. "One day when we came out of the dormitory, we made an appointment when we passed the cafeteria. We would not eat in the cafeteria today. We made an oath, but at noon we ran to the cafeteria in disgrace. Later, the senior sister take us out to eat the duck blood fans here. Only then did I know that there is a snack street hidden opposite the school. But there are not many opportunities to come and eat. It doesn't open until 5:30 p.m. Freshmen have classes in the evenings except for Wednesdays, so it's too late. It's hard to stay until the end of the first half of the semester. When I come to eat again, it's the same as now. It's a bit cold. I have a different dormitory from hers. If you take it home, you can't eat it together, and you don't come out many times." One night, Xiaolu was very greedy for duck blood vermicelli soup, so she called me out to sit here with her and eat a bowl at 8 o'clock. At that time, it was the final exam and I was about to go home for the new year. The temperature was much lower than it is now. The boss hadn't set up the tent cloth yet, and the two of them wrapped themselves up tightly, like two thick penguins sitting here eating while blowing the wind. We wear a lot of clothes, but it's not cold. We have dinner here 4 days during the week of exams, Ronyu said while eating, and when she finished speaking, she had already eaten most of the duck blood vermicelli soup, and her stomach was warm and comfortable. She was a little embarrassed. Am I too good at blah? Ji Fuxian shook his head and said seriously, I like to listen. After a pause, he added, we will come again next time. Ronyu couldn't be dissatisfied when she heard that there would be a next time. She quickly got rid of the egg waffles and duck blood vermicelli, and brought a box of octopus ***** with her when she returned. But when we left, there were still many people in front of the cold noodle stall, so Ronyu didn't have a chance to eat, so he quickly returned to the car to keep warm. After staying for a long time, it is still a bit cold outside. When Ji Fuxian left, he looked back at the roadside stall and already had a plan in mind. That night, a post appeared in the big post bar of a click here to watch the rich boss and his young lady and sister. At Everyday is so hungry. I went out to buy chicken wings with rice with my roommate today. I didn't expect to see two ***** different people at the school's roadside stall. I'm sorry, my primary school chicken language can't describe how amazing these two people are. Look at the picture and you will understand. Picture, picture, picture. There are 3 photos in total. The scene in the duck blood fan shop was taken far away. The angle of view is infinitely enlarged, and the pixels appear to be very poor quality. In addition, there is no light in the apron, and the light is illuminated by the lights at the duck blood vermicelli stall in front. The light and shadow are dim, and the effect of the photo is not good. Even so, you can still see the astonishing side faces of the rich boss and his sister from the photos, and feel that both of them have natural temperament. Brother Ba bowed his head and listened carefully to his sister. The portrait was frozen, and the surrounding scenes were blurred. In the photo, there were only his brother listening to his sister, and his sister, who was elegantly dressed and had a perfect 3-dimensional profile, holding an egg waffle in one hand and chopsticks in the other. As long as the poster's photo is clearer, this praise will be given to you. People who have been to the roadside stall tonight said that the host said everything. Yes, real, the bully boss in the picture even asked me for directions. Where is the place that sells egg waffles? The place my sister said has changed. So handsome and gentle, I am going to faint. Just kidding, the two of them left in about 10 minutes, but in those 10 minutes, there were 3 times more people around the entrance of duck blood vermicelli soup than before. Ha ha ha. I told my sister that there was Mr. Ba and the eldest lady at the door, and she immediately put on her clothes and ran out of the dormitory, but it was all in vain. I paid her a bowl of duck blood fans. Could it be a fat cat? She participated in the fashion show in Marishu City today. She looks like. Who is the fat cat? Did you disconnect from the internet upstairs? Baidu search 400 million to buy planes. RG team, start learning now. You will open a new world. RG team fans come here uninvited, haha. I don't think so. In the looks circulated on Weibo, Mao Mao is wearing a mid-length coat and a wide-brimmed hat, which is different from the one here. Lord, your photo is too blurry. Look at me. GIF. The map of this floor master is a little clearer. In the photo, the two are waiting for the octopus balls. The younger sister's face is huddled in the scarf, shaking her head happily, staring at the octopus ***** and enjoying herself alone. The elder brother, who was slightly sideways, saw this scene with curved lips and a smile in his narrow eyes. He watched for 2 seconds and turned to watch the making of octopus balls. After a second, he couldn't help but look at his sister. This is not the overlord, this is the cute big brother. You are my god. He's giggling. Who looked at my sister with a aunt smile on her face. The noble lady shook her head. She was so cute. Then I turned to look at my brother. Isn't this stepping on a horse the expression I have now? Brother, my internet face substitute. Genjian is so handsome. Help me, help me. I want all his information within 3 minutes. After Songwen got home, he received this post from his assistant. Ronyu and Ji Fuxian went to eat at a roadside stall. Even if they were not recognized, it would cause a small crowd. Songwen had already guessed that after Ji Fuxian and Ronyu got off the car, they asked the assistants to spend a lot of time in the next period of time. Pay attention to the news on the internet. He forwarded the post to Jiu Fusion and asked for his opinion. Jiu Fusion immediately saved the animation. Songwen, Mr. Jiu, should the contact delete the post? The animation is deleted, but the post remains. Everyone is praising their brother and sister for their good relationship. This kind of fine post that senses the truth is not able. Delete. It is said that the authorities are confused, but the bystanders are clear. Everyone praised him and his sister, saying that they have a good relationship, so the relationship must be very good. Jiu times proud times Fu Chen thought so. When Ronyu received the news from Chen Xin, she was riding a bicycle around the manor. She gained 3 katis in less than half a month. In order to allow herself to eat and drink with peace of mind and continue to indulge herself in big meals, Ronyu got up at 8 o'clock and rode a bicycle for half an hour. Stopping on the ginkgo tree road, Ronyu took a deep breath to enjoy the morning sun and fresh air. After exercising for half an hour, today's exercise volume has reached the standard. Ronyu, who didn't sweat a single drop, ticked off the exercise and fitness line on the self-discipline app when she checked in and signed in without blushing. You can continue to enjoy the food later. Before cooking, we have to solve business problems. Chen Xin, acquiring Suya Entertainment is not difficult for you. Why do you want to cooperate with me? Chen Xin, I checked. The current owner of Suya Entertainment is Chen Differ. They are a joint stock limited company. Chen Differ holds 40% of the shares, and the 2 frontline employees of their company have joined as partners of the company, each with 10% of the shares, Zhang Sun and another investor 20%. There are many partners, but it is not difficult for you. The scale and income of this company are not large, and you can monopolize the company with the ability to count money. Ronyu, I don't plan to send money to other people. Zhang Sun is the leader of her former manager Du Xing. Du Xing's actions have been approved by him. Chen Differ is not a good boss. He has done a lot of things like squeezing employees and signing yin and yang contracts. Let her clean up their mess, let them run away happily with money. How can it be? She's here to mess things up, not to send warmth. Chen Xin, is the money you sent still low? Chen Xin, what do you want to do? Sigh. Ronyu will find him. There must be her reasons. Ronyu, look for Chen Differ and tell him that his company's next projects are likely to lose money, and the IP will not be sold. Afterwards, 10% of your shares will be distributed as reputation damage fees. To deal with the wicked, of course we must use the methods of the wicked. Chen Xin. It sounded good, but actually not only let him board the thief ship, but also let him stay on the thief ship. With Suyu's shares, investors in the film and television industry, or other people who have always trusted him as an opinion leader, will tend to invest resources in Suyu Entertainment. When the time comes, Ronyu will lie down and earn resources, living happily. After staying with the heirs for a period of time, she obviously gained 100 more minds, which Chen Xin admired. It is definitely a manifestation of strength to have a quick mind in such a short period of time. Chukao returned to Chukao. Chen Xin finally accepted Ronyu's invitation. Ronyu's ability to turn decay into magic is really profound, and the popularity of interactive online dramas can make so much money, which is the best proof. Follow Ronyu to have big meet. Ronyu nodded with satisfaction when she received the good news from Chen Xin. Happiness. There is someone to help her manage Suya Entertainment. From this point of view, it seems that there is no big problem in continuing to expand the business territory. After buying the company, she recruited leaders in the industry to work for her, and started a happy life of lying down and counting money. This strategy can be considered. Ronyu didn't forget the business, and asked Wu Wei to investigate the supermodel Yu Yao that she saw at the show yesterday after returning to her room. Help me check, what announcements did she make recently, how long has she been debuting, and what has she done in detail tilde. Under the influence of Ronyu, Wu Wei has become a celebrity in the film and television industry. There are many people who want to make friends with her. It is very easy to investigate things in the entertainment industry. Director Wu Wei, okay, today we will live broadcast the variety show at 12 o'clock, do you want to watch it? If it wasn't for Wu Wei's reminder, Ronyu almost forgot about it. Look, send me the link when the time comes. The high school student's obedient schoolgirl taught the celebrity guest a lesson. How could she miss such an interesting scene? At 12 o'clock, the campus live broadcast of We Are Youth and Now, Let's Start Studying started simultaneously. Ron Yu clicked on the link sent by Wu Wei and shared it with Luke Swan and Ji Fuxian, letting them be tools to increase the number of viewers. The variety show she voted for should be supported no matter what. In the novel, this variety show started to spark in the second and third episodes, and was beaten by Our Youth when the first episode aired. But today, Xiao Po Zong has just started, and the number of online viewers has exceeded 10,000, and it is growing exponentially. At first, it was tedious self-introduction time. Ron Yu didn't want to watch it, so she turned on the live broadcast as the background sound. Vivi has already delivered the autumn and winter ready-to-wear for this season, and there are more than 50 styles of ready-made clothes hanging on the hangers for her to choose from. The market price of a piece of ready-made clothing is about 50,000 to 100,000. Ron Yu looked at each piece and ordered 15 sets that she didn't like and sent them back. Let Wei Wen take care of the rest and put them in her cloakroom. Ron Yu has calmly accepted retirement, which costs an average of tens of millions a day. The money of the Dinghao family is not money, but the Chinese cabbage grown at home, and no one will take a look when passing by the vegetable field. Ron Yu feels that there is another reason why her brother made her spend money like crazy. The family has made too much money now. If she doesn't spend it, the family can't spend it all for generations. Thinking about it this way, her fighting power is still too weak. Ji Fuxian's profits from the liquid funds placed in funds, stocks, and banks every day are more than tens of millions. No, she has to keep working hard, drink the most expensive red wine and eat big pieces of meat. She was busy with recruiting, team, and company matters, and probably forgot to send her the financing of the pension company, but Ron Yu didn't remind her. I don't want to rush either. With 1 billion financing, there is a lot of money, but this shows that her pension company is about to grow, and she needs to find a suitable manager for it. Let's deal with this issue when she wants to. It's super fun to be hit with money, but it can't happen too often. Just like her, after living in a wealthy family for a while, she has begun to be unmoved by billions. After choosing the clothes, Ron Yu waited for them to leave and continued to watch the live broadcast. Now we have fast-forwarded to the initial acquaintance process between Xuba and the guests. Xuba is wearing the latest school uniform, using the newly changed desks and chairs in the school, while the guests are wearing old school uniforms. The previous user's drawing was messy, and there was even a confession message of XXX I like you on it. The contrast is stark. Even at breakfast, the cafeteria recently provided free milk and big meat buns to the students, and the guests wanted money for food, money, and everything. The 5 guests went to class hungry and miserable. The viewers who came in to watch the live broadcast were confused. They thought that the variety show invested by the eldest lady, Plump Cat, must be luxury, enjoyable, and aristocratic, but the result? It seems that it is not a little different from the configuration of ordinary variety shows. Even worse, more despondent, more embarrassing. Why do the guests have to spend money on food, don't wear the latest school uniforms, and even the tables are so old? Many people have such doubts. An hour later, the principal appeared in front of the camera and said with a smile on his face, "Thank you very much for everything Miss Chubby Cat has done for the school. Students are the flowers of the motherland. We should love them and do our best to give them a good future. Environment. This means that the 5 guests are not flowers, we can spoil them as we please, bushy." Needless to say, it is definitely Chubby Cat's idea. I thought that Fat Cat invested so much money because she wanted to make money for her by making 5 famous people popular. I didn't expect that she just invited the whole network to watch the 5 guests suffer in the variety show. The daily life of the campus is worse than that of the flowers in the motherland. And you will be scolded by Hua when you encounter a topic that you can't write. This is definitely only a Fat Cat can come up with. Plump Cat sent you an invitation letter. Click to see the adventures of the guests. The crazy publicity is in stark contrast to the impoverished campus life encountered by the guests. The variety show was well received on the first day of its launch, and there was a lot of tap water. Yu Kai and Cheng Gaiwan's participation in We Are Youth was divided into more than half. The traffic couldn't compete with Xiaopo variety show, so the variety show team started to do other things. The chosen heir system bound by Yu Kai and Cheng Gaiwan requires that they can change the small plot appropriately to complete the task quickly, but they must let the canon fodder characters who should end in the plot end. Among the 8 canon fodder characters mentioned to them by the system, 3 have already left, 4 have not yet appeared, and 1 is raw new. The bound system emphasizes the danger of canon fodder counterattack. After the canon fodder counterattack is successful, their protagonist's aura will be weakened. This matter is very important to Yu Kai and Cheng Gaiwan. Both of them have their own problems in the family, and they had to enter the entertainment industry to hide their strengths and bide their time. And when they found the right time to go back to the rich and powerful to fight for the inheritance, they were born to value money. After awakening their sense of novels, they understood that the previous ambiguity was just the effect of the plot masters. The ambiguity between each other gradually disappeared, and the two maintained a cooperative relationship rationally. The appearance of the system not only told them the final glorious ending of the novel, but also told Yu Kai and Cheng Gaiwan to a certain extent that they were the protagonists of this world. Yu Kai and Cheng Gaiwan were not valued by their families since they were young, and the family believed in their respective elder brothers and sisters, and all praises and honors were given to them. After playing a supporting role for too long, after learning that she is the protagonist, Yu Kai suddenly had the idea that the world revolved around her. This is not the case at this stage. The 4 top families have wide influence, and their rulers are deeply supported by the financial world. When attending the show yesterday, the young lady of the Jiyu family had a high status, and she was not even qualified to meet her. If it was Chi Jian who hit Yu Kai, there was an insurmountable gap between her and them. Yu Kai didn't believe it. Ron Yu, the canon fodder character in the contract termination book, is the beginning of the air counterattack between her and Cheng Gaiwan. She couldn't find anyone, and finally found Ron Yu's former manager. The agent and his company are planning to introduce a newcomer, and Ron Yu's withdrawal has caused widespread discussion. The night when Ron Yu quit the circle was the hottest day. Everyone realized her difference and charm belatedly, and the nostalgia for Ron Yu, who escaped inexplicably, lasted for a long time. The agent and the company found it profitable, and searched the entire entertainment circle and finally found Yu Yao who looked like Ron Yu. Their faces are 3-point alike, and more of a resemblance in spirit. When the agent Dishing and the company were thinking about how to push Yu Yao out, Yu Kai approached him and promised to give Yu Yao a chance to show her face. Yu Yao's fire will do no harm to Yu Kai Bailey. Yu Kai knows what is going on in the entertainment circle, and if he wants to make Yu Yao popular, Dishing and the company will definitely pour Ron Yu into the water, abuse fans and reshape Yu Yao's character design, and the blood of fans who still miss Ron Yu come over. No one can keep chasing down the celebrities in the circle. After the enthusiasm of the fans faded at the beginning, they have to start looking for meal replacements. Now is the best time to launch Yu Yao to borrow Ron Yu's superior position to make some money. These were all the thoughts of the agent and the company. Yu Kai helped them, but it took a little effort to push her into the fashion show. The variety show on Yu Yao is We Are Youth, but she was not there on the first day of recording. She will make her debut as a flying guest in 2 days. In order to create momentum for her, the agent Dishing and the company spent a lot of money on publicity. At 1:30 in the afternoon, the official blog of We Were Youth released the flying guests for the next few days. 2 first line, and an unknown Yu Yao. Fans are not happy. The first line variety show is okay, and who is Yu Yao who is highly favored by capital? Let our idols pave the way for you. What a beautiful idea. Not long after the Weibo was posted, 2 top fans, Yu Kai and Cheng Gaiwan, bombarded the variety show together, calling them bad money. The official blog is suffering and can't tell. Yu Yao has a lot of skills. She has been a supermodel for several years, but unfortunately she is not popular. Her agent and company drew a big cake for her. When she heard that Ron Yu was going to blood, she hesitated, but the 3 views of morality could not resist the temptation of fame and fortune. And finally she compromised. Yu Yao's still photos are very good at fighting. Today, her magazine official announcement, Jugong Jiang Jiang is amazing, attracting a wave of fans invisibly. Dishing has made full preparations for today's publicity. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, he posted a specious Weibo on his official blog. Raw News resignation dealt a big blow to us. A person as outstanding as her should not be ignored by everyone. After she left, the company has been reflecting on whether it did not do well enough to keep her. We see a lot of people online who are still waiting for her return, and we, too, hope she returns and continues to shine in front of the cameras. But everyone knows that this matter is irreversible. She resolutely quit the circle, perhaps because she found the long-awaited life. Maybe we don't have to worry about her. She will be very happy. Raw News was not too angry when she saw Xiao Raw News hot search. She had already built up her mind yesterday, and besides, this kind of gossip is very common in the entertainment industry. She has seen it before, and her mood is calm and unfluctuated, but this Weibo made her sick. Dishing, why are you so teasing? What to keep missing is just to make people who like her at this stage really accept her departure, let her go, start looking to the future, and stop expecting her return. Everything is just clearing the way for them to push newcomers next. Raw News saw that this Weibo was at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and she had been posting it for several hours, and the message area was saying goodbye to her nostalgia, and at the same time, Hush Hush became a trending search. Everyone was surprised to find that this powerful rookie has a 3-point resemblance to Raw News, and she also went to CS 110th anniversary fashion show last night. Compared with Raw News, this is very different. Raw News has been in the entertainment industry for 3 years, and she has never had much trouble. She only acted as the heroine in one movie, and the others are playing the second female lead. And Yu Yao was at her pinnacle when she debuted. She was on the catwalk of the top luxury brand, her hard photos were good-looking, and she had an excellent temperament. She was definitely a potential stock to start a career. Fans who were injured and ran away from Raw News in the past 3 years left the stage one after another, and praised this potential stock. When the hot search was on, Dishing had already released a soft article about Yu Yao's life on the whole platform, and it was very miserable for Yu Yao. Something like 3 years of building a dream and being plotted against by others created a female supermodel who had dreams and ambitions but was brutally beaten by reality. She also had a dream of becoming a star in the entertainment circle. The US is strong and tragic plan is established. There are many people who feel distressed. To be honest, if Raw News didn't know the truth of the matter, she probably couldn't help but say, "Sister, come on, my sister has finally made it through." It is a good thing for the king of roles to have a dream. Raw News is very admired as a retiree, but it doesn't have to be this way. It won't take long to step on her to become popular, and everyone will notice Yu Yao for a short time because of her departure. But what about in the future? Imitate her and lose your own style. That being the case, why do fans follow you? What they want is uniqueness, not a meal replacement that is a pity to discard. No matter what, Yu Yao gained 200,000 followers a day. Yu Kai and Cheng Gaiwan's attention calmed down those who scolded her, and the double top fans were angry, but the idols paid attention to her, so it was difficult to say anything. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Dishing was so happy in the company that he had already opened the incense stick. Chapter 30. Wei Wen noticed that the atmosphere at the scene condensed instantly. Drink, just drink red wine. Why are the people present so serious? Her back stiffened unconsciously, and she cast a begging look at the old housekeeper who had just walked over. The little lady is an adult, isn't she allowed to drink a bottle of red wine? The old butler didn't understand what was going on, so he said cautiously and decently, "Red wine doesn't hurt your body, so it's okay to drink some." What else could Jiu Fuxian say? He nodded heavily and asked Wei Wen to send 2 bottles up. "Drink, let her drink. Forget your troubles for a while, and immerse yourself in wanton enjoyment." He turned around and said solemnly to the heirs who were still in the living room, "I still have something to do, so I'm going up." Everyone knew that he was going to vent his anger and take revenge on those scumbags. Jiu Zexi also had a way to fight back, which made Jian Huai, Lu Xuan, Lu Jin, and Fu Jizhen suffer. How to fight back against all evil behaviors on the internet under the premise of respecting Raw News' strong self-solution of all problems. It is definitely not possible to vent and condemn. You didn't say that at the time like Raw News, and those who have no conscience will not be affected in any way. The four discussed it, and decided to send Luke Swan, who had the best relationship with Ronyu, to have a long talk with Ronyu, to build her strength and teach her to fight back. Ronyu went upstairs and sat in the lounge to watch the cast interactive web drama. As an investor, she had the exclusive privilege of watching 6 episodes in advance. Recently, she watched very late every day, and didn't go to bed until after midnight. It was later yesterday. I went to bed at 1 o'clock in the morning and woke up at 8 o'clock. Fortunately, I slept for an hour in the afternoon to catch up on sleep, and I was in a good state of mind. Waiting for Wei Wen's red wine, have a private afternoon tea before dinner, drinking red wine while eating barbecue. Unique collocation, great experience. Before the red wine was served, Ronyu continued to watch the drama. She didn't go to Weibo and didn't bother to read it. All that needs to be said has been said, and those who want to believe it will naturally believe it. Suyu Entertainment's microblog teaser language, hypocritical and artificial, deceived fans who didn't know the truth. 2 hours before the microblog was posted, many people believed his nonsense, and believed him from the bottom of their hearts. Like them, they are saying goodbye to Ronyu sincerely. Ronyu has been out of the circle for more than half a month, and many people still have expectations for her. But fans are not fools. Yu Yao's trending search for Little Ruaniao coincided with Suyu Entertainment's Weibo. Some fans of Yu Yao sensed that something was wrong and took a deep look at Yu Yao's background. Yu Yao's Weibo profile didn't specify which company she signed as an artist, and the Weibo content was all related to daily life, and there was nothing to be seen in the follow list. Many people knew that there was something wrong with today's affairs, but they couldn't explain why. They posted Weibo with popular search terms, telling others not to stand in line so quickly. The company and Yu Yao were not clean on the surface, but were ridiculed, said that they are indifferent to customers, guarding the empty shell Ronyu and not letting others climb the wall, etc. They are going to die of anger. Until 5 o'clock, a new Weibo exploded on Weibo. When I quit the circle before, you didn't say that at. Steamed and responded, damn, this melon is so exciting to eat. I didn't say anything about the company and went directly to 8. With a little courage, I completely blocked the last way back to the entertainment circle. Ronyu doesn't want to go back in circles anymore. What are you doing for the green tea company? Seeing their Weibo post, I am so sick. You finally came out. Oh, Yayo, you posted on Keohua last time and said that you won't be able to return to the circle, and now you still have to be touched by the garbage in the entertainment industry. We are useless, tat. In this chaotic battle, the ones who are most angry are the fans who are loyal to Ronyu. Ronyu was stepping on the top position, not to mention being scolded by the fans of the opposite family. Seeing familiar people running away to other houses, heartache and no way to say anything. It is normal to have a lot of star-chasing walls. Ronyu, who has retired, has no materials, cannot keep everyone more normal. But, why must it be Yu Yao, and why is it at such a time? There is no answer to the question. They can only sigh with emotion that Ronyu is a pure and wronged species, a pitiful little wronged. Now that the little pity has come out and happened, it has received many responses from many people. There are very few celebrities who dare to confront the entertainment company head-on. If she is not fully sure, she will not dare to do this. Under the company's official blog, the comment area was dominated by Get Out and Respond. So, what ugly things did your garbage company say to Ronyu at that time? Are you embarrassed to someone else's blood to take over now? Do you have a face? I'm so off, I'm so stupid. I can't see your arrogant leaders who are stupid and don't treat their employees as human beings. I've always been angry with the leaders in the company. I also encountered this kind of when I went to Weibo at home. I'm very angry. A bunch of garbage with atrophied cerebellum. Roll. Duxing and Jiang Xun saw all this. They never expected that Ronyu would have the guts and courage to refute them in public. Although she is no longer in the entertainment circle, she has many friends and many paths, so there is no need to make enemies for herself recklessly. Besides, they don't know Ronyu's family background. She went to high school alone, and no one cared about her at all. Entering the entertainment industry was the best way she could find in her life. Such an artist who wanted money but no money, connections and no connections, and resources but no resources would dare challenge them. She must be crazy, this madman. Jang Sun frantically walked back and forth in the office, and the sound of heavy footsteps hit the hearts of every employee of Suyu Entertainment. When making the plan, he and Dushing not only wanted to step on Ronyu to the top, but more importantly, to get the group of active fans in Ron Yukeo's words, especially the only brother. The cotton dolls made by the only brother shop Domestic Entertainment, and the handmade custom dolls and first-class designers all showed his financial resources. This is definitely a brainless rich second generation who doesn't take money as money. What kind of IQ can someone who has a crush on Ronyu have to look at her face? It doesn't matter if you have IQ or not, as long as you have money, you can let Jang Sun confess your only brother. With top fans spending money, Yu Yao's commercial value is guaranteed to be at the forefront of domestic entertainment. With commercial value, various endorsements continue to harvest fans and leaks, and earn a lot of money. The ultimate goal of Jang Sun and Dushing is this. But Ronyu's response caught them off guard. Dushing gritted his teeth and said, I contacted her, but she didn't reply on WeChat, and the mobile phone number was cancelled. Now I can't find her. There is no chance for her to delete her blog. Now the public opinion on the internet has expanded, not just about Ronyu and Yu Yao, but about the whole company. Dushing blushed and wiped the sweat from his forehead nervously. We can't let the company be implicated. Between the company and the star, most people will stand on the side of the star. There are too few star cases in the company, and it is exciting to eat melons, and everyone often takes on the role of beating workers, and has a natural dissatisfaction with the leaders and the company. Let the public opinion ferment, let alone make money, and it will be difficult for both of them to keep their jobs. Jang Sun signaled him to continue talking. Many people are dissatisfied with Ronyu fans. We should respond generously. Ronyu irritated Cheng Gaiwan and Yukai's double-top lineup in the entertainment industry. The variety show he participated in was created by the random editing of the program group and created a fine character design, which annoyed the fans of the guests in the variety show. It also angered a small number of people. It's okay to be beaten by the cotton doll of top fans, Ronyu, an artist who has retired, and what's even more hateful is that she didn't have much traffic before retiring. Why did she crush them after retiring? At that time, many people questioned the high-definition attribute of cotton dolls, and were scolded by others. Everyone was holding back their anger and didn't know where to vent it. This collectively caused Ronyu to be a little bit of a hacker in the entertainment industry. Most of Ronyu's fans are fans who found treasures in the pit on the night of Ronyu's retirement more than half a month ago. After he came out, he couldn't scold the double-top fans and others at all. As long as the conflict is transferred to Ronyu again and the public's attention is reduced, the crisis can be alleviated temporarily. Immediately, Dushing sent the sailors off to bring the rhythm. Not only that, but also generously responded to Ronyu, pouring the black water back. Our company has always maintained a good cooperative relationship with Ronyu, but it is clear that unilateral dedication and cherishment are useless. Unknowingly, the agent and company executives heard the news of Ronyu's withdrawal from the circle on the live broadcast. They did not discuss with the company, and they withdrew decisively. Our company was annoyed by this irresponsible behavior, but we also wanted to keep the other party. We found the same day Ronyu invited her to return to the entertainment industry, but was still rejected. What should be done, Suyu has already done. In order to save the last face of both parties, our company will not make any further response to this matter. The reasonable behavior of Yuan Ron's contract with the company has expired and has not been renewed is described as irresponsible, and belittling her for leaving the entertainment circle has a miserable life is described as trying to keep the other party. The hypocritical purpose of to make money is described as the grievance of inviting her to return to the entertainment circle, but still being rejected. In the end, he said in a high-sounding manner, in order to show respect for both parties, I will not make any further responses. Actually, it was because there was no excuse to refute. They still know how to speak words, and they still know how to drink green tea. Really tea. Yao fans are speechless. But on the fourth day after Ronyu quit the circle, the attitude towards her on the internet began to be polarized. some scolded her, while others praised her. Now, those who oppose Raw New and think that Raw New's withdrawal from the circle is not good, when they see her response today, they don't believe her words because of the filter of dissatisfaction with her. They've been on the sidelines, waiting for a response from the company. No matter how teasing the company says, they are more willing to believe the company even if there is no evidence to support it. Not only this group of people, but also those who have complaints against Raw New about the cotton doll are more inclined to believe the company's nonsense. There are so many of them, occupying a small half of the entertainment circle. She retreated from the circle to make it clear that she was escaping. Because I was on the same stage as Cheng Gaiwan and Yu Kaishang, I was asked an embarrassing question by the host and couldn't get off the stage. I just used an excuse to hide it by looking at the brooch. Later, I felt that something was wrong, and I would be scolded again, so I quit the circle to keep safe. I had a good impression of her that night. She was very beautiful, she was decisive when she left, and she had a special charm. I still can't accept it after seeing this. I don't even know about the company, so I can see how horrid I am. If you resign in the company, you should also talk to the personnel. There is indeed something wrong with it. When she was watching variety shows before, she was good at it. At that time, she retired from the circle and missed it all over the internet. I thought everyone had forgotten about it. The victim is Raw New. Isn't it obvious enough that someone wants to take advantage of her? What about the superior? To put it bluntly, the entertainment industry is all about traffic and popularity. Others can be stalked, but Raw New can't. Yu Yao is also a poor person. She needs a chance to let her go to work. She is pitiful. She needs a chance, so she can step on Raw New. The sister upstairs is not clear, let me add. In this matter, when Yu Yao cooperated with the company and decided to blood Raw New, she was not pitiful or wronged. She climbed up on Raw New's shoulders, and the company wanted to disgust Raw New in turn, saying something that missed her. According to Raw New's expression, what she experienced when she quit the circle was obviously not the company's retention, but their abuse. The victim is Raw New, and there is only one Raw New in the world. Sister Woo 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 well said it, I ordered it for you for my mouth. But this rational explanation did not attract the attention of others. After all, when you hate someone, you can't stand to see clarifications about her, just like you can never wake up a person who pretends to be asleep, unless you hit him with a stone hammer and scare the other person to get up with facts. Clarify that no one is watching, and rumors about her are flying everywhere. The forgotten video of a variety show masterpiece was posted on Weibo, reposted over 10,000 times, and many people liked it. It had been 3 or 4 hours since Ron Yakeo's big fan The Only Brother hadn't appeared yet, and someone started guessing whether the rich second generation is just for fun. Few of them will waste time chasing stars. Ha 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 ha, I went to see. They are all waiting for The Only Brother to appear. The rich and rich second generation waste time on little stars every day. What are you thinking? Your face is really big. The only one is definitely an unusual wealthy family, the kind of big boss who has a lot of work. Star chasing is just a fight. This wave of villains, Raw New is not a good person, and neither is the company that wants to her blood and Yu Yao. People who eat melons said they were very happy to watch. After feeling that The Only Brother might abandon Raw New, the only person who felt too arrogant in the Cotton Wars felt that he was cute and friendly. Raw New's Weibo response has now become an unreasonable question that is aggressive and unsubstantiated. Of course there are passers-by who support and believe in Raw New, but they really can't scold half of the entertainment industry. Until a Raw New Kaohua user posted a 3-minute Weibo video. There are 2 parts in the video. The first half is a famous variety show scene that everyone has already seen. Raw New rolled her eyes at a powerful actor because her lunch was not good. After this episode came out, the whole internet went crazy. Come on, it's good enough for a talented actor to cook for a junior like you, and you don't do anything and sit in a corner to enjoy the happiness, and you roll your eyes when the meal is served in front of you? Is it polite? Seeing the first half, the person who clicked on was about to start scolding, but saw the silence in the latter part. After a 1-minute video of the famous scene of the variety show, a completely black screen appeared, and 3 large characters were written in white in the video actually. In fact, Ronyu wanted to help, but was urged by the actor to sit down at the table and wait for the meal. She was bored waiting, her eyes were gurgling around, she yawned sleepily, she shrank her neck and continued to wait for the meal obediently. There is no splicing of the screen, which is different from the first half of the clip. It can be seen that boringly looking around, yawning, being cute, etc. are all one coherent shot. I knew that we Yayo were using it for the F*King popularity, and the garbage program group is not human. Yayo fans scolded a lot. People who were very dissatisfied with Ronyu because of the variety show were quiet for a few minutes. This video is terrible. Could it be that they scolded them wrong just now? No way. Before they questioned it, the variety show which hadn't posted a blog for several months, threw an apology statement on their faces. I'm sorry fans, for the ratings of the show, for the topic, and for the traffic. The second season of Let's Eat used the wrong method during the editing process, and set up a set for Ronyu delicious and lazy. Being a monster and other very detrimental character designs have caused Miss Ronyu to fall into a storm of public opinion. Here I sincerely apologize to Ronyu, and will donate 3 million yuan to charity organizations in the name of Miss Ronyu to supervise myself. Ronyu has always been an optimist who does not fight or in the show. She is a bit cute and lazy, a commendatory term, and she often sits in the corner as a listener and gives advice at the right time. This is the real Ronyu. Follow-up, the second season of Let's Eat Together will be taken off the shelf, and it will be put on the shelves again after the correct version is edited. I hope fans can join us and get to know her again. I'm very sorry, the second season Let's Eat leadership. When the video came out, it could still be said that it was just an accident. Even the official variety show blog came out to clarify, and everyone couldn't believe it. This Thor's hammer not only woke up those who didn't believe Ronyu, but also made them charge along with those who wanted to pretend to be asleep and support Suyu's entertainment. Hurry up and scold the program group with me. Those who still support Suyu and that group of are all to me. Yes, I have become a fan. I can't see beautiful women being wronged. It was the first time I saw a variety show throwing away their jobs to clarify for a star, which shocked my whole family. Sorry, I scolded Ronyu for so long. She turned out to be the victim. When Jiyu Zexi saw this comment, he suddenly had the feeling of the same people who have fallen in the end of the world. Why should we know each other when we meet again? Back then, he also misunderstood Ronyu because of this broken variety show. Jiyu Zexi replied to this comment. I also scolded her before. She told me it was okay, because she also scolded herself when watching variety shows. This sentence directly hurt the variety show fans. I imagined a scene where when Ronyu watched a variety show and saw a clip of herself, she yelled at her because of the randomly edited content. Scolding the scene of Ronyu's behavior is not correct. Yes. She's not like them, she knows she's not like that. She clearly knew that she had done nothing wrong, and her behavior was normal, but because the variety show team suffered abuse that they shouldn't have to bear, and because the editing of variety shows received a lot of attention, everyone had positive developments, only her, take the blame in variety shows, but be scolded in reality. The so-called nothing sounds more distressing. How can it be all right? Seeing myself in a variety show, I have no chance to speak out, and maybe I will be threatened by a brain-dead company. Black and red are also black. Woo, our poor little girl. Ronyu is not a genius, she is a poor little girl in the entertainment industry. Ronyu has always had a low sense of existence, which is related to her character of not fighting or snatching. Maybe she really doesn't care, but the more gentle she is, the less she cares, the sadder I am. Who knows? I understand, she is not wronged, but I am wronged for her. Someone sensitively found out from between the lines that the person who posted the variety show video had contact with Ronyu, so they asked Jiyu Zexi one after another. She talked to you, do you know each other, can you help me say sorry to her? Hope she will be happy every day after quitting the circle. This video and the official blog are too heavy, I feel so uncomfortable, I'm sorry. Most of them are people with their own value judgments and correct three views, but because the filter of dissatisfaction with Ronyu has been put on before, it is easy to misunderstand what she does later. Now that the stone hammer is in front of them, it is impossible for them to refuse the truth. After apologizing, they immediately rush to the variety show team. The shabby team don't really think that an apology and a donation of 3 million will be fine. Ronyu has been scolded for so long, shouldn't they have the same experience? And the original decision-making team is safe and hiding behind. Later, the official blog explained in the comment area, the original decision-maker has been punished after this incident and left the company. This was also done by Gyuzexi. Gyuzexi sent the netizens' apologies to Ronyu, hoping that she could recover from her sad emotions. Ronyu was confused when she saw the long string of "I'm sorry." She sipped her red wine and logged onto Weibo, and learned what happened from Kaohua. She thought that Dishing would not respond, but they had thicker skins than she thought. 80% of the online public opinion is guided by them. She read the netizens' apology. The analysis of the grievance section was 50% correct. She really couldn't speak out at the time, and she could only endure it temporarily for the sake of her career. Just like how angry she is in the workplace, she can't fight with her boss until the day she leaves. But she was not very wronged at the time, only cried once. Ronyu was mentally prepared before entering the entertainment industry. The entertainment industry is different from the financial industry. This profession has to be exposed under the camera and suffer criticism. Discussions, misunderstandings, and judgments are common. She doesn't like to be judged by others, but after entering the entertainment industry, she deserves to suffer. She can't want to be angry at the same time, and she doesn't want to be scolded. How can there be such a good thing? Under this state of mind, she forced herself to adjust herself. It was really tough, but she got through it. No matter how indifferent Ronyu is, when she sees others dispelling her misunderstanding, she will still feel unstoppable joy pouring into her heart. It's nice to be someone who doesn't get misunderstood. Ronyu was happy. Ronyu will never let go of anything that can make her happy, and she is very happy to solve Dishing and Jongsun. She quickly contacted Chenkin and asked him about the acquisition of the company. Chengshin, soon. After seeing Suyu Entertainment's death, Chengshin knew that Ronyu would ask, so he met Suyu's boss Chen Defer in person. Ronyu nodded in satisfaction, and when she was about to take a look at Kaohua, her big fan of Kaohua, the only brother, did another shocking event. At Only Brother, send 1,000 copies of a full set of peripherals. Picture, picture, picture. In the picture, there are customized cotton dolls, Ronyu's custom thermos cups that cooperate with big brands, non-customized models that sell at a market price of $999, and Ronyu's co-branded perfumes that cooperate with the C family. Nowadays, there are no top-notch in the entertainment industry. Besides that, a co-branded computer with Ronyu, even the small banners are painted by well-known domestic painters, and the shopping bag containing these things is a big-name bag worth 50,000. Note, if there is no shopping bag of the same style, it will be sent other big bags under the brand. Ronyu, you call this peripheral? You might as well send money directly. Such a heroic behavior made Ronyu suspicious, and she sent a message to Gyuzexi, who also posted in Kaohua. The Only Brother, couldn't be Gyu Fusion, right? Chapter 31. The moment Gyuzexi saw Ronyu's message, his heart trembled heavily. He swallowed, his Adam's apple rolled slightly, his face was a little numb from the panic. It's over. Gyu Fuchen carefully guarded his vest, and dedicated himself to showing the ruthless boss character in front of others. Everything is to maintain the sacred and steady image of air in Ronyu's mind. If the truth is told now, he will never see the sun tomorrow. Gyuzexi thought about his answer, and nervously replied word by word, "Something happened just now, cousin. How can it be? This person also participates in the sign-in competition every night. My cousin is so busy every day, staying up late every day to deal with work. How could he have time to participate in that kind of naive elementary school competition?" Ronyu is skeptical. Gyu Fuchen is quite busy, but he is indeed childish. Ronyu recalled the childish scene where he pretended to be calm when he went to deliver coffee to him last time. Will the naive brother who is handsome and pretends to be the boss be so naive as to participate in the sign-in competition? it seems to be a little bit worse. The former can still have a high school IQ, while the latter is at most 5.5 years old. It's not GU Fusion, the only brother is too obsessed with chasing stars. 1,000 copies of merchandise add up to about 50 to 60 million. Money is a trivial matter, and this person's connections are deeper. It is not something that can be done with a little money to cooperate with many big brands to discuss joint models. Ron Yu thought of something. He didn't ask her for permission. Tilda. This matter can be big or small. She won't sue a big fan who stands up for her, but everyone should have legal awareness. You can know who it is after reading it. Ron Yu contacted She. Help me contact my big fan in Kaohua, the only brother. He has not yet obtained my authorization for the co-branded merchandise he gave me in Kaohua. She replied, sorry Miss Ron, I signed this authorization on your behalf. 3 days ago Song Wen came to the door in person, and she did not hesitate to sign the authorization document on Ron Yu's behalf. Now, to a certain extent, she is Ron Yu's special assistant, who can replace Ron Yu to make some company decisions, and this is how the team's affairs are entrusted to her. This kind of trivial matter she wrote in the weekly summary and posted it yesterday, but Ron Yu probably didn't read it. Ron Yu was surprised. The other party has some connections, and he can still find she. Who sent the document? She didn't dare to lie, Song Wen. She remembered Song Wen's instructions, and added, Song Tiju said that he was entrusted by someone. Ron Yu felt that the identity of the only brother was very, very, very wrong. On the one hand, she felt that GU Fusion would not be so naive, and on the other hand, she felt that all the evidence pointed to him. She didn't believe what Song Wen said about being entrusted by others. Special Assistant Song is GU Fusion's personal special assistant. How could he use his public power to help others? He did it secretly, and GU Fusion wouldn't allow it. Realizing that the only brother might be GU Fusion, Ron Yu wanted to face the reality but was a little afraid to face him. If it was GU Fusion, he seemed to be much better than she imagined. Ron Yu stroked her chest, and her breathing became rapid. She does this every time she gets extremely nervous. GU Fusion can do so much for her. What about her? Ron Yu took a long breath, trying to calm herself down. From time to time, the question that Lu Ming asked her a long time ago flashed through her mind. Make a wish. What do you want your biological parents to be like? It's good for an ordinary family to live in harmony. Why? I thought you would say that you hope to have a perfect family where everyone dotes on you. Love too much. She will be afraid and will want to run. She can't give them the same love, so she shouldn't keep her love private. So Lu Ming said, Ron, sometimes I think you are too rational. Obviously want to get close, but afraid of possession. Everyone is a combination of contradictions. After taking deep breaths repeatedly, Ron Yu logged onto Ron Yu's Weibo and sent a message to the only brother. Hello, thank you for your continuous support, but the surrounding gifts are expensive this time. I will return the money to you somewhere else. I can't let fans spend so much money for me. At the same moment, GU Zexi was running around the house in a panic. Ron Yu must have doubts about the identity of the only brother. How will he tell GU Fusion the news? It is definitely not possible to say directly. He can't let his cousin know that he already knows. The thing about cousin is a deep sister-in-law, cute and childish, and completely deviates from his daily personality. After struggling for a while, he found Song Wen. Song Wen, you know what Ron Yakeo said today, right? There is a only brother who spent tens of millions. I reasonably suspect that that person may be GU Fusion, but I can't let him know that I know about it. You understand? Song Wen. He has been busy at his workstation all day today, and he has no habit of going on Weibo. This is the first time he has heard the name of his only brother. Song Wen immediately logged onto Weibo, and with the help of his star-chasing sister, clicked on Ron Yakeo. Seeing Ron Yakeo's top post, Cotton Doll instantly understood that the only brother was GU Fusion. He knew that GU Fusion asked GU Zexi to take him to play Weibo, and he handed the Cotton Doll to GU Fusion himself. Song Wen knew all these things, but he didn't expect that GU Fusion would be so crazy. His younger sister bought a cotton doll and took pictures at home by herself. How could he be like him, a majestic boss, showing off to a bunch of young girls? GU Fusion, where's your face? What about your domineering temperament? Good. Regardless of the cotton doll thing, what the is the sign-in contest. In other words, during this period of time, what he thought was Ji Fusion worked overtime and stayed up until the early morning for work, but he was actually participating in this childish sign-in first competition that was so naive as to be a headache. Okay, that's great. He was doing his best to worry about the company, trying to drag Ji Fusion to his career path, like a clown. He found Shiashi to do things related to authorization in the surrounding area. He didn't look at it carefully at the time, because these were requests from Ji Fusion himself. He only thought that Ji Fusion wanted to prepare a joint perfume for Miss Ron as a surprise for her sister, so he asked him if Shiashi asks, say you are entrusted by others. He believed it all. I thought that Mr. Ji Zaya was full of professionalism and 007 all day long, but it turned out that it was all for Miss Ron 007. Songwen exhausted all his strength to keep himself from swearing. Now, as the clown's special assistant, he had to start handling things for the boss again. A smile reveals exhaustion.jpg. Songwen picked up the file and knocked on Ji Fusion's office door expressionlessly. Good guy, no one. The boss left early. Songwen had no choice but to call him. Mr. Ji, I have something to report. Ji Fusion was in the middle of a 300-round battle with the idiot black fans, and he was typing on Weibo quickly, and the sound of patter-patter rang out in the empty study. He turned on the speakerphone and put it aside without even looking up. Speak. Songwen is tired. He knows what the boss of the sister-in-law is doing without asking. In front of him, Ji Fusion didn't even pretend to be the boss, and just put on a bad show. Songwen, just now Ji Zexi said that something happened to Miss Ron's Weibo. Ji Fu Chen frowned. I know. And is being processed. Fingers tap the keyboard faster. Songwen rubbed his eyebrows. Ji Zexi also said that Miss Ron asked if his only brother was you. Ji Zexi himself didn't think so, but in case someone pretended to be your identity, he told me about it. The sound of the keyboard stopped for a moment. Ji Fusion quickly picked up the phone. Ron asked if the only brother is me. Yes. Songwen, how do you want to solve it? Ji Fusion, what was her tone when she asked this sentence? Are you happy? A piece of text. You can't see emotions. You can ask her. No. Ji Fusion frowned. Songwen knew that Ji Fusion dared to use his name to find Shiashi so openly, so he had already made sufficient preparations at that time, ignored the family affairs between their brothers and sisters, and went back to the office to log on to the Weibo account to post complaints. My boss is amazing. How can he control his sister to such an extent? This sister controls her brain. The trumpet has more than 1,000 fans, and they are all ordinary people who come to watch the sister-in-law. Ji Fusion was indeed well prepared. He knew that it was impossible for him to communicate with his sister for the rest of his life using the Biazong's personality design. What moved him was what Fu Jizhan told him after the investment class last time. You can't keep this persona in front of your sister forever. Now that your attitude has softened so much, you can find a chance to let her know. This makes sense. After Ji Fusion came back, he had been thinking about how to expose it, and after much deliberation, he turned his attention to the Weibo account only brother. The only brother has done a lot for Ron in the Kaohua world. Everything he does is to let go of himself, which is what he has always wanted to do for his sister. Here is the truest side of him. Ji Fusion gave his sister a chance to find out, but he didn't expect her to find out so quickly. Is it too fast? Ron has only been home for half a month. What kind of relationship can be cultivated in such a short time? Ji Fu Chen frowned, and took a sip of his coffee sullenly. Suddenly, a private message popped up. From Ron Yu. Ji Fusion. See. Noodle. At this moment, the only brother who spends a lot of money on peripheral gifts has caused widespread discussion on the internet. Ba's only brother abandoned Ron Yu's message, which was repeatedly shown in screenshots to flog the corpse. Ha ha ha. The only one not only devotes all his attention to chasing stars, but also pursues them more seriously than any big boss. Fan Ron, you have a future. Tens of millions of peripherals. If Ron Yu is still in the circle now, the boss will probably spend a lot of money on it. This stand-in farce reached its climax on Weibo, posted at 5:30 p.m. At only brother, there is only one warn you, don't touch porcelain. Take care of your fans at. Holy shit, fighting against half of the entertainment industry with one person, you successfully pretended to be me. The former variety show fan who just became a fan expressed his happiness. It turns out that chasing stars with the boss is so cool. I just saw someone say that it would be more enjoyable if Chubby Cat chases stars with his only brother. Ha ha ha, don't bring cats, she doesn't seem to like these. Just kidding, miss, don't be angry. Double Top Stream fans are on their way, everyone remember to protect. Laughing to death, Ronyu gained hundreds of thousands of fans, and they all said that they would follow the only one to experience the joy of chasing stars like a gangster. Suyu Entertainment's plan to push Yuo ended in failure. On this day, not only did Ronyu not lose her fans, but all the variety show fans who had misunderstood her before turned into fans. Coupled with the trouble of her only brother, Kaohua ranked first in the sword. Fans skyrocketed by hundreds of thousands, and the people who climbed the wall and went to Yuyao's Weibo to watch onlookers found that a substitute can only be a substitute after all, sighed and packed up their things and returned to their hometown. Hot searches occupy 6. The jidding Weibo under this entry is, tell a joke, ha ha ha, I just realized that the top streamers are not from the entertainment industry, the internal entertainment is really over, and the top streamers are all in the private sector. Guard the richest fat cat boss, protect Unique and Ronyu. After Ronyu sent a private message to her only brother, she received the latest news from Chengshin. The equity is about to be acquired, and I will explain it to you after signing the document. Fat cat, okay. Ronyu drank a cup of hot water and tried her best to calm down, washed her face and went downstairs to prepare for dinner. The tables in the main dining room are still small, but she didn't have the nervousness and bewilderment she felt when eating with Jiyu Fusion close to her for the first time. She even got used to Jiyu Fusion serving her dishes from time to time. Jiyu Fuchen was not at the dining table today. Wei Wen, Mr. Jiyu Xiao is in the kitchen. Ronyu raised her eyebrows. He can cook. Ronyu followed Wei Wen to the back kitchen, stood at the door and looked inside through the open door. Jiyu Fusion wore an apron with style, and fried the eggs clumsily, accidentally splashing 2 drops of oil. He had an expression of grandpa watching his phone in the subway. His facial features were wrinkled, his body subconsciously shrank back, his hands still holding the shovel. Stupid, Mr. B.A. wrinkled his face together, inexplicably cute. Ronyu didn't go in, and asked Wei Wen softly, when did he come? 10 minutes ago. Wei Wen smiled, you can have the snack you've been longing for tonight. Lu Jin and Luke Swan will come later. Ronyu didn't speak, and walked back thoughtfully with her head down. The phone in my pocket vibrated. It was a message from Lu Ming, crying to her, WHH. Fat cat, what? The roadside stalls at the entrance of the school suddenly closed, and I'm going to eat in the cafeteria miserable. Ronyu felt a little distressed. From time to time, the roadside stall would leave for a few days for rectification. She just went there yesterday, but today she encountered rectification. Ronyu didn't know if she should praise herself for being lucky. Tomorrow afternoon, I will send you something delicious. There are not many days until the postgraduate entrance examination, and at the last moment, Lu Ming's nutrition must keep up. Woo-oh-woo-oh. The day after tomorrow. Wow, my Ron, come to feed me again he. I'm going to shut down again, see you tomorrow afternoon. Lu Ming now only spends half an hour on her phone every day, and uninstalls time-consuming apps such as Weibo, Little Green Book, and Douyin. She only uses WeChat to chat with her for a while, and shuts down the rest of the time to maintain a high degree of concentration. Ronyu is not worried that she will know this. Okay, concentrate on studying. Don't think about reading Weibo or anything else, it's time-consuming. I know, after I finish the exam, I will favor Weibo and TV dramas for 7 days and 7 nights. Ronyu smiled. Go back to Weibo to see if the only brother replied to her private message. At only brother, I don't care about that little money. Plump cat, I don't want to owe others anything. Give me a chance to pay you back. I don't care about the money either. If he still refuses, she really can't help but suspect Jiyu Fusion. Chasing stars but don't want to meet idols. Not quite normal. In the evening, I ate food from a roadside stall made by Gu Fusion. Duck blood vermicelli soup, egg waffles, octopus balls, chicken wings with rice, and the grilled cold noodles that she missed but couldn't eat yesterday. Wow, this is my first time eating these. There are guests, and they eat in the secondary dining room, which is much larger than the main dining room tables. Li Jin, why don't you eat there? I really like the table in the main restaurant. It was a long table custom made by Aunt Ron from the C family. The C family, a brand of beauty and fashion bags, actually customizes furniture. He was also taken aback when he found out. He didn't expect the business to be so extensive. Ron Yu raised her eyebrows in surprise. He likes the original small table of 1 square meter. There is a world of difference between her and the Heiress aesthetics. Gu Fusion obviously paused, lowered his head stiffly and his eyes wandered. Ron Yu said honestly, I don't like that table very much, so I changed it to a bigger one. Li Jin was slightly stunned. The bigger one? That long table can accommodate 20 people to eat together. You don't like it yet, do you want something bigger? He seems to be a very lively person. Gu Fusion couldn't listen anymore. The original long table in the main dining room, that is, the one that Li Jin liked, he thought it was too big to see his sister up close, so he asked the housekeeper to move it to the warehouse and it became moldy. Turning around and changing to a very small dining table, I can serve my sister with vegetables, and even touch her head. But Ron Yu thought it was too small, so he had to change to a slightly larger dining table. That's the difference between 1 square meter and 2 square meters. Seeing that they continued to chat, and this matter would end sooner or later, Gu Fuchen immediately changed the subject. Luke Swan, how is your dinner today? It's delicious. Gu Fuchen was proud. Well, this is what Ron took me to eat yesterday. Li Jin rolled his eyes. A roadside stand made you so happy. After chatting and eating dinner, Luke Swan didn't forget the business. Luke Swan now shoulders the high hopes of Jian Kuai, Li Jin, and Fujishan. Since Ron Yu wants to deal with the follow-up matters by herself, they will naturally not go against her wish, so that she can't experience the pleasure of killing the enemy. But Ron Ruang Xiao is pitiful, fragile and strong, kind and strong, and her good qualities are worth learning and protecting. However, her experience of crying secretly during the day is really distressing. Such Ron, it won't be too fierce to fight back at. For the next half an hour, Luke Swan played with Ron Yu's hand to relax in the manor, and told her 8 stories about being cruel to the enemy. Ron Yu thought it was quite interesting at first, but the more she listened, the more she felt something was wrong. She stopped, hesitated to speak. Luke Swan. After a long time, Ron Yu opened her lips. What do you want to say? It was Luke Swan's first time to do this kind of counseling work, and she was very unskilled. After being exposed, she blushed, and couldn't pretend anymore, and whispered, today we saw Weibo. Knowing that you have been wronged. Ron Yu followed her words and said, and then, do you think that her counterattack is particularly straightforward, and she doesn't give the other party any face? Oh Tilda, shouldn't she use the story to say that she is cruel and merciless? Ron Yu reflected. Luke Swan poked her index finger, feeling embarrassed that she wanted to break Ron Yu's fragility. Then I think you can be a little more aggressive in the future. Ron Yu, isn't she fierce enough? Confused scratching head. JPG. Luke Swan ran her fingers and said one by one, my brother, Jian Kuai, Fujishan, and your brother all think that you should be more aggressive. Ron Yu scratched her head and tentatively replied, okay, let me think about it. Think about how to become a witch. The two of them were walking, and when they reached the mansion, Luke Swan said another thing, and Gu Fusion and Li Jin were also there. I heard that you have a movie that hasn't been released yet. Do we want to release it nationwide? There are so many people who like you now, so it's good as a souvenir for them, right, sister? Li Jin, I've done an investigation. Because the director angered a certain capitalist, he deliberately suppressed it and refused to broadcast it. It's retaliation against the director. You are all victims. Now that we have the ability, why don't you let it go? This movie comes out. Gu Fuchen nodded. After the release, he will book the theater, and invite all Yayo fans to watch the movie. Fan benefits must be in place. Ron Yu didn't want to care about this movie at first because she had quit the entertainment industry and didn't want to be discussed after it was released. but today's incident taught her a lesson. Some things cannot be avoided if you want to. Even if the movie is never released, the criticisms about her will not stop there. What needs to be learned is the instigators behind this matter: Duxing, Zhang Sun, Yu Yao, and Yu Kai and Cheng Gaiwan, who may be involved in this matter. In addition, the fans in Keohua did a lot for her. Even though she didn't intend to do so, they still paid. Think of this movie as her farewell to them. Okay, let's play the trumpet then. Li Jin said that he could deal with the capitalist, so Ron Yu ignored the movie's release. Even if there is no announcement, there are many things to communicate with various channels in the theater, so it should not be released so soon. She still enjoys life slowly and waits for her parents to come back. In the evening, after Luke Swan and Lu Jin left, a group appeared on Jiyu Fusion's WeChat. Luke Swan invites you to join the Little Poor Gang. Jian Huai, Fu Jizhen, Chi Jian, Lu Jin, and Jiyu Zexi were all inside. Luke Swan, Jiyu Zexi is Jiyu Fusion's cousin, Sister Yao's younger sister, and it was the variety show video he posted that clarified the truth back then. Chi Jian, what are you saying? Lu Jin, hey, Miss Chi was dragged in anyway. Luke Swan, Sister Chi helped us last time at CS Fashion Show. Of course she is a member of the Yao Little Poor Gang. Chi Jian, Ron Yu, who doesn't even bother to pay attention to the door-to-door provocation, has half a dime relationship with Xiao Po. Is there something serious wrong with this group of heirs? Chi Jian thought that she had ruined the three views enough, and what happened next was even worse, completely breaking her inherent impression of the other people. Although the Weibo crisis is temporarily resolved, Ron is in a good mood tonight, but we can't relax. Luke Swan, make a fist. JPG Yao's sister only has us, we have to help her. Chi Jian, Jiyu Fu Chen is also a psychopath. Quit the group and don't watch it. Then a few minutes later, WeChat group chat 99+. Chi Jian was upset after chatting with the people in the company, and when she was about to quit the group, the latest news was Ron didn't cry anymore. Chi Jian, did that salted fish secretly cry? Ron Yu looks very much like a big cat she raises, and she eats like a little hamster she raises, eating so fascinatedly that one can't help but want to squat in front of her and watch her finish eating quietly. After struggling for a long time, Chi Jian opened the WeChat group. This was definitely the one she regretted the most in her life. Here, she also gradually collapsed. Yu Yao will still appear in We Are Young. Even if she didn't step on Ron Yu's traffic, the anger of the little pitiful gang towards her and the disgusting company was already full. In normal times, everyone has already promoted the garbage company, making them bankrupt and regretting half their lives. But considering the poor Ron Yu and wanting to grow up strong, they can only choose to fight back with restraint. Yu Yao wants to become popular in variety shows, but the company will continue to behave. Okay, just don't regret it. When everyone in the little pitiful gang was discussing how to restrain the villain, Ron Yu was making her plan. Cheng Xin called her at 8 o'clock in the evening. The acquisition signaled a full closure. In the acquisition, Cheng Xin used some methods according to Ron Yu's thinking. He first pointed out that Chen Differ's next IP projects were all at a loss, and then brought out Jiyu Zex's reputation, saying that Ron Yu's cotton doll fan was suspected to be related to Jiyu Zexi, which annoyed him. Will your company end well? Coincidentally, today Duxing and Zhang Sun made a stand-in for Xiao Ruaniao to come over. The only brother is obviously not the opponent of the Little Suyu Entertainment. In the end, Cheng Xin brought out the black material of several people in their company. As long as there is no equity, the black material will appear in the newspaper tomorrow. In their hands, the company's reputation will be ruined sooner or later. Of course, these will also be published in the newspapers when the equity is released. Ron Yu confessed that when facing the villain, you should use an attitude worse than the villain. How could it be possible for the villains to take the money and enjoy themselves elsewhere? What derailment, unspoken rules, published in newspapers all over the internet, let them die. Under various blows, Chen Differ and a few others transferred all their shares. Now, except for Zhang Sun, everyone else's shares in the whole company belong to Ron Yu. In other words, Ron Yu became their biggest boss. Ron Yu didn't forget to hold her company manager, Cheng Xin, firmly. Fat Cat, give you 10% of the shares. Fat Cat, let's resign from that company. Chengshin. One thing to say, Miss Ronyu is getting more and more crazy. Look at this calm, pointing attitude when speaking. Ronyu and the new company who comforted her worked as workers, and logged onto Weibo to read private messages. The only brother has already replied to her. Yes, 3 days later, Marisu City, I will send you the exact location. 3 days later happened to be the day after Yu Yao's We Are Young ended, and the trash company and manager's affairs were all over. She should also sort out this family relationship. Even so, Ronyu still felt that her breathing was tense, her heart was beating, and she had some palpitations. What can she give her family? She is stubborn, and understands family affection very clearly. If others give her a point, she will pay back a point. She will never take advantage of it. She knows that emotions are destined to be unequal, but she still does so. Some time ago, she was able to accept Ji Yufushin's kindness, on the one hand, because she felt that she had quit from the family property struggle, which brought some benefits to Ji Yufushin in a certain sense, rejected the property that did not belong to her, and made Ji Yufushin no worries. In this sense, she can accept Ji Yufushin's return frankly. On the other hand, she wants to slowly integrate herself into the family and try to reconcile with her past life. Reason allows her to do this, but her sensibility is out of control. She knew that the values brought to her by the second family were wrong. They regarded her as a tool for the elderly, and all the love and rewards were based on her return of excellence. She can get the candy from her stepmother, it must be because she considers the first in the class, and it must not be because of loving her. The love they gave her was too little, so little that when Ronyu faced a little bit of love, she always regarded her as a precious thing, and they all wanted to repay this little bit of precious love. Lu Ming said that she is too rational in family relationship. Only children who are not liked will care about the gains and losses of love. How could Lu Ming, who was accompanied by his mother, understand how enviable it is for his mother to cook a meal for her? Ronyu calmed down for a while, went to take a bath, and didn't think about it again. The room is lit with soothing aromatherapy. She was relieved when she came out. Wu Wei sent a message, Yu Yao's latest activity is only We Are Young, which will be recorded the day after tomorrow at number 1 middle school in the city. Ronyu opened the map and looked at it. I have an idea in my heart. She replied to Wu Wei with a and turned her head to immerse herself in the world of interactive online dramas, without thinking about those tangled things. Ronyu woke up very late the next day, and went for a walk around number 1 middle school. Number 1 middle school was established at the junction of the intersection. It is an old-fashioned school. The location is small, but it occupies a very valuable position. There are 4 towering buildings around it. Ronyu took a second look and went home to eat. For 2 days in a row, she played interactive online dramas until very late. She didn't go to bed until after 2 o'clock and woke up very late. Ji Yufushin saw all this in his eyes, and his eyes were so angry that there were dark circles under them. On the day Yu Yao appeared on We Are Young, the entertainment industry changed dramatically. In the past 2 days, all the marketing accounts that scolded Ronyu were brought to court. Yukai's top luxury brand spokesperson was inexplicably lost, not to mention Cheng Gaiwan's S&TV series, and the chance to cooperate with big names was gone. Everyone realized that this must be the only brother standing up for Ronyu. Fuck, the only one. You really have something. Yukai and Cheng Gaiwan are rich and powerful. The only status is higher than the 2 of them. I only know that the influence of the 4 great families is invincible, and the Chi family and Wen family, could it be them? Ha ha ha, how could these 6 big families chase stars? They make so much money every second, they won't spend their time chasing stars. This netizen guessed very inaccurately and missed the correct answer perfectly. The heirs of the 6 major families are all chasing stars, and crazier than the average star chaser. On the day Yu Yao participated in the live recording, there were a lot of people eating melons. Ron Yakeo said that a boss released the real version of the edited variety show, and said that the copyright is not worry-free, and you can watch it at will. This sky-high status. Mom, I suspect that Ronyu's Kaohua is the gathering place of wealthy families. Why are both of them so awesome? You mean that they will be like this when they attend dinner parties in the future, the wealthy children? Hey, brother, why do you have the same brooch as Yayo? Could it be? Ha 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 ha. Do you want to laugh at me and inherit my money? However, there is one thing to say. Yu Yao is still going to die to participate in variety shows. Is she sick? No way, it is a dead end if she doesn't participate. If she participates, she still wants to give it a try. Double Top Stream fans still support her. This is indeed the idea of Duxing and Jiangxun. Now there are two dead ends in front of you. Either hold your breath and rush out, or stay where you are and wait for death. They naturally choose the former. Jiangxun also wants to see what Raw News fans can do tonight. Didn't her big fans clamor that there is only one Raw News in the world? As long as Yu Yao successfully appeared on variety shows, in a certain sense, it would be a slap in the face of Raw News and her fans. Besides, fans of the Double Top Stream, Yu Kai, and Cheng Gaiwan also supported them in doing so. And they are now asking the giants to find out who did it. What the only brother did for Raw News, Yu Kai and Cheng Gaiwan could do 80%, presumably the strength is not much different, but they still feel a little disgusted when they are attacked from behind by the other party. At 6 p.m. that day, before the live broadcast started, another incident that shocked the entire internet happened. Raw News' second movie was suddenly released in major theaters across the country. As long as you are a fan of Raw News Keohua, and the rating is above level 3, you can bring one person in to watch it for free. The whole network. Raw News bosses give out fan benefits like this. Seeing this, Yu Kai and Cheng Gaiwan couldn't help but panic. However, reality did not give them time to struggle. In order to prevent fans from hanging on to the live broadcast all day long, the variety show started a staged live broadcast, with 4 hours of live broadcast every day. Today's live broadcast was in the evening. They went to the playground with the whole class to run, sing songs and play games with other students. Generally, it is a mission that mainly misses the campus life. 5 minutes later, the live broadcast started. The host went through the process and invited Yu Yao. The students applauded and welcomed Yu Yao when she appeared. The host introduced according to the script. Yu Yao is very welcome to join this variety show as a flying guest. I hope you can have a good time. In front of the live camera, Jiangxun and Duxing breathed a sigh of relief. No matter what, Yu Yao has been on variety shows. As long as she is on variety shows, she will have traffic and fans. With the blessing of Yu Kai and Cheng Gaiwan, they should be safe and sound. Within 30 seconds of joy, the LED lights of the 4 high-rise buildings surrounding No. 1 Middle School suddenly changed. In early winter, the sky darkened quickly. It was just 6 o'clock, the night was dark, and the luminous characters on the building looked extremely bright. The building facing the playground of No. 1 Middle School reads, Tiam Lion Wangpo, your company belongs to me. Next, the legendary Fat Cat also appeared. The whole network. Chapter 32. Has the company changed hands? Suyu Entertainment, Tiam Lion Wangpo, your company belongs to me. In just one line of words, there is a touch of disdain and frivolity in the cloud and wind, and there is a letter Y in the lower right corner. No, Ron, you couldn't have done it. Paul, God Paul. When the Melanitas in the live broadcast room saw this prosperous scene, the first name that popped up in their minds was her. 2 days ago, she posted a blog directly against Suyu Entertainment, which caused an uproar. When Suyu Entertainment posted a teasing Weibo, everyone thought she would come out to refute, but there was no follow-up article. It doesn't make sense that she fought back against Suyu Entertainment at first, and then disappeared inexplicably. Her attitude was inconsistent, and she felt like running away after half the battle. This matter had such a great impact on her. She would never be so stupid as to start a war and leave suddenly. Seeing this line of words lit up on the building, everyone's first reaction was, probably Ron Yo. The company naturally refers to Suyu Entertainment, which has been the most outstanding these days. Moreover, the scale of Suyu Company is not large, and it is possible to complete the acquisition in just 2 or 3 days. The barrage exploded directly. My mother, Ron Yu, is doing big things in silence. Ha ha ha, I'm so happy to see Yu Yao's pale faces. Your company belongs to me. It's a bad word. It's even worse than your company going bankrupt. I want to see the scene when Yu Yao and the garbage broker go to see the boss tomorrow. Ron Yu, it's you, right? Well, it must be you they saw. Visual inspection of Rongyu's Shuangwen heroine script. She died laughing, and turned around and became the boss of her own company. Are the luminous characters on this company building expensive? My family, Ronyu is so rich now. Could it be the only brother who did it? I feel like the only one. How could Ronyu have so much money? I read an interview before saying that she was adopted. She didn't live with her adoptive parents when she was in high school. After she became an adult, the two parties cancelled the adoptive relationship. I have seen it too. At that time, I was sad and felt that life alone was not easy. I didn't expect this person to be Ronyu. It should be Ronyu. Why is Yo? Maybe it's the only one? The identity of the person who bought the company remains a mystery. Netizens analyzed after returning to sanity, and felt that the chances of Ronyu buying the company and using the building to make a sound were very small. She has no money. Jang Sun and Duxing, who were watching the live broadcast, had their eyes dazed. After seeing the netizens' analysis, their aching heads improved slightly. In fact, whether it is the only brother or Ronyu, they have nothing to eat after returning to the company. But now there is no chance to choose the fruit. What is before them is the two roads of 3-point bad and 7-point bad. Of course they hope to take a 3-point bad path, and they will secretly rejoice because they chose a 3-point bad path. Rotten is rotten, but still walkable. It is true that the only brother is a big fan of Ronyu, and it is true that he is fanatical about star chasing, but Jang Sun and Duxing do not have a deep relationship with him, and the conflict is Yu Yao. No matter how angry you are, you will not. Where does the anger go? If the boss was Ronyu, the result would be different. Former employees become immediate bosses and those who teach a lesson in turn teach themselves. Just thinking about this, Jang Sun and Duxing felt aggrieved and wanted to die. Not to mention that they had a very bad attitude towards Ronyu before. They refused to give resources, they refused to clarify, and if there was black material, they left it like this, took the black and red line, and tried to squeeze her out as a profit tool. Is there still a way to survive one by one? Jang Sun and Duxing stood in front of the live broadcast room, their lips trembling with nervousness. Duxing muttered to himself, "It's definitely not Ronyu, it's definitely not Ronyu." Jang Sun gave him an annoyed look. "Don't be screaming here, get out of here." Both of them were in a hurry, and they no longer had the goal of living in harmony and making money together, and they were both blaming each other. Jang Sun called Chen Differ and didn't answer, but the other party sent a text message. "It's changed, you should think about how to make amends." Jang Sun clenched his teeth and spit out a dirty word. "Who is it? Why?" "Chen Differ, your uncle asked me why. Do you still have the face to ask something like this?" The two broke up unhappy. Jang Sun learned from another partner that Cheng Shin personally came to talk. Cheng Shin's status in the film and television industry is not low, and perhaps the only person who can move him is the only brother. He breathed a sigh of relief. He stared at the live broadcast room, thinking about his next step. In the live broadcast room, Yu Yao, Yu Kai, Chen Gaiwan and other guests were too embarrassed to die. Yu Yao's face turned pale. Following the hint of her assistant, she walked out of the camera and picked up her phone to watch the barrage. The director is urgently discussing with the team whether to interrupt the live broadcast, but several investors cannot be contacted, and their consent is required. Yu Yao thought that if she became popular, she would be scolded, but which star in the entertainment industry has not been scolded? Black and red are also red. With works, all black materials will be forgotten. This is the fastest option for upper position. She doesn't want to be a little supermodel who hides in a corner and is not seen by others. Her runway ability and fashion resources are very average. Fight. She thought that with the help of Yu Kai, Chen Gaiwan, and Suyu Entertainment, she would be able to stand up and start anyway. After making so much preparation, how could it be ruined overnight? The barrage in the live broadcast room has been completely occupied by people who eat melons, and there are several barrages defending We Are Youth from time to time. The only brother posted on Weibo. He said he didn't buy the company. "It's Ronyo. Ronyo, you are my god. So can I see Ronyu inspecting her company tomorrow?" Now don't tell me where Ronyu got the money. Since she dared to tell the whole network openly, she must have money. I just want to see Ronyu go to Suyu Entertainment tomorrow to teach her ***** employees. Ha ha ha, new Kolu Ronyu is about to drive back to the palace. Regardless of whether they know Ronyu or not, the whole network subconsciously sided with her. Who wouldn't want to see a worker who once reached the pinnacle of his life, walked up to the boss with money, and said casually and arrogantly, "I have a showdown. I am a billionaire, and I will stop pretending." The plot that used to be only seen in TV dramas has now broken into reality. Can everyone not be excited or happy? I can't wait to stop at the entrance of Suyu Entertainment Company tomorrow, bring melon seeds and popcorn, put on a small bench and start eating melons. Wonderful, definitely wonderful. The faces of Jang-sun and Dushin could no longer be described as ugly. Passing employees could clearly hear the sound of smashing things inside, such as glasses, documents, tables and chairs, and so on. The employees looked at each other in blank dismay, not daring to say anything. However, everything tonight has just begun. Tiem Liang Wangpo, your company belongs to me, was the words lit up in front of the building facing the playground of number 1 middle school at 6:05. 10 minutes later, at the moment when the hour hand pointed to 6:15, the other 3 buildings surrounding number 1 middle school lit up 3 lines of words, all of which were one sentence. There is only one Ronyu in the world, the fat cat. The screen in the live broadcast room was full of question marks, and everyone went crazy. Cats, cats. Chubby Cat also came to meddle in this matter. Or do you want to tell me that Chubby Cat has also become Ronyu's big fan? Do you want to tell me that it may belong to the only brother Amway? For the first time, the audience on the whole network couldn't bear the psychological ability because Gua was too exciting, and they collapsed a little. Oxygen inhalation.jpg. Why, all the rich people in this world are chasing Ronyu. Is she some kind of lucky cat? Why do you all love her so much? Crash scream. The 3 top-ranked fat cats on the entire network, the only brother, and Ronyu appeared together today, and the live broadcast room and Weibo were paralyzed. Everyone had to shift positions and walk on major social platforms to find partners who eat melons. WeChat group discussions are all about this. The melon-eating crowd in Marisu City walked out of their homes and drove to the melon-eating scene. The passengers in the back row held up their mobile phones to take pictures of the heroic scenes of the 4 buildings. Damn, can there be a better moment than this? Originally number 1 middle school was a place where every inch of land was expensive, and there was a lot of traffic at the intersection, so few people went out this weekend, but because this wave came directly to the evening rush hour, seeing more and more people and cars on the road, the traffic broadcast in Marisu City channel alerts on broadcast. Now is the tense evening peak season. I hope that the majority of riders will choose to walk or use more flexible electric vehicles when they go out to eat melons, so as to avoid traffic jams. By the way, when riding an electric car, be sure to wear a helmet. That's right, it's hard to find a parking space now, and it's useless to drive there. As a result, the shared electric vehicles in the city were empty, and there were shadows of shared yellow vehicles everywhere on the road. On the way to number 1 middle school, everyone looked at each other and smiled. Yo, are you here to eat melons too? 15 minutes later, the live broadcast room and Weibo rushed to repair, and some netizens posted the melon-eating scene in Marisu City on the internet. Everyone laughed like hell. Originally, I was reluctant to go out on Saturdays and weekends in winter, but now I ran out to eat melons. The most talked about in the live broadcast room is the world's top fat cat. Mao Mao tweeted that there is only one Ronyu in the world, and indirectly admitted that she is a Ronyu fan. The rich lady, the only elder brother, and the 2 rich men are Ronyu's fans. Not only the 2 of them, but also the male fan who made the variety show apologize and was the first to post the edited version of the variety show video online. Definitely the big boss of the entertainment circle. There is also the person who made Ronyu's movie suddenly released. Why do you feel that there are more and more bosses? Now come and tell me that there are fans of Ronyu in the 6 top families. I believe it all. Ha ha ha, Ronyu, the only common topic at gatherings of rich and famous ladies. Not being a fan means that your status is not enough, doghead. Things have developed to the present, and everyone feels that the crushing and retaliatory behavior of Ronyu and Ronyu's big fans should have ended. They watched the whole process, laughing so hard that their mouths stiffened. Thank you very much to Ronyu and Ronyu's big fans for showing them the extraordinary and excellent revenge. Tonight's live broadcast will definitely become a famous scene in the entertainment industry for the past 10 years. At this moment, Ronyu is on the way to deliver dinner to Lu Ming. When Ji Fuxian heard that she was going out, he said that he wanted to drive to relax with her. On the way to the university, I happened to pass by number 1 middle school. It's red light. Ronyu forced herself not to glance at the 4 towering buildings. Tiam Liang Wangpo, your company belongs to me is very cool to say, but it would be a little embarrassing if she was there when my brother saw this scene up. When the live broadcast started, she and Ji Fuxian had already set off to deliver dinner to Lu Ming, and he had no chance to see what happened online. As for now, Ji Fuxian obviously saw it, and there was a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. Ronyu clenched her fist and defended in a low voice. Xuan said, "Be more aggressive when hitting other people." Such quotations from Secondary 2 and Long Aocean are definitely not what she wants to say. Ji Fuxian chuckled lightly, "You did a good job." No wonder Lu Xuan just said in the Yuyo Little Poor Help group, my teaching is useful, Sister Yayo has learned to resist. There are more cars on this street tonight. They failed to leave at the first red light and had to wait for the second red light. Ji Fuxian raised his wrist to check the time, tapped the steering wheel with his fingers, feeling a little embarrassed about what was about to happen. Are his quotations even worse than Ron's? Ronyu sensed Ji Fuxian's unease, and looked around in a daze, wondering if there were any reporters or paparazzi around, then looked up. A few rows of small drones flew over the number 1 middle school. They are arranged in 2 lines. This variety show is not going to be popular, and so are people. Don't record it, brother Ronyu. Ronyu subconsciously looked at Ji Fuxian. Ji Fuxian cleared his throat. Lu Xuan said, "When you retaliate, you must tell the truth." Ronyu, you are so arrogant. The whole network no longer wants to be shocked. While being surprised by the new character brother Ronyu, everyone analyzed something. Ronyu's family is definitely rich. What's more, her brother acted as if he was not afraid of anything, but he was afraid that the show crew would not come to him to settle accounts with his arrogance. So he directly complained, "You won't be popular on the faces of Shuang Dingliu and Yu Yao." With such strength, Ronyu definitely has capital and is qualified to acquire Suyu Entertainment. So, New Kolu Ruaniao, I really want to go back to the company to teach those scumbags a lesson. Chapter 33. Most people who eat melons on the internet don't know about Ronyu's experience. Some people who just want to watch the excitement or listen to friends' retellings know her name through Weibo, but they know little about her family and past masterpieces. The cool drone coming from the sky is arrogant, and the words brother Ronyu made most netizens suddenly realize one thing: Ronyu's family is not simple. This realization did not last long. A small number of insiders discussed in bullet screens and Weibo. Ronyu grew up in an orphanage and was later adopted. After becoming an adult, the adoption relationship was lifted and she lived alone. She had no resources, no background, and no support from her family. She was able to develop before leaving the circle. So far so good. Everyone will always be extra fond of girls who live alone without relatives. Brother Ronyu's sister-in-law behaved domineeringly, and used drones to fly around the Yuzhong Ring Road, clearly showing the intention of slapping you in the face. It really deserves to be a big family. Paul, you are all very Paul. From here, everyone can guess that Ronyu's withdrawal may be because she found her biological parents, and the biological family obviously has extraordinary financial resources. It turns out that she is also the eldest lady who can go home and inherit the family property after retiring from the circle. A bit sore nose, she is even more happy. Congratulations, Ronyu finally found a family. Family reunion. Brother is also a good person. During the live broadcast, she announced that she had quit the circle for a reason, so don't bring her together with Cheng Gaiwan anymore. I beg Kai to think about Gaiwan and lock him up. Don't come here to bully others. Don't mess with rich, attractive and leisurely big beauties. There was a great deal of controversy about Ronyu on the internet, and her movie was released offline, and the number of people going to see the movie obviously increased a lot. According to the feedback from the first wave of film critics who have watched it, the quality of the film is good, and the combination of commercial and artistic aspects is very good. Ronyu's acting skills have finally been proven. She is not a brainless vase who has no acting skills and can only act as the second female lead. She is buried by an unscrupulous company, and she finally acted in a movie but couldn't be released for various reasons. Even if Ronyu returns to the wealthy family, she suffers in the entertainment circle, is inexplicably splashed with black water, and is a pitiful grievance bag who is chaotically edited by variety shows as a topic of discussion. All the injustices she has suffered in the entertainment circle will never be erased. Poor little girl, she is still a poor little tat who needs protection. Lee Jin's activity of watching movies for free with Ronyu super chat level is still there. A large number of people hate themselves for not being Ronyu fans. The number of super chatterers surged by hundreds of thousands that night, setting a record high. There is a lot of excitement online and offline. The gossip of most young people on various platforms on the internet is the campus live broadcast of Us of Youth Tonight. The reputation of the variety show has dropped to freezing point. The variety show team is in a hurry, and the investors are full of regret. At the same time, now, Let's Start Studying was doing very well, with a profit of more than 10 times. In the past, Chubby Cat made a lot of money and was jealous to death. Who would have thought that Chubby Cat's crazy publicity, regardless of cost and benefit, would end up being the biggest winner? Outrageous, not convinced, aggrieved. When approaching school, Ronyu sent a message to Lu Ming in advance. I just went to the bookstore to buy materials, and I'll be back soon. I guess it will be around the same time as you. Fat cat, okay. Their car stopped in the parking space next to the entrance of the university. Ronyu received a call from Chengxin, which must have something to do with Suyu Entertainment. She pointed to the phone at Jiyu Fusion, then poked the sidewalk next to her, and went to a quieter place over there to answer the phone. Jiyu Fusion nodded, and stood beside the car quietly observing the university in front of him. There was a hawker selling jurub cakes at the gate of the university. Jiyu Fusion thought that when he came here, Ronyu mentioned that the jurub cakes at the gate of the school were delicious, and he must buy them when he saw them, so he walked over. Lu Ming and Jiangli walked over together. On the way, Jiangli asked her, Ronyu is coming. Did you read today's trending Weibo? Lu Ming's time spent on her mobile phone has dropped sharply recently, not to mention the trending searches. She has almost forgotten what the main Weibo page looks like, and the only entertainment life is to sit and relax. Jiangli spent a little longer playing with her mobile phone than she did. Seeing her puzzled face, she smiled and said, I also found out after I relaxed and downloaded Weibo today. What? 2 days ago on Weibo, Suyu Entertainment found a girl named Yu Yao who looked a lot like Ronyu. He probably wanted to praise her, so he posted a special Weibo about Balian to make everyone forget the past and look to the future. The white dot means don't look at Ronyu, go and pay attention to Yu Yao. Ronyu sent a cool post on Weibo to hate the company. After the incident, the company still didn't give up on wanting to praise Yu Yao, and let her appear on the recently popular live variety show. Today, Yu Yao appeared as a flying guest, and Ronyu booked the building opposite the recording location. Using the glowing light on the building, the word said a word to Yu Yao. Guess what? Jiangli deliberately betrayed her. Lu Ming was anxious to death. What? Yuan Ron said, your company belongs to me. Lu Ming, it's not a big deal. The fat cat and the only brother came out to protect Ronyu and became the 2 most powerful fans of Ronyu's Kaohua. Ronyu's brother arranged a row of drones and put them into a diss variety show. It's super exciting. You must watch it later. Lu Ming's facial features twisted together. She understands what Jiangli said, but why is it so difficult to understand when they are connected together? Isn't the fat cat just Ron Ron? What happened to Ron Ron during the period when she retreated and didn't read Weibo? There is no Weibo on her mobile phone, so she can only borrow Jiangli's mobile phone to view it. Watching Jiangli while explaining, seeing Ronyu buying a team, buying hundreds of millions of planes, and making crazy publicity, Lu Ming was still able to maintain his sanity. After all, Ron Ron's family is already so rich that the family's bodyguards can drive phantoms when they travel. When Jiangli explained the identity of the fat cat and mentioned Jiyu Fusion, Lu Ming was stunned. Lu Ming took a deep breath, and tentatively said, Plump cat, is it from the Jiyu family? Judging from the information we have received at this stage, this is the case. Lu Ming, The last time Ron Yu introduced her brother was Ron Chen Chen. Grandpa looking at his phone in the subway. JPG. Ron changed Jiyu Fusion's name to such an ugly look, but Jiyu Fusion didn't beat her up, and gave her money to spend. I can't see this person's ambitions for career and Bojan, but my sister-in-law can see it a little bit. Lu Ming suddenly realized something. That is to say, now is Miss Jiyu's family, the younger sister of Bojan's heir, the younger sister of the boss of the company she wants to join in the future, come to deliver dinner to her, or don't eat it. Jiangli, Ron Yu is now protected by a big fan, and she feels amazing. Her brother is the Ron Chen Chen we saw last time, so handsome. Lu Ming forced a smile. Let's not call the name Ron Chen Chen in the future. Brother Ron Yu sounds very nice. Plus, she's really just protecting herself. As for what happened to the only brother, I have to ask Ron. Jiang Li chuckled. Indeed, the words Ron Chen Chen, who is such a handsome overlord, is indeed a bit wronged. But did Ron Yu mention her brother to you? Their sibling relationship should be very good. Her brother is so protective, she is so domineering. Lu Ming thought of Ron Yu, who ran out to meet her the next day after returning to the wealthy family. At that time, Ron Yu didn't dare to talk to her family easily, and because of her brother's career madness, he was likely to compete with her for the family property, and she was very clear about the money given by her family and her own money. The relationship between the two should be much better. The last time I saw her in the mall, Jiyu Fusion had been protecting her. Lu Ming hesitated. She didn't know which step Ron Yu had accepted now. It should be fine. Jiang Li raised her eyebrows and said, I feel very good. Have you watched Ron Yu's interview about her family? Lu Ming looked sideways at Jiang Li and waited for her to continue. The two walked towards the school gate while talking, and were going to wait for Ron Yu by the side of the school gate. There was a vendor selling jube cakes at the door, surrounded by a few people. My friend is a fan of Ron Yu. She sent me an interview just now. The reporter asked her what kind of family she would like, and if she could choose, what kind of brother would she want to have. Ron Yu returned to the movie. Lu Ming knew which movie Jiang Li was talking about. Ron Yu has only acted in 3 movies. The first one is The Female 4, the second one couldn't be released, and in the third movie she played the younger sister of the leading actor. Lu Ming shook his head, his voice was crisp. She doesn't like that type. She likes cute and lively ones. The back of the passerby who was buying cakes froze slightly. The silhouette can be vaguely seen under the night. The aura of the figure, and the back view are excellent. Really? Jiang Li was surprised. Lu Ming withdrew his gaze and nodded firmly. Ron Yu used to watch dramas with her, and she had to complain about the cruelty of the bossy brother in it, and he would say okay, and why to his sister, which made people's blood pressure go up. She prefers cute and lively. A dog is a brother. It is best to fight and go crazy with my sister. Sometimes likes are likes. Lu Ming feels that the lively brother is definitely not suitable for Ron Yu at this stage. She is very serious about family affection, but if she gets something, she must let herself pay in return. Unless, this lively brother doesn't like Ron Yu at all. This type of person reveals his emotions. If Jiyu Fusion is really such a person, he will show a 120,000 strong affection for Ron from the very beginning. Without hiding it, Ron Yu will have a very hard life. Ron Yu will think about what she can do for her family, and she doesn't want to owe them. Even if no one asks her to do it, she can't help thinking about it. And at the same time she was trying to get over it, using reason to dissuade herself from doing it. Ron Yu's emotional world is very small, and she takes every relationship very seriously. Ron Yu bought her a house, sent her clothes, ordered meals for her for half a month, bought her milk and fruit to supplement her nutrition, and even Ron Yu was optimistic about the hotel where she was going to stay for her postgraduate entrance examination. Ron Yu only has her as a good friend now, not because she treats Ron Yu very well, or because Ron Yu is not easy to get in touch with and no one wants to be friends with her. In junior high school, Ron Yu had good academic performance and good personality. Many people wanted to be friends with her. Lu Ming was even jealous at the time. Later, Ron Yu only kept her name in the list of girlfriends. She rejected all the beginnings of friendship, and gave the most precious one to Lu Ming. Call her stupid, but she has good grades and is the first in everything. Call her smart, but she is extremely stupid when it comes to feelings. When he heard from Ronyu that her brother was the overlord, Lu Ming was relieved. Overlord, a representative figure of restraint and indifference. Even if he has a bad relationship with Ronyu, he will not reveal it directly. If he likes Ronyu, he will also restrain himself. This is the most suitable family type for Ron at this stage. Give her a lot of time to let herself go. Lu Ming let his thoughts fly, thinking a lot in a flash. The owner of the Juub cake sold the Juub cake, and Jiu Fusion took it stiffly, his thoughts flying wildly. Hasn't Ronyu arrived yet? Jiangli looked around. Do you want to call her? As soon as the words fell, a deep voice came from the pastry. She's on the phone. Lu Ming. Jiu Fu Chen recognized Lu Ming, pursed his lips, caught a glimpse of Jiangli beside him, and swallowed his words. After a long time, he couldn't help but say, "Can I have a chat with you alone?" I told Lu Ming. Lu Ming subconsciously looked at Jiangli. Jiangli waved her hand casually. Give me the materials, and I'll go to the library first. If Ron Chen is like this, he probably wants to ask about Ronyu. Jiangli understood, and left quickly after taking the information. Jiu Fusion said bluntly, she doesn't like Brother BA Boss in the movie. After a pause, his voice was tense and a little hoarse. Why? Ron regards emotions as very important. Lu Ming scratched his head, being too kind to her. She will worry that she won't be able to give equally to the other party. Unless Ronyu has become the most important part of Ronyu's life like her, then Ronyu will accept her kindness calmly and stop worrying about calculating. At this time, her return is just because she wants to treat you better and make you happy. It's not because you care about it. You have to let yourself do it. Of course, she won't care about anyone. After so many years, there are not many people who can make Ronyu care about her. Because you care, you don't want the other party to be wronged. She only did this to her adoptive mother in the second family, Lu Ming's parents. Later, her adoptive mother passed away and she had a new stepmother. Family affection, her weakness in this life. Lu Ming didn't know what to say. With a complicated expression, my mother said that it takes a long distance to enter Ronyu's world, but after entering, she will treat you very well and trust you unconditionally. The more precious the emotion, the harder it is to get. Jiu Fu Chen did not speak. Song Wen called and said there was something wrong with the company. I'm going back to the company now. Jiu Fusion, I'll go back to the company. Can you chat with her for a while? The car that picks her up will take 40 minutes to arrive. No problem, no problem. Lu Ming nodded repeatedly. She had a lot to say to Ronyu. Jiu Fusion nodded, and gave the Juub cake to Lu Ming. Give it to her for me. And besides, can we not disclose the content of our chat to her? Jiu Fu Chen is very polite to his sister's best friend. Lu Ming nodded quickly like a typewriter. When Jiu Fu Chen left, Lu Ming let out a long breath. He didn't slow down when he was talking about business just now, and after he left, he realized that this person was one of his idols. No wonder Ron asked her to change her personal fan before. Ronyu was answering the phone, and Chengxin said that Suya Entertainment was in chaos, and everyone was panicking, and asked her if she could come to the company for inspection tomorrow, so as to reassure everyone. Now everyone doesn't know the exact direction of the future, what Ronyu wants to do when buying the company. Ronyu will definitely go, tomorrow afternoon. In the morning, she made an appointment with her only brother. Chengxin smiled and hung up. Tomorrow, there will be a good show to watch. He must not miss the prosperous scene when Zhang Xun and Duxing met Ronyu. When Ronyu and Chengxin confirmed the time and place, and hung up the phone to go back, Jiu Fusion had just left. Miss Chubby Cat, your elder brother Jiu just left. Lu Ming said with a smile on his face. Ronyu, you saw it? What happened to the only brother? I have no idea. Lu Ming stared at her motionlessly. Ron Newton lowered her head and said dryly, I suspect he is my brother. The person who is naive enough to participate in the registration first competition is Bojan's heir. Ron Yu nodded. To be honest, Lu Ming didn't believe it, but Ron Yu must have her evidence to think so, which is definitely not a good thing. I don't think so. Lu Ming said, if he was Jiu Fusion of Bojan would have gone out of business. Ron Yu couldn't laugh or cry. Don't joke with me, my head is messed up. The two walked aimlessly around the sidewalk, and Lu Ming asked abruptly, and then? After feeling that the only brother is Ji Fuxian, what did you do? Ron Yu brushed back the hair that was scattered on her chest, glanced at Lu Ming, and retracted her watery eyes. Don't look at me so wronged, you must have done something. Ron Yu bowed her head, and spoke very fast, and the words she said became oh and please % face. What? You invited him to meet? Ron Yu raised her head, her eyes were surprised. You can hear this. Be serious, don't joke with me, what we said before. Lu Ming frowned. Come on, repeat it with me, don't let emotions kidnap you. Ron Yu muttered softly, but he is my brother, I can't let him be wronged. Unresponsive family affection will make people very sad. Lu Ming didn't know what to say. Ron Yu met the other party not because she wanted to, but because she had to. She was afraid that the person behind it was Ji Fuxian, and she was afraid that all his efforts would not get her response. Realizing this, Lu Ming felt wronged for Ron Yu. What is she doing every day for her family and for the tyrant boss? So stupid. Lu Ming gave her a hard look. Knowing that she was wrong, Ron Yu gave her a mouthful of jube cake. Eat it, it's sweet. Lu Ming thought for a while and asked, do you want me to accompany you tomorrow? No, I can do it myself, you study hard. The roadside stall opposite the school was surrounded, and Ron Yu took a few glances. How long will it be sealed? Lu Ming spread his hands. Who knows? I heard that someone bought this street and remodeled it. I don't know where to change it. It won't take more than a month at the latest. Ron Yu raised her eyebrows. Have you bought the whole street? Yeah. Lu Ming glanced at her and joked. Just like you now, a happy fat cat who doesn't take money as money did it. Ron Yu also smiled when she thought of the scene where she was spending money. The two walked to the door of Lu Ming's dormitory, and Lu Ming hugged Ron Yu. Ron Yu also hugged her. Come on for the postgraduate entrance examination. Thank you for the jube cake. Come on tomorrow. The jube cake was bought by Ji Fuxian, not me. When leaving, Lu Ming said. Ron Yu stared at the jube cake for a while, then sent a message to Ji Fuxian. Fat cat, jube cake is delicious tilde. Well, as long as you like it. The next morning, Ron Yu drove to the cafe mentioned by the only brother. Only after reading the navigation did she know that this cafe is only 1 kilometer away from Bojan. Ron Yu turned off the navigation and leaned on the steering wheel to cheer herself up. It doesn't matter if it's a brother. Be nice to him, be nice to him. Ron Yu rubbed her cheeks, making sure she was in no mood, opened the car door and saw Ji Fuxian's car stopped right next to her. Ji Fuxian has driven an all-black Maybach several times. Ji Fuxian also saw her come. Ron Yu opened her lips silently, and then closed them silently. Ji Fuxian glanced at her, closed the car door and added, Li Jin said he asked you to meet here, let me come over. Ron Yu was stunned, suspecting that she had heard wrong. Li Jin? Ji Fuxian gave a faint hum. Li Jin is a big fan of your Weibo Kaohua. You may not know it, but he is a star chaser. The only older brother is Li Jin. Ji Fuxian said loudly, it's him. When Ron Yu heard these two words, she returned to the moment when she came out of the college entrance examination room. The pressure on her body was gone, her spirit was comfortable, and she was 100 times more relaxed. I will miss the high school life that is about to pass away, but what is more and more fulfilling is happiness, and the expectation of future life. Ron Yu rubbed her hair and smiled a little embarrassedly. I thought this person was you. Ji Fuxian smiled faintly. Let's go, he has wanted to see you for a long time. After Ji Fuxian found Lu Jin last night, he told him his thoughts. Lu Jin asked him why. Ji Fuxian didn't say anything. He finally understood why his mother kept a close distance with Ron at first, and then the frequency of chatting gradually increased. It's not that she doesn't look forward to Ron's return home, but she is afraid that she will reveal too much at the beginning and Ron will feel uncomfortable. Isn't the distance between them slowly shrinking now? Just like him and Ron Yu has no emotional burden on her friends, and she always keeps a close distance with them. In the final analysis, she is still very stubborn about family affection. In addition, there is already Lumming in life, and everyone else can only wait in the back. I didn't chat with Li Jin for a long time, and he had to leave because he had something to do. For a moment, only Ron Yu and Ji Fuxian were left. Ron Yu relaxed and spoke more than usual. Why did he choose this place? He asked me to come with him. I was very busy, so I chose a place closer to Bojan. Ron Yu suddenly realized. Are you going to Suyu this afternoon? Ji Fusion asked. Well, Chenkin helped me manage the company, and he asked me to go and have a look today, just going through the motions. Ji Fusion, be careful, the gate of Suyu is full of reporters. Ron Yu, huh? Look at Weibo. Ron Yu opened it suspiciously. In the Weibo entry, #button kabort Ron Yu # staff broke the news that Duxing and Zhang Sun were forced to attend the conference #. The whole network was waiting, and many people watched the live broadcast at the gate of Suyu Entertainment all morning. This is the key topic of eating melons that the whole network is paying attention to now. Ron Yu, is it too pompous? Watching Ron Yu drive away, Ji Fusion replied to Lu Jin. Lu, didn't she become suspicious? Ji, no. Lu, Ji Chen, are you sure you want to do this? Ji, okay. On the other side, Lu Jin sighed. Lu, all right, give me your Weibo account. Ji, no. Land, Ji, I want to participate in the first sign-in competition. Land, fuck off, didn't you see how much she laughed when she asked why she was participating in the sign-in contest? I am like a sand sculpture. Ji, she laughed at you, not me. Lu, Ji Chen, if you use this account to ruin my reputation, I will fight you. Ji Fusion didn't reply, and turned to open the chat box of his mother Ron Liu. I understand. The entrance of Suyu Entertainment. Ron Yu drove to sneak into the company through the back door, but there were also a lot of reporters hiding here. New Kolu Ron Yu is here. Ron Yu. She's not, really not, thanks. When the news spread on the internet, the netizens who couldn't see the live broadcast were so anxious that they could only rush to Suyu Entertainment's official blog and ask, your boss is here, can I let her broadcast it live? Ha ha ha, please, let me see the manager's expression. The official blog of Suyu Entertainment is now logged in by Cheng Xin. He just wants to read the comments of netizens, eat melons and watch dramas. Hearing this, reply to netizens. Yuan Ron is here, cannot broadcast live. Ron Yu walked to the 13th floor of the building. This floor is the office area of Suyu Entertainment. With more than 100 people, the office was eerily quiet at the moment. Cheng Xin walked over with a smile. The conference room is at the front. Amidst the surprised expressions of the staff, Ron Yu nodded and walked straight to the conference room. In the conference room, there were more than a dozen leaders and more than a dozen artists under the banner, all of whom were not very popular. In short, it is a small company with no development prospects. Ron Yu casually glanced at Duxing and Zhang Sun. Have they completed the resignation procedures? It's being processed. Duxing and Zhang Sun did not expect this. Ron Yu just wanted them to leave. There is such a good thing. Cheng Xin chuckled. After these two go out, one will be arrested for accepting bribes, and the other will be arrested for taking bribes, which is not far from getting involved. Swish signed the resignation procedures. Ron Yu took a look twice, and after confirming that the two people did not belong to her company, she sat on the main seat, clasped her hands, and said seriously, I have never been a boss before, and I am not good at management. Company. Zhang Sun and Duxing breathed a sigh of relief. It's good to escape here. Don't watch it go bankrupt from Ron Yu. Duxing clenched the door of the conference room and opened it, just as he was about to escape from this ghostly place. Ron Yu, in order to prevent the company from going bankrupt within a month, Optimal invested 500 million in our company. All the leaders and entertainers and outside employees who couldn't attend the meeting. How many billion? How many billion did you say? In the next period of time, I will learn the investment philosophy of optimizing happy investment, and arrange some projects and resources that I like for artists. During this month, everyone who is working can start looking for a new job. I can't guarantee that in a month's time, this company won't be out of business. All staff. It's the first time I heard the boss say such a thing. It's really surprising. Cheng Xin, all right. Happy investing can no longer satisfy Ron Yu, and now she wants to destroy the company happily. Chapter 34, 1. Ron Yu's work experience in Suyu Entertainment Company was not very good. Buying the company was just to teach Duxing and Zhang Sun a lesson. Now they have been taught a lesson and lost face. After leaving the company, they will be punished by law. The reporter friends are waiting at the door. the news about their accepting and offering bribes will spread all over the internet. She has no dissatisfaction with them anymore. The only problem is that Suyu Entertainment is now in her hands. At first, Ronyu planned to hand over the company to Chenkin for management, but not to ask about all the affairs of the company. She made money lying down, which is why she gave Chenkin 10% equity. When she stepped into the office building today, the bitter memories related to Suyu came to her face, and the dead memories began to attack her again. How could she make this company grow steadily? Of course, let's be happy. It collapse, lose. If you were dissatisfied with your work, you should be more happy when you bring down the company. 1 month later, there must be no shadow of it in the entertainment industry. Ronyu, I'm the one who paid the loss. Did the people present have any object irons? All the staff looked numb. What can we say? It's almost the same to ask Money's opinion. Chenshin needed his ears, exchanged a glance with his little assistant, convinced that what Ronyu said was destroyed and it's me who paid for it. His head buzzed and hurt. Okay, really okay. The so-called deep love, deep hatred. Miss Ron, you really hate this company. Open the door of the conference room, and find a place for employees outside to come in and sit down. The working principles I will talk about next are closely related to you. The employees pulled their office chairs into the office, and some stood at the door to listen. After a while, the conference room was full of people. Ronyu, first of all, let me repeat that, in the next month, everyone can properly look for jobs and prepare to change jobs. Employees, the first time they heard about their bosses urging them to quit, I flipped through it casually. How Yoonjia is a singer. Why did you let her participate in an actor variety show? In the past, her agent would have answered with a smile. This is a chance that the company has worked hard for her to show her face. It is a good resource that she got with some gifts. Nowadays, there are few stages in the entertainment industry, and there are great restrictions on the development of singers. It is enough to be popular, and I don't care whether I want to go to the stage or act. The leader will praise her for this. Now, Yoonjia house manager dare not speak. Ronyu's principles are too weird, and I really can't figure it out. Ronyu frowned. The principle of the next work should not be aimed at red. The leaders present looked at each other and nodded bitterly. Ronyu is serious about bringing down the company. The meeting ended in 10 minutes. Ronyu got up and wanted to leave, but paused. By the way, change the company name. Chenshin, what do you want to replace? Ronyu pondered for a moment. It's ruined every day. Chenshin, engage in cross-entertainment companies every day. Chenshin and others. Boss, your goal is unexpected. When Ronyu left Suyu Entertainment, she looked back at the office area. The place also needs to be changed. The reporters downstairs gathered around after Jang-sun and Du-Xing went downstairs. What awaited them was prison food. Everyone watched the police take them away and sighed again and again. As soon as Nukolyu and Ronyu went up, the hard times for these two people came. Cool, someone asked under the official blog of Suyu Entertainment. Is there any new news? Is Ronyu going to start a career after dealing with the scum? I want to see Ronyu ride the wind and waves as the boss. The official blog did not reply until it changed its name. Destroy the official WeChat account of the entertainment company every day. The whole network. What is this? After solving the matter of Suyu Entertainment, Ronyu still has a family waiting for her that she has always left behind and doesn't want to mention. The Springfield Hua Hua Pension Company, which has raised 1 billion yuan, is still waiting for her. Ronyu sent a message to Xiaxi in the elevator. Has the pension company's report come out? Who financed it? Who would spend more money than her? Xiaxi, I put it on your desk 3 days ago. Ronyu vaguely remembered this incident, whether she was watching a drama or something. Xiaxi sent the documents and left. She didn't go to see it quickly. After getting along for half a month, Xiaxi should have understood her work habits. If you don't tell her that the matter is very urgent, she must sign the document now, and she will read it when she wants to. The company's affairs have been handed over to Xiaxi's team. Now Xiaxi's team is very strong, including not only secretaries and assistants, but also accountants, investment consultants, etc., and it seems to be a small company again. Ronyu put away her mobile phone and drove home. When passing by the university, he hesitated whether to meet Lu Ming, considering that she was busy in the last 20 days of her postgraduate entrance examination, so she didn't stop. The roadside stall opposite the school is still being repaired, and the green baffles surround the inside. I don't know what the person who bought the whole street will repair. Ronyu was thoughtful, started the car at the green light, glanced at the roadside stalls and left. The car merged into the sea of cars. After returning home, I found documents about the pension company in the study. Ronyu skipped a large section of data and looked for company investors. Who this person is important. It's impossible for Ronyu to take other people's financing, just like when she and Luke Swan worked on the optimal investment project, spend the investors' money in the form of fun. His gaze was fixed on the penultimate paragraph. Investor, Bojan Group. Ronyu was taken aback. What did Jiu Fuchen do? After the economic forum, Jiu Fuchen asked her which industry she was optimistic about. In order to hide her clumsiness, after she casually talked about a pension company, Jiu Fuchen turned around and asked her to buy the company, emphasizing that she should use her own money. Ronyu still doesn't know why Jiu Fuchen did this. Something's wrong. Why would he send money to whichever company, she said. Where does the air version refer to? She sent a message right away. Fat Cat, did you vote for Chuntian Hua Hua? Plump Cat, it's not too good to invest 1 billion yuan here. Ronyu, who was going to spend 500 million to bring down her own company happily, didn't feel that 1 billion was too much to touch. The main reason was that it was Bojan's money, and she had no room for manipulation. Moreover, 200 million of the 500 million yuan that Ronyu prepared to destroy was Jianguai's money. He repeatedly assured that he believed in her happy lying flat investment philosophy, insisted on buying shares, and worked hard to give her and Luke Swan money. But Jianguai must be disappointed this time. The happy investment concept in the optimal investment cooperation is outdated, and she has stepped into the step of destroying the company happily. After this failed investment, Jianguai will definitely not cooperate with her again. Break down the entertainment company every day is her own, so it's okay to pretend. But Bojan Group is not owned by Jiu Fuchen alone. He still needs to explain to the shareholders. After much deliberation, Ronyu plans to ask Xiaoxi to hire a mature and experienced CEO with a high salary to help her manage the company well. Just when I clicked on Xiaoxi's chat box, there was a ding-dong on WeChat. Ronyu left to watch. Gee, it was invested by the company. They believe in your unique investment philosophy. Ronyu, is this a compliment to her? Why does it sound like a curse? Gee, the company makes a lot of profits every year, and it's okay to lose money on new industries and new projects. You can play as you please. Fat Cat, what should I do if I lose everything QAQ? Gee, no loss. Bojan Group will invest funds in the elderly care industry in the future, and the industry situation is very good. Gee, I remember you have an investment advisor. These resources can be rationally utilized and integrated. Jiu Fuchen invested funds in the elderly care industry under the name of the group, and the focus of the next quarter's work will tend to develop in this direction. The original purpose was to help his sister build up her self-confidence. No matter how poor the industry she chooses, Jiu Fuchen has the confidence and determination to help her revitalize this industry. Listening to opinions does not mean accepting them all. You can tell your investment consultant your investment philosophy and ideas, and let him help you think of an optimal solution. The translation is, don't you want to play? Tell your investment advisor all the ways to play, and ask him to choose the one that loses the least money. Ronyu understood the deep connotation of this sentence. Since everyone let her play, let her die, and don't treat money as money, then she will be impolite. The pension industry is closely related to the majority of retirees. Before retirement, everyone plans to live their retirement life. Ronyu's previous plan was to go to the beach to buy a small single-family garden, and usually grow some organic vegetables, watch the sea, listen to the sound of the waves, take a stroll, buy, and then watch a show. There is no one else in her retirement life but her. Before returning to a wealthy family, Ronyu could still feel the peace and leisure in this kind of life, and experience the demureness of the years are quiet and the world is stable, which is a good place for singles to return to. As more and more people came home, Ronyu gradually felt the importance of people, such as the clever Wei Wen, the prudent and affectionate old housekeeper, and the housemaids who chatted lively while drying the quilt. Living alone for the elderly. No matter how broad your hobbies are, there will always be times when you are lonely. People are social animals, and they can be single forever, but they must find all friends who can eat and drink with themselves, and can accompany you to resolve emotions when you are negative. Now, Ronyu's retirement life has changed. She hopes to retire with her friends and enjoy the sun on the balcony after getting up. The location must be large, very large. Elderly people love to grow flowers and vegetables, so the green area must be large, the gardens and vegetable gardens must be large, and the surrounding infrastructure must be complete, such as department stores, gourmet restaurants, movie theaters, and hospitals. Oh, and the park Tilda. Even if the scenery in the manor cannot be replicated one-to-one, there must be some classic scenery, such as the ginkgo trail at the door, which feels very good to walk on when the leaves fall in autumn. Of course Ronyu will not live in the past, she is just playing the real version of Dream Nursing Home, building her own infrastructure game on a vacant lot, watching tall buildings and other buildings being built next to the bare nursing home, has a kind of joy to develop. The Chuntian Huahua Pension Company that Ronyu asked Xiaoxi to buy at the beginning is on the edge of the suburbs of Marishu City. Many people don't think that it can be considered as Marishu City. It is so remote that they come from there and straddle two cities in a trance. The suburbs are underdeveloped and land prices are very low. Springfield Huahua Elderly Care Company has built an elderly care community there. The elderly care community is very large, with high-rise buildings similar to residential areas, but the hotel-style management is more humane than a hotel, with canteens and activity rooms. The boss of the company built the retirement community here because of the low land price and low cost. Secondly, there are many elderly people, and many elderly people in first-tier and second-tier cities have moved into various nursing homes for various reasons, and the market in Marishu City is huge. Unable to afford other land, a very large elderly care community comparable to Zanaja was built. Anyway, the elderly in nursing homes don't need to go out, and they don't care whether they are remote or not, while the young people are busy with work and don't have time to see their parents. Despite this, the profitability of this retirement community is not good. There was too much investment in the early stage, and there was no money for publicity in the later stage. After a year of hard work, the boss couldn't make a loss, so he sold the company to Ronyu. Ronyu carefully looked at the documents and photos sent by Xiaoxi. There are gyms, dance studios, and libraries in the nursing home, but Ronyu still feels that there are few things for leisure and entertainment. Expand, must expand. How can we do without swimming pools, golf courses, circular tracks, and internet cafes? It is close to the suburbs, and the city has not been developed to the north for the time being. The south is close to the city of Jaksu, and the economic development conditions are better. The Chuntian Huahua elderly community that Ronyu bought is completely vacant. The land was bought by a foreign investment company. It was planned to build a residential area here before, but the project was shelved. It covers an area of about 35,000 square meters, about the size of 6 football fields. Purchase, buy it and play the infrastructure game, Bushi. She is also building a residential area, but it is a hedonic residential area dedicated to the retirement of the elderly. After Jiyu Fusion replied Ronyu's message, he accidentally received a message from his mother Ron Liuryu. According to the time, they should come back tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. 2 days ago, Jiyu Fusion did not hear from them for a long time, and they did not tell him the reason. Jiyu moved away for a month, and more than half a month after the operation. After the recovery period of 18 days, he should be able to be discharged from the hospital. We have to postpone it for 2 days. Jiyu Fu Chen frowned. What's wrong with Dad? It's nothing serious. The doctor suggested another 2 days for re-examination. Heart surgery. Don't be careless. Take good care of Ron. Let your father rest for another 2 days. The doctor will be watching, and he will make a video call to you when he has time. I went to talk with your father. This was said so flawlessly that Jiyu Fusion had no chance to refute. After sending the news, Ron Liu didn't reply. Probably she really went to talk and watch TV with Jiyu Chen. For the next 2 days, Ron Liu would explain the latest situation to Jiyu Fusion every day, asking him to take good care of Ron Yu. the domestic microblog news, public opinion situation, and what happened were all summarized by the secretary to them. Now you can start preparing for Yayo's comeback dinner. In the past 2 days, I have discussed ideas with the venue designer, and you let Yayo choose the dress for attending. Invitation letter design, invitation gift box, gifts, including meals, all must be considered. Gee, I know, I'll come. Ji Fusion didn't know how long he had been waiting for this day. He is bound to throw a dinner party for his sister that is unique in the world. With something to do, Ji Fusion didn't worry about why they haven't come back yet. Ji Fusion did not leave these trivial matters to others. After returning home, he looked at the style of the invitation letter sent by the designer, and made some comments on this basis. For 3 days in a row, he was busy, and so was Ronyu. And because Ronyu was busy, a big incident happened. Careful people discovered a week ago that Bojan Group had made a new move, and suddenly invested 1 billion in an unknown pension company. This move has attracted the attention of many investors. Is it possible that this will become a new outlet? Everyone knows that Jiu Fuchen has not missed the decisions he has made in the past 3 years since he took office. However, after a few days, Spring Huahua Pension Company, which has a financing of 1 billion yuan, did not make any moves. Professionals in the industry are skeptical. Could it be that this company has closed its doors and prepared to do big things secretly? That's weird. Take another look. From the 5th day onwards, the number of investors wandering in front of Springfield Huahua Pension Company after driving for 2 hours increased significantly. Bojan is willing to invest 1 billion in this small company. There is definitely a reason why he is guaranteed to make a lot of money. Investors are more careful, more cautious, and always pay attention to every move of Springfield Huahua Pension Company, for fear of missing a few seconds of shock caused by this little butterfly flapping its wings and causing a tornado in the investment world. In the past few days, the elderly living in the Springfield Huahua nursing community often complain that some strange people are staring at them outside and asking them questions. What investment? What billion? It's like playing Monopoly to buy land. Speaking of this, the old people went to the leisure room to play this new board game they'd just learned. A group of investors were left outside in the cold wind blowing in the cold night. After 7 days in a row, the pension company still did not take any action. The whole industry is confused. Who would have thought that the Springfield Huahua Pension Company, which is highly anticipated by everyone, has been doing nothing for a while, because Ronyu didn't want to pay attention to this company at all, and she encountered $1 billion financing for the first time, and the amount was too large to dare to intervene. On the 8th day, Ronyu thought of this company. On the 9th day, the foreign investment company, crying every day that the land in the suburbs of Marisu City had rotted into her own hands, finally found a big injustice to take over. When she signed the contract, her heart was bleeding. Although the price of land in the suburbs is cheap, the basic price of the land is here, and it can be so cheap. 300 million can be lost as soon as it is said. This is not a game of losing gold coins. Miss Ron, how much do you hate money? At that time, she and her team didn't understand Ronyu's actions. After returning to Marisu City, she immediately told Jiu Fusion about the land purchase. Mr. Jiu, Miss Ron bought the land near the retirement community. Jiu Fusion raised his eyes. What does she want to build? Hearing this question, she was too embarrassed to answer for Miss Ron. After a pause, she pursed her lips and said earnestly, Miss Ron wants to build a pension fund there, including a small park, a swimming pool, an esports playground, and a greenhouse. Mr. Jiu, please take care of her. If this continues, Miss Ron will really drag the Jiu family down from the position of the richest man. If you don't believe in her ability to spend money, you must believe in her hatred for money. In Miss Ron's eyes, Chen is a bastard. Jiu Fusion put down the document and looked up. Continue. Gone. Jiu Fuchen was thoughtful. This is gone. She. Mr. Jiu wanted to do something else. What is the meaning of the slight regret that is revealed? Why, isn't the sister who dislikes you spending enough madness? Jiu Fusion, go out, I know. She was confused. She held the folder tightly and turned to leave. Stop. Jiu Fusion suddenly said. She was overjoyed. Mr. Jiu changed his mind. Bojan, must be saved, keep our position as the richest man, and rush to the ducks. She turned around with a smile, and at the same time Jiu Fu Chen's calm voice sounded in her ears. Tell me when 1 billion is spent. Xiexi's smile froze on her face. She kept this smile and left the office stiffly. When passing by the general manager's office, Song Wen stopped her. Since Miss Ron appeared, Xie left Bojan and became Miss Ron's special assistant. The place of work seems not to have the scenery of Bojan, but everyone knows that Miss Ron is the core figure of the Jiu family of the Dinghao family. Follow the group pet Miss Ron to have meat to eat. What's wrong with you? Xie still maintained a stiff smile. Do you feel that our Bojan is almost finished? Song Wen was slightly taken aback. Xie came back to her senses, realized what she had said, and hurriedly explained at a loss. I am not cursing Bojan. I have various bases for saying this. Although Bojan seems to be developing vigorously, there are hidden dangers. She said a lot in a hurry, but Song Wen didn't listen, and interrupted Xiexi's explanation lightly. To tell you the truth, I have this kind of thought every day. Xie, okay, that's all right. However, 2 days after buying the land, Heiress City suddenly announced that it would officially launch the previously shelved plan for the Chunning District Economic Development Zone in the suburbs. That is to say, the development trend within the 6th ring road of Heiress City is good. Now the government has decided to focus on the development of the suburbs. The south side of Jixu City is under development. Now only Chunning District, where ghosts never go, is left in the whole city. There are few people, vast land, and many undeveloped areas. A great place to develop. Rongyu's retirement community and the land she just bought are in the center of the economic development zone divided by Heiress City. Some people predict that the land price here will triple, and the land price of the newly auctioned land in the Chunning District Economic Development Zone in Heiress City has indeed tripled. In other words, the 300 million that Ronyu threw out turned into 600 to 900 million after 2 days. Xie. Ronyu was doing yoga with a personal trainer at home when she found out about this. She stopped and picked up the phone from Wei Wen's hand. Miss Ron, your land has earned hundreds of millions. Ronyu. Who? And who did it? This time, Heiress City will carry out the development of Chunning District. Ronyu put down the phone and stood on the balcony in a daze. Wei Wen saw this incident on TV, and also heard something vaguely. Seeing the little lady's distraught and confused expression, she couldn't help feeling a little distressed. Everyone knows that Miss Ron doesn't like money, but why the whole world is forcing her to make money? Why? Wei Wen comforted softly. Miss Ron, I want to open up. Ronyu stood there in a daze, unable to listen at all. She was immersed in her own thoughts, and used all her reason and energy to think about one thing. She shouldn't, she is really the god of wealth. Oh. But she hadn't foreseen it. At the same moment, Jian Kuai rushed to Jiu Fusion's office. Sister Bodhisattva bought a pension company and land in Chunning District. Jiu Fu Chen raised his eyebrows. How do you know? Bodhisattva, she is a Bodhisattva. Jian Kuai emphasized. She is a Bodhisattva who has been given money. She is the direction of making money and the outlet for investment. Of course I pay attention to her every move. Jiu Fusion. You now treat my sister as a pointing needle. Jian Kuai smiled. It's about the same. Jiu Fusion. Roll. Jian Kuai sat on the office chair opposite him, leaning his elbows on the desk, and said with a happy smile, don't be like this, Bodhisattva sister, her beloved brother. Your family has a pointer. Why do you have this expression? It's too disrespectful to my Bodhisattva sister. Gone. Jiu Fusion didn't speak. The development of Chunning District is in the blueprint of Heiress City's plan, but according to the timetable, it may not start until 3 years later. There are too few residents there, and the return on development is low. Even after the real estate development and urban construction have passed, there are not many people living there. However, Jiu Fusion expressed the plan to build the Bojan Group at the edge of the city to expand the employment rate and number of employees in the area. In addition, the urban center is too crowded and the development has come to an end. If you want to make achievements, you must change the direction, put it in the Chunning Economic Zone. Not only that, Jiu Fusion also decided to establish the new headquarters of Bojan Automobile Enterprise there. The whole country knows that Bojan is planning to acquire Heiress Automobile in an orderly manner, and the strength of the subgroup will be further expanded. After the integration of the two acquired companies, the original headquarters of the car company in the Fifth Ring Road is not enough. The old office building 10 years ago needs to be replaced by a new one. Environment. From research and development to accessories, the auto industry has many factories and large bases. Changing places is an important decision Bojan made when he acquired Heiress Automobile this year, but this time he disclosed it in advance. The development momentum of Chunning district is good, and Heiress City took advantage of the trend to pass this resolution. Rising land prices are expected. Gu Fuxian, if you came here for this matter, you can leave. Jiang Huai smiled all over his face. Don't you think the investment consultant behind Ronyu has something? Gu Fuxian put down the pen, leaned on the office chair, and rubbed the bridge of his nose. What do you want to say? Say it quickly. Luke Swan said that before each investment, Ronyu's investment consultant will give them some advice. You said that the Bodai's are the sister and Luke Swan's preferred investment. Such an investment philosophy can make money in the entertainment industry, and also gain both fame and fortune. It can be seen how powerful the people behind it are. It's like Ronyu and Luke Swan gave their investment consultant a bunch of shit-like projects, but the investment consultant was able to pick out flowers from them, which not only made Luke Swan and Ronyu money, but also made them happy. To be able to revitalize this kind of optimization is impossible without strength. Gu Fuxian very much agrees. When it came to the pension company, he asked Ronyu to play around at will. There are so many ways to spend money for the pension company, such as increasing manpower, strengthening equipment, etc. Ronyu finally spent several $100 million to buy land. The mysterious investment advisor who told her to do so had not only vision but a well-connected network. Network is an indispensable resource in the business circle. After Gu Fuxian drove Jiang Huai away, he left work in a hurry. After returning home, he found Ronyu. Bought the land? Ronyu nodded, still marveling at the miraculous event of a pile of money falling from the world, sitting on the sofa in a daze, resting her chin on one hand in a daze. Gu Fuxian chuckled lightly. Compared with the hundreds of millions my sister got, Heiress City earned the most money. It's worth it to make my sister happy. Gu Fuxian asked, are you going to sell it? Ronyu shook her head again and again. I want to build a senior care base and build a senior care community, which will have greenhouses, golf courses, esports internet cafes, swimming pools. Gu Fuxian, yes, yes. The younger sister is indeed not very sensitive to business, and the rate of return for selling is higher, and building these things is equal to giving money. But money can't buy her happiness, and she has to support her sister no matter what she does. Do you have a good relationship with the investment consultant? Gu Fuxian asked suddenly. Ronyu blinked her almond eyes in a daze, her heart rose to her throat instantly, her curled eyelashes fluttered slowly, and the words I'm confused and panicked were written all over her face. She was dumb and cute. Gu Fuxian chuckled lightly. You and the initial user on the forum. This person is quite capable. Since he is willing to be your investment advisor, you must cherish it, and don't let him be snatched away by others. Ronyu breathed a sigh of relief. No, she won't be taken away. Gu Fuxian's voice became more serious. People are a very important resource. You must learn to maintain them. Otherwise, he will leave after meeting a more desirable employer. Ronyu nodded as if pecking at rice. Good brother, you are right. Seeing Ronyu's perfunctory, Gu Fuxian sighed softly, took out the check from the inside pocket, took out the pen he carried with him from the pocket, and wrote on the check, 80 million, go to the auction house to buy some antique calligraphy and paintings, and give them to the initial users. Ronyu scratched her head. What if she doesn't like it? Gu Fuxian's tone was firm. All powerful old people like these. She may not be an old man. Gu Fuxian's tone became more determined, his voice confident. Impossible. The people who eliminated him as Ronyu's investment advisor are definitely old people, and no young people can have this kind of strength. Ronyu silently collected the check. Sure, must go. Ronyu stared at the check in a daze. Take her brother's money to buy gifts for herself? Absolutely. What kind of money-making method is this, and why everyone wants to give her money? The god of wealth is hammered. Just as Ronyu received the check, Lu Ming called and said hastily, Ron, my great god of wealth, have you made a lot of money again? When I see any pension company, I know you bought it. Oh my god, there are hundreds of millions, my Ron. Sell the land quickly. Ronyu, I don't plan to sell. What are you going to do? Ronyu relayed what she told Jiyu Fuxian to Lu Ming. After the other end of the phone was quiet for an unknown amount of time, Lu Ming suddenly asked, Did your brother scold you? No. Lu Ming. He praised me. Lu Ming. What a wonderful family. Goodbye. On the same day, that is, the third day after Ronyu bought Suyu Entertainment, Hao Yunjia, an artist under her company, was going to participate in a variety show live broadcast by actors. Hao Yunjia is a singer, but her former company, Suyu Entertainment, had a lot of resources and couldn't express herself on stage for her. She had no choice but to transform into an actress at the request of her agent. Hao Yunjia has just signed a contract with Suyu Entertainment for 1 year, and she has had a very painful life during this year. She likes to sing, and was discovered by her manager in a college campus competition with the only one. College students are still young and believe in the society too much. Only after being beaten by the society can they realize how naive they were when they were students. During this year, her dreams were broken, and there was no room for her to develop. She didn't know how to act at all, and this was not her way. Being asked to do things I don't like every day. Every time I get together with my friends and classmates, they envy her on the surface that she can enter the entertainment industry, but secretly yell about how good she used to be in school, and how disheartened she is after graduation. Her parents didn't support her, her agent forced her. Hao Yunjia lived a very depressed life, and planned to leave the industry and take the postgraduate entrance examination as soon as the 3-year contract expired. Life was bleak. Until 3 days ago, the boss of Suyu Entertainment changed, and Ronyu took over, and the world brightened up. It was the first time Hao Yunjia heard a boss say don't aim for popularity. Is this a fairy? Ha, ha. Hao Yunjia almost cried when she heard this sentence. The ghost knows how many things she did against her will under the principle of targeting red, and the mental torture almost destroyed her. Now, a new life is here, a new boss. She comes with the financing of Chubby Cat. Ronyu is very dissatisfied with a singer's behavior of participating in an actor's variety show. The agent didn't dare to offend the new boss and let Hao Yunjia do whatever she wanted in the variety show, lying down or even sleeping. Anyway, she was planning to quit the circle. In the next month, before the company closed down, she could do whatever she wanted. Hao Yunjia was so excited that she almost cried. You can do whatever you want. Who is the actor in which Yunjia Hao participated is a variety show for competitive actors, which can also be called the 101 talent show in the actor industry. In the end there will be 5 group seats. These 5 people have the opportunity to participate in S&level TV dramas, and the director and production team will select suitable roles for them based on their acting skills and personalities. The heroine ranges from a walk-on to a walk-on. Although it is possible to play tricks, this is a very good opportunity for the 38 actors present to show themselves. What if they form a group and become the heroines? Today is the first day of the live broadcast of Who is the Actor. The 38 actors were divided into 9 groups, and each group performed together on stage. Hao Yunjia wants to be bad, but she won't drag her teammates down. They are the first group of actors to perform on stage. The judges include today's top performer Yukai, a queen actress, a first-line Florite, and a first-line niche student. The live broadcast has a strong lineup of judges. This variety show is very important to Yukai. We Were Youth made her popular among passers-by dropped to a freezing point, and her father called her for the first time to scold her, scolding her for losing the face of a wealthy family. The bound system also said that due to the dramatic reversal of the plot, her protagonist's aura is weakening, and now she can achieve the top position in the entire network, and the protagonist's aura has played a big role. This is also why when she and Cheng Gaiwan had an ambiguous CP fan running everywhere, Wei fans still supported her as always. Fans have a filter for her. This is the aura of the protagonist. Yukai sat on the judge's seat, trying to calm down and prepare for the next performance. It stands to reason that in this kind of selection variety show, The contestants are the protagonists, and there is no chance for Yukai to perform. But there are surprises in everything. In the first group of contestants in the novel, there is a contestant who is a singer like her. After this group of performances ended, the actress in the judges' area suddenly cue her. It is said that she is a relatively well-maintained singer among cross-border actors, and her acting skills are good. As a senior, she will act in a scene for the contestants. In the novel, this is to allow her to show her acting skills in front of the whole network and prepare for receiving better films and TV shows. Yukai felt that her acting skills weren't very good, and she panicked when she knew about the plot, but the system comforted her, saying that with the protagonist's halo, as long as there were no accidents, the effect in the novel would definitely be achieved. Yukai nervously waited for the live broadcast to arrive. The road ahead of her is difficult. Ronyu has changed part of the plot, and the aura of the plot has weakened, making her the task of cannon fodder still unfinished. Yukai gritted her teeth. This time, she must grasp it carefully, and there must be no mistakes. Who is the actor? Live variety show begins. How Yoonjia came on stage with her teammates, and they were acting in a female group portrait show. Before the performance, I had to introduce myself one by one. How Yoonjia was too lazy to say so much, so she just said briefly, "Hi everyone, I am How Yoonjia." Under the surprised eyes of the judges, he passed the microphone to someone else. Anyway, the new boss said, "How to be happy. She won't be in the entertainment industry anymore, so she doesn't have to think about how to show herself to attract fans." Who is this actor, what is his company, and what masterpieces he has played? Okay, so bad. Haha has personality, I like it. But this is obviously not working well. Is this kind of okay? There was a lot of discussion on the barrage. Yukai's heart trembled. How Yoonjia didn't introduce her identity as a singer. If so, how can she cue her to perform on stage after the actress? Actress Kang Lee was very impressed with How Yoonjia. Among the many nagging self-introductions, her concise and casual statement can make people's eyes shine. Kang Lee observed her the whole time. At the end of a performance, Kang Lee asked with a smile, "How Yoonjia, your acting skills are good. Did you graduate from a major? What do you think of the actor industry?" In the past, Yoonjia How would say, "I am not from a major, but I like acting." Now, Yoonjia How held the microphone with a sincere attitude, "I am not a major student, but a singer. I like singing very much, but my manager said that there are few stages for singers, so I have to train me to be an actor." Actors carry a lot of people. Chapter 35. When the name TNT Destroys the Entertainment Company came out, it shocked the entertainment industry. It is said that the internal entertainment is about to end. Usually, people don't believe it, but today I saw it. It's over. Thoughtful.jpg. Those who crack down on internal entertainment are already on their way. According to some netizens' analysis, Ronyu's family background is temporarily unclear, but it can probably be called a wealthy family. This also explains why Ronyu Keohua now gathers a lot of rich people. It is likely that Ronyu won praises from the audience for her outstanding performance at the wealthy dinner party. All the young ladies and nobles who have never chased stars thought it was strange and interesting, and joined in Keohua together. Chubby Cat is now one of Ronyu's big fans, and she has not joined Ronyu Keohua for the time being. When there was an internal rumor that Pang Pang Mao invested 500 million yuan to bring down the entertainment company every day, the hearts of netizens trembled. To be honest, they didn't understand why the eldest lady of the Jiyu family of the Dinghao family would help Ronyu. Even if Ronyu performed extremely well, it would be difficult to attract people from the Dinghao family, right? There is only one explanation: Ronyu is also a top man. This idea flashed by, no one took it seriously, and laughed it off as a joke. Ronyu bought a small company, and her brother's behavior of slapping his face with a drone is really arrogant, but he is definitely not at the same level as the fat cat who sprinkled water and gave away hundreds of millions and the only brother who topped with stunning internal entertainment. This question is thought-provoking. The moment Pang Pang Mao invested 500 million yuan, the whole network suddenly had a kind of clarity of seeing the blue sky through the clouds and mists. Got it, finally got it. Plump Cat and Ronyu share the same interest in teaching the entertainment industry to be human. It is a hobby that allows them to have a common language. Sherlock Holmes Face.jpg. Ron, you probably changed the name of the company to this for fun. Even so, there are still many people who follow the company's official blog. When Ron Yu heard Chengshin's report, her facial features wrinkled into a big bun. Chengshin, there is something that can make a mediocre artist who is about to quit the circle become popular on the internet in an instant. I believe in you, Fat Cat. How Yoonjia's success is purely due to the right time, place and people. The previous Suyu Entertainment focused on the film and television industry, and its subsidiaries had singer projects. The resources were not as good as ordinary record companies, but on the other hand, the record companies also looked down on How Yoonjia at that time. At that time, she had a strong sense of the internet, but she was a bit of an internet celebrity, and her singing skills were young without professional training. Only Suyu Entertainment at the time was willing to sign. The manager of Suyu Entertainment signed her mainly for her face. Now there are countless singers in the entertainment industry who have gone to become actors. As long as they can become popular, don't care what they do. There are several good-looking artists in the company who have little acting skills but are a bit famous, and they just need to cultivate their acting skills the day after tomorrow. How Yoonjia has been suppressed for so long, and decided to quit the circle if she couldn't stay any longer. Her fearless and sincere attitude in live variety shows resonated and favored many people. Under the premise of good impression, she finally had a stage to show herself, and her singing voice was unexpectedly good. The only was How Yoonjia's original intention, and it was also the last song that How Yoonjia wanted to show before retiring from the circle. A kind of faint relief, she sang much better than before her debut, so it naturally added a lot of points to her. There is a lot of discussion about her on the internet, and resources and projects are pouring in. Chengshin, How Yoonjia Lu is very popular now. She cherishes this opportunity very much. Ron Yu. It seemed to be different from what she imagined. Chengshin, several other artists have now begun to learn from her, showing their true selves without any scruples at work. Ron Yu felt something was wrong. Chengshin, the actor who was set up as a nobleman, became the silly son of the landlord, and the actress who relies on her face for food every day almost performed a boulder on the chest for people on the show. Chengshin, you still have the foresight to know that all the people in your company are crouching dragons and phoenixes. Ron Yu, just when you are praising me, the first live variety show of Who is the Actor ended, and Yukai didn't wait for the opportunity he wanted. In the novel, the original plot where she amazed the audience has been changed again. Yukai watched this scene with a stiff smile, not knowing why things turned out like this. Only after reading the news on the internet did he realize that it was Ron Yu who did it again. It is very likely that Ron Yu has awakened the consciousness of novels, and chose a better path for the artists under her banner, avoiding the danger of being cannon fodder. She immediately shared the news with Chen Gaiwan. Our youth is now like a dying fish on the chopping board. The popularity of passers-by is ruined. No matter how hard you try, the fans you already have will still watch it in the next 10 days. There are quite a few viewers who came to watch the jokes, thinking about how they tried their best to follow the given characters and scripts before the live broadcast. A group of viewers pointed and laughed at them before the live broadcast. They all want to run away from our youth. In order to restore her image, she participated in Who is the Actor. Although nothing went wrong this time, she did not get the original scenery. Yukai and Chen Gaiwan analyzed. It's very likely that Ron Yu knows the plot, and uses this to build a good relationship with the wealthy and important characters in the novel. The sudden help of Chubby Cat, the only brother, and others is a good illustration of this point. Her ultimate goal is to go back to the wealthy family to fight for the right to inherit. Now the entertainment industry is full of crises. There are fat cats and Ron Yu's strange company. It will get worse and worse. Dad, who always pays attention to face, will never allow this to happen. To change the current crisis, there is only one way for Yukai. Get out of the circle, get in touch with the family business in advance, and use the known business plot to restore father's trust. There are not many descriptions of business in the novel, but Yukai is deeply impressed by every plot. Ron Yu was under a lot of pressure when she stood in front of the Bojan Group building with a thermos bucket. The old housekeeper said that Jiu Fusion had been very preoccupied and busy with work in the past 2 days, and Songwen said that he ate very little in the company these 2 days. The old housekeeper tried to bring Ji Fusion a midnight snack last night, urging him to eat some. Ji Fusion nodded perfunctorily in response, then turned around and started working again. He was busy until 1:30 in the night before the lights in the study were turned off. When the old housekeeper went to visit in the morning, the milk and meals from last night were there intact. Mr. Ji Xiao doesn't listen to him, but Miss Xiao will always listen to him. So this happened. When Ronyu came, she secretly asked Songwen why. The answer I got was that Bojan has been busy with the acquisition of Heiress automobile recently, which is the most important project of the company this quarter. Ji Fusion, as Bojan's successor, has to go through him 4 meetings, summaries, and detailed planning. Press again. Coupled with the poor performance of Bojan car companies in the past 2 years, it is a risky move to spend a large amount of money to acquire Heiress automobile at a critical juncture. Acquisition is a helpless move, and the pressure is even greater. Ronyu picked up the thermos and sighed. Being the boss is not easy. She wore a wide-brimmed hat and waited for Songwen to come down to meet her on the first floor. This is Ronyu's first visit to Bojan. When it was just lunch break, many employees filed out, either arm in arm to eat together, or get their own takeaway from the shelves. Ronyu is unique today, wearing a pink coat with an off-white knitted sweater inside, looking pink and youthful. With a silver thermos in her hand and sunglasses, a mask and a silk scarf on her face, no one could see her clearly, and she inadvertently attracted the attention of others. Who is she? Someone winked at the front desk. The receptionist shook his head weakly. Identity is a mystery. Songwen ran down panting, stood in front of Ronyu and said with a smile, "Miss, take the elevator this way. Mr. Jiyu hasn't had lunch yet." With that said, he led her to the VIP private elevator. When the figures of the two disappeared from sight, the employees in the lobby on the first floor who were taking out food and preparing to go out for dinner finally came back to their senses. Songwen called her Miss. "Is this Mr. Jiyu's younger sister? Then she is our little boss. It's Chubby Cat." Mr. Jiyu protected Chubby Cat online last time. No wonder, the two of them are brother and sister. Damn it, now the whole internet is guessing the identity of Pang Pang Mao, thinking that she is just from the Jiyu family and has a good relationship with Jiyu Fusion. But I didn't expect, she is the eldest lady of the Jiyu family. It's so mysterious, I haven't seen anything about what it looks like. The family is rich, the relationship between siblings is good, there are good clothes and temperament, people must be good looking. Holding a full-level script in the world, did the fat cat give Nuar money when Nuar created humans? If you want to talk about stuffing money, Mr. Jiyu's face must be stuffed. Nuar's son, we are all small ideas. Jiyu Fusion has been very busy for the past 2 days, but it's not mainly because of Heiress automobile. He has accumulated a backlog of things for the next few days, and wants to finish his work quickly and go abroad to meet his parents. Mom said that Dad would come back in 2 days, and it dragged on for another 2 days. After he proposed to have a video call with his dad, Jiyu Yuchen, he was either fooled by his mother Ron Liu by changing the subject, or he said that Jiyu Yuchen was resting and couldn't make a video call. He wanted to say something again, so he hung up the phone on the grounds that the doctor came to make rounds. The two of them had something to hide from him. Ron Liu knew her son very well, and knew that Jiyu Fusion would become suspicious if this continued, so she made a video call to Jiyu Fusion at noon today. In the video, Jiyu Yuchen was sleeping on the hospital bed, no different from before, except that he had lost weight again, and his complexion was not very good. "I have suffered a little crime in the past 2 days, but it's nothing serious. Don't worry, we will definitely be able to go home in 2 days. Let me see how the dinner plan is and what the invitation letter is like." Ron Liu sat on the sofa and asked him. "Everything in the room is fine, all the details are the same as when Jiyu Fusion had a video with them half a month ago, except." With a straight face, Jiyu Fusion asked seriously, "Mom, let's not mention this for now, I have a question." Ron Liu smiled. "Why are you so serious? Tell me." "The room is decorated exactly the same as the previous ward. It's very careful and nice, but Mom, where did our jet lag go?" They have a 12-hour time difference with him, and now both of them are full of sunshine during the day. Ron Lyru rubbed the bridge of her nose, annoyed how she forgot about it. Her eyes sneaked across her son's face on the screen. Very serious and very angry. Where are you? Heiress City. Ron Lyru sighed. 10 days ago, your father couldn't bear the life in the hospital, so he wanted to come back and hold a banquet for Yuya. The situation of the other families, the Liu family and the Fu family, are not bad. Those who don't know the truth heard that Miss Jiyu's family came back but didn't have a dinner for a long time, so I can't help but secretly comment. We all know that's not the truth, but your father and I haven't gone back for a while, which is the best proof for them. In any case, they only believe what they see. Your father was impatient and wanted to see you, so he was discharged from the hospital 4 days in advance. At first, when I got on the plane, I was in good condition, and my family doctor followed me. I had a little problem on the way back home. When I got off the plane, I suddenly felt palpitations and couldn't breathe, so I stayed in the central hospital for a few days. He suffered a little. Don't talk about him. Ron Lyru paused, and added, I'm your mother, so you can't accuse me. Jiyu Fusion. Knowing he was mad they did it. The body is your own. If you don't cherish it, who will help you cherish it? Ron lives very well at home. See each other sooner or later, and obediently listen to the doctor's words. There is no such thing. Ron Lyru knew that what she and Jiyu Chen did was wrong, so she nodded repeatedly with a good attitude. You're right, there will be no next time. Mom and Dad have been taught a lesson by you. Don't be angry. I will relay your words to your father verbatim. Ron Lyru smiled. My son is so smart, he can find out even if there is no jet lag. Jiyu Fusion really wanted to roll his eyes. Rainbow farts are useless. Ron Lyru, how can this be flattery? You and Yuya are both excellent. My father and I have both seen her online work. It's amazing. After a slight pause for a few seconds, Ron Lyru added, the way you spend money is very powerful. Your father admires it very much. Jiyu Fusion wanted to nudge them and tell them to take good care of themselves, but Song Wen said that Ron Yu had come to bring him lunch. Jiyu Fusion. Ron Lyru was a little sour. You have such a good relationship with Yuya. You can't leave a grain of rice for lunch. How come you eat such a precious meal? Ron Lyru's sour taste can be felt through the screen. Jiyu Fusion replied stiffly, you can eat as long as you follow the doctor's advice and don't do anything wrong. Thinking of this, the happiness that Ron Yu brought to him was suppressed again. Two people who add up to 100 years old still don't know how to take good care of their bodies. Follow the doctor's advice for words. Elementary school students know to listen, but they don't. When Ron Yu came in, the boredom on Jiyu Fusion's face hadn't disappeared. Ron Yu scratched her head. What happened to you? Jiyu Fusion glanced over the thermos in her hand, and after a long silence, he took a long breath, and said in a deep voice, Ron, a person who is very important to me is hospitalized in Heiress. Can you accompany me to take care of it? He brought a dinner. Ron Yu was taken aback. It's a bit strange that this kind of request comes from Jiyu Fusion. Jiyu Fusion didn't seem like someone who would ask her to accompany him to deliver meals, or to someone she didn't know. He rarely asked her to do anything. Ron Yu nodded in agreement. The temperature in Heiress City dropped sharply today. Ron Yu went home and changed into a warm down jacket. Central Hospital moved to the southern suburbs 2 years ago to expand its location. The new Central Hospital is very large, and there are many people coming and going at the entrance of the hospital. Jiyu Fusion didn't go in. He bought a bouquet of flowers in the flower shop opposite the hospital, and wrote a line of small words on the card, treat the illness well Jiyu Fuchen. Leave your name on it. This was someone he knew, and she seemed in no position to do so. Jiyu Fusion hesitated for a while, took the card and stood beside Ron Yu. Ron, this person seems to be your fan, can you? Ron Yu understood in seconds before she finished the following words, took the pen and card from Jiyu Fusion, and wrote wish. Under Jiyu Fusion's words, is he very old? Ron Yu lowered her head and continued writing with a serious expression. After a while, there was an extra line of words on the card. I wish you a speedy recovery, Ron Yu. Ron Yu also drew a cute little flower on the back. Seeing Jiyu Fusion read Xiaohuahua several times, Ron Yu was a little embarrassed. Are you too childish? Why don't you rewrite one? Ji Fu Chen carefully put away the card, looked up at Ron Yu, with a fleeting and brisk smile hidden in his eyes. He will like it very much. Ron Yu didn't follow to the hospital to deliver dinner, but sat on the bench in front of the inpatient department and waited for Ji Fu Chen. It was very cold in winter, so she put on the hat of the down jacket and shrank her face into the hat. Lu Ming called her. I just received a loving dinner from your chef. Ron Yu smiled. I asked a nutritionist to match you. Don't be too tired during this time. Sleep is also very important. I know. Lu Ming heard the noisy voices outside, and asked curiously, are you not at home? I'll accompany my brother to deliver food. Lu Ming asked a lot of questions suspiciously. Your family still has to go personally to deliver meals. Your brother is also going. What about him? Why are you outside? Ron Yu told the ins and outs of the matter, but Lu Ming didn't know what to say. Ji Fu Chen let her accompany him as long as he wanted, and asked her to wait as long as he wanted. Why is she so easy to fool? Then go back to the car or wait in the building. Ron Yu said honestly, there are a lot of people in the building. I'm afraid I will be recognized. I don't want to go in the car. I want to see his emotions when he comes out here. What's the meaning? Ji Fu Chen is in a bad mood today, but he is such a bully that he seldom shows his emotions in front of others. If he is unhappy when he comes out, he will see me start to hide again. How uncomfortable. It was like this when I brought him lunch at noon. What's the use of waiting here? Ron Yu, I can see if I want to comfort him later. Lu Ming felt Ron Yu's transformation in an instant, and did not act as a stumbling block for her to get closer to her family. He only said, be careful of catching a cold, go back and drink some cola. I got it. When Ji Fu Chen came out, his face was low and his eyes were a little red. He obviously didn't expect to see Ron Yu here. He lowered his head and frowned. Why didn't you go back to the car? I want to blow some air. Ron Yu approached him with a low voice. Is something wrong? No. Ji Fu Chen let out a breath, and the burning breath disappeared in the air. He was checking up when he went up, and he saw the scar from the operation. It was long and hideous, and there was blood on the gauze wrapped around it. Ji Chen and Ron Liu didn't mention this matter, and he didn't expect such a scene. Ji Fu Chen knew that the operation would be painful, so he had always been mentally prepared, but no matter how prepared he was to see his father lying weakly on the hospital bed, his nose would still be a little sore. It's all over, and I still want to come back. Ron Yu whispered, when he gets through these few days, he will usher in a brand new life. Ji Fu Chen nodded, saw Ron Yu's face buried in the hat that came with the down jacket, and quickly untied the scarf for her. Let's go home first. When parents get through this period, their family can be reunited. Ron Yu put her hands in her pockets and trotted to keep up. On the 10th floor of the inpatient department, Ron Liu stood by the window and looked down at the two figures going further and further away. Yuyo gave me dinner, I can eat a big bowl. Ji Chen was full of spirits, glanced at his wife who was secretly sad, and said with a smile, you go home. Ron Liu turned around, puzzled. We've been busy abroad for so long, and it's not normal to be busy all the time. You go back to the country first to see you, and I'll be back soon. Ji Chen smiled, his body was still a little weak, and he was a little weak when he spoke, but his attitude was firm. Tomorrow, you will come back tomorrow. Ron Liu sighed softly, the day after tomorrow. The day after tomorrow, she will go back and have a look at Yao before coming back. She couldn't really let the old urchin Ji Chen stay in the ward alone. In the car, Ron Yu secretly glanced at Ji Fu Chen from time to time, hesitated for a while, and opened the WeChat chat box with her mother Ron Liu. Brother, apart from work, what other hobbies do he have? Cat act like a spoiled child. Gif. Ron Liu replied almost instantly. He doesn't like anything in particular. He usually hangs out with a few friends after get off work. Dinner? Ron Yu thought of a way to cheer up her dull brother. A few friends get together. Ron Yu had a general idea in mind. Chapter 36. Now we have to form a game. The weather on Saturday is sunny and sunny, suitable for camping outings. After Ji Fu Chen has been busy for so long, it's time for him to get away from the tedious life of the overlord for a while and relax. Among the group of rich friends, Ron Yu is familiar with three for the time being: Li Jin, Lu Xuan and Jian Huai. Jian Huai is a miser. He is the one who doesn't even buy 28 yuan skins when playing games. He is so thrifty that Ronyu is ashamed. His famous saying is that he only makes money and doesn't spend it, and he doesn't know what he wants to do with his money. I heard that there is a dream of defeating the Jiyu family of the Dinghao family to become the richest man. If you want to realize the dream of being the richest man by saving money, I have to say that his method is a different way, unique with a touch of sadness. I want to laugh after hearing this. The heirs of the Dinghao family don't seem to be normal. The same is true for Lu Jin. Ronyu never thought that Lu Xuan once said on the forum that she had a star-chasing brother. It would be true. And the idol I'm chasing after is her. Lu Xuan also said that at that time Lu Jin had no money to pursue stars. Ronyu still can't figure out why Lu Xuan would say such a thing. The problem is too complicated. Ronyu let go of herself and doesn't plan to think about it. There will be an answer someday. The three of them make a good date. Ronyu hadn't spoken to Fujizhan alone yet, and she was relieved to hear that he had recently encountered some troublesome business and couldn't come back for a while working abroad. He doesn't need an appointment. Another big sister of Meiku, Chi Jian, has to find him. More people lively tilde. Chi Jian was very cold. Now it is rumored that Jiyu Fuxian, Jian Kuai, Lu Jin, and Fujizhan are low-key and indifferent, calm and decent. Ronyu feels that these 8 characters are more suitable for Chi Jian. She is a true boss. The other 4 heirs are more or less abnormal, to put it bluntly. Knowing from Lu Xuan that Chi Jian will go to an auction tomorrow to buy a calligraphy and painting for her grandfather, Ronyu immediately thought of Jiyu Fuxian giving her a check yesterday, asking her to buy things for the initial user and maintain contacts. Okay tilde. Time to buy it by the way. Ronyu wrote it down in the memo. December the 2nd, go to the auction house. When she and Jiyu Fuxian were about to arrive home, Mother Ron Liu sent another message. I will go home the day after tomorrow. Ronyo. At the red light, she anxiously forwarded the WeChat message to Jiyu Fuxian, but Jiyu Fuxian was silent and frowned slightly. One person. Ronyu nodded while replying to the message. Yes, Mom said that Dad is too busy to spare time, so Mom will fly back one night after returning. In 5 days, Dad will be back. It's true this time. Ronyu Qing's eyes widened and she nodded heavily. Jiyu Fuxian gave a low hum. Ronyu heard the low voice in Jiyu Fuxian's voice, scratched her head and leaned against the car window in thought. So unhappy, work pressure and life pressure are very big. Well, it's not easy for him. Ronyu, shall we go out for an outing on Saturday? I have read the weather forecast. Saturday is sunny and you can bask in the sun. I also invited Jianguai, Lu Jin and Xuan. Jiyu Fuqian hadn't gone out to play with Ronyu yet. The corners of his lips raised slightly when he heard this. Okay, let's go for an outing. At that time, he will make octopus ***** for his sister. Ronyu clenched her fist, full of energy. Let her be the great cause of making my brother happy again. There is one more thing in the future plan. December the 2nd, see my mother. December the 3rd, investment class. On the 5th of December, go out for dinner. December 7th, they go home. Every day after returning home is fulfilling, neither busy nor boring. Before that, first complete the task of buying gifts for the initial user, and invite Mrs. BA in person tilde. The cool big girl is so cute, as handsome as she wants, with her hands in her pockets tilde. The next day, Ronyu hummed ditty she didn't know where to adapt it, and parked her car in the parking lot opposite the auction house. The auction was held in the art center of the city. Under the clear blue sky, colorful flags were fluttering across the street, and a banner hung on the main entrance, Welcome to the auction in Bao's district, Heiress City. There are several exhibition booths at the main entrance, giving a general introduction to today's auction. There are many kinds of antique calligraphy and paintings, jewelry, watches, pianos, etc. Yo, Sister Bodhisattva. Jian Huai's voice came from behind in astonishment. Ronyu was startled, covered half of her face with a dark green silk scarf, and looked around for fear that someone would see her standing with Jian Huai. Everyone doesn't know what Chubby Cat looks like, but they know what she looks like. Ronyu. Sister Bodhisattva, are you worried that your fat cat's vest will be exposed? Jian Huai chuckled. That's right, it's a bit embarrassing to spread the word by yourself. Yu was a little embarrassed when she heard this. 2 days ago, in the name of Pang Pang Mao, she invested 500 million yuan in Breakdown Entertainment Company every day. After the news got out, someone asked her on Pang Pang Mao's Weibo, what was the relationship with Yu, and what made her fall in love with her. In order to make chubby cat like Yu naturally, her answer is, I like to see her face. This is true. Every time she looks in the mirror, she can't help but sigh how beautiful the girl in the mirror is. She likes to look at herself. What's the matter, can't she? We girls are so confident. Thinking of this, Yuhong muttered in a low voice, you don't like to look at yourself. Jian Huai chuckled lightly. How could he like to look at himself? Yu was thinking about whether she was too narcissistic, and then, I don't have money to look good. Yu. Such a person has no right to laugh at her. Yu didn't bother to pay attention to him, and continued to look at the exhibition card in front of him. She belatedly thought of a question. What are you doing here? Jian Huai, it's related to you. Yu. Your investment, career, and company's miscellaneous projects are all suggestions from initial users, right? Yu replied cautiously, you can say that. She advised herself, nothing wrong with it. That's fine. Jian Huai pointed to the blue and white porcelain vase on the exhibition board and said, I will take a picture of this later, and you will give it to the initial user for me. Yu. The penny-pinching tyrant wants to spend tens of millions on antiques as gifts. Jian Huai could see her careful thinking. In the business circle, it is essential to maintain contacts, and you can't be too stingy with this kind of people who can make you money. Sister Bodhisattva, give me some snacks. Your investment consultant can revitalize you. You have to give what you should give. Since I have invested in shares, I will also contribute to maintaining this peace. Sister Bodhisattva eats meat, so he can also lie down and earn some money. This 10 million must be spent. Jian Huai had already considered it when he came. Jiyu Fuxian said that the other party was a person with a lot of experience, and his favorites were probably antique porcelain, calligraphy and paintings and the like. Yu was very guilty, and murmured softly, actually, I didn't pay anything. Yu scratched her head. Recently, one or two of them emphasized that the initial user is a golden bowl, which made her feel a little embarrassed to hide it. She said sincerely, don't buy anything, I will give you her WeChat, you can go find her yourself. Jian Huai emphasized, this is your god of wealth. Yu, it can be yours too. Jack. Jian Huai became excited visibly with the naked eye. The initial user is much better than his fund consultant. Luke Swan said that when the two of them were too lazy to invest some time ago, they put all their money in the fund and the stock market. That guy. For 2 days, the stocks I bought rose sharply, as if I was on a stimulant, and I couldn't stop it. Although sometimes there will be a drop, but when selling, the profit must be higher than that of banks and funds. The initial users are simply old gold hands who make money, and they will go up wherever they go. With the initial users, Jack's soaring value is not a dream. Jianguai read a report a few years ago. A divorced woman stepped up to the rich list step by investing in stocks. Do you want WeChat? Yu was about to send him the small business card, but Jian Huai interrupted repeatedly. No. Jian Huai raised his head, his heart was bleeding. How could he take away the investment advisor of his good friend's sister? She really doesn't love money, and the god of wealth who can make money can give it up, so she is really a good Bodhisattva. Sister Bodhisattva, you are so generous. I called these 4 words correctly. Jian Huai sighed with a complicated voice. He just turned down hundreds of millions for Jiyu Fuchen. Yu's head ached. I'm not a Bodhisattva, really, I just pushed a business card, it's not enough. In other words, can there be less drama? Jian Huai, it is indeed not a Bodhisattva. Yu breathed a sigh of relief. You are the little god of wealth. Yu. I'm not. Who are you? The god of wealth doesn't like money. Yu's head was buzzing. She stopped arguing, and just smashed it. They say yes, so be it. Turning around, she paid 10 million yuan in front of her, and Jian Huai said weakly, Sister Bodhisattva, you can use it to buy gifts for the initial users later. Yu stared blankly at the check in her hand, raised her eyes and asked, where are you going? Congratulations for rejecting your business card push and maintaining my noble character. Real? Of course not. Go home and drink away your worries. Ron Yu. I'd better push the business card to you. It looked so pitiful. Don't say it, I'm heartbroken again. Jianguai's card disappeared from sight, and Ron Yu stared at the check in a daze. Although he is a bit stingy, he is very good to his friends. Not long after Jianguai left, a staff member in a suit suddenly appeared at the entrance of the auction, and that person walked straight to Ron Yu. Excuse me, is this Miss Pugh? Ron Yu. Mr. Jiang asked us to take you to the VIP room on the second floor. Ron Yu's scalp was numb. Let's go. We must let Jianguai change this strange name as soon as possible. It was an accident to meet Jianguai, but fortunately, Ron Yu knew that there are VIP rooms here. When going up, I accidentally saw Qi Jian who just came over. Ron Yu took off her sunglasses and smiled at her. Xuan said you will come to the auction. Qi Jian glanced at her lightly, and told the accompanying assistant to leave. Ron Yu smiled and said to the staff, I'll be with her. After the staff left, he closed the door and sat next to Qi Jian. Is this your private box? The interior decoration is simple and clear. There is a house number outside the door, and the word Qi is simple and generous. This box is on the middle side of the second floor, where the view is the best. When Ron Yu went up to the second floor, she didn't see a house number anywhere else. Bao's district auction will have a large-scale auction every quarter. If you are lucky, you will come across a superb antique calligraphy and painting. Usually, at this time, the staff of the auction will send an invitation letter to Qi Jian's assistant. Qi Jian's father and grandfather both liked antique calligraphy and paintings. In order to reduce family disputes, Qi Jian would buy something to appease them every now and then. Qi Jian took a sip of tea and nodded. I'm a regular customer. Ron Yu flipped through the brochure of this auction and nodded. She is not very good at communicating with people, so she plans to sit down and wait for Qi Jian to ask her what she is doing here, so she can take out the invitation letter she drew and invite Qi Jian to the dinner party on Saturday. Pity, Qi Jian is Qi Jian, different from the miser Zong she met outside just now. She is not interested in why Ron Yu appears here at all. Sa, condescendingly watching the people who participated in the auction on the first floor enter. The room fell silent instantly. After a long while, Ron Yu hugged the pillow uncomfortably, clapped her hands on the pillow again and again, her grape-like clear eyes rolled around, secretly looking at her. Qi Jian is very good-looking. She is a cool beauty she likes very much, with thin and long eyebrows, narrow and long phoenix eyes, and when she looks at people, she has the fan-shaped statistical chart emotion of 3 points of love and 4 points of indifference in online dramas. Another 2 minutes later, Qi Jian caught a glimpse of Ron Yu's bored appearance with grass growing on her head from the corner of her eye, and asked the little assistant to bring up several plates of snacks. As soon as the little assistant left, Ron Yu took out a small envelope from her bag with a smile on her face, and handed it over with both hands. I have something to ask you. The eyes are clear, the smile is wanton, fearless and flamboyant. Qi Jian hesitated for a while before answering. There was a line written on the envelope, which was beautiful and small. Party invitation to Qi Jian. The weather is fine this Saturday, let's go out for dinner Tilda. Qi Jian didn't open it, put the invitation letter on the table and pushed it back to Ron Yu. I am very busy. In fact, there is nothing busy, she simply doesn't want to go out with the yo-yo little poor gang. Affect her IQ. Ron Yu took back the invitation letter she drew, a little frustrated. That's great. In this way, only she, Lu Xuan, Lu Jin, Jian Huai and Jiu Fu Chen went out in the end. It didn't take too long to be depressed, and the auction officially started. When Ron Yu watched the big screen on the first floor, she accidentally saw a familiar figure. Yu Kai sat in the front row with his back straight, and Ron Yu could feel her radiance from a long distance away. She quit the business circle. Qi Jian said abruptly, she has also done a great job in the business circle. You should pay more attention. Ron Yu read the news and probably guessed what she was thinking. She raised her eyes and looked at Qi Jian sincerely. It's not me, but you who should pay attention. Qi Jian raised her eyebrows and waited for Ron Yu's next words. In the end, if she didn't say anything, she just didn't say anything. Qi Jian asked patiently, then, Ron Yu took out the invitation letter from her bag with a smile on her face. If you promise me, I will tell you Tilda. Chi-jian, he is waiting for her here. This is not a pitiful little cat, it's obviously a cunning little cat. Chapter 37. Feeling Chi-jian's burning gaze, Ronyu smoothed the corners of her mouth. Can't really be too happy. Ronyu pretended to be serious, but the slightly curved corners of her mouth still betrayed her. Businessmen pay attention to information exchange, you should be used to it. After finishing speaking, he nodded seriously. These are learned from you, Ronyu reassured. It's your business circle and heirs who are more thoughtful than the other who led her into ruin, so she doesn't have so much thoughtfulness. Chi-jian, if she couldn't see the upward curve of Ronyu's mouth and the sparkling almond eyes, Chi-jian could still deceive herself into taking this as a serious and fair exchange of information. Now, she just wants to say, laugh if you want to. I feel uncomfortable. The corners of Ronyu's lips are curved, and the apple muscles are plump and beautiful when she smiles, like a round peach, so red that she wants to take a bite. She stuffed the invitation into the palm of her hand. This Saturday, you must come. Chi-jian accepted it silently, and glanced at Yukai below to signal her to continue. Ronyu picked up the tablet that Chi-jian had just used, and showed her 2 news reports and a video. The Yu family photographed the commercial land in Chunning Economic Development Zone. Yukai announced his resignation in a high-profile manner, and Yu's father forwarded it. As far as I know, Yukai's relationship with his family is average. This video is a documentary about Yu's father in his early years. He didn't listen to suggestions when talking to the company's shareholders. She loves face very much, and she is a typical male chauvinist. Not long ago, there was such a big joke in Yukai's campus variety show, it's impossible for Yu's father not to know. Although Father Yu's retweeting was a default retweeting and nothing else was said, his attitude here has already shown the public that no matter how Yukai is in the entertainment industry, he is a member of the wealthy Yu family. There is definitely a reason why he is willing to let him do this. But the Yu family bought the commercial land first, and Yukai retired later. Since the announcement of the development and establishment of the economic development and construction of Chunning District has always been the focus of attention in the circle. Most people are waiting and watching, wanting to see who will reach out to the business district in Chunning District first. The few pieces of residential land that Ronyu bought are easy to say, and they can be built into residential areas in the future, and the land price will increase. But commercial land is different, it needs the flow of people. You can live in a remote place, but eating, drinking and having fun is absolutely not allowed. The Yu family dared to be the first to take this bold step because it had something to do with Yukai. Yukai has awakened his sense of fiction, and now it is clear that he wants to end his life in the entertainment industry early and go on the right path. Retire from the circle, and gradually establish a position in Yu Fu's heart. You want to say that Yukai asked her father to take the land. Chi-jian frowned. Father Yu has no reason to believe her. Ronyu found a hot search on Weibo. Mysterious person speculates madly earning 100 million hash. With a principal of 80 million. He made 100 million in 7 days. This is Yukai? Ronyu nodded. The commercial land is 200 million yuan. Yukai, the heroine who has awakened the plot of the novel, first used her awakened consciousness to speculate in stocks to show her talent in front of her father. After getting his father's approval, he suggested that Yu's father focus on the economic development zone. The development of Chunning District was 3 years earlier than in the novel. This should be the butterfly effect. As the canon fodder of the novel, she changed part of the plot in the novel, causing the main line to deviate and the plot to be chaotic. She bought the pension company and Bojan invested 1 billion yuan, which more or less made Heiress City see new business opportunities in Chunning District. What is driving all this is unclear. The only thing that can be determined is, Yukai is now targeting the entire GU family. In the novel, after Heiress City announced that it would renovate and develop Chunning District, Bojan bought 2 of the largest commercial lands, one to build a CBD shopping center and the smaller to build a cinema. Later, relying on the policy advantages of Chunning, coupled with the rapid development of the neighboring Longgaoxian city relying on the port and policies, Bojan's shopping center became one of the 3 most profitable shopping centers in Heiress City. That is to say, What Yukai is now grabbing is the future property of their Jiyu family. Ronyu believed in Jiyu Fusion's decision-making power. In the novel, as soon as the development zone was established, Jiyu Fusion organized the group to take pictures of the commercial land for development without hesitation. If we don't do this now, it may be that Longgaoshian city next door is still in a pitiful growth stage and has not yet developed into a TV series. My life is up to me, and the sky wants to destroy me. I will destroy the sky. The Cool Dragon Aocean City was violently dragged. The level of development of all parties is not enough. At best, it can be regarded as a growth period, which is a bit far from the maturity period in a few years. Start the business planning of Chunning District now. The development is slow and the economic return rate is not high. It is more beneficial to spend the money elsewhere. What Ronyu is worried about now is not Bojan or making money, but the Jiyu family. There are so many opportunities in the novel before Yukai, but she chose the Jiyu family's property, making it clear that from now on, she will hide her strength and bide her time, cultivate her strength, and wait until the middle and late stages of the novel to directly drag down the Jiyu family who prevented her from becoming the richest man. Another point is that in the novel, the Bojan group, the Dinghao family, Jiyu family, and Jiyu Fusion are all insurmountable peaks of the original male and female protagonists. They appear as the background board of the novel and later villains. The family collapsed on its own, allowing the two protagonists to step on Bojan and the Jiyu family to the top. This way of reaching the pinnacle of life has never been convincing. Now that Yukai has awakened the sense of novels, how could she allow this way to exist? Naturally, she will defeat Bojan generously and become the richest man. Thinking of this, Ronyu's alarm bell rang loudly. This has to be taken care of. Chi Jian patted Ronyu on the head, pulling her back from her contemplation. The Yu family wants to build a shopping center on that vacant land. The Chi family is engaged in the fashion, beauty and skincare industries. Its beauty brands range from top luxury and first-tier brands to second-tier and third-tier brands, covering a wide range. Not only that, the Chi family has also cooperated with many foreign clothing industries, and won the other party's domestic agency. Ronyu said that Yukai's coming to the auction was related to her, and buying commercial land and building a shopping center was the only answer Chi Jian could think of. Ronyu nodded as if pecking at rice. She will probably buy the painting your grandpa likes and give it to you, or give it to your grandpa directly. Chijia has many agents of top luxury brands. If they want to build a top-end shopping center, they invite brands that are not available in other shopping centers to settle in. They cannot get around the mountain of Chijia. Bojan and Chijia do not have to be so troublesome to cooperate. But the Yu family's status is not high, and if they want to cooperate, they can only open up their network of contacts by giving gifts. Ronyu approached Chi Jian, firstly for a dinner party, which is the most important thing, secondly, to mess up the cooperation between the Yu family and the Chi family. It wasn't revenge, she just wanted to give Yukai a reminder. What is not hers after all. Don't think of the Jiyu family as a springboard for her to reach the pinnacle or a vain target that must be destroyed at the end. Now that she has awakened her sense of novel, there are countless ways in front of Yukai. If she doesn't cause trouble for her and the Jiyu family, and turns around and uses other methods to get on the heroine's path, Ronyu won't bother to pay attention to her. Developing the company in an upright manner, even if she becomes the richest man in the world by relying on her skills, Ronyu will give her a thumbs up with excitement after seeing the economic headlines. After all, you have won glory for the country. To give the country a face, you have to give it a compliment without a gift. The conflict between her and the heroine has already been settled in the wave of variety shows and entertainment circles. Don't mess things up, they will settle the matter. Ronyu doesn't want to mess with the hero and heroine all day long. She still has a lot of money waiting to be spent. How can she let her beautiful retirement time be wasted on the trivial and troublesome battles in the business circle? On the first floor, the auction price is increasing rapidly. While Ronyu was talking with Chi Jian, the lot downstairs was the 100 miles of rivers and mountains that Chi Jian wanted. As expected, Yukai raised the price. Ronyu said, "Don't fight her, it's a waste of money, I have a better way, don't use this painting." Chi Jian raised her eyebrows. Ron Yuqing whispered something in her ear. Breathing warm, Chi Jian hid uncomfortably. Ron Yu looked at her suspiciously, then babbled earnestly, and Chi Jian listened patiently. Yes, but I don't have time. I'll go for you, Tilda, Ron Yu said with a smile. She hasn't left the country yet after returning to China. When her mother comes back tomorrow, she will fly abroad immediately. After participating in the auction, she will fly back immediately, and she will arrive tomorrow morning. Time may seem tight, but there is nothing to be tired of sleeping on a private jet. Chi Jian glanced at her again, lowered her head, and wrote her a check for 10 million. Travel expenses. She thought for a while, and then added, I heard that there is a travel fee for the takeaway business now. You travel a little far. Is this price okay? Ron Yu. 10 million, if you go outside and howl, there will be 2 streets of Xiao Huang and Xiao Lan rushing in. This travel expenses, absolutely. Go abroad now and bring your lost antiques home. Chapter 38. Chi Jian put on her coat and stopped when she turned around. The auction of 100 miles of rivers and mountains downstairs has just ended. Chi Jian glanced sideways and lowered her head. Yu Kai took the photo for 90 million yuan, with a smile on his face. There was applause downstairs. Chi Jian stopped. If Ron Yu didn't show up, she didn't know Yu Kai's plan, and she would definitely participate in the bidding and not let the picture of Jiangshan fall into Yu Kai's hands. Then the final transaction price of this lot might double. At that time, Yu Kai's wish for cooperation could not be realized, and instead cost her tens of millions more. She has met many people who ask for help, but she has never seen someone who puts the other party together when asking for help. It is true that some are smart. Chi Jian's brows and eyes tightened. At first, she didn't want to give up the picture of Jiangshan to Yu Kai, so she wanted to teach her a lesson. Thinking about it carefully, the lot Yu Kai bought was useless, and she deliberately raised the price instead of lowering her status. When the time comes, Yu Kai will realize it by himself. Chi Jian doesn't like people who are twisted and twisted. Their hearts are like 18 bends in a mountain road, and they can pop out 800 mines a day. Ron Yu is obviously not this kind of person. She was a little lazy, but she was smart with her small head. If there was any request, she would say it directly, without having to guess hard. Chi Jian turned her head. Ron Yu looked down at the check thoughtfully, like a penguin. She couldn't help admonishing, in the future, you have to learn to be more careful about business matters. If you don't ask you to come forward for other group matters, as the eldest lady of the Jiyu family, it's best not to intervene, let alone help. It is the principle of distinguishing between public and private that the several major families in Heiress City have been able to maintain peace, harmony and stability. No matter how good your personal relationship is, you must maintain absolute rationality in family and company affairs. In a sense, Ron Yu represents the Jiyu family of the Dinghao family. If there are rumors that she is helping relatives but not helping her, many people will approach her intentionally. In addition, Jiyu Fuxian has joined the outrageous Yuya Little Poor gang. Ron Yu's request, it is impossible for Jiyu Fuxian not to agree. It's okay to give others small favors, but it's even more unpleasant to associate with people with impure thoughts. He greeted you with a smile on the surface, but he actually regarded you as a tool of the superior. Chi Jian frowned and reminded, enjoy life well, don't be too simple when it comes to things in the business circle, and be careful. Ron Yu was stunned. Simple? She really didn't. I have a lot of eyes. I did this to let you go to dinner with us, oh, and the Jiyu family. Ron Yu raised her eyes and tried to be innocent. She is not stupid and sweet, she is a bad woman with a lot of eyes. However, Chi Jian looked helplessly, sighed and asked the little assistant to come in, took the documents and the two left. Ron Yu stamped her feet anxiously, and repeated loudly to Chi Jian's back, I'm really not innocent. Why no one believes her? Hateful. Chi Jian didn't stop, looking at the document sent by the special assistant with a half smile. The assistant at the side held back for a while and couldn't hold back. Are you friends with Miss Ron? In private, Miss Ron is weird and cute. The little assistant was someone the family arranged by her side, and Chi Jian knew exactly who she was asking for and who she wanted to report to. Chi Jian's smile faded. Don't ask if you shouldn't. Ron Yu is pure and true. If you are straightforward with your friends, you will give your enemies 800 hearts. Being friends with this kind of person is the most comfortable. Behind Chi Jian, Ron Yu stood on the second floor and looked sideways at Chi Jian's back disappearing into the entrance of the first floor, holding her cheek with one hand and thinking about something seriously. When I went out today, Jian Huai gave her money, and Chi Jian also gave her money. Why didn't she have a cool moment of picking up a check and swishing money to someone? But compared to giving money, of course it's more fun to take money. Ron Yu smiled and shook the 10 million check in her hand, put it back in her bag and bounced away from the auction. Chi Jian has 10 million errand orders, let's go now. 8 hours later, Ron Yu took a private plane to a century-old auction house in N City, Country F. In an hour and a half, the most anticipated auction of the year will be held here. Among them, there are two items that are highly anticipated by domestic antique collectors, the 7-star plate and the Ryukil azure glaze wash. When Ron Yu came to find treasure appraisal experts to estimate the price of the two lots was about 250 million. The 7-star plate was photographed and given to Chi Jian, and the Ryukil azure glaze wash was bought and given to the museum. As an entrepreneur in Heiress, the Jiu family still has to bear some social responsibilities. Bye. This time, take back everything that belongs to us in a fair manner. When Ron Yu entered the arena, a kind old couple came over. This is the first time I saw you at the auction house, little girl new here. Wei Wen hurriedly answered for Ron Yu, yes, do you have any suggestions? The old couple looked at each other and smiled, try to get the price as low as possible. Ron Yu suddenly realized that he couldn't send them too much money. She made an okay gesture. The 7-star dish and the Ryukil sky blue glaze wash appeared at the beginning. The starting auction price of the Ryukil sky blue glaze wash was 95.43 million at the domestic exchange rate. Seeing that they were Chinese, the old couple put down their hands that wanted to clap, and the same was true for several other Chinese. The final transaction price was 125 million. Things went very smoothly, but when the 7-star plate appeared, the situation was very different. The old couple obviously came for this lot, and they were the first to bid. Ron Yu wanted to bid, but thinking of the other party's concession just now, she gritted her teeth and didn't take the bid. A dime that can be saved is a dime, and no more can be added. In the end, she watched helplessly as the 7-star plate was auctioned off by the old couple at a price of 130 million. After the two left, Ron Yu hurriedly followed. She followed behind the old couple and asked tentatively, Uncle and Aunt, did you take this photo to keep it as a treasure, or just because you don't want it to be left out? The old woman smiled and asked, you want it too? At the auction just now, she saw this young man looking at them time and time again, twisting the silk scarf into a twist with both hands, revealing grape-like eyes full of reluctance, pity and weakness. She and her husband expected that the young man would come to them later. I took pictures for my friend. Her grandfather liked this collection very much. The old man was crying and beating his chest at home, saying that he was heartbroken if he couldn't see the 7-star plate. Now that he is about to celebrate his birthday, my friend asked me to come over for her. If it's for the latter, I'll add some money to you, and you can sell me, and this will also achieve your goal. Ron Yu tilted her head and said with a smile. She was actually right. The old man of the Chi family loves the Chixing plate very much. After this treasure was photographed in the novel, he cried and cried at home and felt uncomfortable for a long time, but he secretly hid in the study and wept silently alone. No one else, including Chi Jian, knew about him. The old crying bag sighed. The old man also wants face. How could he easily reveal this kind of thing to the younger generation? A year later, the male lead, Cheng Gaiwan, sold the collection of 7-star discs to the old man at a high price from his friend, winning the old man's favor and making a net profit of 200 million yuan. The Cheng family in Longgaoxian City and the Qi family in Merissu City have reached a good cooperation, and the relationship between the two is very close. As a result, when the Cheng family proposed a commercial marriage, the old man was so angry that he immediately sent the 7-star plate back, and also gave the Cheng family's parents a sentence, the toad wants to eat swan meat. Ron Yu remembers very clearly that Chi Jian also has a cute esports brother who is very good at playing games. Say you are shameless, you really are shameless. In the end, the two of them were hung with colors. Chen Gaiwan was beaten and scolded as swan meat again, and as the protagonist of the novel, he was depressed to the extreme. After that, the Qi family became the cannon fodder for the male protagonist to beat his face. The couple looked at each other. Big birthday. The two of them knew a man who was about to celebrate his birthday, the old man of the Qi family. The young man in front of him spends money without blinking. There are not many people with such financial resources, but, crying heartache. Does the old man of the Qi family really love him so much? The couple only took photos to prevent the treasure from falling into other people's hands. The young man in front of him and the old man in her words really wanted it, so they asked the assistant to transfer it. Ron Yu asked Wei when to stay here to go through the formalities, added her uncle and aunt on WeChat, thanked her in every possible way, and went home. The old couple glanced at her WeChat name Chubby Cat, subconsciously looking at the young and thin back in front of him. It has nothing to do with being fat. She should be called Shosho Mao. The old woman made a final decision, and was deeply impressed by Ron Yu's WeChat name. When is Mr. Qi's birthday party coming? The old woman asked her husband. Let's see. Today is the 1st of December and 8th. Jiu Yu Chen and Ron Liu will probably be there then. Ron Yu didn't know that she set up a weeping bag of an orangutan beating his chest for Mr. Qi, who was brilliant and powerful, strong and decisive all his life, and admired by others. Leaving in a big stride, he sent a message to Qi Jian with arrogance. I bought the 7-star disc, waiting to be praised by your grandpa Tilda. At 10 o'clock in the evening, when Qi Jian was about to fall asleep, he received a message from Ron Yu. His fingers paused, but he didn't return. Boast. Impossible. Qi Jian seldom communicates with his grandfather, but whenever he communicates, he talks about the company. She is the established heir of the Qi family, and she didn't spend much time at home since she was a child. She started to study one-on-one when she was 3 years old. She went to aristocratic schools in junior high and high school, and didn't go home at night. She stayed abroad for several years when she was in college, and directly inherited the Qi family when she came back. She is very indifferent to the relationship, and her family obviously prefers her good-for-nothing brother. In order to reduce family conflicts and make parents complain less, she gives them something to appease them every few days and does some superficial projects. Finally, there is the prosperous situation of hello, everyone now. The whole family dotes on the good-for-nothing younger brother. She is in charge of the Qi family alone, and has a good harvest of rights and property. Qi Jian didn't care about being praised by his grandfather. Having said that, she still suffered from insomnia at night. At 6 o'clock the next morning, Qi Jian sent Ron Yu a WeChat message with dark circles under her eyes. Where are you going? Just as Ron Yu was called up by the little assistant, she sat up sleepily, her hair messed up like a chicken nest. Miss, the plane has landed. Mrs. Ron is on her way home, and Mr. Jiu Xiao has called you twice. Hearing the words Mrs. Ron Yu trembled all over, changed her clothes and hurried home. The phone vibrated for a long time. Ron Yu thought it was from his brother, and was a little nervous. After receiving it, I realized that it was a memo she had set for herself. December the 2nd, Mother comes home. Ron Yu lingered on the word mom for a long time, turned off her phone, sat in the car and stared out the window. She was adopted by her second family, as was when her adoptive father brought her home. The trees and shops outside the car window retreated quickly, and the adoptive father who came to pick her up was silent, and only said one sentence from the beginning to the end, she chose you. The second adoptive mother was very kind to her. At first, Ron Yu thought that good luck had really come to her. Her adoptive mother bought her beautiful dresses, took her to dance classes, and picked her up after school. A month later, when she returned home, she accidentally ran into her adoptive father cheating on her young lover. Running out the door in a panic, the adoptive mother was smoking in the stairwell. She looked up and saw her going downstairs in a hurry, and asked, "Did you see it?" Ron Yu cried and didn't know how to answer. Then, domestic violence, alcoholism, and half a month later, the adoptive mother left with her luggage. Ron Yu begged her to take her with her. The adoptive mother said, "I can't support you." She cried and let go, watching her adoptive mother's back disappear into the corridor weakly. Her mind was full of one question at that time. In that case, why bring her back? Why? There was hope in the orphanage, but in this home she had only fear. Later, the little lover became her stepmother. Diddy. Horns blare on the road. Ron frowned, recovering from the memory. The little assistant in the passenger seat turned around and said with a smile, Mrs. Ron is already home. Ron nodded and smiled at her. I know. After finishing speaking, her smile faded, the car passed through the tunnel, and drove from the darkness to the light. She stared blankly at herself reflected in the car window, and gradually drove towards the light. She bent her lips and tried to smile. She has a nice smile. When they got home, Ron Lyryu was at the gate of the mansion, and Jiyu Fusion was not at work, so he was also waiting at the gate. The car stopped slowly at the door. Ron Lyryu was in a hurry. Before the old housekeeper stepped forward to open the door, Jiyu Fusion hurriedly opened the car door for Ron himself. In the car, Ron raised her head and smiled at them, then scratched her head embarrassedly after getting out of the car. I went out to do some errands. Ron Lyryu gently held her hand and looked it over carefully. It's okay, it seems to be a little rounder than in the last video. Ron nodded again and again. I have gained 4 kgs. It's better to be fatter, and have better physical fitness. Ron Lyryu adjusted the scarf for her, couldn't hold back, and hugged her gently with restraint. At the moment of hugging her, years of waiting and longing rushed in, and her eyes instantly turned red. 2 drops of tears were shed, and the back trembled slightly. Ron subconsciously looked at Jiyu Fusion at the side, her eyes widened and her whole body tensed like a stone statue. Jiyu Fusion smiled reassuringly, and made a gesture of patting her on the back. The smile is warm, like the warm sun in March. Ron's body gradually relaxed, and she patted Ron Lyryu's back obediently. Ron Lyryu took a deep breath, calmed down, took Ron's hand and said, let's go have breakfast. The table in the main dining room was replaced by a larger table for 8. Ron Lyryu saw his son scheming at a glance, gave Jiyu Fusion a meaningful expression, and gave him a thumbs up when Ron didn't find out. Well done, the small dining table feels like home. Jiyu Fusion smiled lightly, with a profound appearance of hiding merit and fame. Ron Lyryu didn't eat anything at breakfast. She watched Ron eat most of the time, and asked her a few questions from time to time. Did brother bully you during this time? Ron shook her head again and again. Jiyu Fusion poured Ron Lyryu a glass of milk, very dissatisfied. How could he bully his sister? Mom shouldn't make a fuss about him if she doesn't have a topic to talk about. Sensing the frequent knives coming from her son, Ron Lyryu smiled and asked, did my brother give you pocket money? Ron glanced at Jiyu Fusion, nodded heavily, and made a small report. By the way, he assigned me homework that costs money. Ron Lyryu heard about this. Have you been assigning homework recently? No more, I still have a lot of money to spend. Ron ate a mouthful of sweet-scented osmanthus cake. When mentioning this matter, Jiyu Fusion was very proud. Ron is very powerful. The more money you spend, the more money you get. Ron Lyryu paused, and whispered beside her son, doesn't this mean that the pocket money you gave me was not spent, and instead I made some money for you, without spending any of your money? What are you happy about? Jiyu Fusion smiled stiffly. It seems to be the case. He used to think that his younger sister would be immersed in the life of pleasure and enjoyment of money, so that after a while, she would gradually feel the goodness of a wealthy family. Now, he doesn't know whether his sister likes money or not, he only knows. My sister is very good at making money. In the entertainment circle, who doesn't know that the fat cat with reverse operation is the optimal choice for happy investment? Making money is the only advantage he can show. Jiyu Fusion suddenly began to despair. It's not a good thing for my sister to be too good at making money. Ron didn't know what they were talking about. She was immersed in cooking. The food on the plane is not good. She didn't eat much all day yesterday, and it was only when she got home that she finally felt the wonderful feeling she hadn't seen for a long time. Ron was so hungry that she ate the sweet-scented osmanthus cake in big mouthfuls, and she swept away the small plate in an instant, enjoying it very much. Jiyu Fusion and Ron Lyryu handed the sweet-scented osmanthus cake to her at the same time, and said in unison, there are more. After finishing speaking, both of them frowned at the same time. Ron Lyryu motioned her son to move his plate away. Jiyu Fusion pretended not to see it. On the road of feeding my sister, there is no family affection, only hand speed. Whoever is faster will be the one who feeds. Ronyu adhered to the principle of the person who cooks the rice cooks the soul, and the person who cooks the rice is the master. She buried her head in hard work, saw 2 more plates of sweet-scented osmanthus cakes, and raised her head with a smile. Thank you, you're welcome. Ron Liryu and Jiyu Fusion said in unison with a smile. My daughter /sister ate so deliciously, so cute. After finishing speaking, the two looked at each other, their brows wrinkled again. The son /mom is so annoying. Ron Liryu has never found her son so annoying. Ronyu stayed with her all day at home. They made desserts together. The time between mother and daughter was joyful, but from time to time an annoying son popped up around her. I'll help you meet. Ron Liryu, I'm making a face. Then I'll crack eggs for you. Ronyu stared blankly at him holding the egg beater. Jiyu Fusion had never made desserts, so he couldn't think of any other projects. The dessert time plan with his sister and mother failed, so he had to quit the kitchen and hold Baidu on his mobile phone at the door. Dessert in 1 minute. When he learns how to make desserts, he will use his solid strength and foundation to insert himself into the two-person world of his mother and sister, let them do it step by step and ask him one step at a time, and deeply understand the importance of him. After studying for 15 minutes, Jiyu Fuchen drew inferences from one instance, and when he walked in full of confidence, the pastry chef at home is guiding Ron Liryu and Ronyu step by step. Jiyu Fusion, he has never had a place in this kitchen. Forget it, go back to the study to make money. Jiyu Fusion left dejectedly, but Ronyu still remembers him. I made a copy for him and asked the old housekeeper to deliver it himself. After finishing the dessert, Ron Liryu took Ronyu to the greenhouse, where she and Jiyu Yuchen planted many flowers and plants in person. Ronyu smiled. I gave Jiyu Fusion a pot of hyacinths before. The hyacinths smell a bit strong. He put them in the bedroom and smoked them for 2 days. Now I put the flowers on his balcony. Thinking of that scene, Ron Liryu smiled lightly. She bent slightly, pointed to the greenhouse in front of her and said, when your father comes back, give him a present. What to give? You can give whatever you want. Ron Liryu stood up, holding Ronyu's hand with both hands. Her voice was soft and gentle. Hey, he will be happy with whatever you give. He really wants to come back, but is too busy to leave. Ron Liryu's eyes turned slightly red when she thought of Jiyu Yuchen, who was alone in the ward. Father and mother have been waiting for you for a long time. We can continue to wait. Waiting for the day when the daughter officially calls them parents and Jiyu Fusion. In fact, Ron Liryu returned to China a long time ago. At that time, she and Jiyu Yuchen had just heard the news about Ronyu, and Jiyu Yuchen silently urged her to return home as soon as possible while still in the ICU ward the day after the operation. Ron Liryu went to the place where Ronyu lived when she was young, and wanted to see her daughter's growth environment. There, she met the mother of Ronyu's best friend. Her yo-yo is very kind, not willing to let the family who loves her be wronged. She, Jiyu Yuchen and Jiyu Fusion didn't want Yuya to be wronged either. They waited for a long, long time, and could wait 2 more days. Yaya's current state is much better than what Mother Lu said, and she will take the initiative to give her brother a portion of the dessert after she finishes making it. Before leaving at night, Jiyu Fusion came down to see her off. Come on, give me a hug, Ron Liryu said. In front of Ron, Jiyu Fusion was not happy. He is so old, he is a mature boss, who would want his mother to hug him. He is not a mother boy. While still refusing, Ron Liryu hugged him and said softly, Chen, thank you for your hard work. Jiyu Fusion was slightly taken aback, and pursed his lips. Yo-Yo is willing to accompany me all day, without alienation and embarrassment. It's all because of your influence. You are a good brother, you have to believe in yourself. Jiyu Fusion gave a low hum. Letting go of Jiyu Fusion, Ron Liryu hugged Ronyu again. This time Ronyu got used to it, and reached out to hug her mother. Mother's body is very fragrant, a touch of gardenia fragrance. When parting, Ron Liryu finally thought of something, took out a small note from her bag, and smiled lightly. I almost forgot about it. Your father said that he was very happy to see you spending money on the internet recently. We have also heard a little about your famous deeds. You spend your money well. What he wants to tell you is on it. There are still about 3 or 4 days. I will come back after my work with my father. Ronyu nodded. On the Ginkgo road, Ronyu pinched the note and watched the shadow of the car drift away. It was a bit cold in early winter. Jiyu Fushin handed the blanket brought by the housekeeper to Ronyu. Put it on, let's go back. When she went out just now, Ronyu only wore a cashmere coat, which was very thin. Ronyu nodded, but didn't care about the cloak. She lowered her head and pinched the small note. She wanted to see what her father wrote to her. Jiyu Fushin had no choice but to put it on her. The strip of paper was folded into a square, layer by layer. When she was about to open it, Ronyu was a little scared. What if her father wrote her a particularly touching sentence and she cried in front of Jiyu Fushin? Jiyu Fushin put a blanket on her, and asked suspiciously, "Why don't you open it?" Ronyu took a long breath, rubbed her hands, and opened the small note after being mentally prepared. On half a piece of A4-sized slip of paper, there was a word written profusely. "Hey, I think you can give gold a little face when you spend money. Ronyu, Jiyu Fushin." Chapter 39, 1. After a while, Jiyu Fushin's deep voice came from Ginkgo Road. "Daddy loves gold very much." Ronyu nodded seriously. "I can see it." She folded the little note and put it in her pocket. The breeze blows, and the fallen leaves flutter. Ronyu straightened her hair on her forehead, and suddenly wanted to laugh. Ronyu, I thought he would say something particularly provocative." Jiyu Fu-chen slightly bent his lips. It can also be understood as his sensationalism. Ronyu smiled lightly, held the small note in her pocket tightly, and put it in the small cabinet at the bottom of the bed after returning to the room, together with the diary. She has already thought about what to give her father Tilda. Today with Ron Lyryu, she didn't touch her phone all day, and it was already 7:30 in the evening when she took it out of her bag. 12 hours ago, Chi Jian sent her a message. "Where are you going?" Wei Wen also sent a message. Miss Chi called here and asked where you are. In addition, the 2 auction items will be shipped back to China tomorrow, and the 7-star plate will be delivered directly to Miss Chi's home. Fat Cat, yes. Ronyu exited the chat box with Wei Wen and replied to Chi Jian. "Busy with my family during the day, no time to look at my phone. The 7-star disc will be delivered directly to your home after returning home." Chi Jian, yes. "Are you coming to class tomorrow?" "Coming Tilda." The keynote speaker for tomorrow's small class is Yang the former CEO of the world's top 500 companies. His excellent management ability is unquestionable. He just came back after staying abroad for 2 years and has yet to take up the post. After Ronyu learned about this from Jiyu Fushin, his eyes lit up. Chantian Huahua Company has a very good development prospect now, backed by the support policy of Chunning Economic Development Zone, and there are still hundreds of millions of financing unspent, and there are still a few pieces of land whose prices are rising. The dead manager took over. In addition to resolving the issue of Springfield Huahua's management, Ronyu also wanted to take this opportunity to emphasize with the overlords and heirs about going out for dinner the day after tomorrow. First group outing, don't dove her. Result. After the class is over, on the 2nd floor of the villa, Ronyu sat at the small dining table in the living room and ate almond tofu. Knowing that she loves this, Luxuan ran all the way to the south to find the inheritor of almond tofu and specially made Ronyu dessert after dinner. "Sister Yayo, my trip was really hard." Luxuan sat on her right side and began to act coquettishly. "The master lives far away. I walked for a long time, my legs were numb, and I almost fell." Before Ronyu put down the porcelain white spoon to express her concern, Lu Jin swooned and sat on her left side. Jiang Huai stood opposite the small dining table with arms folded. She sensed something was wrong. The moment Lu Jin put down the spoon, Lu Jin quickly handed the tissue on the table to her, with a very good attitude, so good that people could tell that the 3 of them had ghosts at a glance. Ronyu looked around and said lightly, "Tell me, what's the matter?" Lu Jin explained, "Going out to play is an interesting event that is beneficial to physical and mental health. We are all looking forward to this day, but some things are not transferred by our will. This is an objective reality. The development of any interesting event must be established on an idle basis. Speak English." The 3 looked at each other. "I'm very busy the day after tomorrow, so I can't keep up with the appointment. Jiang Huai quickly added, Lu Jin and I are going to Country M to participate in an international exchange conference. Ron Yu turned to look at Luke Swan. And you? Luke Swan smiled, and leaned into her ear mysteriously. My little sister said that at the autumn and winter fashion show in Country F, 5 male supermodels I like will come. They are super handsome Tilda. Don't tell my brother. I will tell you what he said is that if they don't go, only you and Jiu Fusion brother will be left, so there are few people and it's not lively. Luke Swan muttered in a low voice, those male models are really good looking. If it wasn't for my parents and my brother to take care of me, I would have invited them to come over and give me a private show. She didn't even bother to go abroad to see it. Rom.jpg. In the Lu family, Luke Swan can spend money everywhere, and can idle around and not do business, but any behavior related to love and keeping a puppy is strictly prohibited. The whole family is afraid that the little princess will be attracted by her and get involved with a scumbag. Ron Yu has a headache. Little princess, you can do it. Jiang Huai and Lu Jin had to go on a business trip temporarily, and so did Qi Jian. All three of them participated in an exchange meeting. Ron Yu was curious, why didn't Jiu Fusion go? Jiu Fu Chen happened to pass by, straightened his cuffs casually, and said calmly, generally speaking, only poor students need to go around to meet and communicate with others to gain experience. Jiang Huai and Lu Jin and Qi Jian, in order to express yourself, you stepped on it and came out. Qi Jian let out a light snort, and went downstairs with the document. Lu Jin silently sent Jiu Fusion 3 words on Ron Yu's back, shameless. Jiang Huai stood in front of Jiu Fusion, took out his phone and shook it. Jiu Fu Chen raised his eyebrows. I'm 500, I can pretend that this incident never happened. Get off. The three left silently, and when Luke Swan followed them, she compared her heart to Ron Yu and even blew a kiss. Ron Yu dismissed the love and blown kisses sent by Luke Swan in the air in disgust. Luke Swan giggled and followed Lu Jin downstairs. Ron Yu angrily ate 2 mouthfuls of almond tofu. A group of unbelievers. Jiu Fusion sat aside and watched his sister eat. She was very angry. After eating 2 extra large bites of almond tofu, I shivered from the cold. It's cold, eat slowly. Ron Yu frowned and whispered, are you busy on Saturday? Of course not. Since Ron Yu said that he would go out for an outing on Saturday, Jiu Fusion has freed up all the time on Saturday. Not only that, I have been waiting for Saturday for the past few days, and because of this, I feel the long-lost eagerness of student days, looking forward to weekends, winter and summer vacations. I just hate why the time can't go faster. After Monday, there will be Tuesday, after Tuesday, and Wednesday. After finally making it to today's Thursday, Jiang Huai and Lu Jin said they couldn't come. Jiu Fusion was afraid that the plan of going out for fun would be ruined, so he said seriously, they broke their promises and became treacherous villains. We can't do it. This is a big taboo in business. Integrity matters. A person's quality is reflected in all aspects of life, especially in getting along with friends. Seeing that Jiu Fusion was going to expand his small act of getting pigeons to the big event of the ES failed to be human, and they will suffer commercial disasters in the long run, Ron Yu hurriedly interrupted him. If they don't go, we will. Jiu Fusion bent his lips. Yes. Guardian game plan is successful. Ron Yu took a deep look at him. Her brother should be a master of drama. There was a dull sound of closing the door behind him. Ron Yu turned around. In the study on the 2nd floor, Yang the lecturer of this small private class, put away the materials and came out, and nodded to Jiu Fusion and Ron Yu when passing by the living room. President Jiu, Miss Ron. Yang is very young, only 32 years old, and he was once known as a genius and a master of learning. Geniuses, they are all a little arrogant. After staying abroad for 2 years, they were dissatisfied with the development environment abroad. After bombarding the shareholders, they flew back to China with a team of assistants. He was so chic that the shareholders pointed at his back and cursed him, saying that he was too arrogant. Jiu Fusion nodded lightly. Ron Yu smiled. Mr. Yang, I have something to talk to you about. Facing Jiu Fusion's puzzled look, Ron Yu explained in a low voice, I still have a pension company in my hand, and I want to hire him to manage it. Not playing anymore? Warn you, the more you play, the more money you make. I feel uneasy playing. Just approaching Yang those shareholders called him crazy. So what is Warn you? Crazy and crazy. Before Yang came to the small class, the assistant in charge of the small class sent him a non-disclosure agreement to ensure that the lecturer would not disclose information, photos, or any commercial information about the 6 major families. After signing, the photo information of the heirs, the most basic investment philosophy, business principles and other documents will be handed over to the speaker, and 1 hour of reading time will be taken away after reading, so that the speaker can better prepare for the lesson. The process is very strict. Yang came here once before, and it wasn't so troublesome at that time, but the assistant said that this time there was a new eldest lady, the eldest lady of the Gu family, Ron Yu. Investment philosophy, hedonism. There is a mysterious investment consultant who can turn decay into magic. Specific investment case, everything about Pang Pang Mao on the internet. Yang brain paused for 2 seconds when he saw this high-speed operation, and searched for Chubby Cat online under the Amway of the small class assistant. 10 minutes later, he opened the door to a new world, and the whole person started to play wildly. Who is the mysterious investment advisor behind her? Can this ride make money? What was he pulling? Grass, a plant. No matter how broken you are in private, in front of others, you still have to have the high profile and pride you should have. Today, Yang maintained his usual standard and arrogance of refusing to ask more questions when giving a lecture, and his eyes never glanced in Ron Yu's direction. The moment Ron Yu called him, Yang stepped forward without hesitation. He wanted to know who taught Ron Yu to turn a stone into gold, strike where you point, and everywhere is red. After hearing Ron Yu's thoughts, Yang frowned. Mr. Chi hired me to work in the Chi family group company. Ron Yu's face collapsed. There is no room for negotiation. Yang, Mr. Chi helped me when I was studying abroad. Good. Yang wanted to talk to Ron Yu about the investment consultant behind her, but because Jiu Fusion was here, he didn't have a chance to mention it, so he left reluctantly. After he left, Jiu Fusion said, Ron, there is still a chance. Huh? Yang doesn't like shareholders and investors interfering. When doing business, he talks about art and aesthetics, not purely for profit, but for the long-term development of the company. There are few companies at home and abroad that are suitable for him. Ron Yu had a flash of inspiration, her face was full of smiles, and her voice was sweet and greasy. It's especially suitable for me. Yang owes Elder Chi a favor, and you help him pay it back. At that time, Elder Chi and Yang will not owe each other, but Yang will owe you instead. Ron Yu sighed and gave him a thumbs up. The boss is worthy of being the boss, he has much more heart than her. After being praised by his sister, Jiu Fusion couldn't help but say a few more words. You helped Chi Jian fly abroad, worked so hard to take pictures of the 7-star disc for her, and invited her out but was rejected. She will find a way to compensate you. As soon as the words fell, Chi Jian sent a message. Ron Yu, I'm sorry this time. Make it up to you next time. Ron Yu didn't talk nonsense. Be coquettish at the beginning, as the saying goes. Don't hit the smiling face when you reach out. Chi Jian, Fat Cat, I am now planning to take away the next CEO Yang of a company in your subgroup. Want to hear my detailed plans? VI50 tell you. Chi Jian, if you don't listen, you will take it away. Chi Jian had heard a little about Yang's matter. Chi Jian had already had a candidate before, and Yang was not suitable to stay in the Chi family. She didn't mention it because of Grandpa's face. Now Ron Yu wants to ***** him away. She can't wait to do so. Fat Cat. No, you must listen. Chi Jian, no. Fat Cat, I plan to curry favor with your grandpa. Now I need you to do me a favor. I will send my assistant over later, and you can do whatever you want, Tilda. When Chi Jian sent another message, Ron Yu didn't reply anymore, and she pretended to be dead to the end. Half an hour later, the little assistant showed up at Chi Jian's villa with the photographer. Miss Chi, let me take a photo of you now. The young lady told me that you must learn the gestures. As he said that, the little assistant crossed his thumb and index finger, and made a cute comparison to Chi Jian. Chi Jian frowned. Compare a fork? The little assistant smiled stiffly. This is a comparison, Tilda. Chi Jian, If she hadn't owed Ronyu a favor now, Chi Jian would have wanted the housekeeper to drive the two of them away. After taking the photo stiffly, Chi Jian couldn't help but ask, "What does Ronyu want to do?" "I'm sorry, Miss Chi, we don't know either. The little lady said that it will be given as a birthday present on the evening of your grandfather's birthday party. There are still 5 days left, so please look forward to it." After finishing speaking, the little assistant took the photography teacher to sneak away quickly, for fear that Chi Jian would return and take the photos away. Chi Jian, Ronyu has been in the entertainment circle for a long time, and she wants to give her a teaser as a gift to arouse her curiosity. In the next 2 days, Chi Jian was busy going abroad to attend the exchange meeting, and so did Jian Huai and Lu Jin. On Saturday, the day the three of them flew abroad to participate in the exchange meeting, Song Wen finished chatting with Lu Jin's special assistant, and asked Jiyu Fuxian for the 100th time, "Mr. Jiyu, are you really not going to participate in the exchange meeting? There was an invitation over there, but Jiyu Fuxian flatly rejected it. He said he had more important things to do." The last time Jiyu Fuxian told him that there are important things to do, Song Wen believed it, thinking that Mr. Jiyu was really hardworking and busy with the company day and night, but Jiyu Fuxian stayed up until midnight just to attend Miss Ron's meeting. The sign in first childish competition in Keohua. Song Wen has not been able to reconcile with the word's sign in first. It hurts to look at it. "Mr. Jiyu, do you really have something to do this time?" Song Wen came over to deliver urgent documents. Jiyu Fuxian read through it carefully, confirmed that it was correct, signed his name and stamped the official seal, and nodded. "What else is there? I rejected the International Economic Exchange Conference this time, but the official still wants to arrange an interview with you. As usual, no photos, just text." "Okay, you arrange it." As soon as the words fell, a brisk voice came from behind the two of them. "We can go, Tilda." Song Wen turned around in doubt. Ronyu looked at Song and asked, "Are you still working today?" "Jiyu Fuxian, I'm done." Under Song Wen's stiff gaze, Jiyu Fuxian got up and put the document in his hand, and walked out of the study with Ronyu. Ronyu said, "The amusement park is not far away. You can get there in half an hour. You can go there for lunch, Tilda." Song Wen stood in the study, shivering against the cold wind blowing from the window. Lu Jin's special assistant sent a message, "Why doesn't Mr. Jiyu come to participate this time? Is there anything more important than the International Economic Exchange Conference?" The exchange meeting was suddenly held 2 days ahead of schedule. The CEOs at home and abroad were caught off guard. Like Jiyu Fuxian, many of them couldn't be there because they had important things to do. Song Wen replied with a stiff face, "Yes, there is a very important matter." "Bojan is going to make a fortune," in a muffled voice again. "I admire you." At this time, the young reporter in charge of the interview of the International Economic Exchange Conference sent a message. "Mr. Song, can I take a photo this time?" "No." "Then can I ask Mr. Jiyu a little bit about his daily life?" Song Wen let out a long sigh, and only replied 2 words, "No. We will not ask too much about our private life." Song Wen didn't reply again. He refused not because he couldn't ask about Jiyu Fuxian's daily life, but, a day for sister-in-law, what is there to ask? In Happy Valley, Ronyu and Jiyu Fuxian bought tickets to enter the park, and there were many people inside. Ronyu had already made a plan when she came. "Let's play the roller coaster first, okay?" Jiyu Fuxian came to Happy Valley for the first time. When he was a child, his mother Ron Lyryu thought it was rare to take him to the amusement park. If he wanted to ride on the merry-go-round, the housekeeper would arrange a real horse. If he really wanted to play in his spare time, the housekeeper would also book the place for him to experience it alone. It was the first time for Jiyu Fuxian to be in the same public place with so many people. "There are a lot of people queuing up to play the roller coaster. Let's go get the number first, and then have something to eat." After finalizing everything, Ronyu pulled Jiyu Fuxian's sleeve to signal him to leave quickly. Ronyu wears a mask and sunglasses, most people can't recognize it, and although there are many people in Happy Valley, everyone plays their own games, and when they glance at Ronyu and Jiyu Fuxian, they will quickly attract attention from other projects. Next to the roller coaster project is a short snack street. There are 8 or 9 small shops selling skewers, fried rice, milk tea, and souvenirs. There are the most people in front of the kebab shop. Ronyu trotted over to line up, and turned to wave to Jiyu Fusion. The little green book says that this restaurant has a lot of beef skewers, which are spicy and numbing. The grilled squid is also very delicious. Do you want to try it? The grape-like almond eyes blinked, eyebrows raised, the corners of the mouth curved, looking at him expectantly. When Ronyu came here, she would talk a lot like the last time she went to the roadside stall, and she consciously assumed the responsibility of taking care of brother Ba. Jiyu Fu Chen nodded. However, it will take a long time to wait, but if you wait a little longer for delicious food, your expectations will be full, and it will be more delicious and satisfying when you eat it. The waiting time is not useless. Jiyu Fu Chen heard that Ronyu said this because he was afraid that he would find it troublesome. It's okay, just wait. The longer the waiting time, the greater the satisfaction when eating the skewers. Jiyu Fu Chen realized this. The grilled squid was sprinkled with seasonings. Ronyu took a bite of a big squid, which was delicious and chewy. Jiyu Fusion had a vague smile on his face. Under Ronyu's urging, he also tentatively took a bunch of squid to eat. The bunch of girls sitting around their table were thrilled, obviously face to face, but used the mobile phone to send messages frantically. I just heard the handsome guy calling Miss Sister and Sister. Whoa, the country owes me such a big brother. Other brothers, take my sister to show off the squid. Bring my sister to Happy Valley. My brother, grab barbecue skewers with me. Smile. This brother looks indifferent on the outside, but he is actually gentle. I am tired of saying the word envy. It was difficult to maintain elegance when eating small skewers, and it was in a public place with many people. Jiyu Fusion was still a little unaccustomed to it. He accidentally touched a bamboo stick on his left cheek and got some seasoning on his face, but he didn't realize it. Ronyu didn't mention it on purpose. This kind of easygoing brother, no one can agree with him. After eating, Ronyu pointed to her left cheek, motioning for him to wipe it off. Jiyu Fuchinjun blushed, coughed twice and took the tissue, pretending nothing happened. The two little sisters next door accelerated their typing, laughing to death. I can't tell that this brother is quite arrogant. Ha ha ha, the sister next door is also so cute. I waited so long on purpose. The condiments will be dry after a while. Bushy. She must have done it on purpose to hurt a younger sister. You shoot them. Putting it in your video account will definitely become popular. I dare not tap brother looks gentle, but when he looks at others, his aura is so strong. Just now a man secretly took pictures of his sister. You saw the warning eyes of his brother. Scared me to death. One of the two younger sisters is a big up master with 500,000 fans on alphabet.com, who edits some funny videos and mixes TV dramas, and has many fans. After they finished discussing, the fairy brothers and sisters at the next table had already left. After eating the skewers, Ronyu and Jiyu Fusion walked towards the roller coaster. The time card was just right, and when we arrived, we only had to wait 10 minutes for them to arrive. When I entered, a group of people on the roller coaster had just set off from the starting point. The cry of "ah" was intertwined with the sound of the high-speed upward track, which was very noisy and exciting. Ronyu said, I really like to play this game, but Lu Ming is very afraid. I played it myself when I was a freshman. Jiyu Fu Chen looked away from the roller coaster that had just gone downhill, and said in a deep voice, I'm not afraid. Even this kind of stimulation project to stimulate adrenaline will scare him. 7 minutes later, he sat in the first row with Ronyu, and the roller coaster rushed forward with a swish. When going uphill, Jiyu Fusion was able to maintain his composure for the time being. After flying to a height of 70 meters, the roller coaster stopped for a second, and Jiyu Fusion's heart hung in his throat. Eyes, the adrenal hormones in the body soared. In the silence, excitement and long waiting, the car swished down at an almost vertically downward angle of view, with both feet dangling in the air and no place to rest, and screams of wow and ah came from behind. After repeating the S-shaped twist twice to bring a super exciting experience, Ronyu smiled against the wind, while Jiyu Fusion next to him gritted his teeth and his whole body stiffened. I don't know how long the torment lasted, but the roller coaster stopped slowly. Jiyu Fu Chen took a long breath, closed his eyes and fell back on the chair with the feeling of I finally came back to life. A light and familiar laughter came from his ears. Ji Fusion's back was slightly stiff, his eyes raised a small slit, and secretly looked at Ronyu beside him. Ronyu looked at him with a sideways smile and said, "Why don't you call out because you're afraid?" "I'm not afraid." Jiyu, bullying boss, Fu Chen never believed that he would be afraid of such a gadget. Ronyu didn't refute. She took out her bag from the cabinet next to her and went out. "When you go out, you will pass a small room, which contains the photos taken by the machine when you were playing the roller coaster just now." The salesman smiled and held up the photos to show the group of tourists. "Take 30 yuan with the photo frame. You can take it away as a souvenir." Others threw it away after seeing it, but Ronyu leaned sideways and lowered her head. Ji Fusion's pace was obviously quickened. He passed through the crowd in front of him and quickly came to Ronyu's side, and when he approached, he saw the big photo in her hand. In the middle of the first row, Ronyu was wearing a mask, her eyes were crooked and her smile was bright. Ji Fusion next to her closed her eyes tightly, her hands clenched tightly on the railing, and she curled up unconsciously, showing the 4 words "I'm so scared" to the extreme. "I want." Before buying the words, Ronyu was dragged away by Ji Fusion covering her mouth. Ronyu struggled to save herself from Ji Fusion's clutches, straightened her hairstyle that was growing in the direction of chicken nest head, and stared at Ji Fusion motionlessly. "I am angry." Ji Fusion kneaded the bridge of his nose, and calmly reasoned with his sister, "Everyone didn't buy it, so it's an IQ tax." After a pause, he added, "We have money, but we can't be wronged. We absolutely can't give money to this kind of violation of portrait rights." Ronyu, "Oh, I want to play again." Ronyu tidied up her clothes and went to line up again. "If you don't want to play, I'll go." Ji Fusion was very hesitant. He didn't want to experience the adrenaline rush again. He was hesitating whether to learn how to reject his sister for the first time, when a pair of high school students, brothers and sisters, quarreled next to him. You see, other brothers are playing roller coasters with their sisters, and that brother is the number 1 brother. "You are not good at all." In an instant, Ji Fusion was praised by many people. Ronyu felt everyone's envy. Ji Fusion was very proud. Swallow the words of refusal, and take the initiative to scan the QR code and line up to buy tickets. "Play, I will play too." The second time Ji Fu Chen was mentally prepared, and when he took a long breath and was about to face the next 2 minutes of thrilling life and death, Ronyu turned his head and said seriously, "Let's call together later." Ji Fusion. Before he could speak, the roller coaster rumbled towards the track. In the first drooping bend, Ronyu yelled "Ah!" Not only her, but also the screams behind her. For the first time in his adult life, Ji Fu Chen yelled loudly. The physical and mental exhaustion and the depression buried in the bottom of my heart all vented out. 2 minutes later, the roller coaster stopped. Ronyu hurriedly got out of the car, turned her head and said to Ji Fusion, "Help me get my bag." Then she left in a flash. Ji Fusion was slightly stunned, thinking that his sister wanted to go to the bathroom, so he unhurriedly took out Ronyu's shoulder bag from the locker, and suddenly realized something when his hand touched the bag, quickly ran towards the small room where the photo was taken. There, Ronyu smiled and took the 70 yuan that the salesman had brought back, turned around and proudly showed the photo in Ji Fusion's hand, grabbed the photo frame and ran away. "Ron," Ji Fusion said loudly, instantly attracting the attention of everyone present. He had no choice but to keep up. "Sister, run slowly." Everyone stared at them stupidly, not knowing what happened. At the end of the crowd, the 2 little sisters who were sitting next to Ronyu and Ji Fusion looked at each other in surprise when they were eating squid skewers, and went to the place to pick up the photos and bought them for 30 yuan. After watching it, the 500,000 fan-up owner, Little Moon, felt fucking. "Isn't this girl with a bright smile Ronyu?" In the photo, Ronyu's mask fell to the tip of her nose, revealing her tall nose and watery almond eyes. At the moment of taking pictures, she looked sideways at the handsome man beside her, with crooked eyebrows and smiling sweeter than honey. Little Moon and her friend couldn't help but curl their mouths just looking at this smiling face. Woohoo, so sweet. She must have been so happy. As the main editor, Little Moon edited a lot of Ronyu's peerless beauty during this period, and recognized her instantly when she saw this photo. "The girl is Ronyu," and next to her is the brother Ronyu who used a drone to slap the face of the double top lineup of We Are Youth a few days ago. Little Moon couldn't hold back, and logged on to Weibo to write a short composition. I went out to Happy Valley today and got in the car. I met Ronyu and her brother. The brother is super cute and gentle. Riding a roller coaster scared me to death. Ronyu should have a very happy life, with a super sweet smile tilde. She didn't post a photo, only a text on Weibo. Soon, someone else's screenshot on Weibo was posted on Ronyakeo's chat, attracting a group of Yuya fans to watch. Little Moon replied, "Yes, he pictures will not be posted." She has a very good relationship with her brother. I also met them when I was eating grilled squid with my friends. At that time, I didn't recognize Ronyu wearing sunglasses. Later, after riding the roller coaster, I met them again at the photo shop. I can reveal a little bit. According to the salesperson, Ronyu seems to be a very face-saving person. In the photos, he was very scared and refused to let Ronyu buy the photos. As a result, Ronyu played twice. The first time I was dragged away by my brother but I didn't get the photo. The second time I just paid the money and grabbed the photo and ran away. Ha 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 is a cute Ron. Just listening to the description, you can feel Ronyu's vitality and liveliness. It is right for her to quit the circle, and she has a better life. Keohua was discussing lively. Ronyu and Jiyu Fushin, the central figures in the incident, are on their way to find food. Jiyu Fuchen was driving. His eyes glanced at the photo frame in Ronyu's hand from time to time. Ronyu looked sincere. "I think the photos are beautiful, so I cut out the others when I got home, and left the two of us hanging in the living room." "No," Jiyu Fushin said, "we can take a better picture. The light angle of this picture is not good, and it will lose your appearance." "No, I still look good in the photo." Ronyu smugly took a picture of the photo. Jiyu Fushin's alarm bell rang loudly. "What are you doing?" "Send it to Mom." Jiyu Fushin. Since then, Jiyu Fushin's image has gone forever. Ronyu had a great time today. The location of the hidden gourmet restaurant she found on Little Green Book is really secret. It drove directly to Chunning District. After eating the crab noodles recommended by everyone, I accidentally passed by Chunti and Hua Hua Company on my way back. Jiyu Fushin, do you want to get out of the car and take a look? There are no people around, and there are large open spaces. There are only a few buildings in the Springfield Hua Hua elderly community, and a small supermarket at the door, which looks a bit lonely. Take a look. As the boss, she can't even know what the retirement community looks like. Jiyu Fushin parked the car at the door, and Ronyu went in to register. "Ronyu?" The old security guard at the door smiled. "I remember, he was a starlet. Jujai often mentioned you." Ronyu paused while holding the pen. "Jujai, auntie?" The old security guard was startled, and said with a smile, "Really know each other? Every time Jujai mentions you, she praises you, saying that she met you when she was a child, and we all thought she was talking nonsense." Ronyu was absent-minded for a moment, looking at the path in front of her. "Aunt Jujai lives here. I've lived here for more than a year." The oldest group of guests. The old security guard was enthusiastic, pointing to the winding path in front of him. "Go straight, the residents of the first building are now training in the activity center, and you can see them when you go there." Ronyu nodded to him politely, and followed Jiyu Fushin inside. Aunt Jujai was a temporary mother who took care of her in the orphanage. When she was sent back by the first family, Jujai stood at the door cursing. She was angry, and the anger was obviously not the child's problem. The family insisted on finding an improper reason to send the child back. "There is nothing I can do about it. I can't say it in front of the other party." In the end, he was so angry that he could only scold when the family left. Aunt Jujai has a bad temper, straight to the point. What to say? When facing her, she is 3 points soft, knowing that she is more sensitive after being abandoned, and spends a lot of time with her, doing some hand painting, playing for a while cutouts and such. During the long time of painting by hand, Jujai comforted her, saying that she could always find a second kind family. When the second family came to pick her up, Jujai showed obvious happiness on her face, and this was also the last time Ronyu saw her. When Ronyu was admitted to university as an adult, she went to the orphanage to find Jujai, and other staff members said that she had already retired to enjoy the blessings. Didn't expect them to meet here. When Jujai saw Ronyu, she was as excited as seeing a relative, and repeatedly took Ronyu's hand and introduced to other uncles and aunts. This is Ronyu, a former big star, really amazing. Everyone nodded repeatedly, and their eyes fell on Ji Fusion, who was silent at the side. Ronyu smiled, and this time she introduced Ji Fusion very skillfully. This is my brother, Ron Chen. Ji Fusion. This name is cute, a good name. Jujai smiled. Facing the appreciative gazes of the elders and aunts, Ji Fusion glanced at his younger sister's smiling face, and nodded helplessly. It's really good, the person who chooses the name will choose it. Forget it, my sister is happy, Ron Chen is Ron Chen. However, in the next hour, Ron Chen appeared almost more often than he was called Ji Fusion in the past year. At 5 o'clock, the Grandparents' Activity Center will hold a dance party. There are many places to be arranged on the site. This is the work of the employees. The grandparents have nothing to do, so they come to help. Now that Ronyu came, Jujitseng urged several other aunts to chat with Ronyu, and the task of arranging the scene naturally fell to Ji Fusion. Hitting balloons, pulling banners, carrying goods, placing cups, whatever Ji Fusion was asked to do, Ji Fusion really did it. The young man is young and strong, he has done a lot, and is much better than us. The uncles and aunts kept applauding. Ronyu raised eyebrows and looked at Ji Fuchen, who had just finished moving books and was ordered by another uncle to set up cups, and cast a poor, helpless and frightened complex look at him. She was wrong. She was really wrong. QAQ. If she knew that Aunt Jujai would let Ji Fuchen do these small things without any scruples, she would definitely let her brother wait for her in the car. Ji Fuchen didn't speak, just smiled lightly with his back to Ronyu. He used to watch TV with his mother, and the old ladies and grandpas in it were full of enthusiasm. When he met his grandchildren's friends, he could become friends in 3 minutes, ordering them to do something. Ji Fuchen liked this feeling. In the eyes of others, he is just Ronyu's older brother who can help them with some sundries. Sitting next to Ronyu, Jujai smiled and said, You, a nice person came to our retirement community recently. Yes, hundreds of millions have been invested in our retirement community, the cost will not increase, and the level of food and accommodation will be upgraded in an all-round way. What a nice person. I just don't know who it is. If I know, I will worship him like a bodhisattva. Ronyu smiled awkwardly and politely. Isn't the good man being ordered by you to move things? An hour later, Ji Fusion and Ronyu had another meal here. Before leaving, Ronyu added Jujai's WeChat. Go back and send you a message. Jujai smiled. I was very happy when I saw the report saying that you might have found your biological parents. If you don't come here in the future, just pretend you haven't seen me and live your own life. Seeing that you are really having a good time, I am satisfied. Are you right? Your better days are ahead. During the second parting, Jujai did say such words. Ronyu took a long breath, resisting the astringency in her heart, and nodded with red eyes. Don't come here in the future, you will have a new life. Jujai repeatedly emphasized, I am very happy with these people. This is my life, and you should live your life well. She has seen many children in orphanages, and she cannot forget the sufferings she endured in orphanages and adoptive parents' homes. After growing up and having a new life, she still has a bad life. Jujai doesn't want Ron. Chapter 41. Half an hour ago, after Aunt Jujai posted the video to Moments, it attracted a large number of comments and likes from grandpas and aunts. They have never seen a celebrity, and they regard Ronyu's arrival as a rare event, and a video can attract a wide range of discussions. Aunts fell in love with Duyan after retirement, and felt that the videos posted by Jujai's circle of friends were quite interesting, so they moved to their own Duyan account with Jujai's consent. Usually vibrato is seen by some people with better relationships in the surrounding elderly care community. 7 or 8 likes are all from acquaintances. After this video was posted today, there were suddenly more comments. Residents in the elderly care community who saw this video would ask in the group if it was true. they don't understand what keyword search is. An aunt used the word "ronyo" in her vibrato, which was captured and pushed out by big data. Ronyo is a person who has been highly discussed in the entertainment industry in recent days. There are many people who enjoy short videos of her appearance on Douyin every day. When they found this treasured video, everyone was shocked. It's really Ronyo, smiling so happily. Ha ha ha, Ronyo and Ron Chen Chen, her brother's name is too funny. One of the world's great unsolved mysteries is finally solved, and I finally understand why when Ronyo's brother left his name with a drone that day, he only wrote Brother Ronyo, and did not leave his own name. It turns out that the name is so cute that it is shameful. Cover face. You guys have taken all the bamboo shoots on the mountain, can you give me some face for Mr. Chen Chenba? High value brother and sister stickers, but who is the overlord? As soon as this video came out, the people who eat melons focused their attention on Ronyo and Ron Chinchin's family background and why their parents gave their brother such a cute name, which would damage the image of the boss. When someone searched for the word Ron Chen Chen on the internet, there were no related revelations or news. There are rich Ron families in the country, but they are in the south, and Ronyo and Ron Chen Chen obviously settled in Heiress City, and the Ron family in the south has only one only daughter, and the daughter has already taken over the family business, so it is impossible to suddenly have more. A Ron Chen Chen came out. For a while, the identities of Ronyo and Ron Chen Chen became a mystery. It can't be a fake rich family, all they do is just to gain attention and establish a personality, right? In the business circle, in order to climb to a higher level and expand their network of contacts, there are many people who set themselves up as young ladies, rich and noble sons, and they often exaggerate. Dealing with people with money. After this assumption came out, it was immediately opposed by many people. Ronyo, a strange woman who has the ability to buy Suyu Entertainment, dares to change her name to TNT and destroys entertainment company and has obtained 500 million in financing from Pang Pang Mao. She doesn't look like she is pretending. Besides, there are so many big bosses in her Keohua now, and Ronyo really wants to gain some kind of benefit by pretending to be a big lady. Make your own avatar. But there are also opposition. After Yukai quit the circle a week ago, a small number of unacceptable fans turned into Ronyo's black fans. They attributed Yukai's departure to Ronyo's merciless retaliation against Yukai on the live broadcast of We Are Youth, secretly scolding Ronyo for having a low EQ. In the past few days, looking for opportunities to pour black water on Ronyo everywhere on the internet. Some sensible Yukai fans and CP fans have accepted the reality. At first they would persuade them a few words, but later they were too lazy to persuade them, and simply drew a clear line with them. Even they didn't understand why We Were Youth praised Yu Yao, and since Yu Yao was here, why did Ronyo hurt her double and the company's sympathy? If Yukai and Chen Gaiwan really had nothing to do with this incident, they would not have paid attention to Yu Yao immediately when the incident broke out. It can only be said that none of these three people is clean. I understand the truth, but the black fans don't listen. Plump Cat and the only team for Ronyo can only show that they are super luxurious fans of Ronyo, which cannot reflect Ronyo's identity, and it cannot be ruled out that Ronyo is secretly fawning on the big boss, which is why today's big fans protect her scene. It's very interesting to ruin the name of the entertainment company every day. It really shows that Ronyo doesn't take the entertainment industry seriously, but she also said that it's the fat cat's money. After Yukai retired from the industry, Chen Gaiwan was always paying attention to the news about Ronyo in the entertainment circle. Since Ronyo publicly retired from the live broadcast room and avoided the original canon fodder script in the novel, the plot of the novel began to get out of control. Ronyo is undoubtedly the biggest stumbling block for him and Yukai to move towards the protagonist. The counterattack of the canon fodder character that the system has been guarding against is likely to be her. Now that the rhythm is in front of him, it is impossible for Chen Gaiwan to let it go and let the fat powder come off the stage to bring the rhythm. He had lived in Longgaoshan City since he was a child, and he had heard of several wealthy families in Heiress City, and he intended to make friends with them, but the status of these people in Heiress City was very high, and they never interacted with other people. Known for being low-key, not fond of taking pictures, and calm, he did not combine Gu Fusion with the current Ron Chen Chen. Rumors of insinuating that Ron Yu and Ron Chen Chen are fawning on the boss rushed forward. It's like when you were in school, rich people or school bullies were always followed by a few scumbags. I don't want to beep, whatever Ron Yu's status, I understand everything. It can only be said that Ron Yu's family background is not bad, and she can be called a wealthy family, but without Chubby Cat and the only one, she definitely wouldn't dare to be so presumptuous. Now that she hugs Chubby Cat's thigh, she is also rampant. There is too little information about Ron Yu and Ron Yu's brother on the internet, and no one can convince anyone. Until Xiaoba, a gossip lover who specializes in eating melons, shared a wave of guide to eating melons by Ron Yu and Ron Chen Chen on the Mungbean app. The melon people fleeing in the melon fields finally found some direction. Xiaoba can be called Sherlock Holmes in the world of eating melons. Wherever there are melons, there is her figure. After all, she is an old man in the gossip world, with rich experience and knowledge of gossip. As soon as the video was released, she remembered one thing. About a week ago, my roommate shared a post with her. The content was that wealthy brothers and sisters wore high-end clothes and ate at roadside stalls, which caused quite a stir in the student circle at that time. It is also to praise the relationship between the siblings, and the overbearing elder brother loves his younger sister so much. Looking down at the animated picture of his younger sister giggling makes many people howl. Why does my elder brother only things from me when he is riding a horse? The incident happened at a roadside stall at the gate of B. Xiaoba, as a senior sister who has graduated from B University, glanced at the post after it came out. When I saw it, the animation disappeared. Paste photos. Xiaoba didn't believe that there would be so many overlord brothers and sisters popping up in Heiress City suddenly, so he searched for Ron Yu's past experience. In the column of Baidu Encyclopedia, it is clearly stated that B University majored in finance, and transferred to the Department of Acting in her sophomore year to start her career in the entertainment industry. Brothers and sisters who wear haute couture and eat roadside stalls appeared at the roadside stalls of B University. And Ron Yu also graduated from B University. Doesn't this explain clearly why the wealthy sons and young ladies eat roadside stalls? Fuguemasi Xiaoba followed this line, compared the 3 high-resolution photos with the high-definition video, and finally came to the conclusion the 2 pairs must be the same brother and sister. In the first photo of Gao Fu, the sister has big wavy curly hair, and Ron Yu has big wavy curly hair. In addition to the facial features, the height gap in the video also matches the height of the third Li of the high-paced photo. The elder brother is about half a head taller than the younger sister. To sum up, Ron Yu and Ron Chen Chen are the brothers and sisters of Gao Ding who went to B to eat at the roadside stall a week ago. Afterwards, Fuguemasi Xiaoba carefully selected the high-end clothes worn by Ron Yu and Ron Chen Chen. They all wear high-definition clothes, so I'm not too deep here. You can focus on the watch in Ron Chen Chen's hand. It should be a 7-digit number starting with 9. It's new this season, and it's limited to 15 models worldwide. Beep softly, the global limited edition is not something you can buy with money. One of my relatives and friends told me that a certain brand of watches is worth millions, but if you want to buy that model, you must first have an entry qualification. You must first consume or recharge an $8 million card before you can buy a certain watch. Finally, Ron Yu's family's status in a wealthy family is definitely not low. Fans of the double-top class don't touch porcelain. Ron Yu may be better than your retort family. One sentence made the black fans so angry that they slapped and typed back, but they were so small in number that they couldn't be compared to a group of spectators. Sister is good at scolding, please scold more. Ron Yu took his brother to eat at the previous roadside stall after returning to the wealthy family. It felt like he was introducing his life to his family. The relationship must be very good. Gao Ding brothers and sisters YYDS. Talk about an unrealistic dream. It must be very interesting to see them on the variety show of family affection. It's a pity, the roadside stall that Ron Yu and Ron Chen Chen went to heard that it was bought by a big boss. Woo woo woo. It's being remodeled during this period. No one knows what it will look like. In Ron Yakeo's words, a young lady said that Ron Yu and Ron Chen Chen went out to ride the roller coaster together today, but they didn't post a picture. things have progressed to this point, and the number of people following Ron Yu and Ron Chen Chen has gradually increased. When they heard about this, they rushed to ask for photos. Xiao Yuyu thought that everyone's online videos had been circulated, and there was no point in hiding it, so she simply posted the photos of the roller coaster. In the photo, Ron Chen Chen is stiff all over, and Ron Yu is smiling. 15 minutes later, # has become a hot search. The boss in my imagination, cold, calm, moody, low-key, and invincible, the actual boss, cute name, scared to death when riding a roller coaster, smiling like a sunflower when taking pictures, Wu Bai. Ha 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 ha, the image of the bossy brother is completely destroyed with one move. I want to ask my brother about his psychological shadow at this time. Not only that, but the auntie who posted the video of Ron Yu and Ron Chen Chen taking photos on Douyin was overjoyed to see so many likes, reposts, and comments from everyone. I also posted the Ron Chen Chen moving the goods for everyone shot in the afternoon to the internet. The whole network is happy to watch. In front of the aunts, the overlord must move what he should move. Brother haha BA is so cute. When these videos were posted to Bojin's employee group, all the staff fell silent. Ron, Chen Chen? Fine. Let's not talk about how this strange name that has nothing to do with Mr. Giyu's style came into being. Just ask. Why is Mr. Giyu, who is usually cold and steady, rubs his cuffs inadvertently when he walks, and exudes I am the overlord all over his body, is very strict with Song Taeju, a legendary genius who has made Bojan wait step by step with one enemy in his career Giyu Fusion. Why did you move things in a small retirement community? The aunts who posted these videos also said 3 days ago, thank you to the good people for financing our retirement community. Such good people will definitely live a long life. Aunt, shout out. The good men you thank was summoned by you to do chores. Please tell them that none of this is true. Their boss has a clear distinction between public and private, and he will definitely not be the man with a prettier smile than Hua in the video. Until Special Assistant Song spoke in the crowd. I believe everyone has seen the news on the internet. I seriously tell everyone that everything on the internet is true. Everyone in the group signed a non-disclosure agreement when they joined the job, and Mr. Giyu attaches great importance to his personal privacy. Speaking of this, Song Taeju was rarely silent. The employees who wanted to talk also turned off their microphones. When you open Weibo, you can see Mr. Giyu's smiling face facing the camera. Do you think this is called emphasizing personal privacy? Special Assistant Song, doesn't your conscience ache? After a while, Taeju Song added, of course, Ron Chen Chen doesn't care. This group does not have Giyu Fusion and the company's executives and shareholders. It is a small chat group outside the official group. Sometimes people who give advice to the boss are all in this group. Employees who are bolder speak up. Xiao Lu from the propaganda department, what does Mr. Giyu say now? Do you need crisis public relations to remove hot searches and photos? Song Wen from the general manager's office, Mr. Giyu said that it will not be used for the time being, but he hopes that all employees can keep it secret. Miss Ron's identity has not been disclosed in the wealthy circle, and she needs to wait for Mr. Giyu to come back. I hope everyone can understand and support her. Last but not least, everyone has signed a non-disclosure agreement. Song Wen spoke so seriously, when he lowered his head and saw Giyu Fusion's reply, his head ached. Gee, what does Ron Chen Chen's photo have to do with me? Giyu Fusion. Okay, Mr. Giyu now wants to completely separate Ron Chen Chen and Giyu Fusion. Song Taeju added another sentence in the group. Mr. Giyu and Ron Chen Chen must be separated. If you usually want to gossip and can't find anyone to share with you, you can gossip and chat in the large group. If there is news that I know, I will also disclose it to you. He calmed down a bit. I also have a lot of complaints that I want to tell you. Xiao Wang from the marketing department, ha 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 ha. The assistant is by the boss's side, and knows a lot of information. Song Wen from the general manager's office, I have suffered a lot. Mr. Giyu is no longer the legendary Mr. Giyu in the business world. The propaganda department makes noise. How to say. Song Wen of the general manager's office, you haven't seen it yet. Is he just a sister-in-law? All staff. Then Ron Yu is a fat cat. Ha ha ha, Chubby Cat replied directly in the comment area. saying that he likes to see Ronyu's face. Puff. They have so many vests. Only I want to ask who is the only brother. Could it be Mr. Jiyu? Seeing the commotion in the group, Songwen breathed a sigh of relief. Of course not every employee is so obedient, and he still has to work. Songwen asked the public relations department to step up the monitoring of the keywords of Ronyu, Ron Chen, Jiyu Fusion, and Bojan. Jiyu Fusion's long-established image of a domineering boss was destroyed within a day. Everyone on the internet is asking, please ask Ron Chinchin's current psychological shadow. In fact, Jiyu Fusion has a peaceful mind. Apart from being a little embarrassed at first, he accepts the damage to his image very quickly. On the one hand, he found that his sister has gradually accepted his truest side invisibly, and on the other hand, he was happy to take a photo with Ron. Brothers and sisters are not as important as face. He pretended restraint before, hoping that Ron could slowly accept everything about the Jiyu family, and she obviously did it now. On the way home, Ronyu slept on the back of the chair, and gradually woke up when she was almost home. Before Jiyu Fusion reminded her to check Weibo, Ronyu's WeChat vibrated several times. Luke Swan, Sister Yayo, are you going to the amusement park today? Take me with you next time. Luke Swan, shall we play some escape room or script killing next time? My little sister when I was studying abroad said this is very fun. Ronyu was sleepy and confused. How did Luke Swan know where she went today? Luke Swan, picture, in this photo, brother Jiyu Fusion is too timid. My brother told me just now that if it was him, he would definitely not be like this. Ronyu, that's what my brother told me before riding the roller coaster. Ronyu saw the Weibo user watermark in the picture and instantly woke up. Has the photo of her and Jiyu Fuchen been posted on the internet? Image. The image of my brother is gone. Jiyu Fusion noticed something, coughed twice and added, someone took a video in the retirement community, and they posted it on the internet. Now the whole network thinks my name is Ron Chen. Ronyu. I did not do it on purpose. She apologized honestly and sincerely. If I could do it all over again, I would definitely give you a more handsome name QAQ. It's okay to say that last time, who would have thought that such a thing would happen today? Jiyu Fusion, it's okay, I'm used to listening to it this afternoon. When the uncles and aunts ordered him to move things, they always called Ron Chen and Chen. Jiyu Fusion was more familiar with the name Ron Chen than his real name, Jiyu Fusion. Ronyu was silent, making sure that her brother was not joking with her, and immediately looked for remedies. Thinking about Luke Swan's invitation to play, she said, I had a great time today. Jiyu Fusion, yes. Then let's come out again next week. Ron Chinchin's kind of thing will never happen. Ronyu raised 3 fingers and swore, with a sincere face, next time, go to a place where no one is around. Jiyu Fuchen chuckled lightly. Luke Swan invited us to escape from the secret room and solve puzzles in the secret room. It is suitable for a group of people to play together. It is super exciting to find a companion who is alone and break into the next level together, but it will definitely not trouble you. When the time comes, we will break the record, be the fastest player, and amaze the audience. Jiyu Fusion's smile gradually faded. Twilight is deep, there is a lot of traffic outside the window, neon lights are everywhere, it is very lively. Passers-by on the zebra crossing looked at the countdown green light, hesitating whether to walk over. And while hesitating and struggling, the red light on the opposite side of the zebra crossing turned on. The convoy can go together and slowly drive to the distance. The car was quiet for a while. Jiyu Fuchen was like a passerby struggling on the zebra crossing just now. He suppressed his emotions and spoke casually for a long while. I don't like these kinds of games. Dark secret rooms and games of hide-and-seek bring back bad memories. Ronyu was slightly taken aback. It seemed that this was the first time Jiyu Fusion had voluntarily rejected her. After she realized it, she nodded again and again, then changed it. She didn't ask why, and Jiyu Fusion didn't say anything. Ronyu didn't take rejection seriously. Everyone has their own preferences. After making sure that there was nothing wrong with Jiyu Fuchen's mood, she bowed her head and replied to Luke Swan's words. Fat cat, change it, my brother doesn't like escape rooms. She withdrew from the dialogue with Luke Swan, and paused for a while with her fingers on the newly added Aunt Ju Jai's rose portrait, but she still didn't say anything disappointing. Lu Ming said that the Chinese New Year is the time she hates the most after going to college. To meet a large number of relatives, parents have to show her off in front of relatives like a certificate of merit, saying how many points she scored in the college entrance examination, which key university she went to, and what she did in the university. Father Lu and Mother Lu will not give up until the reputation of Lu Ming's mastery is spread. She hadn't experienced this kind of experience before, but she experienced it once in a trance today. Ron Yu knew that Ju Jai had good intentions, so she hesitated for a while and said nothing. Click into Aunt Ju Jai's circle of friends to watch, and like the circle of friends of the video she just posted. Swipe down and stare blankly. Auntie Ju Jai reposted, I wish Chiang Q great pride, let 200 million people see hope for the future, and resolutely return to China after graduation to contribute to the pension cause of the motherland. Ron Yu's face turned pale. Ju Chiang, the elder brother who appeared later in the family when he was adopted for the first time. She didn't click in, closed moments and looked out the window. The dizzy street lamp quickly stepped back. Ron Yu hid her hands in her pockets, fingers clasped tightly, and the veins on her back were exposed. Ron. Ji Fuxian called her suddenly. Ron Yu came back to her senses, paused for a second, then turned her head. Ji Fuxian's voice was tense. I want to escape from the secret room. Let's go next week. Ron Yu was stunned. It took a while to realize that Ji Fuxian attributed her emotional change to not having played the escape room. She rubbed her cheeks. Is it so obvious? No, I just saw a few scary articles about escape rooms and was taken aback. Rael? Yeah. Ron Yu picked up the phone. Do you want me to send it to you? No need. Ron Yu smiled, put down her phone and closed her eyes for a nap. Everything about Ju's family lingered in my mind. I wish Chiang was pretty good to her for a while, but he was too cowardly. After returning home, Ron Yu quickly went up to the 7th floor. After closing the door, staring at the phone in a daze, after a while, she made up her mind to open Aunt Ju Jai's circle of friends. In the article, Ju Chiang was praised wildly. He has obviously had a good life in the past 10 years. When she was in high school, Ron Yu heard about Ju Chiang and Xing Bi from her classmates. They were childhood sweethearts. Xing Bi was spoiled by her brother and bamboo horse Ju Chiang and became a little princess. She has an arrogant temper. He studies abroad. Ju Chiang became the pride of many classmates in high school. They had a good life, and no one remembered Ju Yu, who was framed by Xing Bi and her brother and snatched the rabbit doll. Ron Yu frowned, quit the official account article and searched Ju Jai's other circle of friends. There is no more news about him. It should be that I saw ordinary reposts about the pension industry, and there are many similar official accounts. Ron Yu called Wei Wen and wanted her to check Ju Chiang's information, but when she was about to say it, she swallowed it again. Aunt Ju Jai was right in saying that she should not cling to the past. Miss, what do you need? Wei Wen stood respectfully with her arms folded. Ron Yu shook her head, stared blankly at the carpet, raised her head for a while and asked, when will Mom and Dad come back? Wei Wen smiled. The day after tomorrow will arrive at noon on the 7th. On the 8th, you will attend Mrs. Chi's birthday with Mrs. Ron and Mr. Jiu Xiao. It is a small internal gathering. Mrs. Ron hopes you can attend. Ron Yu has exactly this intention. She also wanted to yarn from Elder Chi. It's okay, you can go out. Okay. Ron Yu closed WeChat, and rode a bicycle for a ride in the manor. The small train inside the manor that she had discussed with her parents and brother before was under construction. This project is ridiculous. But no matter how ridiculous the project is, they take it seriously. This is her family, a family in the true sense. It's different from the cowardly Ju Chiang and the adoptive parents who didn't make any mistakes but tried to drive her away. Ron Yu walked around outside twice, and when she returned to the main building, she habitually took the ***** tea from the old housekeeper. Have you made the little gift I prepared for Mr. Chi? It's still in production. The old housekeeper hesitated again, and reminded in a low voice, Miss, although the Chi family lags behind the Jiu family in the rich list, their strength has risen sharply in the past 2 years, so it should not be underestimated. and the status of the old man in the circle very seriously. Mr. Jiyu and Mrs. Ron should also give a respectful shout when they see Mr. Chi, let alone Mr. Jiyu Xiao and you. I know, respect the old and love the young. I must have been very polite that day. After she finished speaking, she walked away. The old housekeeper hurriedly stepped forward. That's not it. Miss, isn't the birthday gift you prepared for Mr. Chi too simple? Simplicity is a word embellished by the old housekeeper. Chi Lao loves antiques, and the other juniors, in order to show courtesy, spent half a month traveling around the country's major auctions, antique shops, and antique experts' homes, working hard for a long time just to give Chi Lao a gift. Naturally, they intend to please Chi Lao and want to take this opportunity to cooperate with the Chi family. Although the Jiyu family, Lu family, Jiang family, and Fu family are not like this, the gifts must be carefully prepared so as not to damage the friendship accumulated by the two generations. Didn't Chi Jian deliberately let the young lady fly abroad to buy a 7-star plate, the eldest lady of the Chi family prepared so seriously? Wouldn't it be a joke for the young lady to send something worth 1,000 yuan to it? Gifts can't be determined by value, it depends on what elder Chi likes. Don't worry, I still have something to ask him to do, and the gift I give will definitely satisfy him. Even so, the old housekeeper still panicked. The young lady returned to the wealthy family for the first time, so she should not be underestimated by other dubious wealthy families. He reported this matter to Jiyu Fuxian and Ron Liu, and the answers he got were both. It's okay, let her play. Old butler, just pamper her. Ron Yu is very confident in Chi Lao's birthday banquet. Go upstairs to wash up, and wait for Lu Ming's call at 11 o'clock. Lu Ming sent her a message at 8 o'clock, but Ron Yu was riding a bicycle outside without a cell phone. As soon as Lu Ming called, Ron Yu picked it up. It seems that he just came out of the library, and he can still hear the sound reminder that the library is closed. Students, please take your belongings and leave the library one by one. Lu Ming, see you tomorrow. Okay, Lu Ming said to the person on the other end, and immediately lowered his voice and asked anxiously after replying, Ron Yu, are you crazy? How can Ron Chinchin's name resound across the country? Do you know what my first reaction was when I heard this melon in the library today? Ron Yu became a little interested. What do you want to do? I want to take you to apologize in front of Bo Jan. Ron Yu smiled. No, Jiyu Fuxian is not angry. Lu Ming was startled. Jiyu Fuxian is kind to Ron Yu. Now there is no limit to how kind he is. Some words, Ron Yu can only tell Lu Ming alone. She lies on the sofa and looks at the ceiling. I guess every day which one is the real Jiyu Fuxian. How to say? Ron Yu sat up straight, picked up the pillow and looked serious. Sometimes I think he is very naive. So naive is completely different from the first impression and the news posted on the internet. Of course, he is not a business legend in the official account. He is Ron Yu's brother, Jiyu Fuxian. The words in the official account are dead, and his appearance in front of you is fresh. Lu Ming rare seriously, after a pause for a while, he asked slyly, Jiyu Fuxian is so naive, tell me quickly, I'll listen to you when you say it. I never thought that one day I would be able to eat first-line hot melons. Ron Yu could imagine Lu Ming's excitement when he was gossiping through the phone. She remembered the experience during this period, Jiyu Fuxian's honest and cowardly appearance when playing the roller coaster, and changed the subject with a smile. How is your review during this period? Do you need me to hold a banner for you at the entrance on the day of the postgraduate entrance examination? Lu Ming, is it necessary to write on the banner that the fat cat is here for a visit, and candidates will give it tilde? Ron Yu smiled lightly. Reviewing during this period of time is okay. In the final sprint stage, fortunately, with your nutritious dinner, I don't have to go to the cafeteria to eat every day. Is the roadside stall open yet? Ron Yu asked. No, it's still being remodeled. After I finish the exam, I must go and see which local tyrant bought the street. What is the purpose of the remodeling for so long? Ron Yu once asked Wei when to ask who the buyer was on this street, but she never did. In Ron Yu's heart, the roadside stall is not just a small street selling snacks, but to a certain extent symbolizes her happy memories with Lu Ming during her freshman year. When someone bought the street for rectification, Ron Yu's first reaction was that things are different. Happiness is gone, and she has to move forward. You can't be obsessed with the memories of the past forever. At 11:30, Lu Ming hung up the phone to take a shower and rest. Ron Yu also turned off her phone. There was another big event waiting for her tomorrow. Dad Jiu Yuchen will come back the day after tomorrow, and she only has one day to buy a gift for her dad Tilda. At the same time, Yang Er hadn't rested yet. 3 days later, he will be the keynote speaker and have an exchange with the heirs of the Dinghao family. However, he is entrusted by Mr. Qi, and that day he will go to the subsidiary company to talk to shareholders and senior executives. The future work is definitely more important than the exchange of experience in small classes. After applying, Yang Er asked his good friend Zhu Qiang to go instead of him. The essence of what he wanted to say has already been said in the last class. It would be good for the heirs to exchange experience with others. The assistant in charge of the small class and Yang Er waited for Zhu Qiang to come over with the confidentiality agreement and the information of the heirs. Zhu Qiang has heard about this incident. This is a process of communication and a process of self-expression. The communication in this class is simple. The important thing is to keep your mouth shut. Yang Er looked like someone who had been there before. After seeing those heirs, don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask. What he said was completely a reminder of the uproar about Ron Chen Chen and Ron Yu that was uploaded on the internet. The Dinghao family is low-key, mysterious, and very private. Yang Er doesn't know how to get to Ron Yu, but he must pay attention to what should be paid attention to. Fat Cat is still Ron Yu, Jiu Fusion is still Ron Chen Chen. No matter what the course is, they are not allowed to ask. They are mysterious and low-key. As communicators, we must abide by this principle. Zhu Qiang nodded, sign the non-disclosure agreement, and then have an hour to look at their information. Zhu Qiang signed his name, looked at the information with all his attention, and turned over the pages with a concentrated expression. The last page, Miss Jiu's should pay attention. Yang Er sipped his tea and reminded while playing with his phone. Zhu Qiang instantly became curious about Miss Jiu's family who had never met before. And when he turned to the last page, Yang Er's serious voice sounded in the office. Any one of these people can be messed with, so don't mess with her. She's a group favorite. As soon as the voice fell, Zhu Qiang saw a name, Ron Yo. During the day, when he accidentally flipped through Weibo, he saw her. She is a little girl adopted by her parents more than 10 years ago, Qiao. Later, because of Xingbi, he was sent back to the orphanage. It was already 1 o'clock in the morning after leaving the office building. Zhu Qian took a deep breath, and the scorching air instantly merged with the air. He turned on his phone and sent a message to Xingbi and her brother. Do you still remember Juyo? Late at night, no one replied to him. Zhu Qiang was surprised by Ron Yu's status, as was Yu Kai, who had just flown back from abroad. After the live broadcast of the variety show We Were Youth, knowing that Ron Yu returned to his biological family and took a completely different route from the novel, Yu Kai and Cheng Gaiwan panicked. They don't know the relationship between Ron Yu and Pang Pang Mao for the time being. Judging from the existing information, regardless of whether the relationship is close or not, with the Jiu family as a mountain, Ron Yu can definitely walk sideways in the wealthy family. If they wanted to break through the Jiu family's line of defense, they could only find the Qi family who had a good relationship with the Cheng family in the later period among the 6 major families in the novel. In order to deal with the Qi family, Yu Kai made 2 preparations. First, by the landscape map that should have been taken by Qi Jian in the original text. Second, by the antique 7-star plate that was the key to changing Qi's old friends later. If the landscape map can't satisfy Mr. Qi, then give the 7-star plate. If you are satisfied with the landscape map and agree to cooperate, put the 7-star plate for future use. Both Yu Kai and Cheng Gaiwan knew that Elder Qi and Qi Jian had a rift in their hearts, and what they had to do now was not only to develop a relationship with Elder Qi, but also to worsen their relationship. However, because the protagonist's halo has been weakened, the plot of the novel they have recently learned has undergone slight changes. Country FS auction, which was supposed to be held tomorrow, was inexplicably moved to the day before yesterday, and the system said that this was the original plot. In the novel, the auction will take place tomorrow, so that Yu Kai and Cheng Gaiwan, who are still in the entertainment industry, have time to show their brilliance in the entertainment industry, attract fans, and achieve the achievement of becoming popular. That is to say, in the original novel, all the plots and time were adjusted accordingly for the itinerary of the two of them. Now the aura of the protagonist is getting weaker and weaker, and the favor of the plot master for them is getting weaker and weaker. Yu Chaibai ran for a while, and was so angry that he was dying. After returning home, I also received an even more devastating news. Jiyu Fu Chen is Ruonyu's older brother. Yu Kai met Jiyu Fu Chen by chance 2 years ago, and he has a deep memory of his appearance. Not only that, Yu Kai's father received an exquisite invitation box. This is an invitation letter and gift specially ordered by Mr. Jiyu Xiao, and everyone is welcome to attend Miss Jiyu's comeback banquet. The person who sent the invitation letter left with a happy face, and there was a bit of envy in his words. Let Mr. Jiyu Xiao specifically tell you that there is something in your house. Father Yu and Yu Kai smiled stiffly. Everyone knows that when they were in the entertainment industry, Yu Kai and Ruonyu were at loggerheads. Now that they personally send the invitation letter, isn't this a grand feast? This is more embarrassing than stepping on their faces with a drone and scolding variety shows won't be popular. The Yu family was so anxious that they didn't sleep all night. Ruonyu didn't know about this. She didn't even know that the Jiyu family was about to hold a dinner for her, so she happily entered a gold shop the next day. I've been so busy recently that I've made more money than I spent. This unscientific. When Ruonyu came here, she thought carefully and decided to prepare something for her father Jiyu Yuchen that would catch his eyes. She deliberately searched on the internet, and Jiyu Yuchen likes to travel around, and he especially likes the World Wonder Pyramid. When Ruonyu arrived at the gold store, she went directly to the VIP room under the leadership of the store manager. The store manager asked with a smile on his face, "What do I need to customize for you? Can everything be made of gold?" "Of course. Longevity locks, bracelets." The store manager skillfully introduced them one by one. "Pyramid," Ruonyu said abruptly. The store manager froze for 2 seconds, looked at the little assistant behind him, thinking he had heard wrong. Ruonyu smiled sincerely, and was a little proud. "Can you make a pyramid? It doesn't need to be too big, just, like you." Chapter 41. Are you sure you want to build a pyramid of gold? The store manager gestured an equilateral triangle in the air, and confirmed it again in disbelief. She has worked in the gold shop for so long and has served countless customers. She has met many bosses who bought several sets of gold jewelry at once, but they are all stingy in front of Ruonyu. This eldest lady, what she built is a pyramid, a pyramid. The concept of money collapsed for the first time. Can the rich still play like this? Really? Money can really do whatever it wants. I need you to catch up with the construction period and give it to me as soon as possible. Yes, we will now arrange for a technician to start customizing for you. When leaving the gold shop, Wei Wen couldn't help whispering, "Your father will definitely like this gift very much." Jiyu Yuchen, an avid gold lover. If he knew that his precious daughter had given him a pyramid, he would go crazy with joy. Ruonyu thought of one thing. "Before you said that Dad liked that pure gold supercar." "Yes, PUXDI Veyron. It's just that Mrs. Ron said that the car is too ostentatious and Mr. Jiyu is not allowed to drive it." Ruonyu looked distressed. Jiyu Fu Chen usually travels in a commercial car, black and mysterious, low-key and simple. He will never drive a supercar for travel, and his father is not qualified to drive it. Thinking about it this way, the pure gold sports car should always be placed in the garage as auspicious thing. Another day of distressed supercars. They have a plane at noon the day after tomorrow. Let's pick them up in this supercar, Ruonyu suggested. She has wanted to drive a supercar for a long time, but she has no chance. In the past, when she went out every day, she would either look for Lu Ming, or go to a small class to buy, or Jiyu Fusion drove. She rarely drove by herself. When Mom and Dad come back the day after tomorrow, she will definitely pick her up at the airport with Jiyu Fusion, and drive Dad's favorite supercar. Happy you, me, and him Tilda. Wei Wen immediately wrote down the matter in the small notebook she carried with her. Tomorrow afternoon, I will pick up Mr. Jiyu and Mrs. Ron. I will attend Mr. Chi's birthday the day after tomorrow. The investment class on the day after tomorrow was originally given by Yang Er. He was unable to attend due to personal reasons. He recommended his friend Zhu Qiang. This is the basic principle of the speaker. Information, take a look. In the car, Wei Wen handed an A4-sized document to Ronyu in the back seat. Ronyu hasn't recovered yet. Zhu Qiang. Chen Kai-yang. Xingbi's news came at 10:30 the next morning. Xingbi seemed to have just woken up. 15 years ago, the Xing family made a lot of money in business. They developed from self-employed individuals in a small town to entrepreneurs. The Xing family is now in a good family situation, and Xingbi, who is doted on by the whole family, has naturally become everyone's favorite. What are you wishing? Who is she? Zhu Qiang was stunned, hesitantly turned off the phone, but did not reply. After a long time, Xingbi sent several messages in succession. I asked my mother, before you found it, the little girl adopted by the Zhu family. Isn't she being sent back to the orphanage? Why mention her? My mother said that she has a bad personality since she was a child, and it will be a matter of time before she is sent back. What happened 16 years ago? Xingbi didn't have a deep memory of that time. He learned everything about Ronyu from his mother, and he completely forgot that she and her brother Xingshu robbed Ronyu's rabbit doll. In this regard, I wish Kai-yang a deep impression. Remember the little rabbit doll on the school bag? Zhu Qiang asked. Xingbi replied after a while, the one on the primary school bag. I remember, I still had it when I was in junior high school, but I don't know who gave it to me. It's pretty cute, I still keep it now. It's considered an antique in our family. Zhu Qiang wanted to explain, but in the end he didn't say anything. He knew that Ronyu was the real victim in this matter, but even so, he and Xingbi had been childhood sweethearts for more than 10 years, so they would naturally favor her. Even if Xingbi did something wrong, Zhu Qiang would subconsciously forgive him. Besides, he was also responsible for what happened more than 10 years ago. Zhu cried and asked him why he didn't her rabbit doll from Xingshu. At that time, he was taken home from the traffickers. He didn't know his parents well, and Zhu's family relied on Xing's family for everything, so he didn't dare to resist. Even when Xing's father and Xing's mother bullied Zhu and asked her to apologize to Xingbi, Zhu Qiang didn't dare to say anything, let alone tell the truth. Or in other words, everyone knew the truth, but deliberately bullied her because of wishing no one to hurt her. Now Zhu has become Ronyu, the eldest lady of the Jiyu family of the Dinghao family. No matter what, he must ask Xingbi to apologize. Children will make mistakes, and a small matter of scrambling for a doll should not cause any major problems. Zhu Qiang washed his face and didn't reveal that Ronyu was the eldest lady of the Jiyu family. He planned to make an appointment with Xingbi to talk about what happened when he was a child and apologize together. Before apologizing, I need to make an appointment with Ronyu. The only chance to meet Ronyu now is the small class 3 days later. The phone in the coat vibrated non-stop. It was a message from Yang Er. Did you reveal Ronyu's identity to the outside world? No. A confidential document seems simple, but several big wealthy families took the trouble to get the speaker to sign it, which shows that this matter is very important. I wish Kai-yang just returned to China, and he dared not go against the wishes of several big families. Now, the Jiyu family refuses you to participate in the small investment class, and they don't want to see you again in China. And the Jiyu family emphasized that it was Ronyu, the eldest lady of the Jiyu family, who rejected you. When did you offend her? She looks very lively and easy to talk to. I didn't say that. If you annoy her, it must be your own fault. I have never seen her lose her temper with anyone. Remember carefully, think carefully. Zhu Qiang panicked. He smoked a cigarette on the balcony, and all he could think of was Xiao Jia running to him, pointing to the rabbit doll in Xingshu's hand and asking, "Can you help me get it back? I can't beat him," she cried. At that time, Zhu Qiang was as flustered as he is now. He didn't have the courage to fight against Xingshu, so he only answered Xiao Jia's one sentence, "You can solve it yourself," and left in a panic after speaking. Zhu Qiang follows his parents' wishes, studies hard, goes abroad, and associates with Qingmia Xingbi. His whole life has been arranged since he was taken back to Zhu's house. He doesn't want to resist, and he doesn't dare to resist. Over time, I have developed the habit of asking others first in case of distress. He wanted to call to ask Zhu's mother what she thought, but he didn't dare to make a call because of the non-disclosure agreement that blocked her. Half a year ago, a speaker revealed information about Jiyu Fusion at an economic forum. Later, this person was punished so badly that no company dared to employ him, so he had no choice but to work in a small foreign company. The salary of small classes is generous, which is conducive to career development, but the risks and responsibilities are also heavy. Ju Qian doesn't understand why Ronyu keeps what happened 16 years ago in his heart. While hesitating, the phone received 2 text messages from strangers. Condescending attitude, dismissive attitude. I am Jiyu Fusion. Meet me, time to be determined. Without asking Ju Qian's opinion, the conversation has already been settled. Jiyu Fusion said that the time was to be determined, not because he was very busy, but because he didn't know what Ronyu was thinking. He is conflicted now. The younger sister hates a person so much, which means that the relationship between Ju Qian and Ronyu was very unpleasant. He should solve him quickly. On the one hand, he also took Ronyu's thoughts into consideration, and dared not meet with the other party casually. He had been waiting for Ronyu to take the initiative to mention the past, and Ronyu did tell him a lot. Roadside stalls, amusement parks, roller coasters, and even everything related to Aunt Jujai in the senior care community are all good memories, and the sad things are not mentioned at all. Jiyu Fusion used to think that he could not force Ronyu, but when his sister slowly accepted the present and reconciled with the past, when she looked back, she would find that he and her parents were always by her side. But who would have no secrets? He didn't tell Ronyu the secret either. Dinner. When Ronyu came down, he behaved as usual, and opened his mouth when he saw him. I disagree with wishing Chiang to be the keynote speaker. Jiyu Fusion was taken aback for a moment, and then said, I heard about it. It has always been the Liu family that handles matters related to the small class. It is not necessary to report such a trivial matter, but this is the first time that the assistant of the small class has heard Ronyu's order, and it is such a strong order, so he found Jiyu Fusion to confirm. Jiyu Fusion doesn't care about other people's life or death, whether their career status is good or bad. To be cold-blooded, he only cares about Ronyu's thoughts. Ronyu took a sip of the chicken soup, feeling warm in her stomach. After Jiyu Fusion finished speaking, he stared at her without moving, wanting to continue asking, but afraid that she would be sad and swallowed the words. This reminded Ronyu that every time Lu Ming told her something, half of it and half of it would be tricky, so anxious that people were like ants on a hot pot. Ronyu never took the initiative to mention her past experience, partly because she felt that it was very hypocritical to tell her brother about these things. She didn't want to mention the past, but she wanted to complain to her family. Everyone has grievances, and she has too. When I was young, I was bullied by Xingbi Xingshu, and I would cry and run to Ju Qian to complain, hoping that he could help, but he ignored her. The saying "crybaby gets candy" doesn't apply to her, and no one will listen to a child that no one likes, even if she is wronged and complains. Now, someone wants to hear her complaints. She didn't tell Lu Ming, she didn't tell the adoptive mother of the second family, she didn't tell Lu Ming's mother, and she kept it in her heart for so many years. I have been adopted by 2 families, and Ju Qiang is the elder brother of the first family. Ronyu lowered her head and stared at the chicken soup in the bowl. The adoptive mother adopted me only because Ju Qiang was lost at the time. They wanted to raise another child. There were no boys in the orphanage. I was the prettiest at that time, so they adopted me away. At first they were nice to me. This is why Ronyu has never troubled them. Later, the traffickers were arrested and found Ju Qiang. They loved their son very much and rarely cared about me. Ronyu propped her chin with her hand, and her voice was in a daze. That year, on my birthday, I pestered them for a long time and bought a rabbit doll, which can be hung on a school bag. It is the size of a palm. The neighbor next door is Xingbi, and everyone likes her. She wanted to ***** my doll, but I didn't let her ***** it away, and then she called her brother Xingshu to help. Jiyu Fuchen frowned. After the doll was taken away, I went to complain to Ju Qiang. He was timid and didn't dare to fight Xingshu. Later, my adoptive parents criticized me in front of Xingbi's parents. Ronyu paused, still very upset. Convinced, but I did nothing wrong. why should they take my doll away? Ji Fuxian touched Rongyu's head, and said softly, it's their fault. And it's all because he wasn't there. It's all his fault for organizing a game of hide and seek. Xing Shu is a fart. The Xing family is another fart. At the end, Ronyu couldn't hide her grievances, her eyes were a little red, and she said with a little complaint, they even took advantage of this incident and sent me back to the orphanage. She knew that since Ju Qian came back, Ju's father and mother had wanted to send her back to the orphanage for a long time. She understood, and knew that sooner or later she would have to go back, but she just made up such a reason for her. This is something Ronyu still can't let go of. At the end of the dinner, Ronyu was half relieved and half nervous, and it felt good to have someone listen to her vent. She was very grateful that Ji Fuxian could hear her say these things. When she got up, she wanted to call him brother, but she didn't call him on the first day they met. Even if she believed that Ji Fuxian could be her brother now, she was too embarrassed to call him out. It always feels hypocritical. She paused and went upstairs in silence. When Ronyu's figure disappeared from sight, Ji Fuxian sent a message to Song Wen. Half an hour later, Song Wen sent relevant information about the Xing family. While watching, he sent a message to Ju Qiang. The Xing family has already settled in N City. It takes 3 hours to fly there, and 1 hour to drive after getting off the plane. Ji Fuxian asked his assistant to book the earliest flight and asked the driver to drive to Jiang's house. Just after Jiang Huai flew back from Country M, Ji Fuchen dragged his suitcase back home before he even put his suitcase at home. What are you doing? Go to N City and drive me. What are you going to N City for? Take back my sister's little doll. City N. Jiang Huai didn't even think to understand how he, the heir of a good family, was reduced to robbing things with Ji Fuxian. Oh, and robbing people. Before boarding the plane, Ji Fuxian also pleased a man named Ju Qiang, and he is not allowed to send messages or make phone calls, but let him be a wooden stake and watch carefully. Ji Fuchen sat on the passenger seat and closed his eyes for a rest. After hearing what Ronyu said, he couldn't calm down, and his hands in his pockets trembled slightly. Where are you going now? You have to tell me. Ji Fuxian, it's on the navigation. Okay, I don't ask. Jiang Huai vaguely felt that it should be related to the Bodhisattva sister. The Xing family lived in a villa area. When Ji Fuxian arrived, he was happily watching TV inside. Jiang Huai glanced incautiously. Are you sure you don't need to call a bodyguard? No. He protects his sister, but also needs bodyguards to intervene. Ji Fuchen looked at Ju Qiang. You will wait at the door later. Jiang Huai was speechless. Then you brought him all the way to N City, just to let him appreciate the way you went in to find someone to settle accounts with. He wants Ju Qiang to know that Ronyu's real brother is much stronger than him. It's not that any idiot can get relatives with his sister. Jack. At the entrance of the villa, Ju Qiang had no idea why things had come to this point, and tried his best to explain, but every time he opened his mouth, he only got a cold look from Ji Fuxian. Shut up. The person who came to open the door was Xingbi. Why are you here? Seeing Ju Qiang smiling, Xingbi looked at Ji Fuxian again. Who is this? I'm Ronyu's elder brother. Ji Fuxian frowned, glanced inside. There were only 4 people inside. Sure, no innocent people would be involved. He pushed Ju Qiang to the entrance, and closed the door heavily. The sound of bang shocked the people in the room enough. Xingbi took 2 steps back in fright. Xing Shu hurriedly stepped forward. Who are you? Get out quickly, or we will call the police. Ju Qiang hurriedly winked at Xingbi and Xing Shu, and said 2 words silently. I wish you. Ji Fuchen rolled up his cuffs, and said in a calm voice, are you the neighbor who snatched my sister's doll? What are you playing? Before he could finish speaking, Ji Fuxian threw him over his shoulder heavily and knocked him to the ground. The moment his back hit the ground, his back was almost shattered. Xingbi was so frightened that she hid behind her parents and said sharply, what doll? You mistook the person. Ji Fuxian frowned, and paused for 2 seconds with the hand holding Xing Shu's back. Many years ago, you snatched the rabbit doll from a little girl named Ju Yu. Xingbi thought of what Ju Qiang said about Ronyu in the morning, and instantly understood, and quickly waved his hands and said, you misunderstood, my rabbit doll must have been given by a friend, How could you it from Jiyu? Mentioning this incident, Xing's father and Xing's mother's face changed drastically. Jiyu Fuxian lowered his brows, and suddenly wanted to laugh. They took away my sister's doll and brought such a disaster to her life, but they lived on without any guilt in the days to come. They have never cared about this matter, whether it is Ronyu or Jiyu, dolls or toys, they don't care at all. The victim suffers, but the perpetrator has no shame. Interesting. Jiyu Fuxian stood up, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. His smile was so gloomy that Xing's mother's heart trembled. Xing's father and Xing's mother already understood from Zhu Qiang's attitude that this person's status is not low. Xing's mother smiled flatteringly. It's our fault, and it was our fault back then. I'll ask the bee to send the doll back now. As she spoke, she patted Xing Bi's shoulder heavily. Hurry up. When Xing Bi sent the rabbit doll to Jiyu Fuxian tremblingly, he was not happy at all. Dust fell on the soft doll, and the white plush was stained with the yellow of years. You don't remember this incident? Jiyu Fuxian held the small body of the rabbit doll tightly, and said suddenly. Xing's mother hurriedly shook her head. I remember. At that time, children were ignorant, and we taught them a lesson. Jiyu Fuxian chuckled lightly. Have you learned the lesson? He put the doll in his coat pocket, raised his eyes, and glanced at the four of them, the Xing family, expressionlessly. It's okay if you don't remember it. I'll help you remember. From now on, you will be blocked by the business district. Jiyu Fuxian raised his eyes and said condescendingly, I want you to leave without property and ruined reputation. Remember, today, all the miserable situations in the future, being reviled by the business circle, being excluded by others, and having an uneasy life after fleeing abroad are all brought about by you snatching my sister's little rabbit doll. Jiyu Fuxian tidied up his clothes, and when he left, he glanced at Zhu Qiang, who was pale, and said, help me tell your parents that your son will not be able to hang out at home and abroad in the future. Everything I do, I will send someone to watch. He won't stop until they go begging. Xing Bi was not convinced, and cried and asked, who are you? Why are you so loud? Even if you have some status, it doesn't matter, you are called bullying. Jiyu Fuxian put his hand on the doorknob, and he paused when he heard that he opened the door. He chuckled, but there was no smile in his voice. Yes, I am a bully. For you, you can do whatever you want with money. Didn't the family take away her rabbit doll just because no one likes her sister? If you don't agree, you can come to me. The door was slammed shut by Jiyu Fuxian. Xing Bi cried aggrievedly. Who the is he? Zhu Qian barely squeezed out a word. Jiyu Fuxian. Father Xing felt cold all over. When Jiyu Fuxian opened the car door and got in the car, he vaguely heard the sound of wailing from the villa. Jiang Huai looked him up and down, and after making sure he was fine, he jokingly asked, what did you do for them to cry so badly? Jiyu Fuxian raised his hand to signal him to drive quickly. Nothing. Those who bully my sister will not end well. It was 3 o'clock in the morning when Jiyu Fuxian and Jiang Huai flew back to Merisu City. Jiang Huai didn't go home, and fell asleep in Jiyu's guest room. In the study on the 6th floor, Jiyu Fuxian was learning awkwardly from a domestic helper who knew how to tailor. Mr. Jiyu Xiao, you sewed too wide. At 7 o'clock in the morning, after spending a full 4 hours, Jiyu Fuxian looked at the work in his hand with satisfaction, quietly went up to the 7th floor, and waited for his sister to wake up. Ronyu remembered that she had to pick up her parents, and she didn't sleep well all night. At 7:30, she vaguely heard the doorbell ringing. Thinking it was Wei Wen who let her in, she got under the quilt and muttered, I'll sleep for another half hour. One sleep is an hour and a half. At 9 o'clock, Ronyu was awakened by the alarm, sat up sleepily, opened the curtain and looked outside. The sky is vast and the sun is shining brightly. It's a good day. Ronyu's eyes are a little swollen. She plans to apply a mask first to reduce the swelling, and go to see her parents happily. When he got out of bed, his eyes inadvertently glanced at the 2 bunny dolls neatly placed beside the bedside table. One is a little old, the one she was snatched away more than 10 years ago. It looks good, and the rabbit is cute. The other is roughly made, the rabbit's facial features are crooked, and the sewing is ugly. There are also 2 small notes below. Ronyu picked it up. The first one read, Ron, My brother helped you asterisk 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 the rabbit doll back. Ron Yu had complicated emotions, moved and surprised. She admitted that when she said those words to Ji Yu Fusion yesterday, she actually wanted her brother to avenge her. Everyone likes to be loved by their family members, and so does she. But she didn't expect that, with Ji Yu Fusion being a domineering boss, Bojan's heir would go to Xing's house to asterisk 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 the rabbit doll back. Just about to open the second one, Lu Ming's phone call came. Ron, today I met the stall owner who sold duck blood vermicelli, and I finally know what happened to the roadside stall at the door. The owner of duck blood vermicelli said that the roadside stalls will come back. A few days ago, a rich man bought the whole street and said that he would build a small shed for each stall owner. When you come to have a snack, there will be no cold wind. Ron Yu thought of what they said when they went to eat at the roadside stall. It's very cold to eat in winter. Yes, but delicious. Ron Chen did it, right? Regardless of the past or the future, Ron Chen tried his best to squeeze into Ron Yu's memories. He clumsily filled up those bad memories by buying roadside stalls and renovating them. He didn't want much. He probably hoped that the black and white memories of his sister's past would be a little more colorful, and at the same time, he would put a new life in the future in front of her. Yuan Ron, it won't be cold when we go to eat at roadside stalls in the future. Thank you brother for all be college students. Ron Yu froze for a moment, with a sore nose, and looked down at the second small note. My brother made you a new doll. New doll, new life. Chapter 42. On the phone, Lu Ming paused, and asked softly, Ron, are you still there? She was overly surprised when she heard the news, and immediately called Ron Yu emotionally without thinking about it. During the long silence, Lu Ming's rationality slowly returned, and she thought of the hurdle that Ron Yu couldn't get over, fearing that she would bind herself with emotion. So her voice involuntarily raised 2 points. Maybe it's not Ji Yu Fusion. He's not the only one who has money, I'm just guessing. Ron Yu, when you are guilty, your voice will be louder than usual. Lu Ming shut the microphone honestly. Ron Yu knew what Lu Ming was worried about. A long time ago, she also had this concern, and was silently relieved because the only brother was not Ji Yu Fusion. For her family, she can't accept blatant favoritism, and always thinks about how to repay it, so that it is only fair to let the other party feel the same preference. She is very contradictory. On the one hand, she doesn't want her family to be too indifferent, but on the other hand, she doesn't want her family to be too enthusiastic. Sometimes I feel that her biological parents have suffered bad luck for about 8 lifetimes, and they want to suffer from her who is so difficult to serve. When she came back, everything here was completely in line with her requirements. Brother Baz's attitude is lukewarm, but he retains 3 points of concern for his family. His parents are busy abroad and have no time to come back, but they usually chat with her on WeChat from time to time, gradually transitioning from the initial unfamiliarity to the last time hugging with my mother can also bring you back to your senses very quickly. She didn't even notice these changes. When she found out, she had already quietly integrated into the family and became a part of the Ji Yu family. The same is true for his brother Ji Yu Fusion. His opinion of him has changed from a high-ranking heir who assigns homework that costs money to a playwright domineering boss who inadvertently shows a childish side, but it hasn't progressed to the point where I can talk to my brother about everything. When she found out that the only brother was Lu Jin, she breathed a sigh of relief. But this all along made her start to examine the distance with Ji Yu Fusion's siblings. Why did she think at first that Ji Yu Fusion was the only brother? In addition to being rich and being able to do peripheral work, there is also one thing in common: he treats her very well. Ji Yu Fusion was very kind to her. She was vaguely aware of it but didn't have a trace of resistance, because Ji Yu Fusion, like a director in a movie, grasped the progress of the characters just right, so that she could subtly and calmly accept the care from her brother. So at first she unreasonably believed that Ji Yu Fusion was her big fan, and that her brother was motivated and purposeful to defend her in Kaohua, all of which came from his concern for his sister. Realizing this, as the younger sister, she began to give her brother feedback. She went with her brother to meet the people in the inpatient department, and waited for him to come out in the winter, to make him happy, hold a team-building invitation, although she was dropped by pigeons in the end, but she and her brother went to the playground to play. I also accidentally met Aunt Jujai in the orphanage, and they took pictures together. When Ron Chinchin's name became famous all over the country, her first thought was to lose face to the Jiu family, and she would panic, but she would not be afraid that Brother Ba would say about her, or Aunt Jujai in the orphanage. Taking the initiative to mention the past events and life to her brother seems to represent that she is reconciling with the past events. She is not afraid of making the shameful name Ron Chen famous all over the world because she knows that her brother will never scold her. The lyrics say, "Those who are favored have nothing to fear." She really felt this. When I made a small report to Jiu Fusion about the little rabbit dolls in the past, Ronyu actually thought that her brother would fight back and would give them some color. There are so many ways to fight back. Jiu Fusion chose the most naive but also the most tender in her heart, looking forward to a path. When Xingbi snatched her rabbit doll, she hoped countless times that someone would come to help and beg Kai Yang, but he was indifferent and asked his adoptive parents. No one cared. Now, 16 years later, the expectation of 6 years old has come true. The elder brother helped her back all the lost things. Lu Ming was right. She has a good brother. In fact, she had realized this a few days ago. Ron Yu and Lu Ming assured her that she was fine now, so they urged Lu Ming to hang up the phone and go to the postgraduate entrance examination to review. She is fine. The last time I went to see the only brother, I had already made enough mental preparations, and now I accept it very quickly. Not only that, but there is also a little joy in my heart, the joy of being liked. Nervousness and panic naturally exist, but they can still be ignored, not to the point of being kidnapped by self-emotion. Ron Yu put away the little note, her gaze hovering over the two rabbit dolls. In the end, Ron Yu put the little doll that was snatched by Xingbi into the corner of the utility room. What she was holding in her hand was an ugly little rabbit made by Jiu Fusion. She wants to welcome a new life. At 10 o'clock, Jiu Fusion was still awake. The old housekeeper, Mr. Jiu Xiao, didn't go to bed until nearly 8 o'clock. I'm going to wake him up at 11 o'clock and leave for the airport to pick up Mr. Jiu and Mrs. Ron at 11:30. Okay, let him sleep more. Ron Yu shook the clown rabbit in her hand, and asked again, I heard from Wei Wen that my brother has been doing this since he came back yesterday. The old butler smiled, with deep wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. Yes. The servant who taught Mr. Jiu Xiao how to make a doll is dying of anxiety. Wei Wen interjected, I heard from other people this morning that the aunt who knew how to tailor was very courageous yesterday. She taught Mr. Jiu several times and he still couldn't do it. Later, she got so angry that she called Mr. Jiu stupid in front of her face. Mr. Jiu Xiao can do business on weekdays, but this kind of needlework is deadly stupid. I woke up this morning and recalled what happened last night. I feel very regretful, so let me come over to find out Mr. Jiu's attitude. The scene of a fierce aunt and a stupid heir suddenly appeared in Ron Yu's mind. She chuckled, grabbed the ugly rabbit doll and went upstairs, found a well-lit and beautiful place on the balcony and took a picture of the rabbit. Send this photo to Jiu Fusion. Plump cat, thank you brother, I like this gift very much. Then I sent it to Moments again. The gift I saw when I woke up this morning. Picture. 5 minutes later, a small red dot with the number 7 appeared in the column Discovery. 4 likes and 3 comments. Luke Swan, Sister Yayo, so you are so ugly that you can't sleep anymore. Jian Huai, can such an ugly doll be sold for money? Which manufacturer? Li Jin. Those who liked it included Wu Wei, Chen Xin, the team manager, and Fu Jizhen. Ron Yu had no choice but to reply to Jian Huai's comments. My brother made it by hand. Luke Swan, wow, it looks so good. Gifts are expensive because they are thoughtful. Ugly or not doesn't get in the way. Jian Guai, he really has energy. Turning around, Jian Huai chatted privately with Ron Yu. What is Ron Chen doing? Sleeping. Plump cat, yes, I heard that the Jiu family you came with last night is still sleeping in the Jiu family. Jianguai Ron Chen was sick last night, and he ran to N City in the middle of the night without sleep, imitating school bullies and fighting with others. He is in his 20s, and he still has the air of Long Ocean, as if he has returned to a rebellious high school period. Jian Huai revealed this on purpose. He was so anxious to see Ron Yu calling out to his brother. Now that Ji Fuxian has done something for the Bodhisattva sister, he naturally wants to help put Ron Qinchen's achievements in front of Ron Yu, so that Ron Yu can give Ron Qinchen a promotion and a raise, and reach the pinnacle of life. It is not Jack's style to do good deeds secretly. With that said, Jiang Huai sent several press releases to Ron Yu. Jiang Huai, look at it. Jiang Guai, sharing Shengxi Group's third round of financing failed, Shengxi Group's stock price plummeted. Hostile brand received 500 million private investment from Bo Zhan's successor Ji Fuxian. Industry analysis Shengxi Group's webpage won awards this month and is facing a tragic acquisition. Xingbei High School bullying classmates. The fate of the Xing family was even worse than Ron Yu thought. Not only Xingbei, but also the insane photos of Xingshu High School bullying classmates and asking them to carry bags for their sisters were also posted. The Xing family is a big company of the N family, and no one in the local area dares to offend them. Now the competing product has received investment from Bo Zhan's heir, and his own financing has failed. The two children in the family have been found to have problems. If there is no problem, there will be a spectacular scene of rats crossing the street and everyone yelling and beating them. Jiang Huai, I don't know who the Xing family offended, it ended so badly, alas. Don't offend Ron Qinchen in the future, we have all seen the end of offending him. Those who are protected by him are really happy, they are so happy. Ron Yu was silent. Fat cat, if you don't know how to act, then stop acting. Jiang Huai probably knew it was for her, otherwise he wouldn't have sent her so many press releases about the Xing family out of nowhere in the first place. Jiang Guai, is it that bad? Plump cat, you almost sent the sentence I know the truth but I still have to pretend. Jiang Guai changed the topic in real time. I heard that uncle and aunt are coming back today. Will you go with Ji Fuxian to Mr. Chi's birthday banquet tomorrow? Fat cat, and my mother. Jiang Huai, okay, when the time comes, report to your investors about the progress of making money in the near future. Ron Yu, why is this person inseparable from money? Ron Yu threw his money into the destroy the entertainment company every day, including her own money. The company has a total of 700 million yuan to spend. Recently, she has been very busy and hasn't paid much attention to the entertainment industry. She found it troublesome to report on work once a day, so she changed it to report once every half a month. Jiang Huai's words reminded her, we cannot pay out all 700 million. Let's bring it up next time when Cheng Xin reports to her. Ron Yu put down her phone and prepared to go out to pick up her parents. In early December, it was very cold. She was wearing a custom-made coat from the Xi family, her hair was tied into a high ponytail, and she was youthful and energetic. Downstairs in the garage, the pure gold supercar has been cleaned up. The driver drove the car to the entrance of the mansion. It was so shiny and yellow that it couldn't be ignored. When Ji Fuxian came downstairs, he saw this cool golden color, which made his eyes hurt, and the smile on the corner of his mouth became even brighter. Dad sneaked back. The old butler said at the right time, Miss wants to drive this car to pick up Mr. Jiu and Mrs. Ron today. In addition, we will arrange a supercar and 2 commercial vehicles to accompany him. Hearing that it was requested by his younger sister, Ji Fuxian nodded with a smile. Seeing the message from his sister after waking up, Ji Fuxian suddenly felt a little sour. What he did yesterday, he could still use his younger sister's liked behavior to explain it as the domineering boss. To take revenge on the Xing family is not to allow the family members to be bullied. To take back the rabbit doll is to not allow others to take away what the Jiu family wanted. As long as Ron Yu expresses an unacceptable attitude, he can still retract the steps he took and return to the original point. It's just that Mom and Dad are coming back soon, and he hopes that his sister will change a little bit, so he has this temptation. His temptation was right. Ron called him brother. Where is Ron? Miss is already sitting in the driver's seat of the pure gold supercar. When you are ready, you can go to the airport. Ji Fuxian ate something casually and got into the car quickly. Ron Yu was looking for cool videos of other people driving a supercar on the internet. When she heard the sound of the door opening and closing, she raised her head. Can we go now? You want to drive? Yeah. Ron Yu took out a pair of sunglasses from her bag while nodding. Brother, you should wear these. This car will definitely become the focus when you drive out. Even so, Ronyu still wanted to leave. I don't want to be as low-key as before, life is to do whatever I want. Ji Fuxian pursed his lips, suppressed huaxi, pretended to be calm and took Ronyu's sunglasses, and sent several messages to Jiang Huai after putting them on. Call me brother, elder brother, it's brother. Jiang Huai returned quickly, I also did my part for you. Ji Fuchen was puzzled. Jiang Huai sent the chat records with Ronyu to Ji Fuxian. After reading it, Ji Fuchen felt a buzzing pain in his head. In this way, won't she know that I've come to beat people and rob things? Jiang Guai, yes, Sister Bodhisattva knows that her brother is a school bully. Gee, there is no image at all. Forget it, with a younger sister, her image is like a cloud. Ronyu drove this supercar, half to make her father Ji Yuchen happy, and half to experience the feeling of driving gold. After opening it, I found that, sure enough, it was different. The wild self-confidence of driving gold on the street is very similar to the feeling of sticking a check of 200 million yuan on the forehead. The muddy car exudes the arrogance of I have a showdown, I am a rich man. In addition to the pure gold supercar, the old butler arranged for another supercar and 2 commercial vehicles. It was really hard not to attract attention with the proud motorcade driving on the boulevard. What flows on the road is not cars, but money, money. At the red light, many people secretly took out their mobile phones to take pictures. As for the car parked next to Ronyu, the owner lowered the window and said with a smile, Lord, I haven't seen this car in Merishu City, did you just buy it? Ronyu didn't want to hit him. In fact, I bought it earlier, but my mother didn't let my father open it. The feeling of driving a supercar is very different, and the aura is completely different. The closer you are to the airport, the fewer cars there are. Ronyu dared to speed up boldly all the way. Of course, the speed of the car has been steadily controlled below the prescribed standard. Ji Fuxian said abruptly, I like to drive supercars, next time I go out, I don't have to take a plane, I just drive all the way there. The feeling of driving hundreds of kilometers on the highway is very comfortable. Ronyu, Lu Xuan, Li Jin, and Jiang Huai said that they will make up for the dinner party when they have time. If this is the case, then arrange the dinner party in Longaocean City or Jixu City. Ji Fuxian, want to get together? Of course. In the later stage of the novel, the Qi family, the Jiang family, and the Jiyu family had great conflicts. The novel did not clearly state it, but only used to sentence the friendship between Jiang Huai, Lu Jin, Fujishan and Ji Fuxian for more than 20 years was broken, and then the Jiang family bankruptcy, the heroine Yu Kai bought the Jiang family, and the hero Cheng Gaiwan bought the Qi family. The Fu family and the Lu family couldn't last too long. During this time, the Jiyu family was still busy fighting for power and profit. When he came back to his senses, the other big families had disappeared from everyone's sight as the background boards of a few sentences in the novel. In the end, Ji Fuxian was alone, his former friends left one by one, the friendship was broken, the 4 families fell apart, and Qi Jian became the vicious female partner in the novel, with a sense of right and wrong. Ronyu didn't have a deep relationship with them, but she also knew that Jiang Huai, Li Jin, and Fujishan were her brother's best friends. Many plots in the novel do not conform to the truth, but with the help of the plot master, it is very likely to happen. For example, at the very beginning, the plot master gave her the ending that her best friend called her during the live broadcast, ruining her reputation. But the fact is that it was not Lu Ming who called, but another person. Regardless of whether the plot is reasonable or not, the plot master will try his best to push this ending forward. Now the heroine Yu Kai takes the initiative to change the main line of the novel, and retreats back to the wealthy family to speed up the development of the plot. In the novel, Yu Kai's first step after returning to the wealthy family is to gain the trust of his father, join the Yu family, and become Yu's junior vice president together with her brother management company. Not only that, but in the future, he will be favored by Mr. Jiang, and then he will kill his brother in the business circle and become the only legal heir of the Yu family. He will wait for his father to step down and pass the company to her. Yu Kai is devoted to his career and will not be a good girl waiting for his father to step down. After her elder brother was dispatched abroad, she obviously became more thoughtful, win over the Dinghao family, and the Qi, Lu, Fu and Jiyu families all had her dog legs more or less. She is different from the male protagonist in the novel who used straightforward suppression and slaps in the face. Yukai is a good girl wearing a mask, with a respectful surface, coaxing all the bigwigs of the Dinghao family around, asking them to take the initiative to reveal the news, resources to her. Even in the novel, she and the male protagonist broke up because of their careers, and the male protagonist's parents proposed to marry the Qi family without authorization, and after the Cheng family was blacklisted by the Qi family, the relationship between Yukai and the Qi family was still very good. Ronyu attributed this to the protagonist's halo. No matter what the heroine does, there are many people who love her. Knowing the plot, it is absolutely impossible for Ronyu to let her brother face the miserable plight of being alone. As an insignificant cannon fodder, she couldn't change the main plot. Now that Yukai took the initiative to speed up, it became a question whether the plot master would follow the original path. The plot only uses a simple sentence, but it is a dead thing without life. What appeared in front of Ronyu now was a living person. She wants to change the ending of all of them in the novel. What Ronyu is most worried about now is not Yukai, but, since Yukai wanted to curry favor with the Qi family as her first step into a wealthy family, why didn't she see her at foreign auctions? Problem with the novel. Or Yukai simply forgot about this. Or, she and the novel consciousness awakened by the heroine began to go differently. Recently she remembered a new thread about a novel. The new memory says that the relationship between the heroine Yukai and Qi Jian is very good. She sent Qi Jian the warmth in life, became Qi Jian's first good friend, and got a lot of help from Qi Jian. She made Qi Jian firmly believe that the Qi family didn't care about her. In this way, Qi Jian had only her as a harbor by her side. On the one hand, let Qi Jian have only herself by his side. On the other hand, as Qi Jian's good girlfriend to curry favor with the Qi family, this is not something a positive heroine would do. Ronyu suspects that this may be the real possibility. Just like the first call she received in the live broadcast room, it was not from Lu Ming but from Du and Dai. The novel is only written a few lines, and this is just the tip of the iceberg. Under the tip of the iceberg, there are more causes, consequences and plots hidden. The novel just picks out the plots and descriptions that can be highlighted and allow the protagonist to develop smoothly. The dynamics of the plot were much more complicated than she thought. She needs to find some time to take a good stroke. Ronyu didn't think for too long, but Jiyu Fusion in the passenger seat interrupted her contemplation. Let's get together if you want to have a dinner. This time you have to choose a date carefully. We must not give them a chance to dove me, and they will be fined, Ron Yixiang said proudly. Not long after, the car drove outside the airport. Ron Liu and Jiyu Yuchen were already waiting there. After they were discharged from the hospital in the morning, they made a special trip to the airport to put on a show. Jiyu Yuchen saw a touch of gold speeding towards him from a long distance away, and was overjoyed with joy. It must be Yao, or Yao understands me. Ron Liu squinted at him. Be careful of your wound. I know. Keep calm and don't get excited. Don't worry, my wound will heal soon. Jiyu Yuchen waved his hands nonchalantly, staring intently at the pure gold supercar approaching in the distance, narrowing his eyes, smiling like a sunflower. It said that my daughter is a caring little padded jacket. It's true. Ronyu stopped at the airport in her supercar, attracting a lot of surprised looks. Seeing that she was going to pick up a couple standing on the left, they cast envious glances at them. Your family has a promising child, so drive a supercar to pick him up. This card face against the sky is so face-saving. Jiyu Yuchen had never felt so happy before. When he straightened his back, he accidentally pulled the wound, and grinned and twitched. Ron Liu frowned and reminded in a low voice, be careful. Jiyu Yuchen nodded again and again, not daring to be presumptuous anymore. When the bus arrives, get on the bus. However, he still failed to sit in his favorite pure gold supercar. There were only 2 seats in the supercar, and Jiyu Fusion sat on it and refused to get off. Jiyu Yuchen angrily scolded him for being unfilial. Ron Liu was also worried that he was going too fast in the supercar, so he let him get into the commercial car. On the way, let the accompanying family doctor check. Jiyu Yuchen had no choice but to be stuffed into the commercial vehicle. On the way home, he watched the pure gold sports car dangling in front of him, feeling very hungry. Ron Liryu, when you are well, I allow you to drive twice. Jiu Chen quickly put away his bitter face, and folded his hands on the back of the chair to take a rest, with an appearance of seeing through the world and focusing on health preservation. The doctor said it will get better soon. Ron Liryu was helpless. Tomorrow is Elder Chi's birthday. I'll take Yayo and Chen Chen there. You should rest at home. Jiu Chen had no choice but to nod in agreement. When he is in good health, it is more important to hold a dinner party for Yayo. Elder Chi's birthday was held at Chi's family home. As the person in charge of the Chi family, Chi Jian stood expressionlessly on the balcony of the living room on the second floor, and many luxury cars were parked outside the iron-art gate. Chi Nuo, the youngest son of the Chi family, took a small snack and secretly looked at Chi Jian from afar. Their sibling relationship has always been bad. My sister seldom goes home, and when she goes home, it is also to give gifts. But every time they get a gift, the whole family is very happy. Chi Jian took a sip of his wine, and when he caught sight of Ron Yu who got out of the car from the corner of his eye, he paused and asked the butler beside him, "Is Ron Yu here too?" Chi Jian thought that the first time Miss Jiyu's appearance at the dinner party would be at the dinner party held by the Jiyu family for herself. The housekeeper smiled politely. "Yes, Mr. Jiyu Fusion and Mrs. Ron are also present to show respect to your grandfather." Chi Jian smiled faintly, but didn't speak. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of Chi Nuo who was stealing food behind the curtain. Her brows and eyes were tightly locked. Trash brother, he was so scared after having a snack at home. He didn't have the guts and temperament that a family should have. Find him a seat to sit down and eat. Chi Jian left this sentence and left the balcony on the second floor. When going downstairs, Chi Jian saw many people. There are also some rich people who can't be counted as top tycoons, but are at the top of the ranking list. In general, half of the wealthy families in Marisu City are gathered here. When Ron Yu carried the small gift box and entered the arena behind Jiyu Fusion and Ron Liryu, the conversation in the banquet hall on the second floor was obviously quieter by 2 degrees, and the audience focused on the three of them. His eyes were burning, with scrutiny and deep thought in his eyes, and the way he looked at Ron Yu was very different. Ron Yu squeezed the tie in the palm of her hand, feeling inexplicably nervous. Ron Liryu wanted to chat with the wives and asked her to follow Jiyu Fusion around. Ron Yu nodded heavily, and followed Jiyu Fu Chen step by step. Jiyu Fusion was happy to feed his sister, and took a small plate to taste the cakes. After taking a bite, he thought it was not bad, and gave another piece to his sister. Under the scorching eyes of all the ladies and wealthy children, the two tasted all the edible food in the banquet hall, and the gazes of all the ladies and sons were even more scorching. Jiyu Fusion had something to do at work and had to leave temporarily to take a phone call. At this moment, she was the only one left at the small table. Ron Yu felt everyone's burning eyes. She couldn't help but think of the poor little girl who was lost in the face-slapping novel. After returning to the wealthy family, not only did she not get the slightest compliment, but she was also blamed and criticized everywhere because her manners and etiquette did not meet the standards of a noble young lady. She was fine with her brother's friends before, and they upheld the principle of love the house and the crow. They would not use that standard to judge her. Now they are all strangers from wealthy families. According to the theory of novels, people who read jokes, there must be many people. Ron Yu is fearless. Let the storm come harder. The three ladies glanced at the pastry in her hand and approached slowly. Ron Yu instantly understood that the ***** plot of taunting Cinderella for eating seriously at the dinner party in the novel was coming. Whose family held a dinner party to eat cake seriously? The celebrities stood still in front of her. Ron Yu just wanted to interrupt their questioning. A young lady excitedly held her hand. Cat. Ron Yu. Fat cat. Ron Yu. How do you spend more money and get more money? You are so amazing. Let Ron Chinchin's name become famous all over the world. When I saw Jiyu Fusion today, I completely ruined his filter. President BA has become a gentle male mother. Everyone present tonight had seen Jiyu Fusion, and after seeing the photos of Ron Chen and Ron Yu on the internet, everyone was shocked. Is this the low-key and steady Jiyu Fusion they know? Impossible, but all this happened miraculously. Curiosity towards Ronyu, a strange woman, has increased 100-fold, and combined with things on the internet, it is not difficult to deduce that Ronyu is a fat cat. Plump cat has been repeatedly mentioned in wealthy circles in the past month. When spending money extravagantly, parents will say, "Look at plump cat, the more money you spend, the more money you spend. Why don't you have this ability?" Chubby cat, a benchmark figure in the money-spending world of the wealthy circle. There is a reason for every penny she spends. The esports team allowed her to gain favorability in the esports circle, and established a arrogant and reckless not bad money character as a young lady. Buying hundreds of millions of planes, she gained a lot of favorability in front of Jianguai, and there were rumors that Jianguai took the initiative to find her. She cooperates, crazy publicity is even worse. On the surface, it was spending money like crazy, but in fact it was saving internal entertainment, and sent a live campus variety show with a score of 9.5 to the whole network. Ronyu invested in this variety show, which is said to have made a profit of over 100 million yuan. The money from the publicity has been earned back, and it has also accumulated a wave of word of mouth for Chubby Cat. Not to mention that it is said that she also has a mysterious genius investment consultant. It is not easy, really not easy, to get the genius consultant to serve her faithfully. It can be seen that Chubby Cat is very attractive. But everyone also understood why Jiyu Fu Chen was so kind to his sister. Who doesn't love such a lucky cat that spends money on the surface but actually makes money? Then what will you give Elder Chi later? Another gift that will amaze everyone. Prepare a small pure diamond sculpture for Mr. Chi. Chubby Cat's arrogant lady was set up, and when everyone thought of gifts, they subconsciously walked towards the rich. Ronyu thought of her small gift of 1,000 yuan, and smiled embarrassingly. "It's not that exaggerated, little gift." The three ladies still wanted to talk, but were interrupted by Lu Jin and Luke Swan who had just arrived. "Yo sister." Behind them was Yukai who had just entered. It's not that Ronyu wants to pay attention, but that the other party suddenly exudes the charm of the protagonist, as if an incandescent lamp hits her. The whole body emits a faint white light, her back is straight, and the focus of the audience falls on her in an instant. This was the first time Ronyu saw Yukai face to face after the live broadcast. After 2 seconds, the white light disappeared. Luke Swan curiously followed Ronyu's direction. "What are you looking at?" "Halo." Luke Swan was at a loss. "What halo? Watch Halo, new investment direction. Can we be happy again?" "No." Ronyu looked away, and gave Luke Swan a pastry. "Why are you thinking about investing every day now?" Luke Swan smiled. "Happy." During this period of time, the happiness of their preferred investment was gone forever. Ronyu was busy with her retirement community, so she paid less attention to the preferred investment. Thinking of this, Luke Swan was a little jealous. Hateful. There is actually a profitable project that has taken Ronyu's attention. She is very bored every day now, wishing to come to some more projects to pass the time. Because of boredom, she even went to her brother Lu Jin to learn about the company. Lu Jin saw the changes in her younger sister Luke Swan, and told her parents about it, and she was even happier. Finally, Luke Swan's dream of raising a puppy was about to be wiped out. Luke Swan said seriously, "I'm happier than the last time I went to meet a male model. Now I wonder if I'm going to embark on a career path of cutting off love." Ronyu carefully recalled the novel. There is no mention of Luke Swan in it. Ronyu encouraged her, "If you like it, we will find time to study it carefully. You first determine the direction you like." After. In the distance, Chi Jian came over and greeted her as she passed by. Luke Swan smiled. "I heard that you asked Sister Yuya to go abroad to take pictures of the baby. For the birthday, I took the trouble. Grandpa Chi will be very happy then." Chi Jian glanced at Ronyu inexplicably, and replied casually, "It's just a gift, where can I be happy?" Ronyu was about to speak when the old butler came over, smiled politely, and then stood beside Chi Jian and said, "Miss, Mr. Chi has come down." At the elevator entrance, Elder Chi walked out slowly holding his son's hand. Chi Jian didn't know when he left and went to Elder Chi's side. They are very close, but they are so strange that they feel far away. Ronyu thought of herself. She subconsciously looked at Ron Lyryu. Ron Lyryu was looking at her with a smile. From a very long distance, with a gentle smile, her eyes seemed to melt into the spring of March, full of spring, making people feel warm and harmonious. This is the beauty of family affection. She and Chi Jian seem to be in a family predicament. It's just that she has already walked out of the maze, but Chi Jian hasn't. Chapter 43. Mr. Chi's 75th birthday was more grand than usual, and many people came. After old Chi said a few words politely, the dignitaries, ladies, and young masters chatted together again, while the parents and mothers gathered around to socialize. Ron Liu and Chi Jian's mother stood together, side by side, saying something. Both of them had smiles on their faces. Ron Yu followed Ji Fuxian to the gift registry to give gifts, thinking of the inquiries from the ladies just now, and seeing that all the gifts were antique calligraphy and paintings, precious tea, teapots and the like, so many that they could hold an antique exhibition. Ron Yu, who was full of confidence in her gifts, also became a little flustered. There is a feeling of accept for her. The whole class is handing in their homework seriously. Brother. She tugged at the corner of Ji Fuxian's clothes. The corners of Ji Fuxian's mouth raised slightly, and he lowered his head slightly. What's wrong? The things I gave are very cheap. Will Elder Chi be angry? Gifts are priceless. Ji Fuxian is really thinking in his heart now. It's good if my sister is willing to give them something. As long as it's my sister's gift, it must be good. Do you still choose what to pick? With Ji Fuxian's words, the worry in Ron Yu's heart disappeared, and she generously gave the gift to the members of the Chi family. Just after delivering the gift, when he wanted to talk to Luke Swan about the joy of the investment project, the butler of the Chi family came over, stepped sideways to make way, and said respectfully, Mr. Ji, Miss Ji, Elder Chi wants to see Miss Ji. Ron the wife is there too. On the left side of the front of the living room, half of the people from the 6 great families have arrived. Jian Guai and Mr. Jiang, Luke Swan, Fujisan's mother, Wen Juki and Wen's father are all there. When Ron Yu arrived, she heard that Luke Swan was having a hard time with Mr. Chi. Dad has a back pain recently, and went to a warmer place in the south with my mother. My brother is busy, and I am the only one in the house. I have to make decisions about everything, big and small. It is painful. Luke Swan puffed her face and complained seriously, I will see the gifts for you later. Even if you don't like them, you can't report them, Grandpa Chi. Even if the little princess comes empty-handed, no one would dare to make a small report. Mother Fu teased her. Elder Chi nodded approvingly. I heard that you recently followed your brother to take care of the company. It's a good thing, girl. You can't think about love and love all day long. You can't fall in love. What kind of love is a girl? Seeing that she was about to be criticized again, Luke Swan hurriedly changed the subject. Yayo is here, it's her. She brought me to invest together, and made a lot of money. In an instant, everyone's eyes fell on Ron Yu, who had just stood still. Ron Yu cast a cool look at Luke Swan. Luke Swan's face was naturally fleshy, and when she smiled, she was slightly sensual, a little sweet, and secretly shook her hand behind her back, muttering in a low voice, this time you help me, next time you have a dinner party, I will help you block the knife. Ron Yu didn't say a word, and acquiesced in agreement. Ji Fuxian took the lead in shouting old Chi. She reacted and hurriedly called out. Ron Liu took advantage of the situation and stood on her right, with Ji Fuxian on her left and one right, 2 guardians. Ron Yu felt full of security. Fu's mother couldn't help laughing. Mr. Chi couldn't see Ron Liu's mood of protecting the cub, so he said all he could to praise Ron Yu. It's Ron Yu, right? Yes, the name sounds nice, she looks good, and she smiles festively and sincerely, very down to earth. The more Elder Chi boasted, the more proud Ron Liu and Ji Fuxian became, and they frequently sent secret signs of joy to Elder Chi. Keep going, more. The two of them didn't show any joy on their faces, and they were steady as always in front of others. Elder Chi ran out of words. After thinking for a long time, he added, I heard, you know how to spend money. Ron Yu raised an eyebrow. This is also an advantage. Elder Chi looked at Ron Yu. The white-haired old man was in good spirits, with his hands resting on the mahogany armchair. I heard that there are many fans of you on the internet. Luke Swan nodded her head. She was afraid that Ron Yu would be embarrassed when she saw her elders for the first time, so she took the initiative to help Ron Yu talk about the past. Yes, Yes, Yayo was a star before, but she is amazing, and now many fans on the internet are waiting for her to go back. Stars. Elder Chi thought deeply, and when he mentioned stars, he suddenly thought of something. Did the children of the Yu family in the next door city also be stars? Luke Swan knew that this was referring to Yu Kai. Yayo didn't like it, and she didn't like it either, so she didn't talk to him. Ji Yu Fusion and Ron Liu's expressions turned cold in an instant. Ron Yu looked normal. Just now the protagonist's aura has descended, and the master of the plot will naturally pave the way for the protagonist. Even if Luke Swan doesn't mention the star and Chi Lao doesn't mention it, there are still 180 ways for people to mention him. Elder Chi's expression became a little complicated after he finished speaking. He didn't know why he suddenly mentioned the Yu family just now. The relationship between the Chi family and the Yu family has always been indifferent, neither hot nor cold, to the point where he can't take the initiative to care about the children of the Yu family. But the words have been spoken, and naturally someone will answer them. Mr. Jiang, Yu Kai, I'm here today, and I brought you a generous gift. Having said that, the housekeeper of the Chi family will naturally invite someone over. Yu Kai's father also came with Yu Kai. It is probably expected that the contract will be finalized after the ceremony tonight, and even the special assistant has come, but they are waiting in the waiting room outside for the time being. Yu Kai held the mahogany box obediently. Grandpa Chi, I heard that you really like Mr. Jiang Yun's calligraphy, so I took this picture of mountains and rivers. I hope you like it. Chi Lao really loves Jiang Yun's works deeply, and there are not many of them circulated nowadays. He didn't have the energy to search, and now that he got his birthday, he was naturally happy in his heart. When he accepted the map of Jiangshan, he looked at Yu Kai repeatedly, with admiration in his eyes. Ron Liu and Ji Yu Fusion naturally knew about the relationship between the actress and her sister, especially Ji Yu Fu Chen, who once used a drone to mock her for not being able to catch up with Chen Gaiwan's live broadcast. Ji Yu Fusion thought that he was not lying. With the variety show invested by his younger sister and the pearls and jade in front of him, who would watch the variety show of Yu Kai, Chen Gaiwan and the substitute of Peng Sai's sister? The truth is, it really didn't catch fire. Ji Yu Fusion didn't like this person very much, and when he heard Elder Chi's praise, his face became even more ugly. In front of my sister, praise the person who bullied my sister. Who can bear this? Ron Liu is very strong at home and outside. Ji Yu Chen listened to her when she was at home. She had never been so angry, let alone let her daughter be wronged. After Yu Kai suppressed his excitement and stood aside, Yu's father nodded in satisfaction, and Ron Liu said abruptly, "Old Chi, what you said just now is very correct." Elder Chi was admiring the calligraphy Yu Kai gave him. When he heard Ron Liu speak overjoyed, he paused slightly. Which sentence? Girls can't think about love and love. Speaking of this, Elder Chi had a lot to say, subconsciously glanced at his granddaughter Chi Jian, and was not in the mood to taste the pictures, so he hurriedly asked the butler to keep the pictures of Jiangshan, took a sip of tea and pretended to be careless. You think so too? Of course. Ron Liu chuckled. A few days ago, the day we Yayo just came home, gossip reporters spread rumors that our family Yayo fell in love with someone, but how could it be possible? That person looks ordinary and has a poor background, and pretending to be in love with other people in some dating variety show. How can we like such a dubious person? Ron Yu raised her eyebrows in surprise and looked at her mother. Can this be said in person? Elder Chi obviously didn't know that the man Ron Liu was talking about was Cheng Gaiwan, but he agreed with Ron Liu's words very much. Yes, the character is average. If you don't abide by masculinity, you can't. Yu Kai's face darkened in an instant. Jiang Huai, Luke Swan, and Chi Jian had all heard about this incident more or less, and cast Ron Yu equal surprise and admiration at Ron Liu. Ron Liu turned her head and asked Ji Yu Fusion, "What are the names of the celebrity couple? I heard that they even found a double to develop their careers together in an attempt to replace Yayo's position in everyone's hearts. Yayo has been home for so long, so she can't be wronged." Ji Yu Fusion looked embarrassed and remained silent. How can Fu's mother not know what's going on between her good friends Ron Liu and Ji Yu Fusion? So she has no choice but to give them a step up. "What's your name? You are a brother, and you have to protect your sister when you go out. If you let others know that anyone can bully you, how can she gain a foothold in a wealthy family? Jian Huai and Luke Swan looked at each other and tried hard to hold back their laughter. Absolutely, they are so amazing. Jiyu Fuxian had no choice but to say, that celebrity happens to be here, and the other one is Cheng Gaiwan, the youngest son of the Cheng family from the next city. As soon as this remark comes out, everyone understands it. Ron Lyryu suddenly realized, and reprimanded him a little. It's better not to say that. Jiyu Fuxian nodded repeatedly. After the play between the two was performed, everyone's minds were clear. Yu Kai and Yu's father had no joy on their faces, and were quietly invited out by the old housekeeper. Qi Lao didn't taste the paintings anymore, so he asked someone to send the paintings back to them by the way. When Yu Kai left, Ron Lyryu was still saying, to develop your career, you have to choose the right path. Bullying us is out of the question. Mother Fu answered, that is. When Yu Kai and Father Yu left, her aura of the protagonist seemed to be broken and disappeared suddenly. Ron Yu turned her head and looked at the vigorous brother and the mother who spoke softly but did not give in, feeling warm in her heart. She secretly held her mother's hand, never thinking that she would be so protected by her mother in public. They didn't let her suffer a little bit of grievance. Not at all. Ron Lyryu smiled and squeezed Ron Yu's hand. Old Chi, the gift from the Jiyu family is no worse than that painting. You will like it. Ron Lyryu added. Elder Chi looked at her helplessly, and made a two-handed gesture. You said it, if you don't have it, pay me 2 paintings. It's fine to pay a few pieces. What matters is not the painting, but the attitude of Mr. Chi. After Yu Kai and Yu's father were invited out of the main hall, they kept calling their friends to help connect with Mr. Chi. Yu's father walked back and forth anxiously in the lounge, and scolded him from time to time. I wish you hadn't entered the entertainment industry, otherwise you wouldn't be able to make trouble like this. Yu Kai apologized obediently on the surface, and the gloom in his eyes increased. Her father is a piece of trash. The Yu family is where it is today, thanks to the hard work of the grandparents. Why is the family business in the hands of the elder brother and the useless father? If given to her, she can be of great use. In the main hall, Qi Lao didn't talk for long, and went upstairs to rest. The granddaughter was as indifferent as ever. Old Qi sighed. He was used to it, and if he wanted to blame his son and daughter-in-law, he insisted on developing her in this direction and left her abroad, so there would be no family affection. Back in the master bedroom, the butler asked if he wanted to remove tonight's birthday gift. Old Chi was sleepy and wanted to refuse, but thought of something, bring raw news. It was said that she would spend money, but Elder Chi was curious how much she would spend on his birthday. As for the others, they are either antique calligraphy and paintings or other antiques. Mr. Chi has this every year on his birthday, and he is already tired of looking at it. 5 minutes later, the butler brought up a small gift box. Cute pink wrapping paper with a bow tied on it, the housekeeper explained. This is the kind of packaging that is commonly used for birthdays outside. It's not the gift box mahogany they use now. Elder Chi nodded and beckoned the housekeeper to bring the gift over. The wrapping paper was removed, and inside was a small white cardboard box. Opening the paper box, the palm-sized sculpture Qi Jian came into view. Different from the indifference of her granddaughter Qi Jian in the past, the small sculpture of Qi Jian smiled, and it made people feel happy just looking at it. A fork. Elder Qi imitated his granddaughter's gestures. His old face was troubled. What does it mean? Ron Yuka noted that he, the grandfather, did not do well. How could the old housekeeper understand this, and shook his head repeatedly. Why don't you call Miss Jiu up and ask? 5 minutes later, Ron Yu appeared. Hearing Elder Chi's question, he sighed heavily. It's really not a family, don't go into a family. Ron Yu crossed her thumb and index finger, and said earnestly, this is a gesture that young people like to use now, let's compare it. She thought about it, and made a heart gesture with her hands. It's very similar to this meaning. But Qi Jian obviously wouldn't make this kind of gesture. Ron Yu took a step back and compromised, and asked Qi Jian to make a comparison when the little assistant came to take pictures. Ron Yu took away the small foam ball in the white gift box, and took out a photo at the bottom. Here, there are still photos here. Qi Lao never thought that he could get an additional gift, and he was very satisfied. This fork is my favorite. Ron, you corrected, it's the heart. Oh yes, it's the heart, the heart. Elder Chi looked back and forth with the small sculpture in satisfaction, his old face smiling like a sunflower. How did you make Chi make this gesture? Ron knew. Last time she said she wanted to hang out with me, but she let me go and owed me a favor, so I asked her to help. When Elder Chi looked at Ron Yu, he became more interested. Is she willing to hang out with you? Are you on a good relationship? It's normal, Ron Yu explained. In short, I did her a small favor, and she had no choice but to agree to my request. Elder Chi's smile faded. Chi is like this. She hasn't had many friends since she was a child. If you are free, go and disturb her more. The position of heir has been sitting for a long time, and no one else can imagine it well. Lonely, will be cold. Ron Yu paused. I will try my best. If she needs it. Chi Lao took out a set of white jade chessboard from the drawer. I give it to you as a thank you gift. Ron Yu waved her hands again and again. No, this, but I have other requests. Old Chi was slightly stunned. He had never seen such a straightforward person. He smiled. What do you want? I have a senior care community that needs a professional to manage it. I have my eye on Yang but he says you have helped him, so he can't come. Ron Yu didn't say anything later, but Chi Lao understood instantly. Ron Yu added, I mentioned it to Chi Jian. She said that as long as you agree, I can hire Yang. Old Chi didn't expect Ron Yu's request to be so simple, so he nodded with a smile. Chi said so, let's do as you young people want. You take this chessboard. Chi Lao pushed the chessboard forward. Greetings, take it, you come up. If Ron Liu sees you coming downstairs empty-handed, I'm afraid I'll treat you badly. Elder Chi insisted again and again, but Ron Yu didn't refuse again. His old man receives so many antiques every year. This chessboard should be just one of his antique birthday presents, right? When the old butler sent Ron Yu downstairs, Ron Liu saw the wooden box in the butler's hand. Jiu Fuxian, Jian Kuai, and Luke Swan were all waiting for Ron Yu to come down. Seeing her figure, they all surrounded her. The butler smiled. This is Mr. Chi's return gift to Miss Jiu. Ron Yu nodded, scratching her head a little melancholy. Chessboard, but I only know a little bit of Go. Jian Kuai opened the wooden box and took a look, then leaned over to Ron Yu and said, this is another profit. The auction price of this chessboard is 100 million. Ron Yu. $1,000 back 100 million, Mr. Chi, that's too generous. Chi Jian's mother was amazed, and looked Ron Yu back and forth. This is father's most precious chessboard. It seems that I like your gift very much. Ron Yu couldn't help looking at Chi Jian, who was on the periphery of the crowd. Her eyes were still calm, staring intently at the red wine glass. She paused for 2 seconds before she glanced in Ron Yu's direction. Her eyes met. Chi Jian frowned, put down her glass and went elsewhere. Ron Yu looked away. Old Chi doesn't like gifts, but his granddaughter. Ron Yu's gift was appreciated by Elder Chi, and the news that he got a white jade chessboard instantly spread throughout the main hall. Yu Kai and Yu's father hadn't found a chance to talk for a long time, and when they were about to leave, they heard the news from the person who came out, and Yu's father shook his head repeatedly. At first, they thought it was their status that restrained them, but in fact, without this status, even the gifts they chose were not as good as hers. Elder Chi's gift in return made everyone at the birthday banquet curious about Ron Yu's gift. What exactly did he give that made Elder Chi so happy that he didn't hesitate to give away his most precious chessboard? People outside don't know the answer, but people inside the Chi family can. Chi Nuo, who had been following his sister's orders to eat snacks in the main hall, was about to explode. After the banquet, he rushed upstairs, but Mr. Chi had already rested, so he called the old butler to inquire carefully. A small sculpture. Yes, Miss Chi compared a small sculpture of a heart, and she smiled sweetly. Chi Nuo stared blankly at the door of the study room, already having an idea in his mind. After returning home, Ron Yu was not in a hurry to go to bed. She made sure that her brother was still awake, so she ran to the study on the 6th floor to talk to him. She can now be sure that the influence of the heroine's plot is weakening, the aura of the protagonist is getting less and less, and the power of the plot **** is obviously insufficient, so it is enough to restrict her step by step now. My brother can do it completely, but my brother doesn't know the plot of the novel, and if the protagonist does something to seize the property that originally belonged to Bojan, he won't find out. Therefore, what Ronyu and Jiyu Fusion said was, can you send someone to watch Yukai specifically and report her behavior once every 3 days? In this way, she has enough time to do the things she likes. Jiyu Fusion, but I can't touch her for the time being. The Yu family is not of the same order as the Xing family. It's okay, just tell me what she did every 3 days. Jiyu Fuchen nodded. The younger sister has already started to seek help from the family. Now that she has spoken, he will definitely not let the people who bullied her be safe, except for Yukai and Cheng Gaiwan. Putting down the big stone in her heart, Ronyu slept very soundly at night. Before she could send a message to Yang Er early the next morning, according to Xiaoxi's reply, Yang Er had already appeared in the retirement community and the work was in progress. Ronyu, the boss, is a little ashamed of being so conscientious. Yang Er, you are the most worthy of management. The problem of the pension company was solved, and the RG team had a little problem. Originally, this matter was not troublesome to Ronyu, and the team could solve it by itself, but Jiyu Zexi, who cared about the team, asked her a few words. Now during the transfer period, RG's jungler is going to leave. He is estimated to be bought by this season's champion team. Ronyu's mood didn't fluctuate. In esports, it is normal for players to come and go. The purpose of playing games is to obtain results, not to hug and hold high, just like who would remember an athlete without results. Winning is their lifelong pursuit. But if you leave, you have to buy someone. This heralds. Here comes the money. Apart from buying a pyramid for her father, Ronyu hasn't spent money extravagantly for a long time. Opportunity to spend is here. She asked the team manager, does the RG team have any favorite junglers? Team manager, he had this idea a long time ago, we were all talking to him, but it didn't come to fruition. His rhythm is not compatible with the other 4 players, and his recent training results are not very good. He has already made an appointment with the listed players for trial training, and he has his eyes on 2 of them, but they are both former champion junglers, and their rhythm ability is very good. The price may be a bit high. Fat Cat, no problem. Which one is suitable for you to buy? Team manager, good cat boss. Half an hour later, the team manager asked cautiously, boss, is 15 million also okay? How scared is a big man who is so careful that he starts to use facial expressions? Ronyu replied, yes. The RG team instantly regained confidence. Today is the last day of the league's listing. The team announced the listing. Knowing that the jungler is going to leave, the fans still can't accept it. But everyone knows that in esports, food is the original sin. Fat Cat is indeed rich and can give them a lot of benefits, but what the contestants want is grades. Being able to leave at this time just proved that the jungler never valued these fame and wealth. However, there are still some people who come to see the RG team or the Fat Cat jokes. Ha ha ha, money can't keep the jungler, I laugh to death. RG is too popular now, there will be no results by then. The first one to lose face will be Chubby Cat. As soon as the transfer period comes, some people will get sick, get out. If you want me to say, I don't know what it means to be a jungler. Plump Cat spent so much money, why did you just turn around and leave? Esports is based on strength, not money. Don't come here, our boss doesn't talk about it. What are you talking about? Ronyu remembers this jungler. Very lively kid. Ronyu replied to the team manager, hold him a better farewell party. We are all kids, chasing our dreams is not easy. Moreover, the game understanding and rhythm are different, no matter how they are combined, there will be no sparks. Okay. There are a lot of rumors on the internet. Ronyu saw it from the Weibo screenshot sent by Jiyu Zexi. Everyone is saying that you are stupid and have a lot of money. Fat Cat. Ronyu logged onto Weibo and commented on the Weibo where the RG team is listed. Everyone who pursues their dreams is worthy of respect, come on. Woo boss. This is the atmosphere. Esports is different from other industries. It is normal for people to come and go during the transfer period. Everything is heading towards the championship. Some black fans don't come to lead the rhythm. Mao boss pattern is up, but what about our jungler Tat? Ronyu replied to them. Don't worry, leave it to the team manager. They are more professional than us, waiting to watch the game offline. Ron Yu replied to the team manager, "Have you done any fan activities for fans recently? Everyone is more worried than her boss, and they really want to hold some small feedback activities for them. I sent a signed photo last time. Fat cat, change to something more realistic. Cup, mouse pad, fat cat. Is it too cheap? Fat cat, yes. Okay, let me think about it with the operation, and I will send you the plan tomorrow." Think big. Ron Yu didn't care about esports anymore, went to Weibo, and checked her own tweets after a long absence. She was surprised to find that the only brother was still winning the first check-in every night. "Last night, I seemed to hear Luke Swan say that Li Jin was very busy during this period, and the time for eating was squeezed out. International cooperation was much more troublesome, flying around, and she was the only one left at home. Where is there still time to participate in her first check-in competition?" But the words "the only brother" are really eye-catching. She does have only one older brother, Gu Fusion. Ron Yu tilted her head and thought for a while, then clicked on the only brother's private message box. "Fat cat, Li Jin, change your name. The only brother, why? Fat cat, there is no reason, change it. Otherwise my brother will be angry. The only brother, he won T. Fat cat, are you still my fan? Change it, I will send you 10 autographed photos. Out of print tilde. The only older brother, no change." Ron Yu was so angry that she closed the private message box angrily. She asked Wei when to urge the gold shop that made the pyramid for her father, saying that it would take 2 days to deliver it. Ron Yu followed Ron Liryu out for a day, and it was already evening when she returned home. Received a piece of good news from Yang Er. On the first day of employment, Yang Er and his team have already started to plan and develop, with the momentum to conquer the elderly care industry. Not only planning and deciding to establish retirement communities of different sizes across the country, but also cooperating with the government to cultivate senior medical talents to solve various problems. Everything is in order. Ron Yu is very satisfied. Even more satisfying, Mr. Chi has rented 20 rooms in the VIP building for 65 years, and rented 5 of them. He said he would keep them for himself, his son, daughter-in-law, granddaughter, and grandson. Ron Yu, a total of 6 to 5 million, he said, round up, and give you a 100 million. Ron Yu is very sensitive to zero now, and has been beaten by her brother many times, and she knows it is 100 million at a glance. Can you still enter like this? Ron Yu took the money very hotly, so she turned around and told her mother. "When you went up yesterday, did Elder Chi tell you what he thought? Have, let her spend more time with Chi Chi. If you really don't want to take the money, you can return the money. If you take it, you can help this old man." Ron Liryu paused. "If it doesn't bother you, you can help me if you can. Here, multiple helpers are always good." Ron Yu thought for a while, then nodded with a long sigh. It can be understood why the heroine in the novel puts so much effort into establishing a good relationship with Chi Jian. With Chi's attitude, he may not know what to give in the future. Ron Yu took the initiative to call Elder Chi. "I have accepted your gift, and I have also accepted the money. You are welcome to move in. I will try my best to do your best." Old Chi smiled. "Thank you. Chi Chi is easy to deal with. He has been seated as the heir for a long time, and only he knows the pain. Every day, he is afraid that Chi Chi will be overwhelmed, so he randomly finds someone to accompany him, but in the end he meets a scumbag like Luke Swan, and he is also afraid that she will have no one to accompany him. But she still couldn't like her family." Okay tilde. When Ron Yu came home, Gu Fusion happened to be home too. Looking at Ron Yu's eyes, there is obviously a guilty conscience. Ron Yu didn't pay attention, and happily ate with her parents. In order to be able to serve her daughter with food, Ron Liryu has asked the kitchen to put together a dish instead of dividing it into small plates and placing it in front of each of them like before. It's about the same as ordinary people. So at the dinner table appeared 3 pairs of chopsticks tried their best to pick up vegetables for Ron Yu. Her small bowl was piled up like a mountain. They were still not satisfied, so they asked people to take a few more bowls, put different flavors of cuisine in different small bowls, and then gave them to her. "Eat. Yo, eat more. Ron, eat this." Ron Yu looked at the pile of small bowls, and at the several dishes in front of her, not understanding what she was doing. Didn't they transfer the work of dividing the dishes in the back kitchen to their own hands? Before Ronyu could react, 3 empty bowls were pushed in front of her. Ron /yo-yo, get food for brother /father /mother. Ronyu. The 3 of them said bluntly but confidently, reciprocity is a courtesy. Ronyu. I believe it. Ronyu picked up her mother's bowl now, while Jiyu Fusion and Jiyu Yuchen reminded Mom / she doesn't eat spicy food, but sweet and sour. Ronyu gave her mother sweet and sour pork tenderloin and sweet and sour short ribs. And then it's Dad's. He eats lightly now. Jiyu Fusion and Ron Liu said in unison. Jiyu Yuchen's bowl was filled with stir-fried seasonal vegetables, steamed egg custard, sweet and sour pork with pineapple, and a bowl of pork rib soup for him. Coming to Jiyu Fusion, Jiyu Yuchen and Ron Liu were about to speak out. Ronyu hurriedly said, like me, I like sweet taste, a little spicy is acceptable. Jiyu Yuchen and Ron Liu looked at Jiyu Fusion with envy. Not bad, let Yayo remember your taste so quickly. Jiyu Fusion smiled complacently. After picking up the dishes, I finally finished the work that the back kitchen should do. Just about to start the meal, the old housekeeper said politely at the door, Miss Luke Swan is here. Luke Swan came here to eat, drink, and live. My father suffers from abdominal pain every winter. My mother took him to the south, and my brother is busy, so I come to Sister Yayo to stay here for a while. Uncles and aunts, brother Jiyu Fusion, don't you mind? Luke Swan held her little hands and smiled brightly. With a sweet voice, Yayo's sister definitely agrees Tilda. Ronyu nodded. Didn't you say you wanted to live with me tonight? As soon as the words were finished, Jiyu Fusion, Jiyu Yuchen, and Ron Liu's eyes all fell on Luke Swan's body. Their eyes were piercing and jealous. They haven't talked to Yuya yet. How did Luke Swan escape? Our little princess doesn't think of herself as an outsider. Jiyu Yuchen snorted. Luke Swan was proud. Everyone says I'm a little princess. Do you have to listen to what the princess says? Jiyu Fusion said abruptly, you are not a princess, you are a princess. Luke Swan. Yo-yo, teach your brother a lesson. Ronyu chuckled. Okay, let's eat. No matter how angry the Jiyu family was, they could only watch Ronyu and Luke Swan go out for a walk after eating. Ronyu has something to ask Luke Swan. Your brother is busy recently. Yeah, I'm flying abroad again in the afternoon, otherwise I wouldn't have to run around here. Is he on the plane this afternoon? Well, Luke Swan was puzzled. What happened? I heard from the initial user before that you used the forum to help your brother earn star chasing fees. He is so rich, why do you want to earn this? He doesn't want his parents to know, and he doesn't want to use the Liu family's money to chase stars. Luke Swan looked at the sky. My brother once said that chasing stars is very different to him. Ronyu didn't understand Lu Jin's thoughts, but this is not the point of the question. The point is, then is it possible for your brother to spend tens of millions or use the company's resources to pursue stars as a last resort? Absolutely impossible. Luke Swan moved closer to Ronyu, her round eyes widened even more. What's the matter? Nothing. Luke Swan still wanted to ask, but Ronyu immediately changed the subject. Shall we sleep in the same bed tonight? Okay. At 11:50 in the evening, Luke Swan was already sound asleep. Ronyu put on her coat and got out of bed. The light in the study on the 6th floor was still on. 3 hours ago, she asked the housekeeper to enter her brother's fingerprint in the study on the 6th floor, so she could open the door without knocking. Ronyu waited for a while, and at 11:56, she quietly opened the door. Stepping on the blanket step by step, she carefully moved to Jiyu Fusion's desk. He was looking down at the phone seriously, concentrating on it, and didn't notice anyone coming. At 11:59, Ronyu stood beside Jiyu Fusion. Her head blocked the light and shadow, and a dark shadow appeared on Jiyu Fusion's phone. His hands shook. At 12 o'clock, he was the first to sign in again. Jiyu Fusion frowned, wanting to ask who was so bold to come in without knocking on the door to scare him, and almost missed his sister's first sign-in competition, looked up and saw the death stare and smile from my sister. Chapter 44. The room was quiet for a while. Ronyu bowed her head, her dark and clear almond eyes twitched twice, cruising back and forth between Jiyu Fusion and the sign-in page on the phone screen. hesitant to speak, and after a long time, she asked a deep and dignified question. Can this be the first place to sign? The corners of Ji Fusion's mouth raised uncontrollably, a little proud. The fans of Keohua praised me as the heavenly chosen signer. Ron Yu, are you still very proud? As the big boss of the group and the heir of the Dinghao family, you are not a little ashamed of being caught. Are you still proud? Ji Fusion straightened the corners of his mouth, and sat down at the table with his hands flat and dignified. It's not too proud, just a little pride. But this cannot be said. Ron Yu picked up Ji Fusion's cell phone from the table and flipped through it carefully. Ron Yakeo's words were lively. In the latest post about check-in, there are a lot of comments. The only one, why didn't he come out to show off? Could it be that he wasn't the first to sign in this time? Our chosen sign-in person never makes mistakes. The only brother was born to sign up for the first place. How could he lose the first place for no reason? Who is it? Who took away our only immortal glory? Come out, give you a thumbs up. It can be seen that the only brother has become the backbone of Ron Yakeo's talk. Everyone knows him, and everyone has no intention of holding him in the slightest. They are all joking. It can be seen how approachable the only brother is usually. If Keohua fans knew that the person they were joking with every day was the person in charge of the Bojin group, they would probably go crazy. Everything is quiet outside the window, and the study on the 6th floor is extremely quiet. From time to time, you can hear the bubbling sound when Weibo is turned to low and refreshes a page. Ron Yo kept brushing Keokeo. The more she brushed, the more flustered Ji Fusion became. Without saying a word, she just brushed here and there earnestly. Sitting at his desk, Ji Fusion looked like a student who was caught by the teacher sneaking away during class. Anxious, weak and helpless. Before today, Ron Yu still simply thought that the only brother was Lu Jin, and asked him to change his name in the afternoon. Ji Fusion was very happy when he received the news, but he was very nervous when he saw his sister. Now that the deception of Ron Yu has been exposed, the situation is critical, and the brother-sister relationship that has just been repaired cannot be broken just like this. But if you want him to explain, I don't know where to explain it. Ji Fusion cleared his throat. Keohua is very interesting. You can read more when you are bored. Seeing that he made it clear to Zuo Jiyu, Ron Yu refused to tell the truth, and didn't force her to ask why the person she met the last time was Lu Jin, but only turned up the time to show him. It's midnight, now it's midnight. Ron Yu emphasized, don't participate in this kind of activities in the future. My mother told you to go to bed early after dinner, and you are not allowed to stay up late without necessary reasons. Ji Fusion hesitated to speak, but Ron Yu added abruptly, if you say that it is important to participate in the first registration competition for immature children, I will announce it on Keohua tomorrow. The only brother is Bo Janjang. Quan, man, Ji Fusion. Ron Yu returned the phone to Ji Fusion, but she still didn't understand, and she wrinkled her face. Brother, you are Bo Jan's heir, a business legend in the official account, an idol of countless people, and a domineering president recognized by thousands of girls. Wasn't there a little bit of embarrassment when you signed in for the first match? Ji Fusion, do you want to listen to the truth or lies? Of course it's the truth. Ji Fusion answered neatly, no. Ron Yu, grandpa on the subway looks at his phone. JPG. If Ji Fusion hesitated for 2 seconds, she would be able to deceive herself and say, my brother is not as naive as a primary school student. Now that his younger sister found out everything, Ji Fusion didn't want to continue to pretend in front of his younger sister. However, seeing Ron Yu's complicated expression and difficult words, obviously unable to accept his image, Ji Fu Chen couldn't help but drag Lu Jin into the water and use him to block the gun to protect his image. I am not the only one who participated in the registration first competition, but also Lu Jin. Not only did he participate, but his grades were even worse. The implication is, compared with Lu Jin who can't do everything, he is already good enough. Ron Yu was silent for 2 seconds, feeling that her brother hadn't repented at all, and she started to feel proud instead of ashamed as she spoke. Her heart was very complicated, extremely complicated. Her brother is so fanatical in protecting himself, she will naturally be moved. It's just, can you use a little brain circuit or method of a normal person? It was too late. she didn't struggle anymore. She just said earnestly, "Brother, rest." Before leaving, Ronyu asked again, "Tomorrow, I don't want to see you in the first signing game." Ji Fusion behaved very well, sitting on the table with folded hands like a primary school student, nodding like a chicken pecking at rice. When Ronyu left, she sighed in despair. Opening Keohua, Ji Fusion posted a melancholy message. From tomorrow onwards, I will no longer participate in the first checking competition. As soon as this remark came out, the whole Keokeo exploded. I haven't watched Super Talk for 3 minutes, our house is gone. Only, are you going to abandon Yayo? No, bye. You are our Ronyu's only true love male fan, in hoarse voice. You climbed the wall. Where did you run away? Ji Fusion explained in the comment area. Still being fans, don't run away. That's why, if there is any difficulty, let us discuss it together, except for money. Since the sign-in competition, our super chat activity has been increasing day by day. Newbie Plus. The only one who has made outstanding contributions cannot leave. Only brother, no, my sister won't let me stay up late. Keohua was quiet for 2 seconds, and 2 seconds later, it exploded again. Sister Zayu, right? Just now I thought something happened to you. The fight for inheritance rights in the novel of the ***** giants, being told by my parents because I spent too much time chasing stars, and the company had problems, and now I saw you replying, so it turned out to be the clown. I've been doing it for a long time to show my brother and sister. Fuck, I'm talking like I don't have brothers and sisters. Now I'm going home and crying to my brothers and sisters. Well, I really don't have any. Do you still remember the only reason why people don't call the abbreviated brother? I will answer this question, because he said that there is only one younger sister, and you cannot let others call you brother. Oh, it turned out to be the only sister-in-law. I've been looking forward to it for a long time. Bring my sister to us to see, and let her join the first sign-in competition so it can be solved. He wants to see my sister +1. After this battle, the only brother left to sign up for the first game. The glory of Ronyakeo's signing competition is about to become history. Some people regret and some people lament, but many people secretly gossip about the identity of the only sister. While chatting, someone mentioned one thing. Ronyu's brother Ron Chen is also very good. He is a very good brother. I have a bold guess. The only one is Ron Chen. This conjecture is really bold, but without evidence, people can't help but want to believe it. At 3 o'clock in the morning, Hash also made a small search in the back row of the entertainment list. Although there were only more than 30 people, it can be seen that the discussion was not low. Ji Fusion and Ronyu, who were already asleep, and Songwen, who helped Ji Fusion solve these things from time to time, also fell asleep, and no one noticed it. The next morning, Ronyu didn't wake up until 9 o'clock. When she got up, Luke Swan had already washed up and wandered aimlessly in the manor. After walking around the manor, she went back to the 7th floor and saw Ronyu just started eating breakfast. She said in surprise, "Yo, do you wake up at this time every day?" Ronyu nodded. "What a perfect retirement life, no pressure, do whatever you want tilde. Nobody told you, no tilde." Luke Swan is so envious. She used to have the problem of staying in bed, but under the guidance of Lu's mother, she was forced back by the housekeeper at home. And now she has developed the uncomfortable habit of getting up at 7:30 in the morning. Luke Swan sat down opposite Ronyu, and asked boredly, "What are we doing today?" Ronyu already has a plan. "Look at the painting." Luke Swan raised her spirits, her eyes sparkled. "Is there an art exhibition?" "No, go to the 6th floor. Not long after returning home, when the old housekeeper took Ronyu up to the 6th floor for the first time, she inadvertently saw the crayon drawings neatly hung in the living room on the 6th floor, the kind of children's drawings that many children in kindergarten would draw. Ronyu also painted when she was in the orphanage. What family portraits, dreams, these are things they will draw. Hearing that Ronyu wanted to see Ji Fu Chen's childhood things, Ron Liu happily took her and Luke Swan up to the 6th floor. When the beige veil was opened, Ron Liu introduced, "These are all drawn by your brother when he was 5 to 6 years old. In the first year when Xiao Yuya was lost, little Ji Fu Chen didn't like to talk all day long, and it was useless for him to be counseled by a psychiatrist. When talking to him, he tried his best to resist and refused to listen. Being by his son's side, he had to send people to look for his daughter, exhausting both mentally and physically. Under the advice of the doctor, little Jiu Fu Chen's mood gradually improved, and Ron Liu asked the psychiatrist to take him to draw pictures and do psychological counseling. These were painted at that time. Lifting the gauze curtain, crooked crayon drawings covered most of the walls. When Ron Yu first came to the 6th floor, the housekeeper invited her to see these paintings, but she refused. She still doesn't want to see the happy scene of Papa, Mom and him painted by her brother. Now, she sees every crayon drawing on it. There is no cloud in the sky outside the window, the sky is blue and beautiful, the piercing yellow sun is warm, rushing in through the French windows, illuminating Ron Yu standing in front of the French windows and the crayon drawings on the wall in front of her. A few rays of sunlight fell on the wall. In the middle of the painting, crooked villains are lined up in a row. The father in black suit and the mother in red skirt are very tall. The little boy among them is wearing blue clothes, with 2 lines of tears on his face, and next to him, there was a little girl in a pink skirt with a lollipop in her hand. Ron Yu's nose was a little sore. In every painting related to family portraits, there are 4 people: Mom, Dad, brother, and her. The brother never left her, not in the painting. They were all waiting for her to come home. At noon, Ron Yu was studying in the study with 3 paintings of her brother's childhood. Luke Swan rode her bicycle around the manor, and she was the only one in the study. A family portrait, 2 background paintings neatly arranged on a white desk. In the 2 background paintings, only Jiu Fuxian was alone, sitting in a small group in front of a piece of blue, looking a little lonely. Not only that, in little Jiu Fuxian's paintings, as long as he paints himself and draws his frontal appearance, his face will always be crying with tears. Little Jiu Fu Chen likes blue very much, he always wears blue clothes, and the background is always a large piece of dark blue. Look, why you are so serious? A gentle voice suddenly sounded in the study. Ron Yu hurriedly put away the 3 paintings, and while putting them in the folder, she raised her head and shouted, "Mom." Ron Liu personally brought her a fruit plate and milk. You eat too little at noon. She glanced at the folder Ron Yu closed just now, took her daughter to the sofa and sat down. Eat something. Ron Yu took a bright red creamy strawberry, took a bite of it. It was sweet and had a slight sour taste. It was not greasy, it was delicious. After taking 2 bites, she couldn't help but say, "When I was looking at the painting just now, I found that my brother didn't seem very happy in the painting." Ron Liu was slightly stunned, and said, "For a while, you were missing for more than a year. How could he be happy?" Ron Yu shook her head slightly. 5 or 6-year-old children's emotions come and go quickly, and they will not be affected by the same thing for as long as a year. Even if it is an adult, the sadness should have weakened after a year, let alone a heartless child. Children will never hold grudges, are always innocent, and will not hide things deeply like adults. It is absolutely abnormal for my brother to be sad for so long. She didn't pursue this topic anymore. My brother seems to like blue very much. Speaking of this, Ron Liu visibly lifted his spirits. Your brother's dream when he was a child was to be an astrophysicist, to study space, the stars and the universe. But then he seemed to mature overnight, and he never mentioned this dream again. He followed your father to inherit the family business and manage the blog well. He was only 9 years old at the time. Ron Yu, 9 years old. In 2 or 3 years, the dream has changed. Ron Liu told her to rest well, don't think too much, and left the study after a few instructions. Ron Yu stared at the brightly colored organic strawberries grown by herself in front of her, thinking about something. 10 minutes later, a phone call interrupted her contemplation. Cousin, your team is going to have a big shot jungler. Ron Yu's tone was light. How big can it be? No matter how big it is, it's just an esports player like a former champion jungler. It's only 10 to 20 million, and she can afford it. Living in a wealthy family for a month, Ron Yu has also developed a Versailles demeanor of not being surprised by money and calm. Jiu's Exi, Chi Nuo, the youngest son of the Chi family, has played esports in the league for 2 seasons. You probably don't know it. He has become a free agent this season, and now he is going to play as a jungler for the RG team. He doesn't need a penny. That is to say, cousin, there is a young master in your team, and he will start working for you for free. Ron Yu. Thinking of the 100 million gifted by Mr. Chi, Ron Yu's head ached. She hasn't done anything to Chi Jian yet, and before the task assigned by Mr. Chi even started, she got 100 million plus a wealthy worker. The phone vibrated, she lowered her head, and Chi Nuo sent her a text message. Hello Sister Yayo, my name is Chi Nuo, and I'm Chi Jian's younger brother. This year I became a free agent, and I already have the idea of leaving the team. I saw that your team is recruiting junglers, and I want to learn and serve in your team. My jungler rhythm is very good, but the support and upper I just don't get along well. I hope you can agree. I will work hard. I don't want money, social insurance and housing fund, business, nothing. I just want to stay in the RG team and play esports. Ron Yu took a deep breath. This is a day-chosen worker who is deeply loved by the boss. Chi Nuo, you are the most worthy of a part-time job. Chapter 45. Since Chi Nuo learned from her grandfather's birthday that Ron Yu has a good relationship with her sister, and she also gave her grandfather a gift of her sister's photo and sculpture, Ron Yu's status in Chi Nuo's heart has been infinitely magnified. My sister has the same small sculpture, he also wants it very much. Chi Nuo's health was not very good since he was a child, and he finally got better after recuperating for a year. In addition, he was well behaved since he was a child, and his parents loved him very much, so they didn't restrict what he could do. Chi Nuo is completely different from the noble sons and irascible young masters in the wealthy circle. He is very obedient, does not smoke or drink, and has never even quarreled loudly with others. He is as docile as a well-behaved sheep. Before I was exposed to esports, I read books in the study all day long and did not participate in social activities. He has just completed 2 seasons in the Glory League, and the outside world doesn't know his identity. They only think that he, like other players, dropped out of school to play esports. The audience in the esports circle, including the commentators, only had 8 words for his evaluation: genius with ability, taciturn. With her good looks and genius-like skills, in just 1 year, the number of fans of Chi Nuo soared, and she became the league's first top traffic player. It's just that he was a loner after the game and never participated in team-building activities, so there were many black fans who criticized him, and there were also many people who mocked him for not having a championship. When he first joined TG in the first season, he relied on his super data analysis ability and excellent command ability to sit firmly in the starting position of the jungler. In the past 2 seasons, the team's performance has steadily improved, and it has been runner-up twice. It is a pity that it missed the championship. Chi Nuo urgently needs a champion. 2 runner-up experiences made him decide to change the status quo. The training group of the TG team is very poor, and they don't do anything. No matter how high the skills are, it's useless to stay here. The place that Chi Nuo most wanted to go. During the transfer period of the league, after the announcement of Chi Nuo's free agent, many clubs found him and invited him for trial training. Chi Nuo didn't respond to any of them, and quietly waited for the RG team's response. The text message to Ron Yu had to be deleted, and revised 3 times before it became the final version, and Chi Nuo stared at the phone tightly without moving. Ron Yu read the text message from Chi Nuo again. It is not difficult to see the other parties well-behaved, sensible and honest from the lines. Thinking of how in the novel Chi Nuo beat up Cheng Gaiwan angrily because of her sister, Ron Yu was very surprised. The little sheep who sent the message seemed to be 2 people. Heavenly selected worker has taken the initiative to stand at the door of the company, and Ron Yu has no choice but to avoid it, so she has to chat with him. She is going to visit Chi's house in the afternoon. Elder Chi gave 100 million, and my mother said that as a junior, she should come to the door to thank her and give a small gift. Although the gift is likely to be returned, her attitude should be seen by others. Ron Yu asked Chi Nuo, "Are you in the Chi family?" Chin Nuo replied in seconds, "I am here." When Ron Yu arrived at Chi's house, she first went to thank Mr. Chi, but she didn't take the set of tea sets that accompanied her, so Mr. Chi smiled, "It's fine if you can come, and take the gift back." Yu has never been able to deal with these things, and she doesn't like to go around for a gift, so she didn't insist anymore and asked Wei when to put away the tea set. Elder Chi took a sip of Da Hong Pao and became more and more satisfied. She withdrew from Elder Chi's study, and was about to tell Wei when to wait for her in the car. She saw Qin Nuo and went home. Before she could speak, she suddenly caught a glimpse of Qin Nuo and the housekeeper standing at the door like the two door gods. Startled, the old housekeeper smiled apologetically. Miss Jiyu, young Master Qi has been waiting for you for a long time. Qin Nuo was wearing an off-white sweater, with fair skin, delicate features, red lips and white teeth, a pair of dazzling black eyes full of expectation, looking at Yu cautiously, not daring to be too presumptuous. Yao sister, Qin Nuo whispered, Yu has a headache. Wei Wen, wait for me in the car. She suddenly realized a very important problem. How old is Qin Nuo? Should he drop out of school to play esports like everyone else? 20. In the living room, Yu repeated in surprise. Then you came out to play esports at the age of 19. Doesn't Mr. Qi care if you don't go to school? Sitting opposite Yu, Qin Nuo twisted his hands a little cautiously, and replied seriously, after graduating from university, Grandpa will no longer care about me, and my parents have no plans to let me continue my studies. Yu was confused. 19 years old, graduated from college, co-authoring is a genius. Genius, what esports do you come out to play? Continue your studies in your own field, and become a world-renowned academic master. Seeing what Yu was thinking, Qin Nuo whispered honestly, my sister doesn't like me. Yu frowned. If you don't like you can't make fun of your own future. She said I'm not smart, I'm a bit of a loser. Yu, if a genius who graduated at 19 is a piece of shit, then what is she? She must have misunderstood the words unintelligent and useless. I will talk to her next time we meet. Qin Nuo shook her head. I know I will never be as good as my sister and sister Yao. Yu, don't take me. Grandpa on the subway looks at his phone. JPG. Qin Nuo's voice was as clear as a spring, but I will try my best to prove that I can. Esports competitions, especially mobile game esports competitions, are a form of competition with a lower threshold. Compared with endgame games, its operation difficulty is relatively simple, and the replacement of players is quicker. My chances are greater. Qin Nuo paused. At first, I really wanted to take home the trophy and let my sister see my value before I played the game. After 2 seasons of failure, my emotion for esports is more than that. I want to win. Qin Nuo looked up, his obsidian-like eyes were serious and determined. I want my sister to see me win. Whether it's for personal or winning purposes, the RG team is my best choice at this stage. Qin Nuo emphasized, Yao sister, I will go to the club for trial training first. If it suits me, can I join your club? Yu, of course you can pass the trial training. Qin Nuo pursed her lips and smiled, the rigidity on her body melted like the winter snow, and her voice was infinitely sweet. Thank you sister Yao. There's nothing to thank. Even if it wasn't Qin Nuo who came today, but another ordinary person, as long as he passed the trial training, he would stay. He stayed because of his strength, not because of her. Thank you, sister, Qin Nuo said stubbornly. He is obedient most of the time, and the only little rebel lion and stubbornness are used in apologizing and thanking him. What a docile little brother, it makes people feel pity. Yu promised, if you succeed in the trial training, I will take your sister to watch the first offline game next season. Qin Nuo was so excited that his eyes lit up 3 points, and the corners of his mouth raised an unconcealable smile. Thank you sister, thank you. He got up and bent down, holding Yu's hands with both hands and thanking him repeatedly. Come on, I will. When Yu left, Qin Nuo sent her all the way downstairs. Sister Yao, there are steps here, you have to be careful. Yu didn't understand her every move and thoughtfulness to the extreme. Such a cute and obedient brother, how could there be a sister who doesn't like him? If you think of Cao Cao will be there. The Qi family's family. The black Maybach stopped at the door, and the old housekeeper stepped forward to open the door for Qi Jian. When Qin Nuo found her sister came back, she stopped in her tracks. Sister Yao, I won't send you out. After speaking, he ran back upstairs like a panicked little sheep. Chi Jian prepared a birthday gift for Mr. Chi yesterday, but the presents from his parents and younger brother have not been delivered yet, so he came to make up for it today. But he did not expect to meet Ronyu here, so he subconsciously walked in. What are you doing here today? Thank you to Mr. Chi, and see your brother by the way. Chi Nuo? Chi Jian frowned. What do you want him for? I bought a team before, and now I am short of a jungler. I heard that he is also in the league. Come and talk to him to see if we can sign this great talent. Chi Jian knew that his younger brother was going to play esports this year. Chi Nuo was doted on by his parents since he was a child, and he has a good learning ability, but everyone has indulged him too much and let him do whatever he wants. Forgive her for not being able to understand that instead of continuing her studies, she degenerates into playing games and puts the best years of her life in the games. Hearing Ronyu's words, Chi Jian frowned. Don't let him mess around. Esports is an emerging industry in the past 2 years, and talents are scarce, so it's no nonsense. Ronyu tilted her head and smiled. The Chi family has created such a good talent for me, and to express their gratitude, they gave me the phone. Chi Jian frowned. What are you doing? Ronyu didn't say a word, just bent her hand towards her, motioning to take out the phone. After a long stalemate, Chi Jian had no choice but to put the phone in her hand. What are you doing? Download a game for you and take you to the top of the 5 ranks. Now the price of playing with you is very expensive. The higher the rank, the more expensive it is. I won't charge you, and I will take you for free. Come on, let's brush your face. Ronyu picked it up. The phone scanned Chi Jian's face, and after confirming that it was downloading, he put the phone back into Chi Jian's hand. Find some time to play together. We are in the 5th row, and my brother and Jian Huai will be there too. If you can't control, I really want to talk about some things in the business circle, and I have 2 hours to chat with you. Don't make excuses and say you are busy. My brother said that if you are busy every day, either the company is not stable and is about to close down, or it is the manager's fault. Personal ability is not enough. Ronyu smiled brightly. Like our Miss Chi, there is absolutely no trouble in this regard. Chi Jian, not bad, really good. Now it will block her way. Ronyu, by the way, there will be a novice guide after entering the game. If you don't know how to do it, don't skip it. If you don't know how to do it, ask your brother. He is a talented player, and I will be a worker in the future. Chi Jian raised her eyebrows. Let's go. Ronyu waved for Wei when to drive over. The old butler of the Chi family smiled and brought the 2 boxes of snacks ordered by Mr. Ron. Miss Ron, Mr. Chi said that these snacks are light and are specially made by the chefs of the Chi family. Outside masters can't make them. I want you to take them back to Mr. Jiu and Mr. Ron. Taste it. Help me, thank you, Mr. Chi. Before Ronyu got into the car, she looked back at Chi Jian again. She stood there alone, wearing a red and black suit and a black coat, and she looked a little lonely when the breeze blew. Don't delete the game, Ronyu instructed again. The special assistant who came with Chi Jian handed over the prepared gift to the housekeeper. Please send it up. The old housekeeper looked at Chi Jian hesitantly. Miss Chi, you have to send it yourself. You give. The old butler's smile froze. Okay. Chi Jian didn't stay long, and left Chi's house by car. On the way, the special assistant couldn't help asking, Mr. Chi, maybe you can go upstairs to meet Mr. Chi like Miss Jiu's. Chi Jian was taking a nap with her eyes closed. When she heard the words, she said calmly, if you want to go upstairs, next time you can send it. The special assistant subconsciously closed her mouth, and after a long time couldn't help but muttered in a low voice, but if this is the case, the Chi family will all like Miss Jiu. Chi Jian raised her eyes, but Hupo's eyes were indifferent. The special assistant panicked and bowed his head in silence. The phone in Chi Jian's pocket vibrated. She picked it up to look at it, replied to the assistant's message, and when she returned to the main screen, Ronyu had downloaded the game for her. She hesitated for a while, but didn't delete it. Ronyu is different from those outside who come to curry favor with the Chi family and seek favor. When Ronyu arrived home, the old housekeeper came forward and reported, Miss Ron, the owner of Baojia Gold Store said that the items you customized in the store 3 days ago have been finished, and they have been delivered to the express delivery area of the villa, and they need to be shipped for you now. Are you coming? Ron Yu turned around and asked, Dad is at home. Yes, the old housekeeper added. Tomorrow he will go out with Mrs. Ron and come back around 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Ron Yu smiled and said in a lively voice, when Dad is gone, take the things to his study. Okay. Luke Swan fell back on the sofa and listened for a while. After the old butler left, she immediately turned over, put her hands on her chin and asked curiously, what did you buy? Secret Tilda. Luke Swan pursed her lips. Why is there another surprise? She fell down on the sofa again, scratching the flat brush and brushing around boredly. Aren't you bored, Yayo? Ron Yu turned on the LCD screen and sat on the sofa next to Luke Swan while talking. It's not boring. I'm coming to spend money. Luke Swan. Ron Yu's dream was to live by the sea and see the flowers growing in the sea. The current life is very good. Ron Yu has no intention of changing, but it is also possible to travel to islands in your spare time. Tilda. At 7 o'clock tonight, after the last 3 planes, Juju found another big product, a private island. The scenery is pleasant, and it is still an island developed by the rich. You can invite friends to enjoy the supreme luxury island life together by flying on the plane. Because the former island owner spent a lot of money to develop it, some people estimate that the island will cost at least 200 million yuan. The specific price is not yet known. Juju's live broadcast room only issued posters with the words "Stay tuned," which is mysterious. As soon as the poster came out, many people went to Chubby Cat's Weibo. Boss Mao Mao, one-stop service is here. Tilda. The last time I flew to the island, this time, I made it clear that I will let you get on the plane to the island. I put my words first, the fat cat will not go, and Juyu's island is not allowed to be sold to others. Ha 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 ha. Juyu's island is prepared for us cats. If we don't buy it, others can't afford it. But Mao Mao is very busy recently. I haven't seen her come out to spend money for a long time. Whoosh. The happiness of life is much less bushy. No, the fat cat also appeared yesterday to deal with the problem of standing in the team, but it was only 10 to 20 million during the transfer period, small money. After staying with Mao Mao for a long time, 20 million yuan has started to become small money, and I have also started to become more and more rampant. Ron Yu accidentally saw these messages when she was on Weibo 3 hours ago. This developed island is very popular with Ron Yu. There is a skylight gallery with a diameter of 50 meters on it. Luke Swan looked at the official promotional poster issued by Juyu, and was a little surprised. Ron Yu nodded heavily. She asked Wei when to contact the former island owner. There is nothing in the gallery now, which can be understood as a semicircular space with a diameter of 50 meters. The former island owner lived there for 2 years, and now he has moved abroad and will not come back, so he wants to sell the place. It only cost 70 million yuan to buy the island at the beginning, but the subsequent construction and gallery cost a lot, so what he revealed is, the price will not be too cheap. Ron Yu doesn't care. In her world now, the word expensive does not exist. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the popularity of Juyu's live broadcast room was at an all-time high. Until, when the news of the user at riding a crane to the live broadcast room appeared on the public screen of the live broadcast room, the audience erupted. Is she? That woman is here. She is riding a crane. Is Mao Mao going to spend money again? Ha ha ha. I suggest Juyu go directly to the private island. Don't make us Mao Mao wait too long. Juju, your supreme VIP is here. Don't blah. Go to the link. Luke Swan looked at the bullet screen with surprise on her face. Hey, everyone knows you. Ron Yu, if you buy 3 planes in this live broadcast room, everyone will know you. When Luke Swan thought of that scene, she shivered with fright. If my father knew that I bought 3 planes, he would definitely think that I was giving them away, and he would definitely call me into the study and scold me. Ron Yu was slightly stunned. How could it be? A girl buys a flight. I gave one to my first boyfriend. Ron Yu was silent for a while, pursed her lips and said nothing, looked at Luke Swan sincerely for a while and said seriously, Uncle Lu only called you to the study and scolded you. It's really kind. Luke Swan. In the live broadcast room, Juju smiled and greeted Pang Pang Mao. Hi Mao Mao. Are you here for this private island tonight? This island is in the east of our country at 30 degrees north latitude. 30 degrees north latitude, the environment is suitable and the climate is pleasant. The former island owner lived there for a long time. He was very happy. He will surely live a long life. Tilda. Ron, you typed the question. How long to wait? Group photo. Fuck, the cat is talking. Take a picture in the front row. Don't keep the cats waiting. Let's go straight to the big meal. Yes, yes, sell the island. It doesn't matter whether you sell the things in front of you. Bushy. Juyu's work team saw the barrage of the fat cat, and immediately held an emergency meeting to discuss for 5 minutes. After the meeting, it was decided, in order to save everyone from waiting, today, let's start by selling private islands. Although I know that the next figures will definitely shock me, I am not panic at all. I can afford as much money as my fat cat. The next process is to see the price. When I went to the link and I was shocked, and when Chubby Cat spent money to buy it, I was shocked. I know the process. Why am I still so excited? Luke Swan, how much do you think it will cost? About 250 million. The final price was as expected. The scenery of our island is very good. The places that need to be developed, such as water and electricity, have been prepared by the previous island owner. You can move in with your bags and fly directly to live. Your island, your home. The largest mansion in history is 240 million. For fatty, very cheap. For fat cats. Laughing, very cheap. Where there are chubby cats, the price of goods has directly increased by 10,000 times, and everything is very cheap, and I can afford it. Thank you Mau Mau for giving me the courage. Now, let's go to the link. Fat cat, go. The cat's island, no one is allowed to it. Ron, you clicked on the link, but had to fill out a small questionnaire before placing an order. It was left by the previous owner of the island. It should roughly state what you plan to do when you buy it, whether it will overturn the existing building development and so on. Just like a rich person selling a house, you don't want others to spoil the things you have spent so much effort to build. You have to meet the buyer before the auction. It doesn't matter whether you have more money or less money. Ron, you naturally understood, and clicked on the small frame to answer the question seriously. The reason for buying the island: I want to travel to places with few people. How to prepare for development: keep it secret, and not spoil this place. It will definitely make this small island the place that countless people most want to come to. Finally clicked submit. The former island owner was watching in real time in the background, and when he saw the item "I want to travel to places with few people," my heart trembled. What a rich man. The richer he is, the more assured he is. Rich people buy things as they please, and don't spend a lot of effort to tear down everything that exists and rebuild it. There was a lot of panic in the live broadcast room. Why haven't you shot yet? Won't it be a feint? How is it possible? The cat will buy it if she says she wants to buy it, and she doesn't lack this little money. Ron, you replied to them. I just did a small questionnaire. Now I have to wait for the results before I can buy it. Did you make a mistake? You have to fill out a questionnaire if you want to buy something. Juju, this is your fault. We Mau Mau are the supreme VIP. We should skip this section. Mau Mau's shopping experience has dropped to a negative value. Amidst the doubts, Ron, you finally passed the questionnaire and successfully bought the island. Just after buying, I turned off the live broadcast and lay happily on the sofa. Luke Swan was very curious. What are you going to buy for it? Ron, you lowered her head, looked at the island and the gallery on the promotional poster, raised her brows slightly, her eyes were full of light, and she said, secret. Luke Swan complained in a low voice, you have so many secrets. She was about to act like a baby and asked Ronyu to tell her the secret when a message from Lu Jin arrived. I sent 7 or 8 messages about how tired I was abroad. What are you so busy that you can't even eat, have meetings all day long, sleep 3 hours a day, and so on. Luke Swan, my brother is the most powerful brother, much better than Sister Yayo's brother. Come on, when you come back, I will ask the chef to cook a full banquet for you. Ronyu accidentally caught a glimpse of this sentence, and asked with a smile, you comfort your brother like this every time? Luke Swan nodded, she lowered her voice, and said mysteriously, I can't help it, my brother is very naive sometimes, so he has to be coaxed like this. Miss Lu, it's time for dinner. Wei Wen appeared at the right time. Luke Swan put away her mobile phone and went downstairs with Ron Yu. Neither of them took the incident seriously. 10 minutes later, Lu Jin posted a screenshot of the message sent by his younger sister Luke Swan on Moments. Ji Yu Fusion was very busy today, so he didn't have dinner with Ron Yu, his parents, and it was already 7:30 when he got home. On the way home, he saw Lu Jinfa's circle of friends, and when he saw Luke Swan, he looked at her twice more unkindly. In the main living room on the third floor, Ron Liu, Fu Chen, come and eat some fruit. Ji Yu Fusion frowned. I still have some business to do. He paused, looked at Luke Swan and finally fixed his eyes on Ron Yu, and said solemnly, but I have the ability to handle it efficiently. Farewell to a waste like Lu Jin who has low ability and has to work overtime. Come, bump, porcelain. He is the number one brother, thank you. Unfortunately, Ron Yu didn't receive his signal. She was playing Monopoly with Luke Swan and Ji Yu Chen. Have a great time. The three of them agreed that the loser would peel the 5 oranges next to him and bet on 5 oranges. No one dared to take it lightly. Ji Yu Fusion went to the study on the 6th floor sullenly. In the living room of the main floor on the 3rd floor, Ron Yu didn't notice. Ron Liu saw all this in her eyes. Hey, your brother has been busy all day. Can you send him some strawberries? Ron Yu nodded, pointed to the most valuable property and emphasized, Mom, this is my property, don't let Dad and Luke Swan leave. The Lei Pai duo was very dissatisfied, and Chi Chi raised his head. Is this kind of person /father? Ron Liu took Ron Yu's cards and frowned. You are not. Who is? Ji Yu Chen snorted, and secretly exchanged a property with Luke Swan. Luke Swan also hummed, and secretly exchanged a property with Ji Yu Chen. Ron Liu smiled and said nothing. Outside the study on the 6th floor, after changing into her slippers, Ron Yu took the fruit plate from the butler outside the door. Miss, I'll go down first. Aha. The lights in the study were on, but there was no sound at all. When Ron Yu strode in with a fruit plate, Ji Yu Fusion was looking at the documents unhappily. When he saw his sister coming, he immediately puffed up his chest and showed great energy. Brother, eat oranges. Ji Yu Fusion, excellent people can complete today's work efficiently without supplementing vitamin C with oranges. Ron Yu, she just wanted her brother to eat an orange. Brother, what happened? A good person in power will never let the group have any crises or problems, let alone anything. Ron Yu, brother, speak human language. Good people in power speak only human words. Ron Yu, brother, just say what you want to do, don't beat around the bush. Ji Yu Fusion seriously put down the documents and took out his mobile phone. Did you see this message? Ron Yu glanced at the screen. In Li Jinfa's circle of friends, only he said in the screenshot that he was busy, and then Luke Swan praised him. See, Luke Swan's message of encouraging his brother. Ji Yu Fu Chen keenly grasped the keywords. Encourage, yes. Ron Yu picked up a strawberry and ate it in small bites. Li Jin said a lot of tiring things, so Luke Swan encouraged him. As soon as the words fell, Ji Yu Fusion, who had been upright, and energetic just now, fell sideways on the desk with his hands resting on his head, and his eyes were closed. Ron Yu panicked. Brother, are you okay? Ba, Guan. Just as he was about to call the housekeeper to ask him to call the family doctor, Ji Yu Fusion opened his eyes weakly. It's okay. It's just that I'm very tired from work today, very tired. Ron Yu. Ji Yu Fusion, do you still remember that 2 days ago your persona was still a low-key, introverted, reserved, calm, and mysterious business genius, Bojan boss? Now the boss is completely dismantled, and he doesn't pretend to be pretending, just show it off. Are you ready to express yourself? Ron Yu rolled her eyes and pushed the fruit plate heavily in front of him. A good heir will never get tired. After finishing speaking, he strode away from the study on the 6th floor. On the 3rd floor, the rich man entered a fierce moment. Ron Liu asked her distractedly, is your brother in a better mood? Ron Yu was slightly taken aback, then nodded. After a long time, she took out her mobile phone, logged into Ron Yu's Weibo and typed. 5 minutes later, a Weibo bombarded the entire network. Chapter 46. At 8 o'clock, and many other topics related to Ron Yu and Ron Chen skyrocketed in hot searches. The most excited ones are the Sherlock Holmes in Ron Yu Keohua. The day before yesterday, after the only brother announced that he would no longer participate in the first sign-in competition, he showed off his younger sister in Keohua, and showed all Keohua fans the ultimate sister control of I dare not go west when my sister says east brother character set. Everyone felt very strange at the time. Before, the only one who didn't let others call him brother was the reason that he only had one younger sister. Everyone could understand that this was the only one who didn't like being called brother by so many strangers. Now, his sister told him not to chase stars or sign in. He gave up without the slightest hesitation, so decisive that everyone had to doubt it. On the one hand, she is very kind to the star Ronyu, and has prepared so many exquisite accessories for Ronyu that shock domestic entertainment. As the #1 true love male fan, she participated in the first registration competition, and she is not absent from work every day, and she is more active than clocking in at work. What is what? This has to make Sherlock Holmes in Keohua start to think about a question. Will the ultimate sister-controlling brother really be so kind to people other than his own sister? And the only elder brother has financial resources and status, and tens of millions of high-end and high-end luxury goods are free to give away, and the family has no money, so how dare they do such a thing? It was introduced last time, although we don't know the status of Ron Chen and Ronyu's family for the time being, but the watch Ron Chen wears already reveals the extraordinary status of their family. To sum it up in one sentence, Ron Chen matched up with the only brother in every attribute. But before tonight, this was all the speculation of Keohua fans. No one could be sure that Ron Chen was the only brother. At my brother is the best in the world at laughing to death, after the only one said the reason why he couldn't participate in the sign-in first competition. Some young ladies suggested that the only one should bring his younger sister to stay up late and participate in the competition happily together. As one of the 1,000 European emperors who won the grand prize in the last luxury peripheral event, I would like to ask, can I round up the exquisite peripherals as a gift from Ronyu, chest out? Ron Chen, you are so generous. Chen, come out quickly, your sister took off your waistcoat in person, want to interview you. Are you angry? Embarrassing to the point where your toes buckle a whole flat layer. Bushy, Overlord Chen doesn't need face, die laughing. Ha, it's a shame. A young lady made a collection of Ron Chen's comments and posts on Keohua, and every sentence is related to Ronyu. Ron Chen, you are a girl who controls the brain. This comment quickly attracted the attention of the entire network. Everyone liked it, and then went to talk to Ron Yakeo. The collection made by user at is a Dugong photo microblog. Each long photo has a screenshot of the only brother chatting with Keohua fans, Q&A, or the content of his post on Keohua. The first long picture talking about Ron Yakeo's development of the #1 true love male fan. The only brother, so this is Keohua. The only brother, where is the sign? This is the only thing in the period of ignorance, and then gradually transition to when there are black fans to provoke and question Ron usability. The only brother, young actor Ronyu. The movie The Missing She has a film score of 8.9, which is the highest rated literary film this year, and was nominated for a foreign art festival. The previous work my favorite liked, the female second role is discussed more than the protagonist, the most watched actress in 2023, and the data of Datator is the first in the whole month. Xiao Yu's sharp comment, brother BA has learned a lot, but you can't step on it, and when you mention yourself, you must not mention the protagonist. The themes of the next few pictures are, the story of the only brother throwing money, the story of the only sign-in and the first show-off, etc. The last long picture, the self-cultivation of sister-in-law. Haha, I want to ask the only tricky question, besides Ronyu, which female celebrity do you think looks the best? I want to see how boys' aesthetics differ from girls. The only brother replied, my younger sister is the prettiest. Everyone, at that time, they couldn't feel the body, so they didn't feel much about this answer. Now that they know the truth, let's look at this. Good guy, from the beginning to the end, he was talking about Ronyu. Scream.gif. Half an hour later, this Weibo spread all over the internet, and it was uploaded by Little Green Book, Dalban, and the short video app. There were a lot of onlookers, and Raw News Keohua fans soared by 100,000 that night. The people who eat melons, and the wealthy circle also eats melons. At 10:30 in the evening, Jiyu Fusion was still working in the study for some unknown reason. When Ronyu returned to the bedroom on the 7th floor, WeChat vibrated. She clicked in to see. Luke Swan invites you to join the group chat. How boring we are. 21. Hey, come in, come in. Luke Swan sat on the sofa and waved to her excitedly. What group is this? Ronyu clicked in while asking the question. As soon as the words fell, she went in. The people in the group were clearly excited. I am coming. The Lord has finally come. This melon is delicious. I didn't expect it to be Jiyu Fusion like this. I sent the screenshot made by the blogger to my parents. No one would believe it. When my mother saw it, she asked me seriously, so your elder brother Fu Chen also has a nickname, Ron Chen Chen. Me. Luke Swan couldn't hide her excitement on her face. This is a small group in the circle. After you posted on Weibo 2 hours ago, the discussion in the circle has been unprecedentedly high. Everyone asked me to invite you in to share your experience. Ron Yu. Woo in the past, he was low-key, calm, and unsmiling. Now, he is like a cute big fool. If you don't want to talk about it, I still like this one. The previous high-cold bully was always too high-cold and overbearing. But now the cute one is just right, I'll just say it. The two sisters and I are also very cute. Look at me. Roll, roll. Ron, you should be the most desperate person now, thinking that there will be a bossy brother, but a sand sculpture, bushy, came in the end. The word reaches Jiyu Fusion. I guarantee that tomorrow you and your family will be on Bojan's blacklist. Haha, I used to think that Jiyu Fusion was definitely not the kind of person who avenged his personal revenge, but now I'm afraid. Brother Fu Chen, I slipped on my knees. I apologize. I'm sorry. Saying that you are a sand sculpture is disrespectful to you. Ron, you looked up at the group name. How boring we are. A group of wealthy children and celebrities don't spend money everywhere, so gossiping here is really boring. Jiang Huai, I took a screenshot. Show it to him tomorrow. Boss Jiang, don't be so blah blah. Jiang Guai, don't be coquettish. It's useless. Where is my Bodai's art the sister? Didn't I join the group just now? Fat cat. Jianguai, did Ron Chen Chen see the news on the internet? Did he hide under the quilt and cry because of embarrassment? Rubbing hands excited.jpg. Fat cat. Not so. My brother is still working hard in the study. Wa tilde, you are indeed the heir of Bojan. Good volume. Wa tilde, it is indeed a business legend. Good volume. Wa tilde, when I think of being forced to retreat by the sand sculpture Ron Chen Chen during the business war, why do I want to cry even more? Ron Yu has one head and two big ones. It was indeed her problem. She felt that her brother Ron Chen Chen needed her encouragement. He must be very happy to praise him in front of everyone on Weibo. As for why 8's only brother is needed, it is because the only brother has done a lot for her in Keohua before, and Ron Yu doesn't want her brother's advantages to be ignored. Everything that the only brother has done in Keohua is worthy of praise. She wanted to praise her brother in front of everyone, to let everyone know how cute Ron Chen Chen is in private, and she wanted her brother to face this side of him directly and stop pretending. Maybe it's because she's used to the cute Chen Chen, and she doesn't think it's hard to accept that the only brother is Jiyu Fusion, and even on the day she found out that Jiyu Fusion is the only brother, she wasn't surprised at all. In fact, it's because she thinks too little. Even the ladies and nobles in the wealthy circle showed 120,000 excitement, which shows what netizens are thinking. She thought that when Ron Chen Chen's name was spread all over the world last time, netizens had a clearer understanding of her brother. Jiang Huai chatted with her privately. Does Ron Chen Chen know about this? Fat cat. I don't know if I know. He is very attentive when working. Jiang Huai, ha ha ha. Send him a message and let him prepare when he goes to the company tomorrow. Ron Yu immediately sent a message to Jiyu Fusion, and forwarded the vigorous only classic quotations Weibo uploaded on the internet to him. Plump cat, I praised you, but it seems that there is something wrong with the boast. Jiyu Fusion just finished his work. The moment the message was sent, the screen lit up, and Ji Fuxian saw the word Ron sharply, and immediately put the report aside and turned on the phone to read it. He paused for 2 seconds. Ron sent 2 Weibo messages to share. Ji Fuxian clicked on the first article first, and then automatically jumped to Weibo. My brother is the best in the world at only elder brother. Ji Fuxian, my sister praised him QAQ. He is the well-deserved #1 brother, and he is much more powerful than that good-for-nothing Lu Jin. This prosperous world, as he wished. After the excitement, Ji Fuxian quickly realized what was going on. Sister 8 loves him. Ji Fuxian's smile froze slightly, and he clicked on the second Weibo shared by Ron Yu. After seeing clearly, he died on the spot. Songwen, Mr. Jiyu, my sister, Mr. Jiyu, can't you keep a low profile? Tomorrow you have to attend the general meeting on Friday. What do you want the employees to think of you, Ron Chen, the only brother? Or do you have any other vests? Gee, don't worry, it's gone. Songwen, now the group is talking about you. We are monitoring the entries and keywords of the entire network, but any news that links you with Miss Ron Yu will be treated coldly for the time being. Ron Chen can hook up with his only brother, but Ji Fuxian absolutely can't. Songwen, Mr. Jiyu, you know it right /, /. Songwen, for the honor of Bojan and the dignity of the company, can you work harder? Yes. Songwen, that's good. Don't worry, the images of Chubby Cat and Ji Fuxian are very positive now. You'd better discuss it with Miss Ron. Don't take off this vest, please. Songwen almost broke his heart because of the company. He used to be busy with work, but now he is busy protecting Sister Mo and his sister's vest. It is not easy. After reading the 2 Weibo posts shared by his sister, Ji Fuxian was still a little embarrassed. When the only elder brother was letting himself go wild on the internet, Ji Fuxian was very happy, and he was also happy when his sister praised him in front of the whole internet. But once the only elder brother was connected with the Bojan authority, let alone Songwen, he would be happy. I was too embarrassed to hide my face. Fortunately, now it is Ron Chen who loses face. What does it matter to him? Ji Fuxian. Ji Fuxian raised his chest and raised his head, showing his usual noble aura, straightened his cuffs while getting up, and released a natural domineering aura. He turned off Weibo and went back to the bedroom. After washing up, Ji Fuxian habitually picked up his mobile phone to reply to work matters. Most of the people in the business circle now know that Ron Chen and his only brother are him. He still maintains a good cooperative quality when talking to him, and his attitude towards him is still respectful and polite, and presumptuously joking. The people in the business circle are all good people. Life is life and work is work. Ji Fuxian read each item and replied to a few urgent ones. When he closed WeChat and wanted to sleep, another WeChat message popped up on his phone. From Chubby Cat. The only older brother, Ron Chen is Ji Fuxian, and the business legend in the news reports is also Ji Fuxian. This is Ji Fuxian's truest appearance. There is no need to be embarrassed or pretend to be a certain side. Ji Fuxian paused for a long time. Since he first came into contact with Bojan, his father, Ji Chen, told him repeatedly that his personality was too violent, and he could not be restrained when facing major shareholders and management. Others would treat him like a child and would not listen to him at all. Like a good heir, he must learn to be steady, show maturity, and learn to let go of his childish side. Ji Fuxian listened and did a good job. After pretending for so many years, he sometimes unconsciously thinks that showing his truest side will make him lose face, but when in front of his sister, he just likes to be jealous, and he just likes to make her pay more attention to him and only praise him. Unexpectedly, my sister is really only boast. Ji Fuxian chuckled lightly, and replied okay. The next morning, news of the only brother Ron Chen reached Ron Liu's ears. Ron Liu is arranging for a designer to prepare Ron Yu's evening dress for the dinner at the end of the month. Ron Yu just found out. A dinner party for me at the end of the month. She stood in the middle like a ceramic doll, with a row of more than a dozen high-end gowns worth 2 to 3 million yuan in front of her, with stylists, makeup artists, and designers busy beside her. Ron Liu, your father has been planning this matter for a long time. When you go home, there will naturally be a welcome party. Don't worry about this matter. The preparations have been made by both father and mother. Ron, you can already imagine the luxury of this dinner. Just do it. Who doesn't want to be a noble Her Majesty the Queen Tilda? These dresses are too plain. So is the crown. Who still uses diamonds as the leading role now? All diamonds are too plain and broken. It doesn't look good. This design is not good. Ron Lyreu frowned and said to the designer at the side. Ron, you looked at each other silently with Luke Swan, who was outside the crowd. Mom is mother, not even a crown studded with 200 diamonds. For this dinner, Ron Lyreu planned to hold it on the southernmost island of Jiu's family. The entire island was being decorated, and the scene was grand, the kind that would surely be recorded in the annals of wealthy families. Spending money like running water, Jiu Yuchen and Ron Lyreu didn't care at all. After explaining the crown and jewels, the designer tailored Ron Yu's clothes and tried on samples, and Ron Lyreu gave some suggestions for improvement. The V-neck is exposed and not correct enough. The style of the dress is too simple. Is your designer too busy recently, so you have to deal with a few previous clothes? Ron Lyreu's tone was very bad. The designer's little assistant lowered his head and dared not speak. Mrs. Ron's eyes are vicious. These dresses are all popular a few years ago. The Jiu family asked for the clothes in a hurry. The classic styles can stand up to scrutiny, not as bad as what Ron Lyreu said, but she demands perfection in everything now. And she will never let her daughter wear the dress that changed the soup without changing the medicine a few years ago. Right now, let Leo put down all his plans. The spring fashion show will be postponed for me. If there is any problem at the headquarters, come to me. At this moment, the focus of all work is on my daughter's dress at the end of the month. Domestic clothing workshops dispatch tailors to ensure that my daughter can wear the most stunning dresses. Yes, I will communicate right now. Now the sky is big and the earth is big, and Ron Yu's dress is the biggest, regardless of next year's Spring Fashion Week. Ron Lyreu is now asking the fashion group to be in charge of the high-end atelier, and everyone revolves around Ron Yu's dress. The demands are outrageous, rampant and arrogant, but no one can say no. The Jiu family has the qualifications. Ron Yu's dinner is more qualified. After arranging this matter, Ron Lyreu mentioned the topic just now to Ron Yu. She chuckled. Chen made so many troubles on the internet. Ron Yu was slightly stunned. Mom, you changed your mind so quickly, and now you're calling Chen. Ron Lyreu was stunned for a moment, then smiled. Jiu Fusion's nickname is Chen, and we weren't allowed to call him when he was 8 years old. Ron Yu was stunned. The name she had accidentally chosen for her brother happened to coincide with his nickname. Kind of magical. Luke Swan smiled gloatingly. Brother Chen didn't allow anyone to call his nickname when he was 8 years old. Now the whole world knows it, and the whole world is calling it. Thanks to Sister Yayo. If it wasn't for Sister Yayo who made this name come to light again, Brother Chen will definitely have to cover it for a long time. Ron Lyreu, yes, Yayo is a great contributor to our family. Ron Yu. In the afternoon, Ron Lyreu and Jiu moved out. Jiu Yuchen found out about this from the old housekeeper, and was very happy for a long time. Previously, Jiu Fusion was made to be more mature in order to suppress the shareholders. Now that he is famous all over the world, it doesn't matter whether he has these external temperaments or not. As soon as Jiu Yuchen and Ron Lyreu went out, Ron Yu hurriedly had the pyramid brought back. The 1.5-meter high wooden box was very heavy, and the person who carried it didn't know what it was, and was panting after moving it. After finally moving to Jiu Yuchen's study, Ron Yu asked them to leave, and secretly opened a corner of the wooden box to look inside. Wow, Tilda, dazzlingly bright. Dad must like the richness and color of this splashing sky. Ron Yu left a small note on Jiu Yuchen's desk, and waited for her father to come back to watch the wonders of the world by herself. Not only the pyramids, she will use gold to make the Forbidden City, the Taj Mahal, and the Great Wall for Jiu Yuchen, who is a gold lover, and present the wonders of the world in front of him in the way Jiu Yuchen likes. You can travel around the world without leaving home, Tilda. This time, she has other things to do. Chi Nuo had a trial training at her club this afternoon. He is a free agent now and does not need to go through the cumbersome transfer period. If the trial training is successful, he can sign the contract on the spot. Ron, you can save more than 10 million invisibly, and there is an extra day job who doesn't even need 5 insurances and 1 gold. People, as a boss, you must have the benefits you deserve. Ron, you will never be a boss without a conscience. She has money. Tilda. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the trial training ended. The team manager couldn't be more satisfied. Boss Malmao, this person is too good. His comprehension ability, data analysis ability, brain power, and hand speed are all the best among many players I have seen. We plan to sign a contract with him. Fat Cat, sign it, let him broadcast live at night. The team manager was taken aback. Chi Nuo is very famous in the esports circle, and has many rich women fans. When TG team broadcasts live, there are more than 20,000 gifts after each game. The TG team lost this traffic jungler, and they are also very distressed. The team manager didn't expect that Pang Pang Mao would suddenly let Chi Nuo broadcast live. Shouldn't it be for making money? The team manager was puzzled and didn't dare to ask any questions. He nodded repeatedly and said, "Okay, do you need to sign a live broadcast contract with him? What's this? It is stipulated how many hours he should play in 1 month. Signing a contract with a live broadcast platform means that the club is rich. Generally speaking, teams with poor results will have a lot of live broadcast contracts. If there is no achievement, there must always be some value in other places." Fat Cat, no need. Just let him play it this time. Okay. The team manager chatted with Chi Nuo, and by the way, told him about the matter that Pang Pang Mao asked him to live broadcast at night. Chi Nuo had no objection, and turned around to send a text message to Ronyu very obediently. "Yao sister, I will serve the club well. Every time I broadcast live, I don't thank gifts, and I don't want fans to give me gifts. They just need to take care of themselves with the little money. If sister, you want to increase the commercial value of the club, I can live broadcast. You can sign a contract with the live broadcast platform for 45 hours a month, to ensure that the RG team will not lose money, and make more money this year." Ronyu. Before it even started, Heavenly Chosen hit the worker was already thinking about how to make money for her. This brother is so real. Ronyu couldn't help but start to reflect. What kind of situation did brother Chi Nuo get squeezed into in the last club? "You were at the last club, how are you doing? Has the boss bought you 5 insurances and 1 housing fund? Didn't force you to live broadcast?" Chi Nuo obediently answered one by one earnestly, "It's okay. There should be 5 insurances and 1 housing fund and wages, but I didn't pay attention. Live streaming is a must. Yao sister, I will work hard." Ronyu, come on. She sent a message to Chi Jian. Chi Nuo is now officially a member of the RG team. Chi Jian, Fat Cat, the game you downloaded was not deleted. Let's play games together tonight. Tilda. Fat Cat, 8 o'clock in the evening. Tilda. When Jiu Yu Chen came back, Jiu Fusion had just returned home. At 7 o'clock, they sat in the dining room for dinner. Ronyu asked, "Father, will you go to the study today?" "No." After Jiu Yu Chen finished answering, he suddenly wanted to go, and his daughter asked that there must be a reason, and she would go after walking. Ronyu let out a long "oh," then turned to Jiu Fusion and said, "Brother, let's play games together at night. I told Jian Huai that there are you, Jian Huai, me, Chi Jian, and Chi Jian's younger brother, Chi Nuo. Jiu Yu Chen, Chi Jian, Chi Nuo? I heard that the relationship between the siblings is not very good." Ronyu couldn't help but retort, "Father is all a lie, Chi Nuo is good. Now he is a worker of my team." Jiu Fusion, Ron, have you told Elder Chi?" "I said so." Ronyu put down her chopsticks with a smile, imitating the serious tone of old Chi. She was angry and said in a low voice, "Well, that's right. It's our Chi family who can serve the Fat Cat's team. An honor." Jiu Yu Chen glanced at Ronyu several times. Yo. Do you have any black material or handles about Mr. Chi?" Jiu Yu Chen lowered his voice. "Tell Dad. Dad will never tell anyone. Eat it with melon." Ron Liu didn't know what Elder Chi was plotting with his daughter. She didn't ask any more questions as she couldn't ask, and only cared. "What Elder Chi asked you to do, can you do it?" "Should be able to." Tilda. Ron Liu felt relieved, and gave Jiu Yuchen a warning look by the way, telling him to be more serious. Jiu Yuchen, the head of the family, was wronged and bowed his head to eat. Well, now his status in the family is probably similar to that of his son Chen Chen. 8 p.m. Chi Nuo's live broadcast is officially launched. Now that Chi Nuo has traffic and skills, it's surprising that he left as a free agent without going through a transfer auction. If it is listed for auction, it can get a lot of transfer fees. A player like him who has become a free agent can be said to have lost 10 million in transfer fees. Many fans feel sorry for him and think he is too stupid. However, in the esports industry, there are more Tuan fans than Wei fans. After Chi Nuo switched from TG team to RG team, the fans who had accompanied him all the way had no choice but to say goodbye to him. Some even didn't understand it, thinking that he abandoned TG and came to RG too quickly and simply, and didn't have a little memory of his old club. It feels like in his eyes, the TG team is just a cold company, and now he has switched to another company, and he has no memory of the past company. This made the fans who watched the game for a year completely unacceptable. After the live broadcast started at night, many group fans came to make trouble, and some black fans deliberately fished in troubled waters to set the rhythm inside. Chi Nuo's ID in the esports game is 78, and everyone calls him 78 on and off the field. You came to RG in such a hurry, is it because the fat cat is rich? I don't understand, I won 2 runner-ups together in TG, so I'd just leave. Esports is the original sin, don't talk about feelings. 78 is here to win the championship. As an old fan of 78, my younger brother has always been silent and taciturn. Everyone knows how hard he works in the 2 teams of TG. Everyone has seen how hard he is. He has the most credit for being able to get 2 runners-up. The team's performance is not good. If you don't leave, do you still have to keep kissing, hugging and holding high? Don't explain too much. Just as RG's former jungler left, 78 quickly came to fill his position, which is a bit funny. Brother, come on. Ron Yu saw these discussions as soon as she entered the live broadcast room, and her head hurt. She is now sitting on the balcony on the 7th floor, playing games while watching the beautiful scenery. During the live broadcast, Chi Nuo ignored these rhythms and quietly moved the mouse to adjust the clarity of the live broadcast. When there are black fans in the live broadcast room, gifts are the best way to attack. Some of Chi Nuo's fans frantically bought gifts for him. Ron Yu thought for a while, then glanced at the price. 100 yuan for an airplane, 1,000 yuan for a rocket. Ron Yu topped up and frantically clicked on the rocket sign. A little Plumpcat sent 10,000 rockets to Chi Nuo. How much is this worth? 10 million. Ron Yu left a message in the barrage area. Make up for the transfer fee for my brother. Everyone suddenly realized. Yes, those who say that 78 came for money listen up. If for the sake of money, the younger brother should be listed, how could it be possible for a free person to transfer to RG? Mao Mao mighty. Ha ha ha, I laughed to death. My poor brother wants to save money for the boss, but the fat cat boss doesn't want it. Boss chubby cat, whoever helps me save money is looking down on me. Bushy. Ron Yu's hands didn't stop. What magic books, aircraft carriers, and valuable things were thrown into Chin Nuo's live broadcast room as if they didn't want money. Sending and sending, seeing that the flow of water is about to reach 15 million. The boss of the live broadcast app rushed over and yelled frantically in the live broadcast room. Is the fat cat sure that he is an adult? Don't use your parents' bank cards to steal money. Use a panpan mo. Be rational, let me be more rational. Stop it. Ha 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 ha, of course the cat is an adult. Laughing, boss, your money is hot, I dare not take it. Ron Yu stopped and sent a message to Chi Nuo. Get ready to enter the room, 5 rows with your sister, she has never played, so your fans don't scold her tilde. In the live broadcast room, Chi Nuo's face instantly turned red. What did my brother see? Why is his face so red? I just heard the voice of WeChat. Ron Yu forwarded Chi Nuo's live broadcast to Chi Jian. Fat cat, what a miserable brother. The young master of the Chi family worked hard outside, but he was questioned to join my team for money. How could it be like this? Chi Jian frowned, and when she clicked into the live broadcast room, she happened to hear Chi Nuo's stammering explanation. Later, I'm going to play games with my sister. Who is she? My sister can't play games, and she might get lost in the canyon later. Chi Jian, brother, you managed to attract my attention. Chi Jian quickly turned off the live broadcast room and swished onto the game. She didn't hear. There was another sentence after Chi Nuo. But I will protect my sister. This is my brother's responsibility. Ron Yu listened to the whole process in the live broadcast room, with a smile on her face, and hurriedly greeted Jiyu Fusion and Jian Kuai to play the game. Happy fifth row, start now Tilda. Ron Yu entered the room and turned on the voice changer. Can you hear me? I'm a fat cat. How about this voice changer? Jian Kuai and Jiyu Fusion understood in seconds, and immediately went to install a voice changer. Brother, I am your brother Shui, do you understand? Chi Nuo nodded obediently. I understand. This person is Jian Kuai, and the other is Jiyu Fusion. Okay, drive Tilda. When Chubby Cat announced the start, the fans in the studio were overwhelmed with excitement. This is the first 5 row with Chubby Cat, his friends and sister Chi Nuo. The bosses of Mao Mao must be rich. Rounding off, this is a happy game for the rich, and everyone came in to watch it with the mood of eating melons. Almost all the fans of the RG team came together. In order to be able to fight against the newcomer Chi Jian, everyone built a new trumpet, and the 5th row started very quickly. Ron Yu, Jiyu Fusion, Jian Kuai, and Chi Nuo turned on the team voice and mic, while Chi Jian remained silent. When it came time to choose a hero, Ron Yu was about to say that when she was playing mid laner, an extremely excited male voice came from the balcony on the 3rd floor. Old Lee, my daughter knows that I like to see pyramids more than gold, so she built me a pyramid made of gold. You can watch the wonders of the world at home. Jack, Jiyu Fusion and Chi Jian, the entire studio. What? Passing on the order, in order to let her travel around the world at home, Chubby Cat built a pyramid made of gold for her father. Chapter 47. The headset in the live broadcast room is very quiet, and the faint sound of breathing can be heard very slowly. Ron Yu's cheeks became hot unconsciously, like small ruddy apples. Some things don't matter when you do it yourself, and you don't feel embarrassed. When Ron Yu asked people to prepare the pyramid, she was very confident, and she was even excited and proud that she could come up with this gift. Only her little brain can come up with such unique ideas. In the future, there is no need to fly abroad to enjoy the wonders of the world. Bushy, arrogant and high-spirited. JPG. But now, righteousness has left. Thinking that so many people knew about her giving away the pyramid, Ron Yu's head went numb. The headset was eerily quiet. Ron Yu got up and changed positions silently, and returned to the study where no outside sound could be heard at all. She clearly remembered that her father said that she would not go to the study tonight, so she should not see the surprise she prepared. Why? This unscientific. You gave uncle a pyramid made of gold. In the earpiece, Jian Kuai asked in disbelief. Ron Yu coughed lightly. This matter is not important, let's play the game first. The system has automatically selected characters for you. What happened just now was shocking. Except for Chi Nuo and Chi Jian, Jian Kuai and Jiyu Fusion obviously didn't react. The system chose 2 roles for them by default. Jiyu Fusion, this is very important. Jian Kuai repeatedly echoed. What are you putting in your head? Giving the pyramids. How did you come up with it? Uncle is so happy that he is going crazy. Why don't you stop beating and go see his mental state? Help, the pyramid made of gold, my horsemen are blown up. I know that the Jiyu family is rich, but how can they be so rich? I can't even imagine such a thing. My 8-year-old brother just asked me, aren't all pyramids made of gold? Why am I so surprised? How should I reply to him? I am waiting online. The money is well spent, the essence is spent, and the quality is spent. Now I understand why only Pang Pang Mao can stand out among so many rich people. Her way of spending money is really different. The younger brother quickly hung up a text in the live broadcast room to explain. The World Wonder Pyramid is not made of gold, only the fat cats do it. Do not mislead the children. Sadly, with a bit of humor. Ha ha ha, the sisters in front can tell their 8-year-old brother that if it was made of gold, it would have been stolen long ago. The live broadcast room exploded, and even Chi Jian, who had been silent today, couldn't help but say, do you need to pause? Uncle's condition needs attention, Jiang Huai said abruptly. Ron Yu, no need. It's not that exaggerated. Jiang Huai, Uncle posted on Moments. After a 2-second pause, Ron Yu and Jiyu Fusion quickly switched to the WeChat interface. Click on the personal information remarked as Dad. Click on the circle of friends. The gift from my daughter is majestic and imposing, very beautiful and guarantees the value-added part. No one has this IQ except her. Picture. In the picture, the pyramid, which is higher than the desk, shows extraordinary majesty. The lights falling straight from the ceiling focus on it, and the pyramid shines brightly, which is the most dazzling existence in the lens. Just 5 minutes after posting, Lu's father and Lu's mother were urged to like it. Lu's father replied, your daughter has a heart. None of your intentions. Why do you force people to like it when you post a circle of friends? In addition to them, there are many people who like it. Cheng Zong, I have heard about the strength of Chubby Cat from the internet a long time ago, and seeing it today, it really lives up to its reputation. Mr. Li, it's really not easy to come up with such a legendary idea. Not long after, Ron Liu found out about the gift her daughter gave Jiu Yu Chen. She zoomed in on the photo and looked left, right, up and down. No matter how many times she looked at it, her eyes hurt. She asked her daughter to prepare a gift for Jiu Yu Chen in order to get the two of them to get acquainted with each other and exchange feelings, but this gift, it makes people feel flustered. It is said that a tiger father has no dogs. Ron Liu didn't believe it before, but now he dare not believe it. If Jiu Yu Chen's preference and appreciation for gold affected his daughter, Ron Liu would really be able to fight Jiu Yu Chen desperately. It is enough to have a gold lover in the family, enough is enough, and an incomplete garage needs to be covered with a layer of gold. Ron Liu let out a long breath, her temples hurt. The housekeeper hurriedly sent someone over to give her a massage. Ron Liu asked, what's the situation with Jiu Yu Chen now? The old housekeeper smiled mischievously. Mr. Jiu is calling one by one in the address book to report the happy event. Ron Liu, how about Fu Chen? Mr. Jiu Zioxiao and Miss Xiao are playing games live. Wait a moment, I will ask Wei when to send the link to the live broadcast. 4 minutes later, Ron Liu saw the live broadcast of Ron Yu and Jiu Fusion's game. Wei Wen stood aside and explained, Jiang Shui is Mr. Jiang Hui Jiang, the other two are Miss Qi, and the other is Miss Qi's younger brother, Qi Nuo. Ron Liu couldn't understand the game screen inside, stared at it for a while, and frowned slightly. The English letter is Fu Chen. Yes, Ron Liu is not happy, dull like a poor abandoned puppy. It is difficult for Jiu Fusion to be happy at the moment. The gift my sister gave to my father is so precious, and just saying it can amaze the audience and shock everyone. Of course, my father will be happy to receive such an extraordinary and desirable gift. And he, after coming back for so long, my sister only gave him a pot of flowers, which still had a strong smell and could only be grown on the balcony. Jiu Fusion was even more angry with himself. At that time, in order to walk the road of dominance and show off his aloof personality, he didn't take pictures and post them in Moments to show off. Now that he lost a great opportunity to show off, Ron Chinchin's handsome face was slumped, and he was very unhappy. When playing games, the most annoying small pop-up window suddenly appears. Dad sent 2 messages. Jiu Fusion frowned and took a moment to glance. Father, hurry up and give me a thumbs up. Father, come out. Jiu Fusion angrily closed the chat box, ignored Jiu Yu Chen's continuous messages, returned to the game and continued to play the game in a silent state. Ron Yu didn't take it seriously. In order not to reveal too much, she didn't call Jiu Fusion's brother in her voice. Jiu Fusion even maintained his previous high cold aura. It would not make people think that Ron Chen, who is now so popular on the internet, is the G in the game. The old butler politely knocked on the door of the study, and when he entered, he saw that Jiu Fusion was playing a game, so he took 2 steps back and stood aside. Jiu Fu Chen turned off the voice. What's the matter? The old housekeeper was a little nervous when he spoke. It's Mr. Jiu's business. My dad? What's wrong with him? Jiu Fusion frowned, seeing the housekeeper was so disturbed, he unconsciously lowered the phone. It's the body and... No. The old housekeeper repeatedly denied, Mr. Liu and Mrs. Liu will return to the city tomorrow, and Mr. Jiyu wants to invite them to be guests at home. He has already sent messages to Mr. Jiang, Mrs. Fu, Mr. Qi and Mrs. Qi. People from all over the world will come to clean up Mr. Liu and Mrs. Liu. And by the way, take a look at the pyramid sent by the young lady. Mr. Jiyu asked you and the young lady to prepare for the family gathering. Jiyu Fusion, by the way, are you sure by the way? Li Jin's parents didn't fly to the south for more than half a month at most, and they would go at this time of year. It was a very common thing that didn't attract any attention or sensation at all. Now, Jiyu Yuchen wanted to clean up the dust for them. The real purpose what it is, everyone knows clearly. Okay, my sister gave my father a pyramid, and my father actually opened a domestic pyramid exhibition. Thinking that his father was already so excited that he called someone to tell people the good news, and that he would show off in front of everyone tomorrow. Jiyu Fu Chen's heart turned cold again. He didn't give Hyacinth any cards, they were all gifts from his sister, and the treatment was very different. He couldn't help being wronged by the Hyacinth his sister sent. When Jiyu Fusion heard that it was about the exhibition, his attitude was not very good. No, I'm very busy tomorrow. Miss has already agreed, if you don't attend the family dinner tomorrow, the one sitting next to Mrs. I'm not busy. Jiyu Fu Chen frowned and reiterated, not busy. The old housekeeper breathed a sigh of relief. These were all ordered by Jiyu Yu Chen. Thinking of the last thing he ordered, the old housekeeper was so worried that 2 extra white hairs appeared on his forehead. Jiyu Fusion glanced at the housekeeper whose feet had taken root in place. What else? The old housekeeper, Mr. Jiyu needs you to do something, and he specifically emphasized that only you can do it. Jiyu Fusion's movements of manipulating the characters slowed down. Jiang Huai asked him in the voice, why did the top order turn off the microphone? Our side, something is wrong. As soon as everyone heard it, they all knew what was going on, so they didn't ask him anymore, and let him handle the matter with peace of mind. With the professional player Qi Niu around, their novice fifth row was like a bully. There was absolutely no problem. Jiyu Fusion raised his eyes, and his attitude became more serious. What can only I do? The old butler smiled. Please open WeChat now, click into Mr. Jiyu's circle of friends, and give a like to the circle of friends he just posted. Jiyu Fusion. Mr. Jiyu said that there are 3 types of unfilial piety, and dislike is the biggest. Jiyu Fusion. He wants you to be a dutiful son. Jiyu Fusion. Destroy this world quickly. To have a father like Jiyu Yu Chen, he is unlucky. Jiyu Fu Chen gritted his teeth and gave Jiyu Yu Chen a thumbs up. Jiyu Yu Chen was beyond satisfied. The world where only Jiyu Fusion was injured was finally achieved. Frustrated in reality, Jiyu Fusion played games sullenly. In the game, Ronyu heard that her brother was silent, thinking that he was taking the route of the boss. But the boss was too cold and couldn't help talking to him. I'm here for the top laner, let's arrest people together. Jiyu Fusion didn't speak, but silently manipulated the character to walk to Ronyu's side, and died under the tower after double-teaming the top road. Our side, Ji, you go, leave me alone. Originally a simple sentence, combined with his desperate posture of falling to the ground, no abnormal performance of turning on the microphone, coupled with the dull attitude of not speaking the whole time, Ronyu suddenly became enlightened. She gets it. My brother is having a temper tantrum. Before playing games with Jiyu Fusion, he died as soon as he died. Jiyu Fusion would never say such a thing, because even if he didn't say it, Ronyu wouldn't care. Playing games is not acting in Qingyao's drama. It's enough to die one person, so why bother to die? Ronyu reflected. She did not give her brother any presents after she came back, which created an unfair situation where her father gave a super strong gift. This gift has to be given. In the 5th row, Qi Jian died quite a few times. As the level increases, the opponents you encounter become stronger and stronger. Jiang Huai and Jiyu Fusion had pre-trained several lessons with Ronyu before qualifying, and Jiyu Zexi was on the side to guide them. The ability to understand the game and read the minimap is definitely better than that of Qi Jian, who has not been trained. Rao was Qi Jian's top-notch learning ability, who was caught and killed several times by the opponent after he was promoted to gold. Every time, in a certain unknown grass, 3 big men suddenly appeared, slamming at the little person manipulated by Chi Jian, and before she could react, the three big men left, leaving her alone in the grass, the figure that fell to the ground. One time, after she fell to the ground again, the barrage in the live broadcast room began to worry about her. "Miss, you can't enter that grass, you need to use skills to explore the grass. This novice has never played before." "It's my brother's sister." ORZ brother said that my sister played for the first time, so please don't talk about my sister. Haha. I asked why Chi Nuo came to the middle lane frequently, but the fat cat called him to get Tata from the bottom lane and ignored him. "The young man is going astray, hurry up and protect your boss. Looks like a sister-in-law, so nice to my sister, he. I love this kind of brother so much, so well behaved." Chi Nuo couldn't see the bullet screen when he was playing the game, and after Chi Jian died again, he couldn't help but say, "The opposite side of the grass likes to hide. If you want to go down the road, you have to take a detour, go here." As he said that, he took Chi Jian to spare a long way like he was walking in a garden. Chi Jian frowned. "In this case, I can't rush to the next road to support, the road will take too long." "It's okay, Chubby Cat and Brother Shui won't die." After a pause, Chi Nuo added, "I'll still be dead." Ronyu and Jian Huari who just fell down. "Listen, is this speaking human language?" "Our side, Mao Mao who spends money hard." "Our side, our Jiangshui, brother, let's be a person. I took her around our canyon for a long time to introduce, and it's fine to be the director's introduction, but now I'm still saying such unconscionable words." "Our side, Ji, brother, it's okay to coax your sister, but don't break up this family. He also has a sister who needs to be protected, okay?" Ha ha ha, I laughed to death. This time the 5 rows can be divided into 2 camps, those who are protected by the younger brother and those who were abandoned by the younger brother. "Brother, you just joined the RG team, and boss Mao Mao paid more than 10 million yuan for you. She will feel heartbroken if you do this." "One thing to say, my brother loves my sister so much. Very envious." "Our side, Mao Mao, who is working hard to spend money." "Brother, you haven't been in the bottom lane for 5 minutes. And the opponent's jungler came 8 times, smile." "Our side, our Jiangshui, our life is not our life is worthless." "Our side, 77,777. Be serious." Seeing this, the duo who were still joking immediately corrected their attitude. "Our side, Mao Mao, who is working hard to spend money, okay. Our side, our Jiangshui, good boss." It was the first time for Chi Nuo to encounter such a situation. His eyelids turned purple, and apologized in a low voice. "Yes, sorry, I didn't pay attention just now, I'm here now." He ran down the road anxiously, and because his sister was secretly happy to speak for him on the public screen, the corner of his mouth unconsciously opened a faint arc. My brother is secretly laughing. So cute, help. I didn't expect my younger brother to be a hidden sister-in-law. I feel like my sister knows Chubby Cat. Could it be some kind of rich man too? Not necessarily, Chubby Cat doesn't only communicate with rich people tilde. Anyway, they must all know each other, but they don't know what their identities are. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the 5th row ends. The first second after the game room ended, Chi Jian immediately quit the game. Ronyu persevered in showing her presence in front of her. "Your brother is pretty good, right? Jungle Swoosh Qian, our team will enter the finals in the future, let's watch the game offline together tilde." Many people praised Chi Nuo on the barrage. It was already 2 o'clock in the morning when Chi Jian finished her official duties. She leaned on her arm tiredly and squinted for a while, and when the discomfort in her eyes dissipated, she took out her mobile phone and took a look. Ronyu's news is at the bottom. Chi Jian's eyes paused for a long time on the word cure. All of Chi Nuo's performance tonight and the praise on the barrage were beyond her expectations. Gaming. Chi Jian pondered these 2 words over and over again. She turned off the light in the study, fell on the big bed exhaustedly, and when she was about to fall asleep in a daze, she still didn't know why she agreed to go crazy with Ronyu today. 3 hours were wasted on the game. But it is undeniable that she gained more pleasure and happiness. Luke Swan was in a good mood today. After getting up, she happily took care of the flower pots on the balcony. She packed up early and was ready to go to the airport to pick up her parents and go home. She will go back to Li's house later, and come to participate in the pyramid exhibition at 5 o'clock in the evening. Oh no, it was to attend the reception banquet hosted by Jiyu's family for her parents. Hey, will people from the Jiang family, Fu family, Qi family, and Wen family come today? Ron Yu lay down on the sun lounger on the balcony, covered her eyes with a light gauze, and lazily replied, yes, they will all come. Luke Swan smiled, then your feat of building the pyramid is not going to spread all over the world. Ron Yu, if the time can be repeated, she will definitely not be presumptuous. Ron Yu really didn't expect that the well-informed father would be so excited, and even shamefully invited his friends to visit his pyramid as a reason for holding a party for Uncle Lu. Ron Yu sighed, closed her eyes and continued to bask in the sun. Things have developed out of control, and she has nothing to do. Just be ashamed if you are ashamed. It will never be more embarrassing than the father who happily introduces the pyramid to others. The sky is falling, and my father is holding it tilde. When the time comes, no matter who comes, she will act proudly righteous and confident. It is her who made it possible to see the pyramids at home, and it is pure gold 24K authentic gold tower. After Luke Swan left, Song Wen walked in led by Wei Wen. Miss Ron, Mr. Jiyu asked me to give you a report on Yu Kai's recent situation. Ron Yu pointed to the chair opposite. Don't be so reserved, just sit down and talk. Wei Wen, 2 plates of dim sum and tea. Okay. Song Wen sat down politely, secretly lamenting that Miss Ron seemed to have perfectly integrated into the life of a wealthy family, and she was very comfortable in every move. He took 2 identical documents from his briefcase. Yu Kai has done a big thing recently. Song Wen opened the first page of the document. She has recently gotten very close to Mr. Jiang from the Jiang family. Ron Yu was stunned, and sat up in astonishment. Jiang Guai? No, it's Jiang Huai's younger brother Jiang Wei. His basic information is on the second page. Ron Yu quickly picked up the file. Song Wen added from the side, Jiang Wei is the youngest son of Mr. Jiang. He was just 3 years old when he was brought home 18 years ago. He was accidentally abducted when he was 5 years old. Ron Yu was surprised. She didn't expect to find a second person in the wealthy family who had been kidnapped like her. Jiang Wei has been living abroad for nearly 10 years, and was brought home when he was 15. Mr. Jiang loved him very much. Song Wen paused. There are rumors that Mr. I intend to hand over the Jiang family to Jiang Wei. Ron Yu was a little curious. Why did the Xiao Jiang you mentioned just now refer to Jiang Wei and Jiang Huai? He is the person in charge of the Jiang family, so he should be more qualified to be called Mr. Jiang. Moreover, it was said in the news in the business circle that Jiang Guai's subordinates under Jiang Guai were on the rise in their careers, and Jiang Guai's strength was unquestionable. He talks about money, and he knows how to make a lot of money better than anyone else. Song Wen explained, 2 years ago, Mr. Jiang took Jiang Wei to the shareholders' meeting for the first time. When he left, some major shareholders didn't know Jiang Wei's identity. They thought it was Mr. Jiang's new assistant. Mr. Jiang was there in front of him. Shareholders, directors, management and Jiang Wei said, "This is the future Mr. Jiang, my son, so this title has been passed down." One sentence gave Jiang Wei an identity, and at the same time gave Jiang Huai a slap in the face. Saying Mr. Jiang is tantamount to creating problems for Jiang Wei, letting the shareholders and directors know that he is not trusted or supported by his father for the time being. Ron Yu frowned. You just said that Jiang Wei and Yu Kai were very close. Yes. Song Wen turned to the last page of the document. According to your instructions, I recorded Yu Kai's activities in the business district in detail. Ron Yu looked at it carefully. She cooperates with Wonmir? Yes. Wonmir is an innovative beauty company that specializes in skincare masks. Recently, its boss is looking for cooperation with Cheese, but he changed his mind halfway and got investment from Jiang's family. Song Wen explained. This part is in charge of Mr. Xiao Jiang, that is, Jiang Wei. I asked someone to talk to the staff of Wonmir, and they explained that they had talked with the Chi family at that time, but the investment amount was not as much as expected, and the Jiang family was hesitant to intervene. Yu Kai talked with their boss in person, and in the end the two of them worked together, and one paid the money and the other brains to win the cooperation. Ron Yu pursed her lips and looked down. The cooperation between Bojan and Zigwan Animation fell through. Songwen, yes. Zigwan Animation is a small studio cooperated by Bojan Entertainment. According to people in the company, Zigwan Animation's attitude has always been very good. After all, we are a big company. They rely on Bojan to enjoy the call. Bojan values their technology. The cooperation between the two parties is very pleasant. A week ago, we were going to discuss the renewal of the contract, but the negotiation failed, and something went wrong. Songwen's tone became more serious. At that time, the leader in charge of the project didn't take it seriously, thinking that Zigwan Animation was deliberately making trouble in order to get more profits. This kind of trick has been seen a lot, and everyone ignored it. Suddenly it was reported the day before yesterday that Yukai, after meddling in this matter, and now under Jiang Wei's matchmaking, Zigwan Animation cooperates with the film and television company invested by Jiang's family, which is Bojan's competing product. Ron Yu closed the file and roughly understood. Whether it is Wonmir or Zigwan Animation, they are all companies that are sure to develop as written in the novel. Together, Bojan Entertainment and Zigwan Animation will create a new era of Gyeoman in the next 10 years. Bojan's entertainment business is gradually growing, and the two sides have achieved each other. Now that Zigwan Animation has been robbed by the Jiang family, Jiyu Fusion and even Songwen are actually not aware of the seriousness of it. What Jiyu Fusion is dealing with is the big issue of Bojan's entire group, giving each branch the direction, like the small Zigwan Animation, which is something that the senior management of the subsidiary company has to solve, and it is not Jiyu Fusion's turn to handle it. Now Yukai is like an earthworm in the mud, scurrying around nimbly, looking for opportunities to get rich in the future, and slowly loosening the land in the mud invisibly. In the end, I am strong and the enemy is weak, and I will give Bojan a fatal blow. Yukai knew that he couldn't make trouble if he didn't have money, and now that he had Jiang Wei by his side, with Jiang's family as the backing, she could accomplish many things. Ron Yu frowned. After Songwen left, Ron Yu packed up her things and went to find Ron Liu. Ron Liu was trimming branches in the garden, and smiled when she saw her coming. "Mom, I have something to ask." "You say." "Just now I looked at the list for dinner tonight. Jiang Wei has a younger brother." Ron Liu's face changed slightly. "Don't pay attention to him." "Huh? I heard that he wandered outside for a long time. So pitiful." "What is he pitiful for?" Mentioning him, Ron Liu's expression obviously became serious. Seeing Ron Yu looked over curiously, she had an attitude of not leaving without getting an answer, and sighed softly. Yo, he is different from you." Ron Yu was puzzled. Ron Liu frowned, and she moved very hard when pruning the branches. "Lao Jiang is a scumbag. He raised a mistress outside and gave birth to an illegitimate child. The most pitiful ones are Jiang Huai and his mother. When Jiang Huai was 3 years old, Jiang Wei's mother brought Jiang Wei back to Jiang family, forced to death Jiang Huai's mother, Lao Jiang's original spouse." Ron Yu's facial features were wrinkled. "Is there such a thing?" Ron Liu. "After Jiang Huai's mother died, Jiang Wei's mother wanted to be in power, and Lao Jiang wanted to support him, but the family disagreed. Jiang Wei's mother didn't get what she wanted. After a few years of messing around, she took Jiang Wei away from home and forced Lao Jiang. Jiang Wei got lost, she went crazy, and she is still recuperating abroad. An illegitimate child has no right to choose, and the grievances of the previous generation cannot be blamed on him. Everyone was very happy when Jiang Wei came back at the age of 15. Your father even sent some treasures there, but the first thing the kid did when he came home was to take advantage of Lao Jiang's guilt towards him and steal a third of the Jiang family's property. Shares, turned around and attacked Jiang Wei. Ron Yu. Lock up Lao Jiang, Jiang Wei and his mother. They are all disgusting. Hey, he's different from you. Ron Liu emphasized. You don't need to be kind to him. If you pity him, he will try to get some benefits from you. Ron Yu curled her lips. The people of the Jiang family are so bad, why do you still have to eat with them? Ron Yu knew that her words were childish. The Jiyu family has a deep friendship with other families. It has been complicated from the previous generation to the present. Besides, the Jiang family has the current status. No matter how good the personal relationship is, There are some commercial interests in it. You can't say goodbye lightly. Ron Liu sighed. Mr. Jiang went out rowing with your father when he was young, and saved your father's life. Yo, people are very complicated. He has hurt others, but he has given them favors. If you really don't like it, Mom will let you sit farther away from the Jiang family later. Ron Yu nodded heavily, and returned to the room restlessly. After she left, Jiu Chen calmly walked into the small garden from the other side. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of his daughter's back. While changing the scissors for his wife to trim the branches, he said vigilantly, "You seem unhappy. Tell her something about the Jiang family." Ron Liu paused. She doesn't like Lao Jiang very much. Jiu Chen's smile faded a bit. Why don't you stop calling them at dinner parties? After a pause, he said again, the former favor, we will return it to him from other places. Ron Liu, you can figure it out. In the evening, Lu's father and Lu's mother brought Luke Swan to Jiu's house, and Jiang Huai also arrived very early. Qi Jian, Qi's father and Qi's mother arrived in batches. Everyone from Wen's family had gone abroad, and there was no time to come due to the tight notification. Fu Jizhen and his mother arrived together, and not long after, Mr. Jiang and Jiang Wei also arrived, each with a gift in hand. Everyone knew why Jiu Chen called them here. Father Li smiled and asked, I heard that Ron Yu prepared a pyramid for you? Let's go and see it together. Jiu Chen was smiling all over his face, wishing he could take 2 steps forward and hold Father Li's hand, trotted and dragged his friend upstairs, frowning. When his eyes met his wife's expressionless gaze, Jiu Chen's smile froze, and he immediately changed his expression, restrained solemnly. The matter of the visit will be discussed later. Today's protagonist is you. Go to the restaurant. The dining table in the main dining room was replaced by a long dining table that could seat more than 20 people. The logo of C family shows details and extraordinary everywhere. Ron Yu saw this dining table for the first time. The long dining table is placed in the huge main dining room, so that people will not have the empty feeling of eating at the airport, and everything fits so well. She moved to Jiu Fuxian's side and whispered, where was this dining table before? Although her voice was small, Fu Jizhen and Jiang Huai, who happened to pass by, heard her. Jiang Huai smiled. Sister Bodhisattva, you haven't eaten in the main dining room, have you? This table is your main dining room table. Ron Yu. But she has been sitting in a small room of less than 2 square meters. Meal. Table. Every day is like eating in an airport, and at a glance, there is nothing behind. If it wasn't for her good appetite and delicious food, she would have lost 10 catis a long time ago. Brother, give me an explanation. Jiu Fuxian pretended not to hear. The dishes are good today. Jiang Huai was curious. Jiu Fuxian, what kind of trick did you do again? I don't. Ron Yu, oh. Jiu Fuxian was very blunt. I just changed the main dining room of our family to a smaller dining table. As one of the owners of this family, I have the right to do so. Ron Yu still wanted to ask, but Jiu Fuxian interrupted with a serious face. Sister, don't ask again, give brother some face. I don't have much face anymore. Let's protect what we have, shall we? Ron Yu, okay. They chatted happily. Jiang Wei watched from the sidelines, trying to intervene in their topic, racking his brains to find an entry point. Later, I didn't eat in the main restaurant. Jiu Chen thought it was too formal, so I went to the secondary restaurant. The big round table is lively and full of Chinese New Year atmosphere. Jiang Wei quietly observed from the side. Jiang Wei was right about one thing. The biggest gap between him and Jiang Wei is not status, but connections. The younger generation gathered here are all future contacts. If they want to formally accept the Jiang family, they must maintain a good relationship with Jiu Fuxian, Fu Jizhen, Qi Jian, and even Luke Swan and Ron Yu. Jiang Wei knows that Ron Yu is the center of this group of people now, and if he wants to deal with people, he must start with her first. Dinner begins. Everyone was very comfortable. Ron Liu served her daughter dishes with serving chopsticks. Recently, she fell in love with the joy of serving Yao food, and Jiu Chen, who was sitting opposite her, looked envious. But that's okay, he has something else. Yao is very sensible, and gave me a big gift as soon as I came back. Lu's father and Qi's father smiled and praised. Isn't it a pyramid? I saw it yesterday in the circle of friends. It is magnificent. This is the only gift in the world. It is unique and amazing. There is such a caring little padded jacket. Lao Jiyu, yours good luck. That's that. Jiyu Yuchen was so frightened that he leaned into Lu's father's ear and said, "My daughter gave me a gift alone." Ron Liu's smile stiffened. Jiyu Fuxian wished he could throw away these chopsticks. This exist inside Han varied. What? Father Lu didn't understand the twists and turns of their family, so he said with a smile, "Your daughter must like you the most, so I tried my best to give you a big gift." Mother Fu smiled. Mother Lu helped her forehead helplessly, wishing she could pick up a mallet and knock her husband's head twice. "Do you dare to say such a thing?" Ron Liu and Jiyu Fuxian lost their faces at the same time. Ron Yu sat between the two of them, feeling the chill from the left and right, and shivered. "I'll pack the vegetables myself," she said weakly. "I can't let my mother be tired." "Dad, you should be less shy." Lu's mother hurriedly saw the needles. "Yao is really Mom's little padded jacket. Mom is afraid of getting tired when she makes cloth for you." Ron Liu was in a better mood. Jiyu Fuxian was the only one left in the audience with a slumped face, with 4 large characters written on his expressionless face. "I'm very upset." Jian Wei sat on the oblique side of Ron Yu. "There are many cuisines tonight, and I know a lot about food, so I will prepare dishes for Ron Yu." Talking and turning the disc. "This white-cut chicken is good." Jiyu Fuxian frowned. "My sister doesn't eat chicken. Mushroom, tofu and shrimp soup is delicious. My sister doesn't eat green onions. Taiyu golden shrimp balls. My sister doesn't eat meat. When fried vegetables. My sister doesn't eat vegetables." Jian Wei introduced one, and Jiyu Fuxian refuted one. Jian Wei's face became a little ugly. "In that case, why don't you just say that she doesn't want to eat anything? A little fairy who grew up drinking dew." Mother Lu noticed the strange atmosphere at the table, and interrupted with a smile. "Fu Chen, don't be joking, you are not picky eaters." Jiyu Fu Chen shook his head solemnly. "My sister is very picky eater." He slowly picked up the serving chopsticks and the small porcelain white bowl, slightly raised the corners of his lips, and his calm and breezy attitude was a little more smug. "She's timid and only eats what I pick." Jiyu Yuchen. "Okay, you win. Your sister likes you the most, okay." Chapter 48. Jiyu Fuxian's utterly illogical answers of drip tight and seamless left everyone present speechless, especially Jian Wei. Jiyu Fuxian's answer was subtle and straightforward. After talking so much and making trouble for so long, Jiyu Fuxian almost put the words "I despise you" on his lips. He has never liked Jian Wei, let alone any undesirable elements who try to have a good relationship with his sister will be hit hard by him. "My sister can't have too many good friends, and the first in my heart must be the Jiyu family." Jian Wei laughed awkwardly. Mr. Jiang's smile froze, and while asking the domestic servant to pour tea for him, he said with a faint smile, "This brother is doing a good job of protecting my sister so well." Li's mother explained with a smile, "You just came home not long ago, and you haven't recognized the whole person yet." Fu Chen was worried too much. "I was negligent. Fu Chen, you should concentrate on serving Yu." After everyone said a few words, they naturally overcame this issue. Mr. Jiang smiled lightly, bowed his head and took 2 sips of tea. At the dinner, everyone talked about the recent big moves in the business circle. "I heard that Bojan Automobile Company intends to acquire Yao," Mr. Jiang said indifferently. Li's father smiled. "Bojan Automobile Company has always been known as the bottom student of the Bojan Group. Fu Chen, are you going to clean it up?" Mr. Jiang, in terms of action, Fu Chen is better than Lao Jiyu. He is more daring to think and act. The car companies cannot give up easily. Energy, in the field of new energy, it is not difficult for Bojan to build its own brand effect, but every step of the next step must be done carefully. Choose the right partner, and take every step of the next step. Chi's father nodded, looking at Jiyu Fu Chen with approval. Chi Jian ate lightly, maintaining the good habit of speaking while eating and sleeping without talking from the beginning to the end. Jiyu Fuxian concentrated on picking up food for his sister, put down his chopsticks when he heard this, and said casually, "The company has already made a decision on the cooperation of Yao, and I will not disappoint my father." Jian Huai raised his eyes, took a deep look at him. The corners of his lips were slightly curved, and he remained silent. The faces of Jiang Wei and Mr. Jiang changed slightly. Jiu Yuchen was silent, and looked at Ron Liu silently. Don't talk about work at the dinner table. It hurts to hear it, Ron Liu said. Housekeeper, go to the wine cellar and get the 4 bottles of red wine I bought earlier. Yes. After the meal, Ron Yu and Luke Swan stood side by side on the balcony enjoying the night. Qi Jian was handling official business beside her. Jiang Huai, Fu Jizhen, and Jiu Fuxian stood together, and Jiu Fuxian was slowly peeling an orange in his hand. Why are you peeling oranges? Fu Jizhen asked. Jiu Fuxian replied solemnly, the old man at home said that I was too straightforward just now, and punished me for peeling 2 oranges. Jiangguai, can this be called punishment? Fu Jizhen chuckled, I thought you would inevitably be called up and scolded in front of Mr. Jiang. Among the Dinghao family, they will give the face that should be given. Like Jiu Fuxian, he has never refuted Jiang Wei mercilessly at a dinner party before, and most of them have damaged the face of the Jiang family. Regardless of whether Jiu Yuchen wants to punish him or not, call him to the study in front of Mr. Jiang. A reprimand is a must. This shows that my dad thinks I'm doing the right thing. Jiu Fuxian threw another unpeeled orange to Jiang Huai. Your family's little thoughts are about to come out, let them restrain themselves in front of my sister. Jiu Fuxian didn't communicate with Jiang Wei very often. With Jiang Huai around, people in their circle automatically drew a clear line with Jiang Wei. Everyone knows who can be friends and who can't. Usually, considering the entanglements between the families, they should give them the respect they should give, and nodded twice when they saw Jiang Wei. On the surface it was done perfectly, but behind the scenes, Jiang Wei was still not allowed to attend their small class. This person is forever squeezed out of their circle. The 2 sides are already familiar with this distance, but today Jiang Wei took the initiative to break it, not only making an exception for a small family dinner, but also taking the initiative to chat with Ron Yu. Jiang Wei's flattery was too urgent. Jiu Fuchen could see it even if he was blind. In the circle, who would intimately introduce dishes to someone they met for the first time? I have never encountered a family gathering, but the boss who deliberately curry favor with them when socializing outside will do so. Jiu Fuxian would never allow anyone to get close to his sister with devious ideas. It was intentional to reject Jiang Wei, and it was also intentional to answer Mr. Jiang's question directly. President Lao Jiang mentioned Ye twice at the dinner table. The first time he talked about the importance of acquisition. Partners are important. During this time, Jiu Fuxian was busy with the affairs of Bojan Automobile Company. In addition to the acquisition of Ye, a series of problems after the acquisition of Ye must be solved. Nowadays, the development of intelligence has become a trend. Bojan has not been involved in related fields. All intelligent programs and accessories of vehicles need to rely on external cooperation. Now there are 2 agreed cooperation partners, Wenjia and their respective sub-industries. The first partner is Wenjia, but the price given by the other party is a bit inflated. The second is the Jiang family, a candidate, and the probability of being selected is very small. Which company to cooperate with will be decided by Bojan internally after rigorous data analysis and field research, and it is not something that Jiu Fuxian can just make a decision on. It was too obvious for Mr. Jiang to talk about these purposes at the dinner table while Wen's family was away. There is nothing wrong with seeking benefits for oneself in private, but Jiang Wei accosts Ron Yu, and Mr. Jiang said such things behind, which is unavoidably disgusting. It seems that Ron Yu is regarded as a ****** in the war of interests in the business circle. Is Ye car company really so important to China? Uncertain. Lao Jiang would always do this, most likely because he wanted to add 2 points to the resume of his illegitimate son Jiang Wei. If with Jiang Wei's help, Jiang's subgroup and Bojan Automobile Enterprise reach a cooperation, Jiang Wei will also have confidence in front of shareholders. Jiu Fuxian did not want his sister or Bojan Automobile Company to be involved in the competition for heirs of the Jiang family. He frowned and asked, "Is your position stable now?" Jiang Huai played with the orange thrown by Jiu Fuxian. The shareholders of the company know who is valuable to them. If the old man wants to fake it, I have no choice but to let them make it. Just ignore it. Fu Jizhan swept towards Ronyu and Luke Swan, who were on the balcony. Ronyu knows that someone wants to curry favor with her and step on her like a seesaw. Jiang Huai interrupted, "You two brothers and sisters are making too much noise on the internet. Anyone who knows you now knows that Jiyu Fuxian is the ultimate big sister-in-law, and he will never say no to his sister. Be a good boss, liked it all night in my sister's super chat, and controlled comments to collect data. Now there are rumors in the outside world that whoever wins Ronyu wins the world. As long as it is Ronyu's request, Jiyu Fuxian will never refuse, and your image of being vigorous, resolute, shrewd and capable is completely ruined." Jiyu Fuchen frowned. Fu Jizhan added, "Plump Cat also has a bodhisattva image that doesn't care about money. Now she is seen by many people as a silly, sweet, and somewhat god of wealth. There are many people who want to make friends with her, so please be careful. Jiyu Fuxian, my sister will be protected by me. I will never let her associate with dubious people. Besides, my sister is very smart and has a brain. She told me just now that she doesn't like Jiangwei." Jiang Huai raised his eyebrows. "Okay, Sister Bodhisattva will not stray into the enemy's camp, I am relieved." Jiyu Fuxian said angrily, "Don't worry about it. Last time you said that my sister is your migrant worker." Fu Jizhan, "When did this happen?" Jiang Huai smiled, showing 8 white teeth. "When you were on a business trip abroad, my relationship with Sister Bodhisattva improved by leaps and bounds. Now she has become my most solid partner." Fu Jizhan was stunned for a while, and then asked for a while, "I have the strangest relationship with her now." Jiang Huai peeled the orange, and said nonchalantly, "If you are a stranger, you will be a stranger. Only by being a stranger can you reflect the friendly distance between me and my Bodhisattva sister. This is very good." Fu Jizhan ignored him, thinking of what his mother told him when he was a child. He had a headache for a while. Fairy tales are full of lies. A princess may not have a knight, but there must be dwarfs like Jiang Huai and Lu Jin around her. Upstairs, Jiyu Yuchen and Mr. Jiang stood face to face in the study room, and the two looked at the pyramid together. After a long time, Jiyu Yuchen sat down beside the sofa with a teacup, leaned on the back of the chair, closed his eyes and meditated, and said for a long time, "You should know Yao's place in my heart." His voice was serious, and the banter and joy of the past faded away. "You also know Jiangwei's place in my heart." Jiyu Yuchen took a sip of tea, and jokingly said, "It's said that you value profit, so it's good for him." Lao Jiang frowned, "You don't need to provoke me, even if it's not Yao's cooperation this time. There will be a next time. I have to pave the way for Jiangwei." Jiangwei lived a miserable life outside for 10 years, and was just an ignorant child when he disappeared at the age of 5. After Jiangwei disappeared, Mr. Jiang has been looking for him for more than 10 years, and he never gave up a chance. As long as there are clues about Jiangwei and who may appear, he immediately flies over to see if it is his child. Over the past 10 years, I have been disappointed hundreds of times, and the yearning and guilt for the child have accumulated slowly in the search after search. No one knows how excited Jiangwei was when he found him. If he hadn't been forced by the family to marry his wife, he and his first love by Fangwei would have a very happy family. Jiangwei would not get lost. Everything in the Jiang family belonged to his children. These should belong to him. I'll give him whatever he wants. The Jiang family and the boss must belong to him. Mr. Jiang said loudly. Jiyu Yuchen wanted to laugh but couldn't, so he asked for a while, "Do you think he can manage the Jiang family? This position is not easy to sit in." Jiangwei has low vision and only cares about immediate interests, without the demeanor of an heir. Which family heir would curry favor with others? By bending over a little, the whole family lost face. These words not only didn't make Mr. Jiang shake Fenhao, but made him feel even more heartbroken. If Jiangwei grew up beside me, he wouldn't be like this. Don't think about trying to curry favor with others. The heirs of the Dinghao family all have their own pride and dignity. His youngest son, Jiangwei, will also have one. Seeing that he was stubborn, Jiyu Yuchen didn't want to say anything more. His yo-yo is very good. After I came back, I never thought about forcing my parents to do anything emotionally, let alone turning around and attacking my brother in order to get the highest position. Jiyu Yuchen got up and said solemnly, "It's okay if you want to make a way for Jiangwei, but you can't spend your careful thoughts on my daughter and son. Yayo is more important than my life. If you make her unhappy, I will make her happy. Many people experience the same feeling at once. There was already a threatening element in Jiu Yuchen's words. He has today's status. If he can't protect Ronyu, keep her safe and happy, what is the value of his life's struggle? The study fell silent. Cooperation broke down. President Lao Jiang sneered, "We are all friends, and it is normal for friends to help each other wherever they are. You pave the way for my son, and I will give your daughter face in the circle. This is called mutual help." Jiu Yuchen frowned, "I don't need it, and Ronyu doesn't need it." Lao Jiang laughed angrily. He was uncomfortable, and he didn't want Jiu Yuchen to feel comfortable. Mr. Jiang always asked sarcastically, "Isn't it out of guilt that you treat Ronyu so well? Jiang Wei was abducted. I can say that Bai Fanwei didn't take good care of him. I can at most count it as a secondary reason. Yo was kidnapped. How much responsibility do you have to bear? When she was abducted more than 10 years ago, what did you do? Now pretend to be a good father and a good mother. The grievances that Ronyu has suffered in the past 20 years are all caused by you. The more you give her, the more it proves that you are guilty." "Enough!" Jiu Yuchen interrupted suddenly. He had just had a heart operation, couldn't bear it, clutched his aching heart, and called the housekeeper. "Arrange a car for Mr. Jiang, he wants to go back." "Good, Mr. Jiu." Mr. Jiang kept a decent smile on his face, went downstairs with his good things, and went home with Jiang Wei. Before getting in the car, Mr. Jiang asked, "Call Yu Kai, I want to see her." "Okay, Dad." Lao Jiang always thought of Jiu Yuchen's words, looked at the sky and let out a long breath. Jiang Wei did not have the qualities to be an heir, but so what? All of this should belong to him. He and Jiang Wei are the real family. Jiang Huai, Jiu Yuchen and others are just outsiders in his life plan. All the purpose of his doing things is to make Jiang Wei and him better. "Jiang Wei," Mr. Jiang said abruptly. Jiang Wei was restless in his heart, with a playful smile on his face. "What's the matter, Dad? We're family and just us." Jiang Wei's eyes brightened slightly. "The Jiang family." Mr. Jiang frowned. He originally wanted to give his youngest son a guarantee so that he could experience the warmth of a family, but he never thought that upon hearing this, Jiang Wei's first reaction would be the Jiang family. He took a deep breath in his heart and didn't recover from the stuffiness. He turned his head, and Jiang Wei was still waiting for his answer. "Only yours." Jiang Wei smiled proudly. All the grievances and embarrassments he had suffered from Jiu Fu Chen disappeared. Upstairs, after Mr. Jiang left, Jiu Yuchen sat at the desk and took out a small note from the cabinet next to him. This is what Jiu Fuxian and Ronyu saw him leave when they went to Heiress City. Ronyu wrote a small note to him for the first time, with a beautiful little flower drawn on it. When Ron Liu came up, Jiu Yuchen looked down at the note blankly. "Stop showing off your pyramid to Lao Lu." Jiu Yuchen waved his hand, "Let them go back." "What's wrong?" "Lao Jiang broke my face with me." Ron Liu raised her eyebrows. "Good thing. It's all our fault." Jiu Yuchen raised his head suddenly, his eyes lost focus, and he unconsciously looked into the distance. Ron Liu patted his shoulder lightly. "It's the trafficker's fault." In the next 2 days, Jiu Yuchen didn't get involved with the affairs of the young people, and guarded the pyramid all day long. Ron Liu knew that he was in a bad mood, so he didn't bother him, and planned with the housekeeper for Ronyu's dinner at the end of the month. Ronyu showed Jiu Fuxian the document that Song Wen sent her, and focused on the failure of the Ziguan animation cooperation. Jiu Fuxian told her not to worry. Even if Ronyu dreams that Ziguan Animation and Bojin Entertainment can cooperate to create a world of Gyeoman in the future, it is also the result of the joint action of the right time, place, people and the 3 parties. Ziguan Animation is now away, and the company invested by Jiang's family cannot achieve such an effect. It is true that Ziguan Animation has technology, but without the marketing, publicity, and financial support of Bojin Entertainment, he can't make a living. As for the matter of Bojin Entertainment, Jiu Fuxian is discussing with the leadership of the subsidiary, either to set up his own studio, or to continue searching. There is no problem that cannot be solved. Seeing that her brother was so confident, Ronyu breathed a sigh of relief, and continued to do her own thing happily. She bought an island a few days ago. Now the final payment has been paid, the relevant documents have been signed, and the island has belonged to her. Yu has two things to do. First, name the island. Second, start your own planning. In Yu's live broadcast room, the crowd who watched Pang Pang Mao's plan to purchase the island, as well as the former island owner, were very curious about what Pang Pang Mao would do with this island. Yu is not in a hurry about naming things. She looked at the photos of the island sent by Xiaoxi, the internal structure, and focused on the beautiful gallery like the sky. Gallery, she is missing a master of all painting now. Yu had already figured out who to find. She got up early at 8 o'clock in the morning, packed up and went out early, and bumped into Jiyu Fuxian who just went to work. When Jiyu Fu Chen saw Yu, he subconsciously raised his wrist to check the time. It's 8 o'clock, that's right, he's not late. Yu, I have very important things to do today. Where are you going to spend the money? Jiyu Fuxian was curious. Yu, do you know Wu Yuhua? Yes, he is a master of all painting. Jiyu Fuxian walked forward to the car, and the driver hurriedly opened the door for him. Jiyu Fuxian was not in a hurry to get into the car, and turned to Yu. What do you want him for? I heard that he is not easy to deal with. There's something, I'll take a look when I go. There are many other well-known all-painting masters in China. If he doesn't do things for you, find someone else. Jiyu Fuxian wanted to say something, but Yu had already gotten into the car, rolled down the window and waved to him. Bye-bye Tilda. Yu didn't intend to find anyone else. She just came here for the word Wu Yuhua. Only Wu Yuhua can complete her task. Wu Yuhua lived in a relatively remote single-family villa, and Wei Wen rang the doorbell. After a while, a serious inquiry came from the doorbell. Who? Wei Wen. Hello, Mr. Wu Yuhua, we would like to cooperate with you once. Who? Asked again. Wei Wen subconsciously glanced at Yu, thought for a few seconds and seriously reported her family name. The eldest lady of the Jiyu family wants to cooperate with you. The Jiyu family, the very rich one. Wei Wen breathed a sigh of relief. The other party knew the name of the Jiyu family, which meant that the matter was easy to handle. Just as he was about to smile and nod, another slightly angry voice came from the doorbell. I don't care about your stinky money. Go far away and don't block the potted plants at my door from the sun. Yu froze in place, and obediently took 3 steps back after recovering. Wei Wen comforted, maybe you run counter to his idea of money, miss, don't be angry. Yu shook her head, took a long breath, stood at the door and sighed. Wow, I finally encountered something that money can't solve. Wei Wen, how do you listen? The little lady is quite happy. Have you thought of a solution yet? Yu shook her head. When I read the materials before, it was written above that Wu Yuhua was born with an eccentric nature, and no one could fall into his eyes except his students. But Yu needs him. Wu Yuhua has an all-painting studio. Apart from him, there are said to be 20 students, all of whom are excellent talents he has carefully selected and trained one-on-one. They will work together as a group once a year to paint a large block of all paintings. In Yu's plan, Wu Yuhua is an indispensable step. There will be problems when you come, but Yu has also figured out how to deal with it. It was written in the information that Wu Yuhua had a little friendship with Mr. Qi. Yu was about to call Mr. Qi for help, when 3 people came from a distance. It seems to be old Qi, Wei Wen suddenly said. Yu tilted her head and looked. There was a couple next to Mr. Qi. They looked very familiar. I don't know if they met somewhere. Yu? Elder Qi saw her from a long distance away, and asked with a smile, why are you here? Yu smiled and pointed to the closed door. I want to cooperate with teacher Wu Yuhua. Did you ring the doorbell? Yu nodded as if pecking at rice. Have you been scolded for being rich? Yu nodded heavily. Elder Qi smiled kindly. That's Wu Yuhua's attitude, ignore him. I'll lead you in later. If you need help, just tell him, and throw him with stinky money that he doesn't like. Speaking of this, Mr. Qi laughed twice. You are good at spending money. I heard that you gave Jiyu Yuchen a pyramid made of gold. My son and daughter-in-law came back after seeing it yesterday and sighed for a long time, talking about flowers. Money, no one's head can compare to yours. Yu, there is no need to boast so much. Qi Lao spent more money on antiques than she did. In terms of prodigals, she can only be ranked second. I want to boast. Chi Lao teased her. When you come, they are motivated to make money. It is their blessing that the Jiu family has you. As old Chi said, the couple next to him were all smiling. It's the first time I've heard such a boast. Ronyu nodded in front of outsiders, touched the red earrings, and quickly changed the subject. Old Chi, don't exaggerate, let's talk about business first, and take me to teacher Wu Yuhua's house. Tilda. No problem. Mr. Chi was about to step forward when the couple next to him suddenly realized something, and they looked at Ronyu with surprise. I recognized you, chubby cat, didn't I? Ronyu was a little dazed, and didn't know what happened for a moment. The time we bought the 7-star plate at a foreign auction before, little girl, remember? Ronyu suddenly realized, and nodded repeatedly. The last time she helped Chi Jian go abroad to buy a 7-star plate, but it was bought by another couple. In order to complete the task, she ran out of the auction to find that couple and bought the 7-star plate privately. Ronyu smiled and was about to thank you. The couple smiled and said to Mr. Chi, you didn't keep asking us before, who said that you couldn't buy a 7-star plate, and cried to death at home, clutching your chest and howling. Wow pain, hiding in the quilt heartbroken. Ronyu smiled stiffly. That's the little girl, we didn't tell lies. Elder Chi. The husband and wife looked at Elder Chi together, casting gossip and enthusiastic eyes. You look very familiar, Elder Chi. You didn't really hide in the quilt and cry because of the 7-star disc, did you? Elder Chi. Ronyu showed her face, and showed an embarrassed and polite smile to Shang-Chi's stiff and unbelievable face. She silently sent a text message to Chi Jian. 77, come here quickly. Old Chi's head was buzzing, and he knew he couldn't hurt her face. Otherwise it would be bad for the outside world to say what happened to Miss Jiu's family. Elder Chi rubbed his temples and said in a trembling voice, it's me. He did. The driver who had parked his car and rushed over witnessed this scene. His eyes widened like copper bells. Chapter 49. Chi Jian thought something happened to Ronyu, so she called immediately. Result. It's safe and sound, your grandfather didn't reprimand me. Ronyu not only followed Chi Lao into Wu Yuhua's house, but also drank Wu Yuhua's water smoothly. Chi Jian, what have you done? Ronyu was watching teacher Wu Yuhua's paintings, and Chi Lao was sitting on the sofa chatting with the couple and Wu Yuhua. She walked to the corner and deliberately lowered her voice to explain. Do you remember that I went abroad to help you buy a 7-star disc? How? Ronyu, I ran into a little problem during the auction. There was a couple who probably didn't like it out of liking, but simply didn't want the national treasure to be left outside. They bought the 7-star plate before me. I had an idea and used a little trick to buy the 7-star plate. A brainstorm. Ronyu pursed her lips and said it a little embarrassedly. I told the couple that your grandfather couldn't sleep all day and all night because of the Chaixing disc, and he hid in the quilt and cried. This is roughly what it means. Chi Jian, your little brain. Don't think about it in the future. Ronyu nodded like a typewriter. It's easy to say anything. You come here first, and I'll send you the address. Chi Jian reminded her, the matter has been resolved. 77 Ronyu cautiously glanced at Elder Chi's direction, and said seriously, it's not for me. You need to come here to comfort your grandpa. Old Chi was silent for 10 minutes, Ronyu added. Chi Jian, 77, Mr. Chi is a good man. He saved my face outside, but now everyone thinks he's an old crew bag, pitiful, with all the filters broken. Why don't you come over here? In case he can't stand it later, he'll feel better with his granddaughter around. Chi Jian emphasized, it's useless for me to go, you let Chi Nuo go. Chi Nuo is not as useful as you, he is useless. Last time you gave the 7-star disc to Elder Chi, was he very happy? Ronyu whispered, am I right? Chi Jian was momentarily at a loss for words. On the night of Elder Chi's birthday, she put the gift in Elder Chi's study, and when Elder Chi saw it the next day, he was so excited that he called her back and sent a lot of gifts in return. This was the first time Chi Jian saw Elder Chi happy like a child, showing all his emotions and anger, completely different from the Elder Chi in her impression. Ronyu lowered her voice. 77, don't underestimate your position in their hearts. I'm going to visit the paintings, come here quickly, I can't do without you. No. Chi Jian was firm, and hung up the phone without waiting for Ronyu to persuade her again. In the office, Chi Jian was staring at the black screen of the mobile phone in a daze, while the special assistant stood aside holding the documents. The office was quiet, and the special assistant cautiously sounded out, "Mr. Chi, report." Chi Jian frowned. "Continue." 10 minutes later, after the report on the data of each subgroup this week was completed, the special assistant took out a small notebook and waited for Chi Jian's instructions. Uncharacteristically, there was no reprimand, no opinion, not even no voice. Special assistant. Chi Jian sat in a daze, holding the pen tightly with her slender fingertips, wondering what she was struggling with. The special assistant asked in a low voice, "Mr. Chi, is there a problem?" "Chi Jian, did I speak too seriously just now?" Special assistant. "You didn't speak just now, she promises." It's really impolite to hang up her phone without waiting for her to speak. Chi Jian frowned, and Ronyu's empty expression of staring blankly at the black screen after hanging up the phone appeared in his mind. Special assistant. "You didn't even lift your eyelids after you hung up on your brother last time." Chi Jian turned off the computer and picked up the coat. The set of movements was smooth, and the special assistant quickly realized it. "Mr. Chi, where are you going? Do you want to prepare a car for you?" "No need." Chi Jian buttoned up his coat. "There is no problem with the data, so don't follow me. I'll take care of some private matters." She lowered her head, studied the messages on her mobile phone with a serious and confused face, stroked her slightly messy short hair, stepped back after taking 2 steps, pointed to the address sent by Ronyu, and asked in confusion, "Where is this?" The always indifferent and domineering female tyrant crumpled into plain words, with a bit of cute confusion in her dominance. Special assistant. "Something is wrong with Mr. Chi, very wrong. Let me find the navigation." Chi Jian waited for 2 seconds without waiting for an answer, turned off the phone and disappeared into the office. Chi Jian was always accompanied by assistants and drivers when going out, and rarely went out alone. The address Ronyu gave was too remote, and there was a small problem with the navigation. 2 hours later, no one expected that Chi Jian, the shrewd and capable overlord, would stare at the navigation. Be lost. Of course, she never admits that this is her own problem. Chi Jian parked the car on the side of the road, bent down close to the display screen, and focused on studying this broken navigation. Elk Navigator. A false taste of inferior products is revealed from the name. Elk, lost. It just so happened that Ronyu called. "It's over here. Your grandfather didn't make things difficult for me, and he did me a big favor." Chi Jian, who was studying the display screen, froze slightly, retracted her hands from the display screen, sat up straight and let out a low hum. "Ronyu, it's so noisy over there. Are you outside now?" Chi Jian quickly raised the car window that was opened when she was asking for directions. "Come out and do something." "Want dessert?" Ronyu asked. Ronyu and Chi Laogan came out of Wu Yuhua's house. She heard that there was a delicious dessert shop nearby, so she asked Wei when to stop the car, and she got out of the car to buy it herself, and Elder Chi followed. He planned to buy some to send to 77. Hearing Ronyu's question, Elder Chi visibly cheered up. Ronyu understood in seconds, with a sweet voice. "Old Chi helped me. I want to treat him to dinner later, and send him home later. Can you come with me? I'll go find you." Elder Chi stared intently at the phone in Ronyu's hand, waiting with bated breath for his granddaughter's answer. "If this matter is done properly, I will pretend that the random rumors outside have never happened." Elder Chi spoke to Ronyu silently, with a serious expression. Ronyu nodded heavily, made an okay gesture to him, turned her head and said seriously, "This matter is very important. Your grandpa said that if this matter is settled, I will write off the matter of him crying in the quilt." Old Chi was at a loss for words. "You child, what do you mean by revealing? Will I cry?" Ronyu ignored Chi Lao's angry rebuttal, and focused on making the phone call. "I found a very delicious private dessert shop, and I will send you some later." Chi Jian suddenly realized something, raised her eyes, and looked at the Coke dessert facing her on the right. Her head was buzzing, and the door was crowded with people. She immediately lowered her head, her face was level with the steering wheel, and asked in a low voice, "Which dessert is there? What is it called?" "Coke dessert tilde." Chi Jian hung up the phone quickly, for fear that Ronyu could hear something from the surrounding environment. The fact that she came here and got lost must not be revealed. In the rearview mirror on the co-pilot's side, Elder Chi and a young girl were walking towards the dessert shop. The girl was standing on the right side of Elder Chi. Chi Jian couldn't see her face clearly, so she guessed it was Ronyu. Chi Jian poked her head out of the steering wheel cautiously, breathed a sigh of relief, and when she turned the car key and was about to drive away from the scene immediately, Ronyu looked at the window of the driver's seat with a confused face. 77, were you just impersonating a thief? Chi Jian, not at all. Who is going in? Chi Jian watched Ronyu get into the car stiffly, and asked stiffly, my housekeeper. I don't wear a mask, so I can't go to crowded places, but don't worry, I have introduced to Wei Wen one by one the desserts recommended on the internet, and I bought and tried each one. Your grandfather said he would do it for you. You buy more, look at this line, you may have to wait for a long time. Ronyu paused and explained, at first I didn't ask your grandpa to get off the bus and line up, but he heard a pair of young uncles and aunts next to him say that it is very happy to buy snacks for his grandchildren, and he wanted to get off. I can't stop it either. Chi Jian frowned, then you should stop one more time, this line is very long. But Mr. Chi has never experienced the feeling of buying desserts for his grandchildren. Let him wait in a long line to experience it once, and release the emotions that have no place to rest. Wouldn't it be nice? I want to be friends with the younger generation, but I don't know how to do it. During the long wait in line, it may give him the satisfaction of doing something for his granddaughter. Even though Chi Jian or Chi Nua would never know about this kind of satisfaction, Ronyu didn't feel the need to let them know. It is enough for Mr. Chi to satisfy himself and heal himself through a small gift link. Chi Jian didn't speak. Ronyu took off the scarf, and her small mouth was so good. She didn't ask Chi Jian why she appeared here, but said, I think your grandpa is very cute. He tremblingly admitted that he was tossing and crying on the bed because of Chixingpan. With Wu Yuhua, the painter I want to invite is very easy to talk to. Mr. Wu Yuhua is not convinced by anyone and only listens to Mr. Chi. The two of them are funny. Wu Yuhua heard that Mr. Chi was crying on the bed with his hands on his chest, thinking that Mr. Chi is an old crying bag. When I chatted with him today, my attitude was exceptionally good, and I lowered my voice, for fear of hurting the frail old crewbag's heart. I heard that you give gifts every week. Have you ever considered giving some practical things like snacks in the future? You may even go home a few more times, with your hands in your pockets and empty hands. Chi Jian heard it, but didn't take it to heart. The situation of her family and Jiyu's family is very different. The old Chi in Ronyu's world will never be the grandfather she knew, but it is undeniable that everyone likes Ronyu. Being with her is very comfortable and relaxed. Ronyu didn't ask why she appeared here. She seemed to know how to avoid hypocritical and embarrassing moments, ignore some problems that she didn't want to face, so that people can naturally accept everything now. During this time, Chi Jian vaguely felt that Ronyu was running around and working hard for her and her family. Knowing that she has a bad relationship with her family, Ronyu took her to play 5 rows together, told Chi Nuo that she was bullied by the people in the Barrage live broadcast room, and openly teased her and her brother in the game, emphasizing over and over again that her brother is very good to her. The world may not be what she thinks. No one does not want to have a harmonious family. Chi Jian dreamed of it when she was studying abroad, and she also dreamed of it when she was alone during the holidays. The road of air is destined to be full of loneliness. When choosing this road, Chi Jian had already seen the future, either marry or die single. As for the friendship envied by others, it will all become the product of commercial interests. Chi Jian's friendship with Jiyu Fuxian, Lu Jin, Jian Huai, Fujizhen and others is mediocre. The 4 big men had a good friendship before. She just returned to China 4 years ago, so she rarely met Wen Juki and Luke Swan. The famous ladies are just nodding acquaintances. However, in the social circle, Chi Jian had a very high status. The position of the Chi family is here, and there are many people who compliment her. Chi Jian doesn't like friendships that are polite on the surface but intrigue behind the scenes. Except for the social activities that must be attended, the rest of the time is at work. She was too lazy to deal with her family, Too lazy to make friends, she stood on the periphery of the social circle, watching other people form a circle to keep each other warm. During this process, from time to time someone came over with a smile and asked her if she wanted to join the carnival. She was scared and overwhelmed, and refused all requests indifferently and alienated. Chi Jian is not afraid of not having friends. The fear is that you have worked hard, but you still haven't made friends. When Elder Chi saw Chi Jian, he patted Ronyu on the shoulder excitedly. They had dinner together at night. Most of the time Chi Jian kept a good silence, quietly listening to Ronyu chatting with Chi Lao. On the way, Chi Jian went out of the box to answer the phone, and Mr. Chi couldn't be happier. How did you fool her here? Ronyu took a sip of the soup, and disapproved of the word fudge very much. I think she wanted it from the bottom of her heart, but 77 is thin-skinned and putting on airs, so I'm sorry. If you want her to go home for dinner in the future, you need to be good at using some tricks. Elder Chi regained his spirit. Tell me in detail. Since the character set of you hiding under the blanket and crying has been spread, you can take advantage of the momentum to pursue it, making out of nothing, pointing and cursing. If you really can't do it, come up with a set of tricks. 36 tricks are the best. Elder Chi was silent for 2 seconds, did not understand. To explain, you're so shameless, no matter what, you tell everyone you're in a bad mood recently, talk about going home often, and reprimand Chin Nuo from time to time. Let's go home. Old Chi realized. In a word, learn to cheat. Wei Wen's head grew dizzy from listening. One dares to teach and the other dares to listen. Anyway, your character design has collapsed now, and it's okay to collapse a little bit. Look at my brother. People all over the country know what a fool he is. A naive elementary school student who participated in the sign-in competition, even so, goes to work every day, and is happy after work. Ronyu is very proud, and we have a very good relationship now. Chi Jian is already indifferent. If you still hold it, the two icebergs will look at each other, and it will be even more difficult for you to have a good relationship with your granddaughter. Ronyu emphasized, there must be someone who learns to be ashamed, to let go of his posture for the sake of his family, and not to be ashamed. Elder Chi pondered for a long time, and after a while, he thought of something and asked, you said you invited Wu Yuhua in the afternoon to prepare a gift. Ronyu subconsciously looked at Wei Wen. Wei Wen understood in seconds. I'll ask why the chicken soup hasn't arrived yet. After she left, there were only Ronyu and Chi Lao in the box. Ronyu clutched her teacup and frowned slightly. I think my brother treats me too well. When she knew that the only brother was Jiyu Fuxian, this thought came to her mind. She felt that Jiyu Fuchen had no self. His life almost revolves around her. Ronyu didn't understand what happened to Jiyu Fuxian in the past 20 years. He once had a dream, but later the paintings on the wall were all about him being unhappy, and he didn't know where the dream went. Everyone seems to be happy, and the contradictions are hidden and slowly accumulated, just like a calm sea. The surface is calm, but the inside is rough. Ronyu can't say these things to other people. Parents can't, Luxuan can't, others don't understand. Lu Ming is doing the final sprint for the postgraduate entrance examination. After much deliberation, Elder Chi has become the only person she confides to. They were too nice to me. Ronyu once thought that this world would not stop after leaving, and for the first time after returning home, she had the idea that if she is not here, my parents and brothers must be very sad. Old Chi sighed softly. It's easy to worry about gains and losses when you lose and regain. At the same time, the Jiang family was not peaceful at all. Tomorrow is the anniversary of Jiang Guai's mother's death. Jiang Guai made arrangements to get off work early and planned to drive to the southernmost place to worship his mother Chao Wen. Chao Wen chose to be buried at sea, but Chao's family didn't listen. Half of them were buried at sea, and the other half were buried on a high mountain near the sea. Jiang Guai will go there every year after he becomes an adult. Lao Jiang obviously forgot about this matter. He and Jiang Wei are planning the Yaya car company. Since talking to Jiyu Yuchen yesterday, Mr. Jiang no longer cares about the old relationship at all. He must pave a way for his son Jiang Wei and give Jiang Wei the well-built Jiang family. Currently, Jiang Guai is in the hands of Jiang Guai, mostly because Jiang Guai owns 14% of Jiang Guai's shares. At the same time, the The three major shareholders of the group all support Jianghuai. Lao Jiang and Jiang Weijia together have 17%, because they do not have the support of shareholders, and the shares are useless in their hands. In the past 2 years when Jiang Wei was abroad, Lao Jiang was not in a hurry about the ownership of the property. Now that he is back, Jiang Guai's position is becoming more and more stable, which inevitably makes Lao Jiang very anxious. Now is the best chance to take it back. If all resources can be used to win the Bojan Car Company and Yaya cooperation case that Jiang Guai cannot win, Jiang Wei's road will be much easier. President Lao Jiang and Jiang Wei met with the three major shareholders, and introduced the cooperation case and profit data of Bojan Automobile Company and Yaya to them one by one. Jiang Huai received these messages when he was off work. He ignored it, put on his coat and entered the elevator expressionlessly. In the evening, it was past 8 o'clock when Ronyu came home, and she told Jiyu Fuxian and her mother that she would be back later. Jiyu Fuchen carried a small bag and was about to go out. A black Bentley was parked at the entrance of the mansion. Luke Swan put the luggage in the trunk of the Bentley, and took small bites of jackfruit in her hand. Ronyu looked left and right, her face was dazed. Brother and Luke Swan have never had much contact with each other, so why do they want to go out together? Where are you going? Ron Liu explained, tomorrow is the anniversary of Jiang Guai's mother's death. Fu Chen will go to pay respects every year. Luke Swan will go there for Lu Jin, who is still busy abroad. Jiyu Fuxian, every year, a few of our friends will accompany him and drive to City B day and night at night, talking on the way. A few years ago, Jiang Huai would drink every time he met this day. Jiyu Fuxian, Lu Jin, and Fu Jizhen proposed to spend the night before and the day of his death with him every year in order to make him drink less and think less. Time flies faster when you have friends by your side. Ronyu raised her hand, I want to go too. Ron Liu frowned, they won't sleep this night, and drive to the southernmost point day and night, where Jiang Guai's mother is buried. It's okay, there is always a chance to sleep. Jiyu Fuxian, I'll be a little tired. It's all trivial, bro, wait for me. I'll pack up my clothes and come down right away. Luke Swan, leave half of the strawberries and desserts for me. I bought the desserts you gave me last time today. Hee good. Ronyu's back quickly disappeared at the elevator entrance. Jiyu Fuxian, let Ron go. Auntie will be happy to know that Ron is back home. Ron Liu didn't stop her anymore, and after Ronyu got into the car, she asked a few more words. Don't be too tired, Ron, just look at your brother. Let Fu Jizhen drive alternately with him, take a rest when you are tired, and don't drive tired. No, take the two drivers there. Ronyu sat in the back row with Luke Swan, and Luke Swan sat by the window. Mom, I know. I have a driver's license. Now that the time is up, I can go on the highway. Don't worry, Auntie, with me here, Sister Yayo will be fine. Ron Liu, it's because of you that my aunt is not at ease. Luke Swan. Snort. No more love. It was the first time for Ronyu and Luke Swan to participate in the activity of don't sleep at night, drive to City B. On the way to Jiang Guai's house, Luke Swan was very excited. If I treat this as an instant trip, will brother Jiang Huai scold me for being heartless? Jiyu Fuxian, so many people accompany him just to keep him from thinking too much. If he can be heartless, it will save Fu Jizhen and I from racking our brains to tease him. In the past, this kind of task was done by Luke Swan's brother Lu Jin. Now the younger sister inherits the brother's business, saving Jiyu Fuchen from all the hard work. Everyone doesn't want to be too heavy for a worship. I prefer to think of this as a small gathering among friends. Jiang Huai and Fu Jizhen were waiting for them at Jiang's house. When they saw the car coming, they put their luggage in the trunk. Jiang Huai carried 2 food boxes and was not surprised to see Ronyu at all. Auntie Ron called just now and said that Princess Lu and Miss Ron are also here. The arrival of the two of you has made me more radiant and more face-saving. Don't be hungry on the way to prepare the food boxes for you. After returning, remember to give me a good review in front of Aunt Ron. Luke Swan grinned, it's the first time I travel at night, and it took me so long. Can I watch the sunrise later? Ronyu was curious. Fu Jizhen put the suitcase in the trunk, opened the rear door to get in the car, nodded and said, yes, there will be sunrise around the time in L City. Seeing Fu Jizhen, Luxuan bowed politely and shouted, "Brother Jizhan is good." Fu Jizhan was abroad a few days ago and only came back in the last few days. Jian Huai chuckled, "Luxuan, is your mouth so sweet today?" Luxuan smiled and said, "Brother said, Jiu Fuxian and brother Jizhan used to drive together, and they did all the hard work. Now that my brother is not here, Jiu Fuxian will definitely not help. My brother told me to be sweeter. Be nice to elder brother Jizhan, so that he can do double things." Jian Huai laughed gloatingly. Jiu Fuxian, who was driving the young masters, eldest ladies, and little princesses, was very dissatisfied. He is serving them now, why should he discredit him in front of his sister? Fu Jizhan, don't spread rumors. Sweet talk won't impress him. Ronyu was in trouble. She didn't meet Fu Jizhan many times, and she almost never greeted her formally. Now Luxuan greeted her well. Although she had bad intentions, she greeted Fu Jizhan with courtesy. Fu Jizhan sat behind the driver's seat, Ronyu sat in the middle of the back row, and Luxuan sat behind the co-pilot seat. The rear seat of this commercial vehicle is very large, and it is also very spacious for 3 people, so they won't be embarrassed by touching hands. Although she kept a close distance from Fu Jizhan, Ronyu got a headache when she thought of sitting like this for another 8 or 9 hours, so she definitely had to say hello. With Luxuan's sweet address in front, it seems too polite to call her by her full name. Ronyu scratched her head and said politely, "Brother Fu Jizhan, it's my first time here with Luxuan, so I will trouble you later." Surprise flashed across Fu Jizhan's long and narrow eyes, and he hurriedly said, "It's all trivial, nothing." Jiu Fuxian in the driver's seat fastened his seat belt, turned around with a frown, and said to Ronyu, "Don't call him brother, you only have one brother." Ronyu, Jianguai agrees very much. "Don't be too polite to him, Sister Bodhisattva, this title is inappropriate." Ronyu was stunned for a while, then asked in a daze, "Then what should I be called? Isn't brother an honorific title?" Jian Huai pondered for a moment, and then said for a while, "Hey, who is this? Hey, who is that? The names that are neither far nor near, these are appropriate." Fu Jizhan, are you polite? Chapter 51. Luxuan sat up excitedly, and smiled gloatingly. "Can I follow suit? Hey, hello, I just reflected on it. I can't call brother casually, my brother will be unhappy." Jian Huai, don't worry little princess, your brother won't be angry, he will be grateful. Luxuan puffed her mouth and remained silent. She originally wanted to make fun of Fu Jizhan, but if she kept on talking, she would definitely replace Fu Jizhan as the joke present. Thinking of her elder brother Lu Jin's instructions, Luxuan immediately changed her expression. Her expression was very serious and solemn, her spirit was lowered in her dantian, and she said in a standard broadcast tone, "Brother Jizhan, don't worry, I won't call you by that, you are me, elder brother." Ronyu made up the knife at the right time. "I understand, the brother who is working as a labor force tonight." Fu Jizhan, Luxuan pretended to be serious and shook her head repeatedly. "I definitely didn't mean that, it was purely out of respect for brother Jiajan." Said so on the surface, but gave Ronyu a thumbs up in private. "It's still Sister Yo-Yo who understands me. Bend your thumb down, I saw it." Fu Jizhan said lightly. Luxuan swished her thumb and pretended nothing happened. Ronyu and Jian Huai gloated and sympathized with Fu Jizhan beside him. Jiu Fuxian sat in the driver's seat and looked at the time. It was 9 o'clock in the evening. "Then who, come to replace me at 12 o'clock, shrink to the corner, and stay away from Ronyu, so that she can enjoy absolute comfort." Fu Jizhan, seeing Ronyu's slightly stiff sitting posture, Fu Jizhan shrank back to the corner in a good-tempered manner. Fu's mother sent a message, "I heard that you are going tonight." "Very good, a perfect opportunity to protect Princess Yayo." Fu Jizhan helped his forehead very helplessly. "My mother likes fairy tales and has read to him a lot since she was a child. Snow White is Mrs. Fu's favorite." Influenced by fairy tales, before Ronyu was born, Fu's mother married Mrs. Ron as a child. Later, Ronyu was abducted, and the Jiu family fell into the shadows. No one mentioned the past of this child relationship. Now that Ronyu is home, Mother Fu wants to say, "But Jiu Yuchen is a well-known daughter slave, and Jiu Fuxian is a terrible sister who controls the brain." Proposing baby marriage with them now is tantamount to holding a loudspeaker at the door of Guyu's house. Explain. Old Guyu, I'm here to ***** your daughter. The risk factor is extremely high, and this kind of thing must never be done. If you can't grab it openly, then fight secretly. Be nice to Ronyu. Sooner or later the prince and princess will make a perfect pair. Mrs. Fu told Fu Jizhan that way since she was a child. Like Jiyu Yuchen and Ron Liuryu, the Jiyu family and his wife raised their son to be a sister-in-law, and Mrs. Fu raised their son to be a love brain. Fu Jizhan needed his temples. From a young age, Mrs. Fu and Mrs. Ron sat on the sofa, each holding one of his little hands, and said with tears in their eyes, "It's all because I didn't take good care of you. If she is here, and your childhood sweethearts grow up together, Yaya will definitely be happy and be the happiest little princess in the world. We, Jiajan, will definitely take good care of the little princess." Fu Jizhan remembered what the two wives said, head tilted. Ronyu was talking to Jianguai about the investment in the industry, and probably made some money again. Jianguai called Bodhisattva the sister affectionately. Fu Jizhan sighed softly, and replied to Fu's mother, "It's not good to be the hero in the story of Snow White." How come? Fu Jizhan, accompanying the princess are 7 dwarfs, so there is no role for the hero. Mrs. Fu, makes sense. How about you transform into a dwarf? Fu Jizhan, there is still time for everything. The little princess must belong to our Fu family. It's really not possible. You can go to Jiyu's family to marry. Mom feels that the Jiyu family is very lively, much more lively than ours. Co-authoring with my mother is just to add more people to the family. After his father passed away, the Fu family was deserted. The housekeeper said that Mrs. Fu traveled all day and visited all the places she should visit. He didn't live in the same house and was too far away from the company. There was only Mrs. Fu in the huge Fu family. In the past few years, I enjoyed it, bought, and enjoyed life every day. After enjoying it for more than 10 years, everything became tasteless. I began to seek the emotions, family, and friendship that I had but didn't care about when I was young. Fu Jizhan, go to bed early. The car drove all the way to the south. The further south you go, the less Jianguai talks. At 0 o'clock, the car stopped in the service area. Jiyu Fuxian got out of the car to buy barbecue snacks, and Luke Swan followed excitedly. She had never experienced this kind of nocturnal journey, and everything was new to her now. "Brother Fu Chen, bring me one, I want to eat barbecue." Luke Swan got out of the car, clutching her scarf and trotting to keep up, running like a crooked and bulky penguin. Fu Jizhan drove to refuel. Only Ronyu and Jian Huai were left in front of the huge service area. Ronyu stood on the steps in front of the service area, wrapped in the overcoat that Jiyu Fuxian carried when he left, and wrapped herself like a chick, with her fair face hidden in the furry coat. She looked very warm. In the middle of the night, the moon and stars are rare in the sky, and the surroundings are silent, and the service area has become the only bright spot in the world. During the breath, the scorching breath dissipated in the air. The cold air rushed to the face, which was cold and refreshing. Ronyu's voice melted into the night. "A little cold. I heard that my aunt's house is on the mountain. Shall we climb the mountain later?" Jian Huai was slightly taken aback. "Home? There is something to this word. Don't talk about the cemetery, but about the home. The mountain is not high, and it can be reached in half an hour." Jian Huai looked at the dusk, and said in an ethereal voice, "I didn't expect you to follow." Ronyu turned her head and pushed aside the big hat that blocked her view. "I don't like your father and your brother. Ronyu, are naturally rebellious. I love to do anything that your father and younger brother object to. You probably hate them too." The cowardly father prefers the useless illegitimate son, saying that everything is for the company's good, but it is actually for his own selfish desires. She can't change the previous generation, and the friends and contacts of the previous generation. At least she can control herself. Jian Huai chuckled. "Fortunately, I'm used to it." All he wanted now was to take back his mother's Chao family's property from his father. "In any case, the Jiang family is in my hands. No matter how they make trouble, the money and inheritance rights are mine." Jian Huai's tone was calm and breezy, with a natural dominance and confidence. No matter how noisy he usually is, at this moment, he is really domineering. Boss Mr. Jiang and Mr. Jiang are having trouble recently, so you still have to be prepared for danger, Ron Yu reminded. As far as she knew, the heroine Yu Kai was involved in Jiang's affairs and helped Jiang Wei several times. Jiang Wei now has several potential investment projects in his hands. Although I don't know what the two of them are plotting, it must be nothing good. Jiang Huai at the center of the incident should know more information. Jiang Huai didn't speak anymore. His father had already taken Jiang Wei to meet the shareholders, all of whom supported him and had been helping him for so many years. There was no reason to give up Jiang Wei because of his uselessness, but he still needs to find a way to buy more shares of Jiangxi Aviation. This is Mama Joe's business. All of Jack's funds and the money it earned back were invested in Jiang's Aviation, secretly persuading shareholders to sell the stock to him behind the back of Mr. Jiang. The price was naturally high, but Jack had no way out. He must hold Chao's Jiangxi Airlines firmly in his hands. Fu Jizhen came back after refueling and took the initiative to get into the driver's seat. When Jiyu Fuxian came back, he was carrying 5 bags of barbecue. When passing by Ron Yu, he shook the bag in his hand triumphantly. Brother bought your favorite beef skewers. Luke Swan gnawed on the grilled corn slowly. I've bought all the beef kebabs in the store. And the owner thought we were a tourist group, and we haven't eaten in 8 lifetimes. After finishing speaking, he continued to eat corn. She ate grilled corn for the first time, and the grilled corn with coming grilling was 100 times more delicious than the usual steamed corn. Luke Swan had some corn kernels on the corner of her mouth, and quickly gnawed on the corn with a look of enjoyment. The speed is staggering. It perfectly shows what is called the excitement of seeing corn after eating grilled corn in 8 lifetimes. Ron Yu. Case solved. The boss definitely didn't say I haven't eaten in 8 lifetimes because Jiyu Fuxian bought too much. Jiang Huai shook his head. Should I say it or not? If the little princess can be cheated by a scumbag, half of the responsibility should be borne by her IQ. Ron Yu took the beef skewers from Jiyu Fuxian, watched Luke Swan eat with a complicated face, and turned her head when she heard that. Who is responsible for the other half? Jiyu Fuxian and Jiang Huai replied in unison. Her eyes. What a dog. Look at the face and eat. Her eyes have an inescapable responsibility. Jiang Huai helplessly opened the car door for Luke Swan, feeling very disgusted. Luke Swan, stop chewing and get in the car. Luke Swan happily threw the gnawed corn into the trash can, wiped her face casually, and quickly searched for a new barbecue garlic eggplant. She ate a lot along the way. Ron Yu took a bite of a beef skewer, and Fu Jizhen, who was in the driver's seat, watched them eat. Driving all the way, Fu Jizhen did not let Jiyu Fuxian change shifts. The back seat was put down. Ron Yu and Luke Swan were half lying down to sleep. Jiyu Fuxian read the materials sent by Song Wen on the tablet, and Jiang Huai in the passenger seat was already asleep. Jiyu Fuxian frowned slightly, and did not disturb him. Fu Jizhen, the only one who was still awake in the car, asked, is it related to him? Jiyu Fuxian closed the tablet and rubbed his sore eyes. Well, Mr. Jiang seems to be imperative this time. Jiang Guai's future will not be easy. The urgent message from Song Wen is, Mr. Lao Jiang decided to marry the Yu family, and he will cooperate with the competing products of Bojan Automobile Company to compete for the acquisition of Yaya Automobile. Jiyu Fuxian, Lu Jin, Jiang Huai, and Fu Jizhen have encountered this kind of competition quite often. The industries of their subgroups overlap, and competition is inevitable, but this time, it is obvious that Mr. Jiang is disregarding any feelings in order to compete for Yaya. In the end, it was Jiang Guai who suffered the most. Lao Jiang always did this just to pave the way for Jiang Wei. The inside of the car was quiet, only the sound of the car speeding on the highway at extreme speed, the sound of the engine rolling and the gentle sound of the tires rubbing against the ground could be heard. After a while, Fu Jizhen's voice broke the silence in the car. Lie down, I'll call you guys at sunrise. Jiyu Fuxian nodded, and turned his head to look at his sister. Ron Yu was lying on her side, with her head buried in the pillow and only half of her face below her nose exposed. Jiyu Fuxian tucked in the quilt for her, and made a blanket for Luke Swan before she lay down to take a nap. On the co-pilot, Jiang Huai slowly opened his eyes, the trees and rice fields receding rapidly outside the car window, vaguely seeing the inside of the car reflected in the car window. With the fuzzy and flickering display screen and the three people falling down in the back row, he closed his eyes deeply. He always knew his father was partial to the extreme. Mom loves the wrong person. But he didn't feel chest tightness or discomfort. On the way forward, there was silent comfort from friends and shallow breathing in the car. Fujishan glanced at the time, calculated the next trip, and speeded up silently. If this continues, there is no way to see the sunrise in the downtown area of City L. 5:05. The car is quiet, extremely quiet. The dark night wrapped in night has a little more blue sky and gloomy brightness. Fujishan stopped at the gas station in City L and raised his wrist to check the time. 5:15. He sat back in the driver's seat with the breakfast he bought. Fujishan woke up Jianguai and Jiyu Fushin. It's 5:18, and the sun rises at 5:34. Jiyu Fushin frowned lightly, half closed his eyes and rubbed Ronyu, who was hiding himself in the fluffy quilt in a daze, and patted her chicken nest head. Ron, get up and watch the sunrise. Little princess, watch the sunrise. If you don't get up, I'll throw you here. Jian Huai opened the car window and looked into the distance. Luke Swan woke up with a shock, and Ronyu, who was next to her, woke up sleepily, squinting her eyes in a daze. She was so asleep that she didn't know what night it was. Fujishan, the sun should rise from behind the roof over there. You can sit on the roof of the car and watch it, and the view will be better. Ronyu was in a daze for a while, and was dragged out of the car by her brother. She struggled to climb up to the roof of the car with a blanket on her head, and when she took the milk and bread from Jiyu Fushin, her head was still blunt and confused. The surroundings are very quiet, with the unspeakable tranquility and romance before dawn. Sitting on the roof of the car early in the morning, the breeze blows a bit cold. There was no one around, so Ronyu wrapped herself in a blanket and became more sober. Clouds as soft as cotton candy floated in the light blue sky. In the distance, in the direction Fujishan pointed, a faint light dyed a small half of the sky yellow. There is a soothing piano sound in the car. At the beginning, ding dong ding dong. Between the two tall buildings, the light became more and more intense, and the light blue in the sky became less and less, followed by a dazzling and warm yellow, and the floating clouds were also stained with a yellow that could not be ignored. In the gap between the two tall buildings, a little bit of jinkan suddenly appeared, and the sound of the piano in the car reached a climax at the same moment. Ronyu's heart trembled. The halo rises and rises in the middle of the high-rise buildings, and the beams of light coming directly become more and more intense, golden and intense, and the tall buildings and residential buildings in the distance welcome dawn and light from the abyss. Everyone around, no matter how busy the people who came out in the morning, stopped their movements and took a photo in the direction of the sun when they saw this scene. Ronyu tilted her head, making eye contact with Luke Swan and giggling. "It's so beautiful," Luke Swan sighed. "This is the dullest moment in life, but it is difficult to achieve. It is difficult to get a few people together, make an appointment not to sleep, and boringly run together to wait for the sunrise. It has no meaning. It is just a testimony of a group of people getting together to kill time." Ronyu climbed down from the car. Fujishan asked with a smile, "Does it look good?" Ronyu nodded. "Jianguai, if we start early, it will be a different feeling from the mountain. Let's go." A new sunrise, a new day. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Ronyu finally climbed to the top of the mountain with Jiyu Fushin, and Luke Swan was extremely tired. Jian Huai's mother's tombstone is on the mountain near the sea, and Ronyu followed Jiyu Fushin to pay respects. "Hello, Auntie, I'm Ronyu." She didn't know what to say, and left all the time for Jian Huai. Except for Jian Huai, the rest of the people sat in the small pavilion and waited for Jian Huai to finish talking with his mother. In front of the tombstone, Jian Huai poured a cup of tea for his mother, "Your beloved Pua." He got up, stood up and stared blankly at the photo on the tombstone, and said for a while, "It's okay to love Pua, don't love him. He didn't care at all. You should love more money like me. Money won't lie. This year, I made a lot of money again, and bought 35% of the airline's shares. This is the property of the Chow family. I promised my grandparents that it will be rebranded with the name of the Chow family. Mrs. Ron asked me to tell you that Ronyu is back, the girl who greeted you just now, and the other is Lu Jin's younger sister. You hugged them both when you were young, and now everyone is doing well, and I am also fine. I have no plans to find a girlfriend for the time being, and I don't want to harm others. Mom, I don't need a home, so there is nothing to worry about. There was a little problem in the company. He and Jiangwei began to formally unite, but it was nothing. I can handle it, even if he cares about that kind of trash, even if it takes away the Jiang family. It won't sit around for too long. I will take good care of the Jiang family. Mom, wait for me for another year, and next year I will show you Chao Airlines. At the same moment, Luke Swan looked at Jiang Huai's back with her hands in her hands, curious. What will brother Jiangwei say to his aunt? How much money did he make this year? My brother said that brother Jiangwei loves money the most. No one will believe it, only the power of money. He only makes money, and it seems that he seldom spends it. Some spend money to make more money, socialize, and give gifts to others, but it is too rare to see him spend money for himself. Luke Swan thought for a while. Sister Yayo, you should teach brother Jiangwei how to spend money. He must like the way you spend money. The more you spend, the more you earn. Jiyu Fuxian patted her on the head. Sit down, don't think about it. Fu Jizhen handed the water to Ronyu and Luke Swan, and said calmly, if Jiangwei spends money, it will probably take another year. Ronyu wondered, what will happen in a year's time? 60% of his working capital is placed in Jiangxi Airlines, and he bought the equity of the major shareholder at a high price, in order to let Jiangxi Airlines write the name of Chao's family. Jiyu Fuxian explained. At first, most of the shares of the airline were owned by Mr. Jiang and several major shareholders. Mr. Jiang's shares would never be given up. It would not be difficult for the major shareholders to transfer their shares. They will let go of the money. Ronyu couldn't believe it. She didn't expect Jiang Huai to use such a clumsy way to get back her things. Luke Swan sighed. Without the support of my parents, it would be difficult to sit in this position. Half an hour later, Jiang Huai came back. Everyone went down the mountain obediently, without mentioning what happened just now. Just after going down the mountain, Ronyu received a call. I'm Jiangwei. I have a cooperation project that I would like to discuss with the Jiyu family, Yaya Automobile Company. Ronyu's evaluation of him was extremely bad. She rolled her eyes and hung up the phone. Jiangwei sent another text message from Panpan. You should persuade Jiyu Fuxian to cooperate with the Jiang family. The price offered by the Wen family is too high, but our price is just right. Two-way convenience. Ronyu ignored it and blocked it directly. In the end, this person was like a dog skin plaster. He changed his number and entangled him again. Ronyu, don't you want to know why your parents took so long to come home? How you got lost in the first place? And why they treat you so well now? We are all people who have lived a hard life outside and have been found back home. We should understand each other's feelings very well. After returning home, you should use this advantage to seek profit for yourself. Do you know what your brother did? Why is he doting on you now? He lost you, and ended up living comfortably in a wealthy family for 20 years, leaving you to wander outside. Ronyu frowned, and replied in a vicious voice. Go away, bastard. Now it's time to sow discord between her and her family. Shameless. Delete the text message, put away the phone and get in the car aggressively. Jiyu Fuxian, what's wrong? I just received a spam scam call and kept calling. Luke Swan smiled. You sister, you are too rich. At the end of the year, there are a lot of scam calls. My mother specially blessed me and told me not to enter my ID number casually. Now the liar is very clever. I will give you a fake website. You can do it well, just like the real thing. Click in and enter your ID card, and the money in the bank card will be said goodbye directly. Jiang Huai teased, Little princess, don't chat with Xiao Xianru. No one can cheat you of money except Xiao Xianru. Luke Swan pursed her mouth. I haven't been in a relationship for a long time. Jiyu Fuxian, how long? Luke Swan counted with her fingers. 2 months and 13 days. Ronyu. The little princess is also very confident when she is in love. Next time you want to fall in love, let me help you check it out. Ronyu said, I have been a mentor in emotional variety shows, so I know what the little fresh meats are thinking. Jiyu Fuxian heaved a sigh of relief. The younger sister is so familiar with emotions, she probably won't be fooled by the silly boy. It is best for the mother and child to be single for a lifetime. It is said on the internet that a young lady who is rich, handsome and free does not need to fall in love. Ron, do you know what your parents want from your romantic partner? Ji Fuxian asked suddenly. Ron shook her head. Our honorable mother said that when you fall in love, you must find a good man who is more handsome than me, can make more money than me, and is more moral than me. The best boys are already by your side, why bother to go out and find those scumbags? It's well-founded, and I agree. Jiang Huai, Ron Chen, the 5 characters of the best boy are you calling yourself? Ron Yu. Fujisan couldn't help but say, you might as well refine this sentence into, our honorable mother said, let you never fall in love for the rest of your life. This kind of request is different from letting Ron Yu stay single for the rest of her life. Ji Fu Chen chuckled, it's best not to talk about it, but if you talk about it, you have to be a little bit better than me. Of course, there is absolutely no such person in the world. Ji Fu Chen has such confidence. He has worked hard since he was a child, studied diligently, protected his good looks, studied business, worked hard day and night for Bojan, and became a standard overlord and the dream of billions of girls. It can increase the love line of my sister. Add, disaster, spend, if he is richer, uglier than him, or spoils his sister, all pass. The Honorable Mrs. Ron said that there is no one in this world who loves his younger sister better than him. He will surely complete the great task of making his sister single for a lifetime. Ji Fuxian held back his smile, turned his head from the driver's seat and smiled at Ron Yu. Ron, our family is very free, the request is very reasonable, and we will never stop our daughter from falling in love. Love, Ron Yu. You guys are no different from stopping. On the way back, they stayed in various cities for semitourism. By the time they got back, it was already late, after 8 o'clock. Just as she got out of the car, Elder Chi suddenly called her. Yo, 77 really came back for dinner. Your credit is all due to you. Next time, if you have anything to do, just come to me directly. I will definitely return your great favor. After finishing speaking, Chi Lao happily hung up the phone and slipped back to the head of the table from the balcony. Ron Yu stared at the blacked-out screen in confusion. She confirmed that she really didn't do anything this time. Ron Yu immediately sent a message to Chi Jian. Your grandpa called me a very strange phone ors. Chi Jian saw it and hesitated what to answer. The lively scene in front of her was completely different from what she had imagined. 3 hours ago, Chi Jian just came out of the meeting room. She received a report from Ron Yu yesterday about Yu Kai and Jiang's family. The report said that Jiang's family and Yu Kai had snatched away the partner of the small Chijizi Industrial Company. It was not a big deal, but Ron Yu introduced it. A small company is really nothing, but neither Yu Kai nor the Jiang family owns a skincare product company. It must be a problem to suddenly start to occupy the beauty industry. I have investigated and found that this small company has very good potential. It is definitely the Chi family that will make a lot of money in the future brand. You can investigate carefully. Chi Jian sent someone to investigate. This company has great potential and can develop into a very good niche brand. The previous investment was not enough, so it was snatched away. In the final analysis, the leadership of the subgroup is insufficient. The submitted data is not transparent enough. Chi Jian asked the leaders of the subgroup to meet her and told her about it, but except for her, the company's senior management were blaming her for making a fuss out of a molehill. She returned to China to take power in the Chi group for 4 years, and some executives still refused to accept her. This time, the executives took advantage of the problem, and the employees who were blamed were also aggrieved and dissatisfied. She had a headache and felt a sense of helplessness. Ron Yu was the only one in the world who understood her. Chi Jian hesitated to call Ron Yu, but when she heard that she had gone to the south with Jiang Huai, she silently hung up the phone. She finally understood the jokes uploaded on the internet, dragging her tired body to work in the company. No one understood, and she didn't even have anyone to accompany her when she returned home. Loneliness, deathly loneliness. The aunt brought out the hot meals, and she was the only one on the long table, dimly lit and half-lit. In the circle of friends, both Luke Swan and Ron Yu posted a circle of friends about watching the sunrise. In the sun, they laughed happily together. The 5 people sat around eating together, and Chi Jian was very envious of the ordinary and quiet moment. She thought of Rongyu's words. Ronyu asked her to go home and have a look. Some people would be happy because of her going home, because of this small move. Chi Jian tried to go back, but never thought that Grandpa would be so excited that he could not speak because of her appearance. Mom asked her if she had eaten, and she shook her head. A simple shake of the head made the housekeeper's face wrinkle with joy. "I'll arrange dinner right away, Miss Chi." Chi Jian sat on her seat, staring at Ronyu's text message in a daze. In the past, she closed all the doors, complained about the aristocratic education at home, blamed them for pushing her to the position of heir, complained about the life they brought, and resisted everything brought by her family. Bad, good, all are blocked by her. No matter how indifferent a person is, he still hopes that someone will hug her in the cold winter. The family has no overnight feud, and years of grievances and incomprehensions are gradually let go when they see father's old hair, mother's moist eyes, and Chi's restless movements. Chi Jian replied a text message to Ronyu. "You have done quite a lot, please accept it." Ronyu stared at the text message for a while. Ron, what are you looking at? Come over and eat some small tomatoes, organic fruits grown by your father himself. Ronyu took back her phone, nodded with a smile and rushed to Jiyu Fuxian's side, watching Jiyu Fuxian and his father Jiyu Yuchen play chess. That night, Chi Jian returned to Chi's house for dinner. Jian Huai was dragged by Fu Jizhen to Fu's house to read the report and work together. Mrs. Fu asked the housekeeper to deliver fruit to them, and chatted with Mrs. Lu in the bedroom, arguing over who was eligible to join the Jiyu family. Lu Xuan lay on the bed and reported the whereabouts of the day and night to her brother Lu Jin, and was very happy to be rewarded with 80 million pocket money from Lu Jin. Everyone is very happy, only Jian Gui. The next day, Jian Huai came out of Fu's house and went directly to the company. Mr. Lao Jiang and Mr. Jiang are waiting for him in the office, along with the 2 major shareholders who once supported him. Jian Huai threw his coat to the special assistant, approached and asked with a smile, "The 2 uncles are here." The 2 shareholders smiled awkwardly and hurriedly looked at Mr. Jiang. Jian Huai's heart sank, and he understood most of it. "Jian Huai, it's not Uncle Li talking about you. Yao is such a big project, how can you say no to it? Jiyu Fuxian is your good friend and your resource. You should take good care of it." Jian Gui smiled and said politely, "I am following up Yao's project, and some of the cooperation is legitimate. For private transactions, Jiyu Fuxian agrees, and Bojan's shareholders will not agree either. Your attitude is wrong." Another shareholder frowned. "Any friendship and connections are the resources of the superiors. Business is the most important thing. Jiyu Fuxian has the ability to get his shareholders to agree. Now that the Jian Corporation needs this cooperation, it must not let it go easily to Wen's family. Wen's family's price is high, our price is lower. You can talk to Jiyu Fuxian in private, give something to Jiyu Yuchen or even their daughter. Wouldn't your contacts come in handy? Yeah, it's not for you to grab it. It's just a reasonable use of contacts to turn something with low possibility into something with high possibility. If Jiyu Fuxian doesn't help you, doesn't it mean that he doesn't regard you as a friend?" Jian Huai lost most of his patience. He pursed his lips and said in a calm voice, "The 2 uncles kidnapped Jiyu Fuxian with friendship. It is easy for him to sign a cooperation agreement. The key is how he faces his shareholders." Mr. Jiang smiled faintly. "They are all businessmen. He will help you once, and you will help him once." The older generation's attitude towards friendship is completely different from that of Jian Gui. Jian Huai, Jiyu Fuxian, Lu Jin, and Fu Jizhen maintain good cooperation most of the time, but they will never use their personal relationships to help anyone. Today, Jiyu Fuchen could give up the cooperation between the Wen family and the Jiang family because of his good relationship with Jian Gui, and in a certain sense, he admitted that the 2 families are working together to exclude the Wen family. The strength of the 6 major families is not weak, and it is not easy to maintain a dynamic balance, and no one wants to break it. But the 2 shareholders, who only cared about their immediate interests, obviously ignored them. The 2 of them came here to ask Jian Gui's attitude and let him win the Yao cooperation case. Jiang Wei said, I heard that you have a good relationship with Ron Yu, the eldest lady of the Jiyu family. Now that Jiyu Fusion's sister-in-law's name has spread all over the internet, Ron Yu will do whatever Ron Yu says. If it's really not good, you can find Ron Yu. Mr. Jiang added at the right time. Jiang Wei called Ron Yu yesterday hoping to cooperate, but instead he was scolded. He opened his mouth like this. Jiang Huai, what are you hesitating about? Talk about more tea. Mr. Jiang and Jiang Wei now want more than just Yao. They are forcing Jiang Wei to express their position in front of the two shareholders, and what Jiang Wei cannot do, Jiang Wei can. Jiang Huai called Uncle Li with a smile. It's normal for friends to help each other, Jiang Huai. Hurry up and check it out. It's not shameful to serve the company. Jiang Wei used the phone on the desk to call Ron Yu, and after 2 beeps, the other party connected. Hello? Hello, who are you? Ron Yu's voice is clear and joyful. In the office, everyone is waiting for Jiang Wei's move. Jiang Wei clenched his 5 fingers, took a long breath, and answered the phone under the satisfied eyes of the two shareholders. It's me, Jiang Wei. His voice was flat. Ron Yu, hey, why is this phone call? What's the matter? Looking for my brother? The two shareholders smiled yin and nodded towards Jiang Wei. Jiang Wei met Mr. Jiang's deep gaze, and replied casually, it's nothing. I heard that you went to pick strawberries with your uncle today. Pick more and give me a copy. Oh, here, no problem Tilda. Jiang Wei hung up the phone patter, and at the same time cut off the expectations of the two shareholders. Jiang Wei felt proud. Dad managed to persuade the two shareholders. Now that their lineup is not clear, it is useless to try every means to dissuade Jiang Wei, and they will definitely give up on him. Everyone knows that profit is paramount, only Jiang Wei. It's ridiculous. Jiang Huai knew the wishful thinking of Jiang Wei and Mr. Jiang, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, but his eyes were solemn and indifferent. Dad, Mr. Jiang raised his eyebrows. You don't think that I'm as incompetent as you and need to rely on the power of my wife or friends to develop my company? Mr. Jiang's face darkened several degrees in an instant, and he wanted to slap him, but was stopped by two shareholders. Jiang Huai dialed the internal line. Send security guards up and invite Mr. Jiang out. Jiang Wei, don't be ignorant. This company has my shares. Mr. Jiang scolded angrily. Jiang Huai sat back on the office chair, picked up a document and said calmly, there is still half a month before the next shareholders meeting. The two uncles are cooperating with you. It is no problem to drag me down, but in this 4 months, this position will still be mine. Walk slowly. From far away, you can still hear Lao Jiang's cursing voice. Jiang Wei remained silent and continued to read the document. On the other side, after receiving Jiang Huai's call, Ron Yu picked a basket for him. Ron Yu didn't forget Qi Jian, Luke Swan, and Lu Ming who was making the final sprint. I picked a lot and sent someone to send it to them after washing. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Luke Swan ran out smiling after seeing the strawberries, and asked Ron Yu to go shopping. Her older brother Lu Jin had just given her a large amount of pocket money, and Luke Swan, adhering to the principles of the Sunshine Clan, must spend it well. She has been very bored lately. She doesn't do online shopping, she can't talk about love, her brother works abroad and has no money to shop, her card is frozen by her parents, and she watches movies at home except watching TV at home. Her life is so boring that it is about to grow grass. Ron Yu ran out after picking the strawberries, and sent freshly washed strawberries to her brother Jiyu Fusion by the way, and waited for Ron Yu and Qi Jian in the cafe near Bojan. Ron Yu and Luke Swan's surprise was that Qi Jian was willing to go shopping. Qi Jian's explanation is, she wants to conduct field research to see the daily shipments, service quality, and customer satisfaction of her beauty brand stores. Ron Yu and Luke Swan didn't care about her purpose, it was just shopping, wherever she went. Went to a shopping mall with luxury positioning, only rich people would go there. Ron Yu, just entering the VIP lounge, waiting for the staff to take out the things, an unfamiliar voice stopped her. Ron Yu frowned and turned around. It's Jiang Wei. Jiang Wei made Jiang Wei stumble today. He was not very proud, so he came out to buy some good tea and gifts for the two shareholders, so as to cultivate their relationship. In addition to shareholders, Shareholders' families, wives, granddaughters, and children must be taken care of. He just finished buying Da Hong Pao, and now he comes to the mall to buy some bags. Ronyu remembered the text message she received yesterday, and her expression turned cold. I don't know you well, get out. After speaking, she turned around and wanted to leave. Chi Jian and Luke Swan followed suit. Jiangwei no longer needs to beg Ronyu, anyway. He has done Yao's efforts, and the shareholders have seen that it is no longer important whether the Yao cooperation project is successful or not. Now just wait for Jiangwei to go wrong, and then use Yukai's investment ability to make some small money, so that shareholders can see his value. Ronyu's arrogant expression made him unhappy for a long time. Everyone is from the Dinghao family, so why is she so arrogant? Chapter 51. In the afternoon, Jiangwei went to the hospital. According to reports, the injury was a bit serious. The fragments of the small vase pierced into the palm, and it took a little effort to get it out. The place where Ronyu kicked was full of bruises. Luke Swan saw the pictures sent and lamented the power of high heels while eating dessert. Wow, those 2 feet must be painful. Chi Jian, the yelling just now was not fake. Ronyu glanced at the phone. Jiu Yuchen and Ron Liu had already called in turn, and Jiu Fuxian sent a comforting text message, "It's nothing, Mom and Dad will take care of it." Ronyu relaxed, thinking of Jiangwei lying in the hospital crying. Her desire to go shopping was particularly strong. It's rude to say, her current happiness is indeed based on Jiangwei's pain. In the hospital, Lao Jiang always had a blue face. Mr. Jiang's father, Mr. Jiang, has settled abroad, and he was extremely annoyed when he heard about this. Although Mr. Jiang was sexually messed up when he was young, no matter what, Jiangwei is a child of the Jiang family, his grandson. It doesn't matter without him on some important occasions, but no matter how humble you are, you won't be bullied to the point of being kicked or beaten and swallowing your anger. If the reputation of the Jiang family's descendants being bullied gets out, where will the Jiang family's face be put? The old man was so angry that he wanted to come back on the spot, but he had to have a physical examination in the next 2 days, and he couldn't intervene face to face with the younger generation's fights, so he just told Mr. Jiang that he should handle this matter properly and not let outsiders take the Jiang family lightly. Ronyu kicked her into the hospital in the afternoon, and at night Jiu Yuchen and Ron Liu took her to Chi's house to settle the day's affairs. Along the way, Ron Liu repeatedly comforted her, "Don't worry, I'm fine. It's just going through the motions, no one can do anything to you." Jiu Fuxian put on a confident long Aotian expression, "No one dares to do anything to you." Jiu Yuchen, Ron Liu, and Jiu Fuxian all agreed that Ronyu would never lose his temper and kick someone for no reason. Even if he really beat someone just because he saw Jiangwei upset, then he would beat him up. Regardless of whether Ronyu takes advantage of it or not, the young lady of the Jiu family cannot be criticized. However, they at least need to know about what happened, so they can quibble after they go. Oh no, they are reasoning with Mr. Jiang. "What happened between you and Jiangwei? Can you tell Mom what happened?" Ronyu vaguely said, "He said something I didn't like, so I beat him with a bag because I didn't want to listen to it." Ron Liu didn't ask any more questions, and Ronyu didn't say anything if she didn't want to. There was no big problem. Jiu Fuchen frowned and sent a message to Jianghuai. "What did the dog brother say to my sister?" "Jianghuai, he is said to be a dog, so he must not be able to say anything human. You have to ask him for details." The Jiu family and the Jiang family have been in contact since the last generation, and the 2 sides have developed harmoniously so far. The concessions that should be made and the reconciliations that should be reconciled have not caused any major conflicts, and the distance has been maintained very well. This is the first time that young people in the circle have fought. When the Jiu family arrived at Chi's, the living room was full of people. Chi Jian, Jiang Huai, Fujizhen, and Luke Swan's younger generation were all there. Besides, many people from Jiang's family came, including Mr. Jiang's brother and sister. Ronyu followed Jiu Fuxian and sat down opposite Mr. Jiang. As soon as he was seated, Mr. Jiang pushed over the injury report. "No matter what, I have to go over and apologize, first apologize, and then talk about other things." Jiu Yuchen didn't look at it, and just said, "My daughter is very reasonable, and she will never take the initiative to have conflicts with Jiang Wei." Luke Swan and Chi Jian are also in the VIP lounge. "I just asked, and they said that Jiang Wei took the initiative to come forward. I said something to my daughter, they didn't hear it clearly, but the person lying in the hospital knows it well. Why don't you let him talk about it?" Mr. Jiang paused for a moment. After the incident happened, he immediately asked Jiang Wei what happened. Jiang Wei hesitated. He knew that he must have done nothing good, but he didn't want to do something big and kick people like this. His legs were covered with bruises, and if the news got out, he would definitely become a laughing stock in the circle. The future heir was beaten outside, and he has no ability to fight back. You can't even protect yourself, but you still want to protect the group. Idiots talk about dreams, what about children playing house? Knowing that his son was wronged, Lao Jiang always dared not ask for anything else. He just wanted to save Jiang Wei's face. Right now Jiang Wei is in the hospital, and Ronyu is fine sitting here. Based on this alone, it is not an exaggeration for her to apologize. "I will discipline Jiang Wei. There are often bumps between young people. Not too much." Jiu Yuchen made up his mind not to apologize, with a flat attitude of "It's just such a thing. If you beat him up, there must be something wrong with Jiang Wei." He didn't intend to give Jiang Wei an apology or embarrassment. The two sides were at a stalemate, and Fu's mother interrupted softly. "Jiang Wei is not here. Ronyu, why don't you tell us what happened during the day? We all know that you have a good temper, and you won't lose your temper for no reason." Mr. Jiang's back was stiff and his face was as gloomy as water. On the surface, Fu's mother appeared to be understanding and considerate to solve the problem, but in fact she was partial to the Atlantic Ocean. Before Ronyu started, he had already assumed a biased attitude of "Ronyu will not lose his temper for no reason, the other party must have a problem," and even encouraged Ronyu to tell the past, so that everyone could criticize and reprimand Jiang Wei. "Fan, this seems to solve the problem. Why don't you just hang a banner and stand behind Ronyu with a colorful flag in your hand to be the captain of the cheering team for her?" All eyes were on Ronyu. Ronyu stared at the long table in front of her, and then explained lightly after a pause, "I don't agree with what he said and the viewpoints he analyzed, and it sounds very angry." As soon as the words fell, the people on Mr. Jiang's side talked a lot. Just because he disagreed with the point of view obtained from the analysis, he sounded angry and kicked Jiang Wei several times, leaving him lying in the hospital screaming with his hands full of broken vases. Isn't that too much? The point is, Ronyu's words are calm and breezy, and it's fine if you don't see a trace of apology or guilt for beating someone. What she said is unreasonable, but she still maintains a righteous attitude. Miss is upset with him, so if you hit him, you will be fine. Hit him? Do you need a reason for beating him? Arrogant and outrageous. Mr. Jiang's tone was serious. "Mr. Chi, you have always helped the management and not the relatives. You have heard Ronyu's explanation and the reason for the action. It is clear at a glance who is right and who is wrong." The people of Jiang's family looked arrogant as if they were sure of winning. They held their chests up and held their heads high, waiting for Elder Chi to say something fair, and asked Ronyu to apologize to Jiang Wei for his actions. The living room was quiet, only the occasional coughing and heavy breathing could be heard. Old Chi coughed twice, looked at Ronyu several times, held the teacup tightly with both hands and said solemnly, "I heard Ronyu's explanation." Everyone in the Jiang family raised their breath and waited with bated breath for Elder Chi's next words. Old Chi's voice was old and powerful. "Listen, Ronyu is such a good child." Jiang family, Mr. Chi, do you want to recall what you were talking about? Hitting people is good. She is still helping Jiang Wei make up for it, beautifying the reason why she did it. Mr. Jiang, the Jiang family gasped. Ronyu said that, of course, she just wanted to give Jiang Wei a chance to reform herself. As long as Jiang Wei apologizes, it can be regarded as never happened. Ronyu hit someone and asked Jiang Wei to apologize. Luke Swan and Chi Jian, is this possible? The two looked at each other and gave a silent thumbs up at the same time. One word, absolutely. Reasonable and well-founded, reasonable arguments, logical speculation. It is worthy of being an elder who distinguishes between public and private and helps managers but not relatives. He is very fair and not partial at all. Elder Chi caught a glimpse of his granddaughter Chi Jian's thumbs up in surprise, suppressing the corners of her lips that were about to rise, with a calm look on her face, revealing a profound and mysterious aura of deeply hidden merit and fame. The granddaughter praised him again. Fu Jizhen and Fu's mother folded their hands on their knees, still expressionless, maintaining a neutral attitude with a clear distinction between public and private, but the slightly upward arc of the corners of their mouths revealed their joy at the moment. The Jiyu family is very satisfied. What is reason? What the group pet said, just, yes. Road. Reason. Bullying group pets will definitely be targeted by a group of people, and it will never end well. As an onlooker, Lu Xuan deeply understood this point, and at the same time cast an envious look at Ron Yu. If Sister Yao falls in love and is cheated by a scumbag, parents must be reluctant to freeze her card tat. Except for Jiang Huai, everyone in the Jiang family is constipated. Mr. Jiang fully understood the attitude of the people present. Now, even if Ron Yu beats up Jiang Wei without any reason in front of him, the people present will not say a word of objection. Not only that, they will also give Ron Yu tools to make her beat people better. All in all, Ron Yu beat people, they gave sticks. Ron Yu spent money, they gave money. Ron Yu said he wanted to go to the sky, they built artificial rockets every minute. Ron Yu is the reason, and the reason is Ron Yu. No one is willing to talk about her, even if she goes out to beat Jiang Wei violently now. The people present can think of hundreds of ways to defend her. Lao Jiang was always so angry that his heart beat faster, his face was flushed, and he was stunned by this attitude. What else could he say? Please don't be biased, look at Jiang Wei who is howling in the hospital. Or do you want to make a fuss with Grace and become the laughing stock of others? It is impossible for Ron Yu to apologize. He knows what his son has done, but he dare not let Jiang Wei come and confront her face to face. Now Ron Yu is reasonable, even if Ron Yu is not. He and Jiang Wei could only smash her teeth and swallow it in her stomach. Realizing this, Mr. Jiang felt very blocked, thinking that tens of thousands of ants were crawling over his heart. He was so angry that he couldn't breathe, his face was flushed, he was gasping for words. It was more uncomfortable than slapping him directly. He had reached the point where he was alone and helpless. No matter how much he begged, others would not stand by Jiang Wei's side to help him. This is what happened to Jiang Wei when he messed with Ron Yu. Mr. Jiang clutched his chest, and the people next to him rushed over. Calm down, don't think about it anymore. Mr. Jiang's heart has always been bad. He didn't want to stay in this place for a minute longer. Clutching his palpitating chest, he left the arena with the Jiang family like a bereaved dog. Jiang Huai smiled lightly. It seems that he is very angry. Fu Jizhen spoke up. If Jiang Wei knew that the apology he had been waiting for was coming, and ended up asking him to apologize to Ron Yu, would he be so angry that he would stay in the ward for a few more days? Jack, good idea. At that moment, Jiang Huai sent a condolence text message to Jiang Wei. The final result came out, and everyone agreed to ask you to apologize to Ron Yu. Heal the injury, take out the fragments and go to the Jiyu family to apologize with the fruit bowl in hand. Jiang Wei was so angry that he dropped vases, cell phones, everything that could be dropped in the hospital, and turned into a violent person in minutes, unable to howl and vent his anger everywhere. It is impossible for Jiang Wei to come and apologize. This matter was happily resolved with everyone's support. For a period of time in the future, Jiang Wei did not appear in front of everyone, and even Mr. Jiang disappeared. They turned their grief and anger into motivation, and are trying their best to get more shareholders' support before the next general meeting of shareholders. The result was unexpected. Jiang Wei was forced to abdicate ahead of schedule. On the second day after the beating happened, at the request of the board of directors and shareholders, the shareholder meeting was held ahead of schedule. At the meeting, the third largest shareholder who once supported Jiang Wei suddenly defected, and stood on the side of Mr. Jiang together with the two major shareholders who had already defected. Not only that, he also praised Jiang Wei at the meeting. Jiang Wei has won many large projects for the company recently, with high investment prospects and high returns. He sees all of these, and Jiang Wei has a strong desire to devote himself to the company's development. There are too many things, and hands are tied. At the same time, he also hopes that after Jiang Wei succeeds as CEO, he can maintain his current attitude, strive for more high-return investments for the company, and make progress together with the company. In the end, a good shareholders meeting turned into Jiang Wei's personal exaggeration meeting. Jiang Wei is extremely beautiful. Now with Yukai's help, he has made up his mind to do better than Jiang Huai. As soon as the meeting ended, he went to Yukai himself, and asked again what directions he should invest in the future, and what projects would definitely make money. If he wanted to benefit from Yukai, he had to do something for Yukai himself. On the second day after the shareholders' meeting, a major event happened in the Yu family. Yukai's father was suddenly paralyzed and unable to speak, and all the affairs of the company were handed over to his daughter Yukai. The financial news reported extensively, and Yukai said with red eyes in front of the camera that he would lead the Yu family well. On the fourth day, the news that Yukai and Jiang Wei were dating caused a sensation in the entire financial circle. With the Jiang family as the backer, Yukai's resistance immediately decreased a lot after he took office. The person at the center of the scandal, Jiang Wei, after finishing the matter with Yukai, hurried to the office that used to belong to Jiang Huai. Jiang Huai had already packed up his personal belongings and left, and handed over all handover work to the special assistant. Jiang Wei had many documents to look at. At the general meeting of shareholders, the compliments and demands of the shareholders floated in his mind from time to time. This is a disguised form of pressure on him, asking him to make some achievements after taking office. Beside the desk, there are documents marked with the word important on useful labels. Jiang Wei took it over and looked at it twice. It is the acquisition of LOP Technology Company, Limited, an important cooperation case left by Jack before leaving. LOP is a mobile phone company. Yukai emphasized to him in the past 2 days that this foreign mobile phone company will develop very well after 1 year, but due to insufficient investment, it has been repeatedly hindered in system development recently. Started from mobile phone communication technology and airline companies, the acquisition of LOP Technology Company, Limited is undoubtedly an excellent plan for Jiang Wei to achieve major achievements and show himself in front of all shareholders. More importantly, according to the special assistant, Jiang Wei has not discussed the case for a long time because the price offered is not high. He can accomplish what Jiang Wei cannot do. Jiang Wei was very excited when he thought about it, and immediately sent someone abroad to talk to the people from LOP Technology Company, Limited. At the same time, Ronyu obtained the equity contract of LOP Technology Company, Limited from Yang and became the actual largest shareholder of the company, investing a lot of money. At first, Ronyu was worried about not having enough funds, and then asked Xiaoxi to calculate her assets, and realized later that the agreement signed with GU Fusion back then was not an agreement to refuse asset transfer at all, but an asset transfer contract with an estimated value of hundreds of billions of movable and real estate. That is to say, now she has become a luxurious super-rich woman with assets of hundreds of billions. The sad thing is, she didn't know QAQ at all before. So, why did GU Fusion ask such a strange question at the beginning? Do you really dislike money? Ronyu didn't understand, nor was she proud, so she immediately threw all the movable property into LOP Technology Company, Limited, and asked Yang E's foreign friends to spend 3 days with the boss of this company, paying a price higher than the market, and spending 105 billion. Finally bought a 55% stake. She became the big boss of LOP. Yang E was puzzled. This company is developing well, but it's useless for you to buy it. Ronyu's current business map is very scattered, and entertainment companies, esports companies, and pension companies are all involved. Although each company has found a relevant professional manager to take care of her, she doesn't have to worry about it, but these companies cannot form a system business map. A good business map is one link after another. One company can help another company. Ronyu's business sector is scattered and cannot achieve the effect of 1 + 1 greater than 2. Ronyu didn't answer, just said, "Thank you for me, friend, remember to keep it secret." Yang E reminded, there are many internal problems in this company, the capital chain is insufficient, and the technical research and development personnel are not enough. What do you want to do when you buy it? Ronyu sat up from the recliner, ate a strawberry and said casually, "Wait." In ancient times, Jiang Taegong was fishing and waited for the wisher to take the bait. Now she lies flat on the spot and waits for the fool to send money. Yang Er was puzzled, and vaguely knew that this might be the idea of the investment master behind Ron Yu. As the manager of the pension company, it was inconvenient for him to ask other things. After sending Ron Yu his friend's contact information, he left with a confused face. After Yang Er left, Ron Yu chatted with Jiang Huai for a while, and after confirming that everything was going according to plan, she took the newspaper from Wei Wen and focused on the financial section. The news that Yu Kai and Jiang Wei were in love caused a lot of noise, and the news that Yu Kai's father was suddenly paralyzed and unable to speak shocked the entire financial circle. In the novel, Yu's father was indeed paralyzed in the later period, but at that time, Yu's father and Yu Kai had reconciled as before, and Yu's father also taught Yu Kai how to deal with company affairs. The level of trust has dropped, and now that there is such a sudden incident, it is difficult for Ron Yu not to think about it. Yu Kai had already given up on the relationship with Chen Gaiwan, the male protagonist of the novel, and focused on developing her career line by relying on her golden fingers. She didn't even want the bombshell boyfriend in the novel. For the sake of her career, she should be able to do anything. Ron Yu put down the newspaper. Help me find out which hospital Yu Kai's father is treated in. Okay, young lady. After solving these miscellaneous matters, Ron Yu took the initiative to make a phone call with Jiang Huai. What are you doing? Jiang Huai was lying on a deck chair, basking in the sun. I followed your investment advisor's advice, flew to the south and found a small island to soak in the sun, travel and eat melons, and live with a smile. At the end of the month, I will return to Heiress City 2 days before your comeback dinner. Isn't it very comfortable to lie down and enjoy life? At the end of the day, Jiang Huai couldn't help asking, are you sure this method will work? Ron Yu glanced at the financial section of the newspaper, speculated about the various reasons for Yu's father's sudden paralysis, looked away, and said in a firm voice, I was a little uncertain before, but now I'm sure. Yu Kai now uses his golden fingers without restraint, but she wants to get involved in any big projects that can make money in novels. The cooperation partner of Bojan Entertainment that was snatched away by her and Jiang Wei Ziguang Animation is the best testimony. As long as he can make money, there must be Yu Kai. In the novel, Jiang Wei relies on Lop Technology Company, Limited to become brilliant. The company has reached a higher height, and there is still a period of time to surpass Jiyu Fusion and sit on the richest man's position. In the next 5 years, there will be unlimited glory. Ron Yu does not believe in Kai not tempted. Now the net is cast down, just waiting for the fish to take the bait. Ron Yu hung up the phone, stopped thinking about these business wars, and turned to ask Wu Yuhua and his students' progress. I want it before the end of the month, thank you for your hard work, and the red envelope will be a must. Wu Yuhua was very busy and only replied after 3 hours. We try our best to rush to work. From the next period until the 28th of December, Ron Yu will be very busy. The 29th of December is the day when her parents hold a dinner party for her. During this time, she has to try on dresses, determine the makeup of the day, go abroad with her mother to buy jewelry, try on a crown, and there are many miscellaneous things. But the 2 days of the postgraduate entrance examination, she still took time to accompany Lu Ming to the examination room. As soon as the postgraduate entrance examination was over, Lu Ming went to show off delicious food and drinks to fellow graduate students. Ron Yu wanted to participate, but she had more important things to do. The fireworks in N City enjoy a good reputation in China, and the public has a high opinion of the fireworks in N City. On the 26th of December, Ron Yu spent 60 million yuan to buy all the fireworks in the city. The fireworks factory was so excited that he personally presented her with a pennant. Fireworks are bright, master spenders, happy you, me and him. Ron Yu happily put away the silk banner, looked at the news again, picked up 2 bottles of wine, and rang Jiyu Fusion's study aggressively. Jiyu Fusion had a very difficult time during this period. When Jiang Wei was just discharged from the hospital 10 days ago, Jiyu Fusion came to him and found out what Jiang Wei had said to Ron Yu by various means of coercion and inducement, and killing him if he didn't speak. At first Jiyu Fusion was very angry, but then he fell powerlessly in the car and didn't know how to refute. What Ron Yu said in front of Mr. Chi and Mr. Jiang that day was, "Those analyses are all wrong." The younger sister believes that he and his parents like her very much. Even so, Jiyu Fuxian is still worried. When he was young, he took Yayo to play hide and seek. At that time, there was a closet at the entrance of the courtyard, and he triumphantly let his 2-year-old chubby sister hide in it. When he closed the closet door, he told her in a childish voice, "We have a prize for the first place, come on." The 2-year-old sister looked at him with wide almond eyes, spun around twice, and then nodded heavily to her dull little head. Jiyu Fuxian was relieved, and ran to the other side to hide. He did get number 1, because no one can find a sister. "Sister, I can't find it anymore. My parents were crying that day, crying and scolding the nanny for not being optimistic about them, and scolding myself for going out." Little Jiyu Fuxian huddled in the corner, holding the small card he won from Jiang Huai, Lu Jin, and Fujizhen. His eyes were moist, and he didn't say a word, weeping silently. No one scolded him, and they couldn't scold him. He was only 4.5 years old at the time. What could he understand? From the day she couldn't find her sister, the nanny talked behind her back, saying that she had to make a lot of money and search for her all over the world to find her back. Little Jiyu Fuxian no longer likes the stars and the universe. Most of the time when he paints, he only has his back. He is not qualified to face his sister. Knowing that his father is very good at making money, he takes his father as a role model and wants to make good money. He keeps the lucky money every year. He plans to follow Lu Jin's example and save his pocket money to buy candies for his younger sister. When he was a little older, his dream was to make money to buy beautiful dresses and dolls for his younger sister. When he was a little older, when he became an adult, Jiyu Fuxian's dream was to buy a castle for his younger sister, so that she would be happy for the rest of her life. He used to call his sister Yo-Yo, but later he dared not. He is not eligible. He lost Yayo. Jiang Wei was right. He does blame himself. Blaming himself. If his sister was here, she wouldn't suffer outside. If his sister was here, he could hold her chubby hand and go to kindergarten together. If his sister was here, he might also make her a high school envy, my little princess, just like Luke Swan. The origin of self-blame and guilt comes from his caring. He likes his sister. The more you care, the more uncomfortable you will be. He cared about his short-legged younger sister, didn't know what his younger sister was doing when he was eating, and had nightmares every night after seeing the abducted girl being tortured. He didn't dare to be too happy, let alone be too happy. From the day Ron Yu was thrown away, Jiyu Fuxian learned to punish himself. Every day after that, he asked himself to work harder, redouble his efforts, and tortured himself with the busyness, hard work and nightmares of the long years. He is a career freak, 007 all day long. He does not deserve to enjoy everything he has now. From the moment he received Ron Yu's message, Jiyu Fuxian had already made a decision. Jiyu Fuxian is no longer Jiyu Fuxian. He will only become Ron Yu's brother. He doesn't have a name, he can only be Ron Yu's brother. Whatever kind of brother Ron Yu likes, he will be that kind of brother. In the past half a month, Jiyu Fuxian was shrouded in fear. He was afraid that Ron Yu would know that he was kidnapped while playing hide-and-seek with him, and then ignore him again. "I was restless all day, and I couldn't even sleep well." When Ron Yu came in with 2 bottles of foreign wine, Jiyu Fuxian was in a daze. Ron Yu put the wine and glass on the small table in front of him, and said as planned, "Brother, Fujizhen will come later. He wants to drink, let's have a drink." 10 minutes later, under Ron Yu's instructions, Fujizhen sat opposite Jiyu Fuxian, with various dishes in front of him. Jiang Huai enjoys life in the south. Lu Jin has just returned home from a busy schedule, and is jet-lagged all day long. Only Fujizhen can help her. Fujizhen's mission is, get Jiyu Fuxian drunk. Jiyu Fuxian seldom drank alcohol. Fujizhen originally thought that this task would be extremely difficult. When he heard Ron Yu's request 3 days ago, he began to think about solutions. The solutions he came up with were all over the A4 paper, but one of them was useless. Jiyu Fuxian drank several times. Cup. Fujizhen looked down at his untouched wine glass in a daze. Half an hour later, Jiyu Fuxian successfully fainted. Ron Yu and Fujizhen, who hadn't even touched a drink, looked at each other in blank dismay. What happened to him? Fujishan asked. Ronyu shook her head. Maybe it's because the company is under a lot of pressure recently. I'm starting to drink away my worries. Ronyu didn't have time to worry about this, so she asked the old housekeeper and the driver to carry Ji Fushin into the car, and Fujishan acted as the driver to take them to the airport. Then the three of them flew to Ron-Yumai's island in a private jet. Everything is going to plan. Apart from the stewardess, the captain and the three of them, there was no one else on the island. The cold wind is howling, there are no neon lights, no tall buildings, and the surroundings are dark. Ronyu subconsciously shrinks back in Ji Fu-chen's direction. The original plan was for her to drive Ji Fushin to the semicircular gallery. Standing on the island at this moment, she felt a sense of fear that she was the only one left in the world. Fujishan, I'll go with you. Ronyu said bitterly. No, then you will be the first to see the gift I prepared. The surprise she gave her brother should not be preempted by others. Then I'll send you outside the gallery and wait for you in the car. Fujishan paused. Otherwise, when the time comes, only you and Ji Fushin will be inside, and the sky will be dark, and a gust of wind can make people shiver. Ronyu's back was numb, and her mind instantly remembered the horror movie she watched. What kind of chainsaw massacre? What night Black panicked, goosebumps all over her body, subconsciously looked around, and shrank her small head to Ji Fushin's side. Stop talking, panicked. Fujishan chuckled and turned on the music and headlights. Soothing music sounded, and the headlights illuminated the road ahead, which was grey with a little bit of grass flying around. Ronyu breathed a sigh of relief, shrank from the back row to the middle between the driver's seat and the passenger seat, and whispered, "You drive, and you must close your eyes the whole time when you get there." There was no embarrassment or guilt in the words, as if it was normal for the heir of the Fu group to work as a porter for her. Understood, Miss Ron, only your distinguished brother can see your surprise. Ronyu raised her eyebrows triumphantly, and praised herself for bringing Fujishan into the plan 3 days ago. If she was here alone, wandering around in the dark, she couldn't help but wake up Ji Fu-chen before she got to the gallery. Arriving outside the gallery 10 minutes later, she took out a wheelchair, flashlight and soba tea from the trunk. Turn on the flashlight and let Fujishan push Ji Fushin in, and from time to time whisper, "You can only look in the direction of my flashlight, and you can't look around." "Okay," Fujishan replied helplessly, in front of the surprise that Miss Ron prepared for her brother. Whoever heir to the Fu family is a worthless and meaningless person. The gallery was empty and dark. Ronyu didn't turn on the gallery lights, and sat on the sofa prepared by someone, with the flashlight shining in the direction of her feet. The beam of the flashlight was shot down, reflecting the dust floating in the air. Fujishan sat on the small sofa 1 meter away from her, paused for a while, and said softly in the dark, "I will go out after I wake up Ji Fushin." Ronyu did not refuse. If Fujishan leaves now, only she and the sleeping Ji Fushin will be left in the huge gallery. From the looks of it, it can be used as a shooting location for ghost movies at any time. Now Fujishan is considerate in everything, but Ronyu feels a little late guilt and embarrassment. "I'm sorry, I'll let you go out to have a shower later." Fujishan's voice was clear and pleasant to hear. He chuckled lightly, his voice was lazy, and there was a touch of tenderness in it. "I'm very happy to help Ji Fushin." Ronyu nodded and did not speak again, her face buried in her knees, quietly waiting for the passage of time. Fujishan also remained silent, and did not deliberately talk about embarrassing and boring topics in order to break the tranquility. The gallery is demure, and from time to time you can hear the whistling wind from outside the gallery, which is very rhythmic. Amidst the sound of the wind, at 11 o'clock, there was a buzzing vibration in Ronyu's pocket. "It's an alarm clock." Fujishan understood, took out the other flashlight that Ronyu gave him just now, recalled the direction Ronyu brought him just now, did not look up to the sky, the flashlight was facing the ground, and opened the door to make sure that he heard Ji Fushin's confused voice. Walked out slowly. In the gallery, Ronyu slightly woke Ji Fushin up, and gave him some hangover tea. The bitter taste quickly spread in the mouth, constantly stimulating the brain nerves. He didn't drink much, and he didn't sleep well during this time. He fell into a deep sleep in a slightly drunk state, and when he woke up, There was nothing wrong except a little pain in his head. Apart from, where is this? Ronyu suddenly pointed the flashlight at her chin, made a grimace, lowered her voice. Her voice was low and hoarse, like a female ghost in a TV series. This is the underworld. Who tilde? After finishing speaking, Ronyu blew 2 breaths at Jiyu Fu Chen seriously. Jiyu Fu Chen chuckled and patted Ronyu on the head. There are no cute ghosts like you in the underworld. Ronyu rubbed her face, very satisfied and happy with her brother's compliment. Yes, she is the cutest. She glanced at the time on the phone's screen, turned off the flashlight, and mysteriously took out a small remote control from her pocket. I gave my father a pyramid before, but I haven't given you a gift yet. Ronyu chuckled lightly. Her voice was sweet and glutinous, and from the overflowing voice, one could imagine how sweeter her smile is now. The eyebrows are curved, and the galaxy is brilliant. Today, I'm here to give you a present, Tilda. As soon as the voice fell, the lights in the gallery were brightly lit. In the sky-like semicircular gallery, the Milky Way and the universe are reflected on the ceiling, which are drawn by Wu Yuhua and his students stroke by stroke. Countless stars shine brightly on the ceiling. As far as the eye can see, there are galaxies and brilliance, and it seems that you can touch the vast universe with your hands. Not only that, a minute later, the ceiling of the gallery shrunk to the sides, and a semicircular piece of glass raised its head. Outside the transparent glass, meteors are twinkling in the night sky. The news says there's a Geminid meteor shower today. 6 Geminids are passing right above us right now. Meteors cut through the sky and fell like a streak of falling mercury. They sailed away from the sky above her and Jiyu Fu Chen's heads. The ultimate romance cannot be expressed in words. Jiyu Fu Chen stared blankly at everything in front of him. After the shooting star ended, countless fireworks were set off around them, and dong 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 burst into fireworks in the sky. The bright fireworks illuminated the appearances of Ronyu and Jiyu Fu Chen. Ronyu's side face brightened and darkened with the fireworks, but her apricot eyes were always bright, shining brighter than the Milky Way. Her voice was a little smoky, clear and crisp, making Jiyu Fu Shen's heart burst into flames. I'm back. You don't have to look for it anymore. You can go do your own thing. My brother should not be confined to my world, let alone circle around me. His dream is the vast universe. She will stay at home forever and ever.